first of 4 videos from Game Theory about the Five Nights at Freddy's timeline. Well, if you guys don't know this, I'm a huge fan of the franchise. I played all of the Five Nights games, and the story was always really weird and all over the place for me. So I'm here to react to this. I was going to watch this anyway, so I might as well create content from it. And who knows? If you guys want me to continue, there's 3 more videos after this one. If you guys want me to react to them, just say it below in the comments. And yeah, let's go.
Today we end the torment.
Let's
19
go.
books, 11 games, 8 whole years, all leading to this moment.
Rough.
The ultimate FNAF timeline is finally complete. The pieces are in place for us. Now all we have to do is put this story of tragedy, jealousy, and loss back together.
Okay.
Hello, Internet! Welcome to Game Theory, the show that feels like a kid revealing the class project that he's been working on all year. Except here, it's the class project that I've been working on for the past decade of my life. This one is...
That's dedication, bro.
I gotta admit, kinda nervous. I haven't attempted a timeline video on this franchise since 2018. Back in the days when Mike was the crying child, Afton coming back was actually a surprise, and Fazgoo wasn't a phrase I'd ever thought I'd have to utter. But since the last time I did something like this, we've had 3 more massive games, the death and revival of the FNAF movie, and more robot kids than you can shake a staff bot at. It is exhausting trying to keep track of this whole franchise, which honestly is why I'm here today. The lore at this point is complicated. It is full of speculation and theory, so to hopefully make it a little easier for everyone and to give us all a baseline to talk about this franchise moving forward into the future, it's time to reveal my current working FNAF timeline. But just before I do, I just want to explain a couple of things. First, this timeline is massive. Seriously, it is huge. This thing towers over any video project we have ever done on the channel. But when you look at the totality of this franchise, the story of FNAF really boils down to the story of one man, William Afton. His successes, his failures, his rise to becoming co-owner of one of the most successful restaurant franchises in the world, and his eventual fall to the monsters he helped to create, only to then be reborn in a new digital form later. That's why I decided to split this timeline into 3 main chunks. The foundation of Freddy's, how the business started and how it came into being, the Afton era, William's decades-long murder spree, and post-Purple Guy. Basically modern FNAF, everything that happens after the Pizzeria Simulator fire. And because there are lots of new big revelations in this thing that seemingly come out of nowhere, as well as just points I want to talk about further, I decided to dedicate 1 episode to each chunk. I originally wanted it to be 1 seamless, continuous video, but it just felt incomplete without some sort of explanation at the end of each one. Once this whole thing's done, I promise I'm gonna merge all the narrative bits into 1 massive video so you can just skip my explanations. But for now, this just felt like the best, most satisfying, most complete way to do this. That being said, this is still about the story, the broad strokes of the franchise. So in order to make sure that you guys know that I'm not just pulling answers out of thin air, not only am I discussing some of the more controversial bits at the end of each chunk, we're also putting in a handy little graphic in the bottom left-hand corner of the screen, which will show thumbnails, video titles, books, and any other citations that we need throughout the video.
That's
so if
actually
you wish to
sick.
Understand that specific statement in more detail, you know exactly where we
Damn, bro, the amount of work that got into this, Jesus.
So sit back, grab some popcorn, or your pitchforks if you're the type to get upset when I say something controversial, and make sure that you subscribe, since this is going to be a video that you're going to want to come back to a few times in order to fully dissect. Without any more waiting, I present to you the story of a loving, obsessive father who slowly descended into madness, and along the way, discovered the secret to eternal life.
Alright. I'm intrigued.
Our story begins not in the 1980s, or even in the 1970s, but all the way back in the 1930s. It was the throes of the Great Depression, and people were in desperate need of cheap entertainment, especially in Utah, one of the states hit hardest, 4th highest unemployment in the nation, and full of transients. People looking for work in Salt Lake, finding none, and ultimately moving on to find their fortunes out in California. People were tired and they were hungry, but as they traveled, there was one thing that could lift their spirits. A simple roadside attraction called Fredbear's Singin' Show. The ads were plastered all over town, featuring an animated bear drawn in the popular pie-eyed cartoon style for characters at the time. He resembled cartoons like Mickey Mouse, Felix the Cat, Betty Boop. It immediately said that this, Fredbear's, was a place where you could bring the family. And the price, honestly, couldn't be beat. For 50 cents, you could get food and entertainment as you watched the real-life dancing bear perform on stage. Normally, you only got to see dancing bears at large traveling circuses like Barnum and Bailey, where the tickets would go for about $1. That's $1 without food. But this was a smaller show, like the type from the Von Brothers or the Robbins Brothers, where tickets would sell for just a mere 50 cents. Watching that bear do tricks on stage brought a glimmer of joy at a time when so much was wrong with the world. The simple show would go on for years, bringing happiness to hundreds of travelers passing through looking for a quick meal. But it left a permanent impression on one little boy, capturing his imagination in a way that nothing else had. One little boy named Billy. That was his nickname at least, but his parents liked to call him William. William Afton. The bear could dance, he could sing. For decades, William dreamed of recreating that moment of bringing a musical bear to life, but how? William was smart, without a doubt, and he had a keen mind for business, but he wasn't the most creative. How do you make a singing, dancing bear come to life? The best he could do...
For those who don't know Five Nights at Freddy's or didn't play since the first one, like pretty much the majority of people, or didn't play at all, William Afton is the main protagonist of the story. He's the main villain, but not the protagonist, but the villain. There's not really a protagonist in the game. There's not a hero. It's basically a villain and a bunch of people trying to stop him, basically. So when I say people, I mean two people and spirits. But I think he's going to mention that. So just a quick backstory for people that have been lost in who the hell is William Afton. It's the main villain of the game, and this is a backstory of William Afton through the books and everything like that, so, and the novels and stuff, so yeah.
Who was using rudimentary costumes. William was inspired by the work of Walt Disney, who throughout the 50s and 60s was pioneering the use of mascot suits throughout his theme park. The big innovation? Suits with 5 fingers. This allowed the performers wearing the suits to use their natural arms and hands to interact with the guests, as opposed to the older models where the arms would just hang limply by their sides. Finally, with a simple mascot suit, he would be able to realize his childhood dream. He would be able to bring Fredbear to life. To appeal to the kids, and for copyright reasons, he changed Fredbear from a realistic brown animal to a cartoonish yellow bear with a purple hat and bow tie. But feeling like one character wasn't enough, he added another friend, a yellow rabbit with a purple vest and matching tie named Bonnie the Bunny. While Fredbear was certainly his first love, Bonnie was extra special because that was his. It was an original character that he had created from scratch. And I do mean scratch. William's hand-sewn costumes were rough with seams and stitches visibly showing, but it was the best that he could do. And you know what? It was just enough. Bonnie and Fredbear would perform on stage to small but enthusiastic crowds. Finally, he was able to deliver fantasy and fun to all the kids, delighting and inspiring them in the exact way that he had been delighted and inspired so many years ago. Things could have ended there. That could have been the end to his story. It could have been perfect had it not been for one thing. Other people saw the success of his idea and they wanted in. Enter Chica's Party World, a rival restaurant starring performing animal characters. His idea, except they did it better. William may have been the first, but obviously he wasn't the best. It hurt the prideful William Afton to admit it, but this restaurant was able to do the thing that he always wanted to do: make the animals actually come to life. All of the performers in this restaurant were robots, simple metal skeletons that were powered by battery packs, but all of them able to freely turn and talk and dance on their own, no human required. It was like...
Yeah, this is weird, right? Because I've always thought about this, because Chica does not appear in FNAF 6, but FNAF 6 is like, there's no explanation of why Chica just disappears. On sister location, there's only Freddy in another version of Freddy, Ballora Baby, there's Funtime Foxy, and the bunny puppet on Funtime Foxy, exactly, that's it. And there's no Chica. So I've always wondered, I'm really curious about this.
Like magic that came from the
What
mind
happened
of a
to
brilliant
Chica?
creator
I don't
named
know.
Henry Emily. This Henry,
Oh.
in some small way, had been able to harness the power of life itself. Afton admired him. He was jealous, to be sure, but he also looked upon this man with awe. Off to one side of Chica's Party World was a small cabaret stage featuring an elephant magician. On the other, a hippo known to ramble on and on. That one was more of a joke for the parents, but it was the main stage that was for the kids. A rocking band of characters featuring a yellow chicken thing with a southern drawl named Chica, backed by a band of other country-themed characters, including a pig with a banjo, an upbeat frog from the local swimming hole, and a brown bear with a heavy southern accent. Wait, A bear? But bears were his animals. Why not a cow or a horse? Something to fit the country theme a bit better. Why did it have to be a bear? And adding insult to injury, they had the nerve to call this thing Ned Bear, a direct copy of his own Fredbear.
Whoops, that's gonna leave a mark.
No, that was not okay. Afton's jealous admiration turned to hardened bitterness.
This video is so well edited, bro. What the hell?
His families
It's
continued
amazing.
to choose Chica's party world over Fredbear's. William just couldn't compete with the appeal of the robots. Eventually, his restaurant would go bankrupt, only to get bailed out by, of course, Henry Emily. Another insult, another humiliation that William wouldn't soon forget. 1979. Despite being bitter, Afton couldn't deny that what came next was a period of massive success and expansion. With the two franchises now merged into one, it was the best of both worlds. Afton's ideas with Henry's robotic expertise. The two men decided to launch under a new name, Fredbear's Family Diner, a pizza chain that would eventually come to feature a mix of humans in performing suits as well as on-stage animatronics. They decided to stick with Fredbear as the headliner, considering the yellow bear was easily identifiable as a brand and because he was the original performing animal mascot. Afton appreciated that. This new restaurant would also see a mix of characters as the two franchises merged into one, with Pig Patch and Happy Frog performing right alongside Fredbear and Bonnie. And as part of this one big Fredbear family, they even got themselves official merch that were released, ranging from masks to magnets.
The crappy Mr. Hippo fridge magnet?
I am sorry, Gregory.
That said, not all the characters were winners. The reception to some characters was just mediocre, so they faded away into the dumpster, storage units, and retro budget tech stores of lost nostalgia, waiting for their chance to step back into the limelight if and when a headliner went out of commission. Others, though, would fare much better, like a new Pirate Fox, as well as a blue guitar-playing variant of the yellow Bonnie Bunny. Ultimately, the franchise would get so big, it would spawn its own cartoon show,
we had the
Fredbear
G4,
and
right?
Friends. Business was booming. In the end, Fredbear and Bonnie's popularity would be so strong that they would be able to support the Fredbear's Family Diner franchise all on their own, while also spinning off a new sister location dedicated to their friends. In 1983, Freddy Fazbear's Pizza launched, giving a dedicated home to all this new supporting cast of characters. Chica the Chicken, Bonnie the Blue Bunny, Foxy the Pirate, and of course the headliner, a brown Freddy Fazbear. Business was good, and Afton was happy, mostly. It did bother him that the one original character that he created, the one that he himself played, Golden Bonnie, got passed over for inclusion in that cartoon show. The only character in the roster of regulars to get ignored for the show, but other than that, things were going smoothly. He had himself a wife, 2 sons, a daughter, he had a thriving business, and best of all, he was able to learn the craft of robotics from the man that he both loved and hated, Henry. Together, they were constantly pushing the limits of what these characters could do. Because it was quick and easy, new characters introduced into the roster would be given a simple hand-sewn suit with 5 fingers that any performer could wear. Eventually, Henry would design one of his signature animatronics for that character, utilizing a divided mouth with either a hinged or sliding jaw design. This was the first generation of animatronics. But why stop there? Afton had big ideas. What if the animatronics weren't just locked to the stage, but could freely roam the restaurant and interact with the kids?
Seems a bad idea.
Mascot suits could become animatronics. What if you could use more than just rigid metallic skeletons? Why not experiment with tubes and wires that would give the animatronics fluidity and flexibility while still providing structure? The possibilities for this technology were endless. Afton fell in love with robotics. He had started with a dream of bringing one simple singing bear to life, but with robots, he had stumbled across the tools that gave him the ability to control life itself. And thanks to Henry, he was practically speedrunning his way to an engineering degree. And while William wouldn't admit it out loud, one other thing that kept pushing him forward was the desire to beat his former rival, to prove himself smarter and more capable, to surpass the man who everyone else considered to be a visionary genius. But pride cometh before the fall, and tragedy was about to strike. Okay, so that brings us to the end of part 1 of the story. That said, at the end of each of these chunks, I want to break down some of the logical leaps that I made, since the more narrative format doesn't give me much of a chance to justify a lot of the big decisions. Admittedly, there are some large leaps in here. Let's just start off with Fredbear's Singing Show, shall we? We know, based on the retro poster that was hidden in Security Breach, that at least at one point, Fredbear was an actual bear. And like I called out in that narrative segment, dancing bear shows were a real form of entertainment. The only problem is that, timing-wise, none of our main characters would be the people in charge of that business in the 30s, and a series of pizza restaurants in the 80s without him just being extremely old. Best case scenario, if Afton's running the singing show when he's 18, that still puts him at nearly 70 when the first pizzeria opens
Yeah,
and
that
his
doesn't make
murder spree
sense.
begins. That just doesn't make a lot of logical sense
It
because he
doesn't.
doesn't become immortal until his first death in Springtrap. That's why I suspect that Fredbear's Singing Show was either a family business that Afton then carried on to a new generation, or
Possible.
something that he saw as a kid and just wanted to recreate when he grew up. The Fredbear
Also
Singing Show
possible.
thing also starts
That
laying
makes
the
sense.
groundwork for some of the core elements of this story.
Seems
that
legit.
Freddy's was a place of fantasy and fun, and that Afton, despite eventually falling to become the heartless serial killer and mad scientist that we know him as, began as someone with good intentions and a love of entertaining kids. He wanted to bring things to life from the very beginning, a theme that recurs a lot for him throughout the rest of the franchise. Next up, let's talk about those mascot costumes. One thing that I keep going back to is the design of Glitch Trap. It's a handcrafted suit. You can see the seams and everything. It even has 5 fingers for the performer's hands. It is very much not a Springtrap suit. This is something much more rudimentary. It came at a time before animatronics were a part of the story. That's why I suspect that it was actually the first, predating literally everything. It's also a suit that is very personal to Afton. He put his digital consciousness in that form. It's his personal avatar. It's the way that he sees himself. There's also a whole separate discussion to be had here about the habits and rituals of serial killers. So the fact that he's choosing to lure kids and kill them in this particular...
This scene right here is from the Five Nights, that's on the FNAF VR. One of the games that I didn't, the only game that I didn't play, because I don't have a VR headset, but I played every single one of the other games. I played Security Breach, I played all of 1, 2, 3, Sister Location, the Pizzeria Simulator, FNAF World I played at the beginning, then it was a disgusting game and I didn't finish it. Then the FNAF AR game on Android. Yeah, that scene is from the VR game.
Fredbear seems to have started as someone else's creation, Golden Bonnie was uniquely Williams, giving him a personal connection. And that's not all. In this whole franchise, only one set of characters have themselves 5 fingers, the Nightmares. Even Golden Freddy, Fredbear was a 5-fingered wearable suit at one point in the story, as we see in this shot from the graphic novel, before he, like everyone else, was turned into an animatronic. This seems to imply that all of the main characters had similar wearable mascot outfits at least at one point in time, and that whoever is having the FNAF 4 nightmares, if they even are nightmares, something that we'll touch on in part 2, saw those mascot suits specifically. Lastly, we have to talk about the elephant in the room. The literal elephant, Orville Elephant, as well as the rest of the mediocre melodies. For a while now, I've suspected that the mediocre melodies played a much more important role in the story than just being a bunch more animatronics to fill out the roster. Especially Ned Bear, which is just so suspiciously close to Fredbear. And yet, there are 2 key details that we're going to have to justify with any mediocre melodies mention. One, they're very rudimentary with external battery packs, implying that they come very early in the timeline. And 2, we know that at minimum, Mr. Hippo does eventually become an official member of the extended Freddyverse. But if these things are supposed to be cheap, generic rip-offs, why would you be trying to rip off yourself? You wouldn't. You would be stealing someone else's ideas. So if Afton created Fredbear, there would have to be some rival franchise. The only other person who would likely be ripping him off, Henry. We've talked extensively about how the mediocre melodies are clearly Henry's design aesthetic, so it just has to be him. I don't think Henry's doing this maliciously. He doesn't strike me as the type. He was likely building the robots at the orders of someone else that was running a rival restaurant franchise. But that's enough motivation to start Afton down a path of jealous rivalry, but also begrudging admiration. As the Freddy Files Ultimate Edition says, it's important to revisit the beginning of Henry and William's relationship, so here you go. I think this is where it begins. Also, this is future Matt Pat here coming back to add this one in. Seems like the recently released character encyclopedia has backed up all of this speculation. I've had this timeline written for about a month now, but I've also been holding off a bit to see what wrenches this character encyclopedia might throw into it. And on this particular point, I gotta say, it seems like we might actually have nailed it. They actively call out the suspicious similarities to the main Fredbear crew. Quote from one of the pages: Ned Bear looks like an imitation, altered just enough to avoid copyright issues.
It does.
I don't know about you, but that seems to imply that we were right on the money. Knowing all of this, at one point, the franchises had to have merged. That's really the only way that you get Mr. Hippo from the rival franchise as part of the Fazbear crew. This also mirrors a lot of what happened in the real-life history of Chuck E. Cheese, with two rival restaurants, each with their own casts of characters, merging to become one unified brand. Again, we've gone into that in detail with other videos, just wanted to remind you all of that here. But why would I call out the rival restaurant as being named Chica's Party World? Few things, actually. First, we know for a fact that a location named Chica's Party World exists. It is mentioned in the source code teasing sister location, so it is out there somewhere and doesn't fit cleanly anywhere. Second,
in the source code, damn, people go deep in this.
Looped in with the book versions of Pig Patch and Ned Bear, implying that she started as a mediocre melody. Thirdly, her design just fits better with the theme of down-home country animals with southern accents playing the banjo and eating with bibs. And with her being the headliner of the show with her name on the restaurant, it would make sense then that when the restaurants merged, she was the one that was added to the main cast of characters while all the other mediocres faded away. It's also why when Freddy's closes after William's killing spree, she's the one to branch back off into her old franchise and is therefore missing in sister location. A detail that's bothered.
Okay, that makes more sense. So basically, what he's proposing is William Afton created Fredbear Diner, right? Or restaurant. And then there was a competition on the other restaurant called Chica's Party World. And then Henry and William merged the two franchises. And because Chica was the main one on the mediocre melodies, she became part of the core of William's core 3. Oh, that makes sense. And then when William turns evil and starts killing everyone, right, he branches off again and then he creates sister location, which doesn't have Chica because he doesn't own Chica. He didn't create the Chica animatronic. That makes a lot more sense. Thank you, MatPat. That actually makes sense, bro. Come on, let's go. I never understood that
William decided to stuff
until
his
now.
first dead kid into Chica. That one was Henry's creation, not his. Is all of this a big leap? Yeah. Is it connecting a lot of dots that are very spread out across the franchise and I've been holding on in the back of my mind for years? Absolutely.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, man.
It also serves as a clean answer to a lot of the random threads that Scott's been leaving dangling for years. So with all of that in mind, my friends, we can close the book on the foundation of Freddy's. And don't worry, next week I'll be back to give you arguably one of the most confusing parts of this entire timeline situation. Part 2, the Afton era. I promise, it will actually be next week this time. No more waiting around. I am just as eager to get this one out the door as you are to watch it. I promise. You know what else I promise? I promise that we'll actually get to talking about the games. I would have liked to have talked about them in this episode, but there just isn't that much in the games that helps us depict anything pre-Family Diner. Although, let's be honest, this franchise has never been just about the games anyway.
It's so much stuff is
we were
ridiculous.
decoding images and source code that Scott fed us through
it's
the
actually
website.
insane how much
The
stuff
books
there
and the
is.
clues that we get from those things, now they're just modern extensions of that. All of it is crucial to understanding this franchise and its lore. Unless, of course, Steel Wool finally gets around to making that Fredbear's Family Diner game they want to make so badly.
I've always would love to do is get kind of back to, I have no clue if we'll ever be able to do this, but getting back to kind of like the origin of like Fazbear Entertainment.
Oh, all right. So that's in their mind to do.
Fazbear.
But in the meantime, while we wait for that inevitable
That would be fire.
game, I hope that this start to the timeline helps to fill in some of those gaps.
Fire.
I'm excited to share part 2 with you next week. If you haven't subscribed and rang the bell, make sure you do it now so you're notified when that part drops. I cannot wait to see your thoughts down in the comments below. And as always, I remind you, it's all just a theory. A game theory.
All right.
Go easy on me. Tried my best.
Bro, he did an amazing job, yeah. I thoroughly enjoyed this video. I've been a massive fan of the FNAF franchise since the beginning of it, to be honest. So congratulations to MatPat and the Game Theory team, man. Amazing video, really well put, really well thought out, and it was thoroughly entertaining. So congratulations to you lot out there from the Game Theory team and MatPat. If you ever see this, by the way, massive fan. But yeah, guys, if you enjoyed this video, please tell me in the comments and I will react to the other videos of the timeline that are already out and I can watch with you guys as well. So yeah, man. But in the meantime, if you're here, you know what to do, man. Like the video, subscribe to the channel. My name is Gonzii and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Goodbye.
Now she went up in the dirt, man. I don't wanna hurt, man.
welcome back to the channel. My name is Gonzii and today we're going to be reacting to the part 2 of Game Theory's Ultimate FNAF Timeline. But before we start, I just gotta say, if you haven't watched part 1 yet and you are a bit lost in this video, go watch part 1, is in the channel right now. Shop in, get your popcorn, get your water, and let's go, let's react to this. Stay hydrated, by the way.
Hello, Internet! Welcome to Game Theory, and officially
Small
page
water.
7 of the FNAF timeline script. Last time we covered the origins of Freddy's. We talked
Yeah.
about William Afton's childhood dream project of making a singing bear come to life, and the infuriating moment that his dream is copied by a rival restaurant franchise looking to steal away his success. The merger of the two franchises results in William meeting Henry, a brilliant designer with a knack for robotics. Working
Yeah.
together, they make Fredbear's flourish, spawning popular Saturday morning cartoon shows, toy lines, and spin-off restaurants under the Fazbear name. When last we left him, Afton was thriving, the world of robotics opening his eyes to new and exciting ways of bringing characters to life. Bringing things to life, yeah, that was his core driving force, his passion. And it was this very passion that would mutate, twist, and morph from here on out in the story. Because with life, there is inevitably death, something that Afton would become intimately familiar with.
The Afton era. Go, boys.
1983, business was booming with two whole restaurant franchises running, Fredbear's Family Diner and the newly opened Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. Together, William and Henry had been able to take the hybrid suit idea and make it into a reality. They called their new invention the Springlock suit, and fittingly enough, it was symbolic of the partnership between these two men, a human suit as designed by William that could become a freestanding Henry-style robot. But because it was still new tech with kinks to work out, the rollout
smart.
was limited, restricted only to the Fredbear's Family Diner location. All of this meant that William was busier than ever. He didn't have time to be a full-time parent, so he designed a nanny cam system where cameras and speakers were hidden throughout the neighborhood, as well as in his youngest son's favorite toy, Psychic Friend Fredbear. I mean, plushy Fredbear. But since cameras just weren't enough to raise a kid, he also left childcare duties to his eldest son, Michael. There was just one problem with that. Michael was far from the best babysitter. He tormented his younger brother by jump-scaring him with a foxy mask and constantly left him behind. William watched all of it from his cameras. Kids would be kids. Tomorrow was another day, after all. Except Michael's torment didn't stop. Bitter, angry thoughts would run through Michael's mind. Why did he have to be the one to take care of this whining crybaby all the time? It just wasn't fair. It was time that he got even with his brother by playing the ultimate prank. A prank that just so happened to be on this crying child's birthday. He and his friends would take his scared little brother and make him do the one thing that he was terrified of doing, getting close to the animatronics. That would be embarrassing for the kid that was such an embarrassment to him. His brother squirmed, screamed, kicked, and fought, but just as they were putting that small, squirming boy up to Fredbear's lips, the mouth snapped shut. The sensitive spring locks inside the body had been triggered by the boy's movements, and they'd immediately clamped down. The wriggling stopped. The boy went limp, but it was just a prank. It was meant to be funny. The boy was taken to the hospital and was immediately given an IV. Flowers and pills filled the nightstand next to his hospital bed, but the damage was too severe. He couldn't recover. As the younger brother's consciousness began to fade, he could hear Michael's last words, a small and flimsy apology. But his father, Williams, through the voice of the Fredbear plush, were a firm and committed promise to a dying son. You're broken. I will put you back together. This would not be the end. No matter what, William's son would live again. It would just take time. Time that, right now, he just didn't have. His young son's heart flatlined as the boy faded into the inky unknown of the afterlife. In the aftermath of the tragedy, changes started happening around the restaurants. Kids were now required to wear security wristbands to prevent anyone from getting outside without parental permission. Any kid who approached the exit without permission would have to answer to the security puppet, a marionette on strings that could fly around on rails across the restaurant to stop kids in their tracks. It was William's idea, inspired by Michael constantly leaving the restaurant without his brother. In the wake of Fredbear's Springlock failure, all the hybrid suits were getting retired, locked away at the nearby Freddy Fazbear location. It was yet another tough pill to swallow after all the hard work that he and Henry had put into them. William would eventually bury the boy's small body in a remote location out in the woods right alongside his drive into and out of work every day. The death of this little boy sent the family spiraling. His wife, crippled with grief, was so distraught that all she could do was sit and watch TV. But his son Michael was far worse, complaining of seeing hallucinations of a golden bear standing outside of his window. The boy was so racked with guilt that he was convinced that he was being haunted by the ghost of his brother stuck inside the suit that took his life. The suit's three-toed feet digging into the wet earth. The words, "It's me," ringing through Michael's ears. Some nights, Michael would even go so far as to break out of his room to check the gravesite and ensure that his brother was still there.
Damn.
As for William himself, he disappeared into his work and his drinks. Junior's, the local bar, wasn't far from his son's gravesite. He found himself going there more and more frequently, spending longer and longer amounts of time there. The bar gave him a place to
Morning toddler,
remember,
bro.
to reflect and stew on how Henry had stolen his idea for an animal-themed restaurant. How they'd cut his character out of the cartoon when everyone else was there. How Henry had humiliated him by buying him out of bankruptcy. And now there was his son. Henry had taken his son from him. The robotic part was the part that failed after all. William ordered one more drink, but it was one too many. The bar turned him out and told him to go home. But William didn't go home. Drunk and angry, William raced back to the restaurant to give Henry a piece of his mind, only to find someone else waiting. Henry's daughter, Charlie, locked outside of the building, bullies laughing at her through the window. Fine, some other problem to fix. But then Afton got an idea. Beautifully awful idea. This was his chance to get back at the man that had humiliated him all those years ago. Henry had killed his business, and now Henry's robotic suit had killed his son. It was time for William to do some killing of his own. Let Henry feel what it's like to have something you love get ripped away. While parties continued inside the walls of the pizzeria, William attacked Charlie in the back alley. And it felt good. He felt free. The years of resentment and bitterness trapped in his heart finally released in a moment of pure unapologetic evil. He would make Henry hurt like he hurts. And in that moment, William became a killer. He dropped Charlie's lifeless body and drove home, forced to confront his family problems later that night, appalled, but also a little excited by what he had just done. Charlie's death would remain on the books as a random act of violence. And though Henry had suspicions about William, there was no physical evidence, nothing that could link him back to the crime. In the weeks that followed, Fredbear's Family Diner would close for good. 2 high-profile deaths around the restaurant.
Wait a minute, bro. So this guy, was a terrible father, bro. He saw his older son bully his younger son, right? And he did nothing about it. Kids will be kids, I guess. What? Then the kid dies because the older brother is a pest and a moron. And then you go and kill your partner's kid as well? What? What the hell, bro? Damn, bro. I forgot that happened. Oh well. So, man. I didn't remember this part happened. That's crazy, man. The video is so well put together, bro. That scene with William Afton in the car and everything. That was in the back alley, bro. That was amazing. Well, the team is amazing, bro. These editors are sick,
With 2
man.
grieving owners in such a short period of time was just too much bad press to handle. Besides, Freddy Fazbear's was still open, and it was the newer restaurant anyway. All the equipment from the diner, including the old yellow suits and security puppet, would get retired to that location. And there they would sit for 2 uneventful years. The rest of 1983 and 1984 were spent quietly grieving. Freddy Fazbear's Pizza and the new cast of characters were a hit. Tragic memories of their yellow predecessors quickly faded. Afton kept a low profile and buried himself in work and research, quickly reaching Henry's level of engineering and even surpassing him. And while Henry slowed down to grieve, Afton kept going, even starting his own company, Afton Robotics, for all those pet projects that were a little bit too experimental for the regular operations of the pizzeria. The first of these experimental projects was a secret workshop under his house, a veritable bunker, which allowed him to work while still monitoring his kids via hidden security cameras. 198 a passcode that served as a constant reminder of why the cameras were so important, why he was down there in the first place. This was all to fulfill the promise that he had made to his son, right? I will put you back together. This was for him, all for him, right? But cameras weren't enough. He needed to solve the runaway Michael problem. He had to keep him in the house. He couldn't have another one of his kids wind up dead inside of an animatronic suit. So why not run a little experiment on Michael? You see, all this work with Henry had gotten Afton to start learning more about life, robots, the human mind, and what a fallible machine we as humans were. Our reality is so easy to manipulate with a few sensory deceptions. Deceptions like sound. With just a few sounds, he had discovered that he could alter a person's vision. He could transform blank, smooth plastic robots into lumbering, twisted nightmares. Nightmares far scarier than he could create with actual materials. They would appear organic, rotting, putrid, terrifying. These would be his means of keeping his son Michael in the house where he belonged. Was it extreme? Maybe. But then again, again, this was the boy who had killed his son. He would make him sorry. And so Michael would grow up not only dealing with the memories of his own guilt, the hospital room, the pills, the flowers, the death of his brother, but also facing literal nightmares, illusions created by sound. Michael would never forget these either. Years later, as a security guard, he would still draw pictures of them inside of his logbook. But all of these extra projects meant that his home life suffered even more. He was an absent father and a non-existent husband, leaving his wife cold and alone.
Why do you hide inside your walls?
For context, for people that don't know, the characters are stopped in some before Sister Location. Ballora is the dancing animatronic in Sister Location, and that's based on William Afton's wife. So this is the song that Ballora plays while you're in your game.
Suffered even more. He was an absent father and a non-existent husband, leaving his wife cold and alone.
It's very creepy while playing the game, bro. It's insane.
When there is music in my
I'm getting chills, bro. Jesus.
All I see is an empty room. No more joy, an empty tomb.
And despite her repeated demands that he leave his office and engage with the family, he refused time and time again, leaving her no choice but to leave.
You burned down my house?
You call that a house? It was like a morgue in there. You need to see your son.
The baby isn't mine.
Well, how's this? I'm keeping the diamond ring.
And through it all, there was one lingering feeling. William wasn't done. He had gotten a taste of what it felt like to be unleashed, what it felt like to be free. Charlie's murder had unlocked something in him, and he wanted more. June 26th, 1985. Putting on the golden Bonnie suit, he lured children one by one to the back room of the pizzeria when no one was looking. At first, he was cautious. He would lure them with promises of cake and cookies. He told them that their dog had died. He would ask for help with homework. Susie was the first. You never truly forget your first.
I was the first. I have seen everything.
But where to hide the bodies? He couldn't sneak out. Someone would see him. He had to hide them in a place where they'd never be found and where they'd never leave the building. They had to be stuffed inside of the suits. No one maintained those things anyway except for him. And so Susie would go into Chica. Fritz, Jeremy, and Gabriel would come next. But it was easy. It was too easy. And with each little life he snuffed out, his lies got bigger. Their house was burning. They're just being kidnapped. Until the last one where all pretense was off. He let himself get violent. Too violent.
I'll just wait for him after school, throw a bag over his head, hit him with a shovel, and drag him into the back of my car.
The body of Cassidy was far more bloody and broken than any of the others. He'd let himself go too far. That one he shouldn't have killed. With no more active animatronics left, he shoved the body into the one suit that remained backstage.
This is getting dark, bro.
Fredbear, now broken and discolored with age. Broken, like Cassidy was broken, like his son was broken. Newspapers reported on this disappearance, naming the whole thing the missing children's incident. Police would even charge William with the crimes after finding security footage of the golden mascot suit luring kids to the back, but they couldn't convict him. They had no bodies, and his face had been hidden behind the mascot suit the entire time. What they had was circumstantial at best, and so he walked away a free man. But Henry knew the truth. In these murders, he saw his daughter Charlie all over again, so he threw Afton out of the company and shuttered the doors to the old pizzeria. Henry would keep the franchise quiet for 2 years. This would not happen again. This could not happen again. How could he protect the kids? Finally, he developed a solution. He would implement an even more extreme security system in the form of new animatronics. Toy animatronics, inspired by the toys that they had been selling years ago. But these guys, these were special. They were a new breed of robot with facial recognition abilities.
But most importantly, they're all tied into some kind of criminal database so they can detect a predator a mile away.
All the original animatronics, now withered with age, were moved to the new location. With a plan in place, it was time to try once more. The year was 1987, and the new and improved Freddy Fazbear's Pizza was making headlines in local newspapers. Headlines that just so happened to catch the attention of William Afton. Freddy's was back, and without him, that was his idea, his character. Henry was, yet again, trying to cut him out of the picture. No. As long as these restaurants stayed open, William would always come back. Then he noticed the phone number to apply at the bottom of the article. $100 a week to apply, call. Afton would go back, not as an owner or co-founder. He would go back in the one place that they would least suspect him, a lowly day shift security guard. And there it was, buried in the back of parts and services, mixed in with the old withered animatronics, was the golden rabbit. With the yellow security badge still on his chest, he used his crank to pull open the spring locks. It was time for Bonnie to give an encore performance.
Someone used one of the suits. We had a spare in the back, a yellow one. Someone used it. Now none of them are acting right. From what I understand, the building is on lockdown. No one is allowed in or out, especially concerning any previous employees. When we get it all sorted out, we may move you to the day shift.
Oh, Henry was getting ready for him to show up.
1987, 5 more kids.
Damn.
He didn't know what felt better, getting back into the suit after 2 long years of waiting, or knowing how devastating this would be to Henry the next morning. He didn't even try to hide his crime this time, just meant more blood on Henry's hands. He'd failed to protect the kids again. The restaurant had only been open for a few weeks, but William was sure that this would get it to close. Good, if he couldn't have Freddy's, no one would. Whenever a new pizzeria opened, he would be there. But as he sat in his bunker, something else started to linger in William's mind. He had seen something strange. The old withered animatronics, they had been wandering around the building, spurred on by the puppet. It was almost like those old robots were trying to save the kids. Save them? They couldn't, obviously, but still, how were they moving?
Weird.
It was almost like they had been given life somehow. Did he have something to do with that? The following day, the news would report a security guard getting bitten by one of the animatronics during the day shift. Was that bite meant for him? William's curiosity was stronger now than his bloodlust. He had to learn more, but how? There was no way he'd ever be able to get inside another Freddy's pizzeria. Heck, there was practically no way a Freddy's would ever open again. He needed to create something new, something brand new. He needed to create his own pizzeria.
Due to the massive success, and even more so the unfortunate closing of Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, it was clear that the stage was set, no pun intended, for another contender in children's entertainment.
Circus Baby's Pizza World.
This
would be the place where he could continue his work. No longer just murdering, experimenting. He needed more kids, and he needed them alive. And knowing that he couldn't show his face on the restaurant floor, he needed a way of remotely capturing his victims and preserving them for his work. With that goal in mind, he designed a new breed of animatronic. Their endoskeletons fluid and flexible. He equipped them with sound lures that could mimic voices. They could isolate children. They could incapacitate and contain them with zero direct input from him. It was brilliant. He was brilliant. Far beyond the simple bars and wires of Henry's designs. And the characters he chose for this were uniquely his. His new roster wasn't going to be tainted by Henry's disgusting barnyard bird. Instead, it was back to his characters, his creations. Freddy, Bonnie, Foxy, as well as 2 special ones. The first, Ballora, was an homage to the woman who left him. Now she would never leave him again. The second, the titular baby, was designed with his baby in mind. Elizabeth, his youngest child. She would always be Daddy's little girl, the one that listened to him, the one that obeyed, until the day that she didn't.
Daddy, why won't you let me play with her?
Oh man, I hate little girls' voices in games, bro.
You make her just for me?
The day before Circus Baby's Pizza World opened, she disobeyed. She didn't listen. Left alone with Baby, she got too close. The animatronic ripped in half and swallowed her whole. A scared and confused child fading into eternal darkness. By the time Afton found her, it was too late. She was gone. He immediately canceled the launch of Circus Babies under the guise of a gas leak. But wait, as he sat there at the foot of the stage, he noticed that something was different. The eye color of the robot had changed. Baby had been built with blue eyes, but now they were emerald green, the same color as Elizabeth's. Was she in there? Could this all be connected to the free-moving animatronics that he had seen at Freddy's? He had to know more. His mourning turned to excitement. He had to return to where it all started. 1993. Pathetic. This place was pathetic. Henry had clearly tried to reopen one final time with those old original animatronics from so long ago, but William's damage to the brand had been permanent. These things stank of death. They hadn't been washed in decades. But even if they had, nothing could wash away the stink of murder that haunted these halls. One night, then another, then another. William repeatedly snuck into the old broken restaurant to lure the living animatronics to him, one by one dismantling them, robbing them of their endoskeletons. The metal had to be the secret. It had to contain the remnants of life itself. But he had to know for sure. Leaping out of a room that was invisible to the animatronics programming, he dragged the oversized robotic skeletons back to his underground workshop, back to where Circus Baby watched on with glowing, curious eyes. Eyes that somehow felt
creepy,
alive.
bro.
Not knowing what else to do, William melted the robotic parts down. 5 animatronic endoskeletons reduced down to one silvery puddle of goo. Could he transfer this living metal to his own creations? He had to try. He picked up a syringe and filled it with the molten metal and injected the goo into Funtime Freddy's twisted, wiry endoskeleton. And suddenly the coils came to life. Like snakes writhing in a pile, what had once been cold, lifeless metal moved and jolted on its own. He'd done it! He had unlocked the secret to life itself. Except something was clearly wrong. The movement movements were erratic. They were violent, angry. Baby didn't act this way. She had been calm, collected. This was clearly something else, something mindless and frantic. Perhaps by mixing the souls and then portioning them out, he had created incomplete beasts. He would need to keep testing to truly understand it. He needed more of this remnant. As he searched the old pizzeria one more time for any remaining scraps of metal, the ghosts attacked. His past victims come to collect their due, all led by Cassidy. The five lined up and blocked the door, and Afton's mind reeled. The scientific implications of this were incredible. Ghosts, real ghosts that he could see, all standing against him. But what could they do? What couldn't they do? He panicked as Cassidy approached. How do you stop something that's already dead? Maybe with the thing that resulted in their death in the first place. He would get into his suit like old times. He would regain his power over them just like the day that they died. He was the genius. He was the one in the suit. He was the one in charge. The spring lock snapped into place. Maybe it was his frantic movements. Maybe it was the leaky abandoned restaurant. Maybe it was just fate coming to collect its due. He didn't know. The only thing he did know was that his brain was suddenly filled with searing white-hot pain as hundreds of metallic pins and gears stabbed into his body from all sides. All he could do was collapse, blood slowly oozing out of the suit and pooling onto the floor around him. It couldn't end like this.
Wow.
It wouldn't end like this. His work was unfinished. Unable to move, his only option was to survive, to live, to keep living. It took days lying in his own blood, but eventually someone found him, a security guard making a normal report. When he saw the animatronics torn apart in the middle of the party room floor, it caused him to file an immediate report of a break-in. An owner would have to come in and claim the damage, and who else would it be other than Henry? Hope jumped in Afton's heart. Henry would see him. They were partners after all. He would be the one to help save him, to get him out of this suit, to relieve him from this tremendous pain. Henry entered the secret room. His eyes fell on Afton sitting there in the pool of red, and Henry, saying nothing, turned and walked away.
This is just to inform all employees that due to budget restrictions, the previously mentioned safe rooms are being sealed at most locations, including this one. Nothing is being taken out beforehand, so if you left anything inside, then it's your own fault. Management also requests that this room not be mentioned to family, friends, or insurance representatives.
And so Afton would sit, hanging on for 30 years, trapped behind the walls with an iron will that refused to die. End of this part. I say this part because it's not officially the end of the Afton era just yet, but this just felt like a really solid stopping point. The episode has gone on forever. Okay, so most of this is things that we already knew, stuff that's been established and reestablished time and time again by the games. That said, there are two things that I absolutely have to address. The first and biggest is the placement of Sister location, or more specifically, Elizabeth's death. To me, evidence in game seems to suggest that it was meant to come before the crying child's death in 1983. The biggest clue to this is that the crying child saw something. Remember what you saw is the phrase that's repeated over and over again by psychic friend Fredbear, aka William Afton speaking through a walkie-talkie in the Fredbear plushie's stomach. But what did he see? Well, I think we can tell based on how the nightmare animatronics are visualized. They have mouths in their stomachs, just like Baby ripping in half at the waist to swallow a kid. There's also the empty girl's room, one presumably left behind by a dead...
The crying child saw his sister getting pushed inside the animatronic then. That would make sense, right? The empty room in FNAF 4, the nightmare animatronics have mouths in the bellies. That makes perfect sense. But how does that fit? The crying child dies in 83. How does that fit the timeline? Oh man, see what I mean? The timeline is so over the top, bro.
Sister. And lastly, it explains why he's scared, and more specifically, why Afton wants him scared. He needs his kids to stay away from the animatronics. He doesn't want them getting too close, because the last time one of his kids got too close to a robot, his daughter died. That's then why he sets up the nightmares, to scare both Mike and the crying child away from the animatronics from that point forward. That's why books like the Character Encyclopedia outright suggest that we play as the crying child in FNAF 4. That's why he has a nanny cam following the crying child everywhere, so he can keep tabs on his kids when they're out of his sight. He can't let another Elizabeth situation happen. The death of Elizabeth also gives William Afton extra motivation for killing. He's a grieving father. His daughter was taken away from him, so Charlie should die as well. He's lashing out at the world after losing his kids. And again, we know that at least one of his children had to have died prior to Charlie's death, based on the mound of dirt that we see in Midnight Motorist. It also allows circus babies to open and close earlier in the timeline, which is how you wind up with Funtime Foxy appearing as Mangle in the FNAF 2 location. Basically, Elizabeth dying first, has everything it needs to fit, except for the most important thing, the murder weapon. Why would Afton be building an animatronic with a giant claw in its stomach so early in the timeline? At this point, he just has no motive. It just doesn't make sense prior to 1983. At this point in the story, he hasn't killed anyone, and we know for a fact that the missing children's incident is 1985. So Elizabeth's death coming before any of those events just doesn't work, hence why I placed it where I did in the narrative timeline. Afton's death here is also a bit tricky. We know that he returned to the FNAF 1 location to break down the original animatronics in order to harvest their remnant. We know that he melts down 5 things to become one thing. Candy Cadet makes that very clear. So the 5 things are the 5 endoskeletons from the various animatronics. That would be totally fine if it weren't for one huge problem. On his 5th visit to the pizzeria, Afton gets spring-locked. So either the 5 becoming 1 starts in 1993, but then finishes 30 years later when he re-emerges from the wall to add the last endoskeleton to his pile, or he's had himself some reason to return to the original location after harvesting all the stuff that he can. It's not ideal, but it's the one angle that makes the most sense. And with that, this next chapter comes to a close, thereby leaving us with 5 more games to cover and another 40 plus years of Fazbear history to recap. Ooh, when you put it that way, something tells me that this might balloon into 4 parts. Ugh, we'll see. Anyway, until then, my Faz heads, congratulations, you've made it through a massive upload.
That's actually insane, you know, that he killed Henry's daughter with no other motive other than spite, which I guess is how a lot of murders happen, but damn, that shocked me. I didn't remember that, you know. Damn. That turned dark really quick. But yeah, guys, thank you so much for watching the video, man. It's been an amazing journey to go back in time, where a simpler time, as they say, when I played those games, man. It's been a long time. Another great video by the Game Theory team. The editing on these videos has been nothing short of incredible, man, and they deserve all the props in the world. Go subscribe to them. They have 4 channels. They have the Game Theory channel, the Food Theory channel, the Cinema Theory channel, and now they have the Style Theory channel. So go check them out, man. They are insanely talented at what they do. It's incredible. Thank you so much for watching the video once again, and you already know what to do, man. Like the video, subscribe to the channel. My name is Gonzii, and I'll see you guys on Monday. Goodbye.
Vandals and squatters were always looking to get inside these abandoned buildings, and yet no one ever really wanted to work an overnight graveyard shift unless they were practically out of options. Enter Mike. One by one, he would take on the job of security guard, changing his name each time to ensure that no one was able to follow his paper trail. Once inside, he could tamper with the animatronics and figure out how they worked, writing about his experiences in his security logbook. While there, he would listen to the old tapes where upper management awkwardly welcomed new recruits to their summer jobs, even though he was working there nowhere near the summer months. He heard the gory details of his father's franchise from the outsiders looking in, confused and afraid about what was happening in the walls around them. Sometimes he would see his brother in the form of the Golden Freddy suit. It's me appearing on the walls around him. Except now, there was something else there. He was no longer alone. Another angrier presence was also in the suit, as if 2 spirits were forced to share the same body. And Golden Freddy would attack him now. It was aggressive. Its vengeance wanted to lash out at anyone with the Afton name, anyone who wore a security guard outfit. Over time, Mike worked his way through the old restaurants, the original pizzeria, the bigger, better Freddy Fazbear's. He spent weeks there looking for clues as to his father's whereabouts, and each time at the end of his week shift, he would then set the location on fire. Remnant can't survive high temperatures after all. So burning away whatever spirit-laden animatronics that still existed inside seemed like a winning strategy. All this revisiting of his past, though, was causing the nightmares to begin again. Hallucinations that brought him back to his childhood. The guilt around killing his brother. His dreams were oddly mixed with the shrill phone calls of the security guards. But it would all be worth it in the end. The goal was to eventually stumble across the one location, the one job that would finally reunite him with his father. Little did Mike know that that day would come sooner than he expected. 2023, an advertisement came across Mike's TV. Fazbear Frights, a new horror attraction inspired by the
Five Nights at Freddy's 3.
Freddy Fazbear's Pizza so many years ago. It made Mike sick. People
Fazbear Frights is
buck off the tragedy of others, off his own family. This wasn't a joke or entertainment. Regardless, he had to be a part of it. If this team was combing through his family's history, they might stumble across something that could be useful. And if his father was truly still alive as he suspected, there would be no way that he wouldn't show up here. Maybe finally. Finally, this could be the final chapter in his family's marathon of tragedy. Mike applied for the job and was immediately handed the keys. Years of doing this had taught him that security guards rarely receive thorough security checks. They also liked how creepy Mike looked. They thought it was a costume, on theme for the job. What little they knew.
Hey, glad you came back for another night. I promise it'll be a lot more interesting this time.
For weeks, there was nothing. But just as Mike considered giving up, he received the call that he'd been waiting for years.
You're not gonna believe this. We found one. A real one.
Could this finally be him? Sure enough, there he was. William inside his iconic
man, this
golden
game
helmet
is scary, bro.
Only now it was green and
the jump scares are a bit crap,
there
but
they were, a small family of broken men.
The scenery is incredible.
It's been a long time, Dad. Mike had always struggled with the phantoms of his past haunting him, but now all the animatronics he'd encountered over the past months, hopping from pizzeria to pizzeria, suddenly sprang to life, their burned faces haunting him as he tried to keep track of his father on the cameras. It would seem that William's mere presence had put the spirits on high alert. Ultimately, they were harmless, more annoying than anything else, but there was one that felt different from the others, one that was more than just a mere phantom, the security puppet. If he looked at the cameras at just the right moment, he could see it floating there through the halls. He could even see its reflection in the water pooled on the ground. It would seem like he wasn't the only one there on a mission. While he was dealing with Springtrap, Michael assumed that this one was likely dealing with the spirits of this place, finally setting them to rest. Hopefully this means a happier day for all of us, Mike thought to himself. And in that moment,
it was helping
the air
him
around him
in some
released,
aspects.
like pressure being let out of a bottle. The building sighed, as if 5 spirits had finally been allowed to move on. He had the sense that his brother was a part of them. He rigged the wiring inside the building to misfire, and the dry, desiccated walls erupted in flames. It is finished. Except, it was not. Somehow, through sheer force of will, Afton remained. He had survived, and Mike would need to find a new way of finishing off his father. Luckily, the solution would present itself later that year. Not from Mike, but from another victim that had been left in his father's wake.
We're talking about becoming a Fazbear Entertainment franchisee. Restaurant ownership
this is
and management. Something
the
almost
last
anyone
one
can do
before
with a limited
security
degree of
breach.
success. You are now the face of the newly rebranded Freddy Fazbear
It's a pizzeria
Pizza.
simulator,
Fazbear
which is
Entertainment
fully
as a
on
brand
Steam
had been
if you want
closed
to
for
test it out.
years. William had been stuck in a suit and a wall. The only person who legally could bring the franchise back was Henry, but he'd largely pulled out of the franchise around the time of his father's disappearance. Something was up. Surely this had to be some kind of a trick, right? Mike, doing what he did best, applied for a franchise and immediately got the job. There was just one thing out of the ordinary. Paragraph 4.
If you are playing this tape, that means that not only have you been checking outside at the end of every shift, as you were instructed to do, but also that you have found something that meets the criteria of your special obligations under paragraph 4.
No employment contract he'd ever signed required him to keep special lookout for independently moving animatronics outside the restaurant. Now he knew something
You need
was
to do
up.
that in the
Henry
game
was
and make
luring
tests.
them all back.
It's quite
Rather
a
than
good
trying to
stuff.
go to them, like Mike
great
had done for
addition to
years,
the games.
Henry was doing the opposite. He was putting them all under the same roof. He was finishing them off for good. Mike knew this wasn't meant to be a restaurant. It was meant to be a prison, a containment vessel, a locked box meant to trap them all in so they could finally end the madness. It took a few nights, but eventually everyone was there. His father, the puppet, the robot Spaghetti that had once violated his body, and his sister, now hopelessly devoted to serve the man that had once gotten her killed. It was time. He had been instructed to seal the doors and leave, but while he locked everything down, he didn't move on. If this was truly meant to be the end, if the remnant needed to be washed away, he needed to be a part of that.
This is where your story ends.
Yeah, man, this is creepy. This is the end of Pizzeria Simulator.
Not intended for you. Although there was a way out planned for you, I have a feeling that's not what you want. I have a feeling that you are right where you want to be, and to you monsters trapped in the corridors.
Oh man, still gives me goosebumps, you know.
Spirits. They don't belong to you. For most of you, I believe there is peace, and perhaps more.
This is Henry talking.
Although for one of you, the darkest pit of hell has opened to swallow you whole. So don't keep the devil waiting, old friend.
And with that, it was over. The Afton legacy died with all of them trapped inside of a literal box. As the flames danced around the office, Mike, for the first time in decades, was happy. But William wasn't gone yet. Although the darkest pit of hell was open and waiting for him, something or someone wouldn't allow him to move on. Instead, he found himself locked in moments from his past. The pizzeria, his son's room, his underground bunker. It was as if his brain's neurons were all firing at once, overloaded, mixing and matching all his biggest fears, regrets, failures. What was this place? How did he get here? He called out into the silence. Then they started coming.
Jesus.
Without warning, animatronics, both new and old, began to jump out at him, bite him, rip him limb from limb. The pain was immeasurable. Make it stop. Make it stop. William, for the first time, longed for death, an end to this torture. Just as it felt like he couldn't take it anymore, everything was quiet again. It was as if the world had been reset. There was a brief moment of quiet, and then the onslaught began again. Dozens of faces from his past all focused on him. A waking nightmare that he couldn't escape from. More pain, more ripping. It was his own personal hell, but why? Why couldn't he just die? And then he saw them, a group of characters he never thought he'd see again. Those janky, stolen characters that had started everything. The mediocre melodies. It had all started to go wrong once they showed up. Once Henry had made them. But mixed in with their obnoxious southern drawls, William heard something else. It was barely a whisper, but he could just make out the words.
He tried to release you. He tried to release us. But I'm not gonna let that happen. I will hold you here. I will keep you here. No matter how many
that's
times
creepy, bro. Jesus.
they burn us.
That voice. He knew that voice, but from where?
Greetings from the fire, and from the one you should not have killed.
The one he shouldn't have killed. William thought back. He'd done a lot of awful things, but there was always the one that stood out. Not Charlie, his drunken act of revenge. Not Susie, his first...
Remember, in the last video, MatPat says, that one he shouldn't have killed. That was Cassidy. Like, he killed Cassidy in a very gruesome way. And he shouldn't have killed Cassidy. Ayo, Cassidy was keeping him in like a purgatory of some sorts. That it's FNAF custom night. Wow, bro, that's amazing. I didn't know that. Jesus. You shouldn't have killed. That's Cassidy, bro. Damn.
He'd done a lot of awful things, but there was always the one that stood out. Not Charlie, his drunken act of revenge. Not Susie, his first true murder, no. Instead, it was the one that he had lost control with. The one that he had broken beyond repair for no good reason other than because he could.
Damn.
The one that he'd stuffed inside the golden bear that his partner used to wear. Cassidy. They were back, and now they were trying to punish him, to make him suffer like he'd made them suffer. It was almost like William and Cassidy's souls had been locked together, fused by a collective rage and spite, each refusing to move on. But while Cassidy was so focused on taking revenge, they actually did the one thing that would be the downfall for so many others. They kept William alive. Even though fire should have destroyed the remnant that was coursing through his being, Cassidy kept William breathing, paving the way for his escape. William's will was so strong, his soul so powerful that he managed to put a part of himself inside the circuitry that housed the spring-locked suit. And there, his consciousness lay, inside a single circuit board, waiting for someone to find him and set him free. A person that no one would suspect. Okay, so a bit of a shorter chunk, but an important one as we shift perspectives to Mike and tell his side of the story. Before we wrap up for the day, I did want to talk about the big Orville elephant in the room, Mike's quest for revenge. You might have noticed that I was vague about the dates, and there's a good reason for that. I don't know them. There is no good way for me to make them fit in. Here's what I do know. We know with a high amount of certainty that Michael Afton is the character that we play as up until Ultimate Custom Night. Mike Schmidt and Fritz Smith, the security guards for FNAF 1 and FNAF 2 respectively, get fired for, quote, tampering with the animatronics and odor. So weird connection between the two of them, right? But now, look at the phantom animatronics that are haunting us in FNAF 3. They use models from both FNAF 1 and FNAF 2, meaning whoever is sitting in that security guard chair Fazbear Frights, they have to have seen both locations and their animatronics. And that's not all. Their designs are burnt. It's a weird detail in the game, and it's something that the character encyclopedia repeatedly calls attention to. The burned texture for these phantom animatronics. Why is that so unusual though? Fazbear Frights is the first time in the franchise that we hear about anything burning down. From that point on in the story, it's like the characters turn pyro and are suddenly setting fires left and right. But for the first 3 games, nothing ever catches fire. The animatronics are just moved or repurposed in some way. So when did they burn? And why would our security guards see them as being burned? Someone has to have been going location to location, setting these places on fire, purging the sins of the past. We know we're definitely playing as Mike in Sister Location in FNAF 6 based on the in-game dialogue. In Sister Location, he learns what his father's been up to and realizes what he has to do to correct it. After failing to finish the job in FNAF 3, he ultimately helps helps Henry end it all in FNAF 6. It is great. It is a clean narrative. There is just one problem: timing. Mike's quest can't really start until he's been down to sister location, seen baby, and gotten himself scooped. That's when he finds out about Afton's secret life. It's also when he's gonna start to smell, because, you know, he's a walking, talking, rotting corpse. And we know that he's not going down into the bunker until the Funtime animatronics have been made, Freddy's has been closed, and Afton is out of the picture.
Yeah, but the timeline is so confusing.
1993, after William is sealed behind a wall. But that then presents us with a few problems. Afton has already dismantled the original animatronics as we see in the FNAF 3 minigames. How are those things getting burned if they're already deconstructed? But more importantly, we see FNAF 2 paychecks with the date 1987. That is way earlier than I think it can be. To be fair, Fritz Smith's pink slip on night 7 doesn't have a date, but it's a bit weird to say that the first few nights are in 1987, and then employee number 3 is hired on years after the restaurant closes. Anyway, just wanted to call that out because I don't have a solid answer for it, and I'd love to see your comments down below.
It's the
and
problem.
with that, my friends, this chapter comes to a close.
That's the major problem with FNAF, right? And PC. That's why I appreciate MatPat so much and the game theory team for the job that they do, and everyone that covers Five Nights at Freddy's, man. But I think MatPat and the game theory team brought up a very convincing argument for Michael's timeline, which I believe in and I agree with. I haven't played them in a while, but it makes a lot of sense in the world. But yeah, guys, thank you so much for watching the video, man. Tomorrow, I don't know what I'm going to record yet for tomorrow, but Thursday we have M&M Day as always, and on Friday we release the last part of the series. So yeah, man, be on the lookout for that video tomorrow as well. I just want to take this time to thank each and every single one of you that watches my videos. It means the world to me, and if you're here, you already know what to do, man. Like the video, subscribe to the channel. My name is Gonzii, and see you guys tomorrow. Goodbye. Hello everyone and welcome back to the channel. My name is Gonzii, and today we're going to be reacting to a new game theory video about Five Nights at Freddy's. This time it is called I Solved the Ruin, the up and coming DLC for Security Breach. So yeah, man, let's go check this out.
Hello Internet,
let's go.
Welcome to Game Theory, where today it's the best of times and it's the worst of times. I mean, on one hand, FNAF fans be eating good this month. There's books, there's a teaser for the movie, there's a trailer for Security Breach's Ruin DLC, heck, there's even a brand new FNAF VR sequel that got announced as I'm recording this episode. It is all super exciting stuff. I hope you're prepared to engorge yourself in lore like Chica consuming a pizza. It is literally the year of FNAF, which is fitting since it's 2023 and that's the year of FNAF 3. Also, probably FNAF 6. Honestly, the only thing they're missing from this year is some sort of haunted attraction. But on the other hand, there is chaos in the wider theorist community. Buried in this landslide of new material are a lot, and I mean a lot, of very significant lore drops that feel unusually explicit for this franchise. Hints to the origins of Henry, revelations about secret AI programs controlling the Pizzaplex, confirmation that Gregory was in fact Patient 46. But here's the thing, no one can actually agree on what it's all trying to say. Everyone recognizes that there's been a lot of very important stuff that's being revealed lately, but every online FNAF theorist that I've seen has taken the clues and wound up with a different solution to the puzzle. And normally that's not a big issue. That is the beauty of theorizing, to reach your own conclusions, to make your own predictions, to come up with your own personal headcanons as part of the internet hive mind's attempts to work together and solve a common mystery. There are going to be people that you agree with and people that you don't, and you know what? It's great either way. Except this time, you kind of gotta sort of figure it out.
About making theories and everything.
Some major stuff. Everything that's coming out right now feels like it's trying to guide us into what the plot of Security Breach was meant to be. And now with Ruin coming out in July and building off of that initial game, we've got a ticking clock demanding that we solve things, and quick. Our window is tight. So today I'm here to catch you up on all the major reveals and the ensuing controversies before throwing my purple hat into the ring on what I suspect it all means. Good news, bad news on today's episode, friends. Good news, I think we've been on the right track the entire time. Bad news, I don't think the wider FNAF community is gonna agree with me. This one is gonna be a battle, so are you ready, theorists? It's time to eat pizza and theorize.
Come on, boy.
A lot of pizza. Okay, first let me catch you up on the big FNAF drama. Let me set the stage. It's April. All of Team Theorist over here has just finished slaving away on our massive timeline.
Great videos, man. Already on the channel, by the way. Those 4 already on the channel.
Take a break from the franchise until Ruin's release later in the year. But nope. Scott had himself some other plans. He smacked those beverages clean out of our hands and released 3 new books: Submechanophobia, The Bobby Dots Conclusion, and Nexi. Now, normally that would be too much of a concern, right?
One of
books
these.
tied to this franchise have been coming out for years.
Never read
it's
one.
just part of the content treadmill at this point. And it's not like they tend to add a whole lot. Only one in like every 6 stories is even remotely lore relevant. And even then, the connection back to the games only exists if you squint at it. But oh no, friends, not this time. Across the 3 books, story after story after story seems to have significant lore implications. And not only that, they're also much more direct in the way that the information is presented, with characters and events mapping largely one for one onto characters and events from the games. If you're not in the habit of reading these things, and let's be honest, why would you when I could just do the homework for you? What I'm talking about might be a bit confusing, so I'm just going to explain by way of example. In GGY, one of the 4 stories that set the internet on fire, a young boy named Greg, with brown hair and big brown eyes, is a master hacker who's been reprogramming the animatronics at the Pizzaplex for evil deeds, including bumping off 3 school counselors that seem to be getting too close to the truth. He also has himself a habit of being really good at the Pizzaplex's arcade games, leaving behind his initials GGY at the top of the game's leaderboards. Now, compare that information to what we get in the games. There's a young boy named Gregory with brown hair and big brown eyes who seems to be Patient 46, a master hacker that's reprogramming the animatronics at the Pizzaplex for evil deeds, including bumping off 3 therapist characters that also seem to be getting too close to the truth. He also has himself the habit of leaving the letters GGY at the top of the leaderboards at various arcade cabinets throughout the Pizzaplex. Now that right there, that is not counting animatronic toes and trying to match up striped shirts. That is about as explicit of a one-to-one parallel that you get for this franchise. So in the story, it also reveals that Greg's nickname is Rab, aka Dr. Rabbit. You stand up and take notice. And you know what? The internet sees it. They recognize the connections and how important the books have suddenly become. No longer am I out there on my own little island shouting into the void about using the books to inform our speculation about the lore. Finally, the internet agrees with me. To me, this is a huge step in the right direction in terms of figuring out the wider lore of the franchise. You know, there's just one teeny tiny little problem with this. No one can quite agree just how seriously to take this lore. After years of denying the book's canonicity, there's suddenly been a massive swing of the pendulum the complete other way, where now many pockets of the FNAF community vehemently believe that these most recent stories are fully canon with the games. In other words, we're no longer talking about an alternate universe where events are similar to the games, but with slight differences. Oh no. Now the debate is all about whether what you read in the books also happened in the Pizzaplex that we play through in the games. So before we dive into that can of worms, let's just talk about the stories themselves. I already filled you in on GGY, which means it's time to talk about the other 3 which tell themselves a connected timeline of events, starting with the first, The Mimic. This is the one that everyone has been losing their collective minds over. This story tells the tale of Edwin, a genius inventor and single father, and his hyperactive son, David. Basically, Edwin is overworked. Years ago, he sold his struggling robotics company to Fazbear Entertainment, who now has him hard at work turning their, quote, weird costumes into entertaining robots, with the first one that he's working on being a bright yellow chick. There's just one problem here, David. David is 4 in all the best and worst ways possible. It means that he's sweet and excitable, but it also means that he's moody and demands a lot of time and attention. 2 things that Edwin does not have. So to fix his problem and get himself more work time, Edwin creates a piece of software known as Mimic 1. Using some spare robot parts, he makes a legless endoskeleton that's able to copy everything that David does. Basically, this thing's an AI that's using David as his training data. And while Mimic 1 starts by merely copying David, pretty soon it's able to respond on its own, independently. And David loves this thing, which means that Edwin is finally able to disappear into his work. Everything seems to be going well until tragedy strikes. An unsupervised David runs out into the middle of a busy highway and is killed. Edwin is devastated, and he takes all his rage out on the Mimic, this robot that continues to behave like his son, infusing the metal of the bot with pure agony. We then flash forward in time to Edwin being gone, and the Mimic roaming the halls of his abandoned home, a brutal killer still in possession of David. David's childlike tendencies. So, does any of that sound familiar? Cause it should. It's Henry Emily, a genius inventor who helped create the robots of Fazbear Entertainment. A man who also happens to be a single father whose only child dies in a tragic accident when they decide to run outside. A creator whose first project was Chica. Now, that alone would be plenty of connected dots, but the story continues to hammer home the parallels between these two men. In past videos, I've talked a lot about Henry's signature animatronic design, the hinged jaws that we see on the original animatronics, as well as the Rockstar animatronics. Well, guess what? This is how Edwin decided to build the Mimic. Quote, under the eye housing, Edwin had welded in place a hinged jaw. Speaking of Edwin's robots, do you know what Edwin's first
Makes
business
sense
project was?
then.
He made robotic vacuum cleaners, presumably like the ones that we see in FNAF 6. Edwin and Henry even share the same sandy brown hair color. But the other big parallel that the story gives us is when Edwin destroys the Mimic. The way this event is described is very similar to when Henry built the final Charlie bot from the Fourth Closet novel. Here's how it's described in Tales of the Pizzaplex. He could almost feel his murderous thoughts pouring through his muscles, transfusing through the metal into Mimic systems. And here's what happens when Henry builds the Charlie bot after her death. Quote from that book, when Henry began to make the fourth, his despair turned to rage. He seethed as he soldered her skeleton together, pouring his anger into the forge where he shaped her very bones. It was not Charlotte drenched in grief, it was made alive with Henry's fury.
Wow.
In instances where men who have instilled their creations, animatronics that are literal stand-ins for their dead kids, with the pain and rage of loss. If that's not a solid connection, I don't know what is. Even from a timeline perspective, Edwin being Henry makes a lot of sense. In the Mimic, they specifically call out that he's 24 years old. After the death of his son, he disappears. But then, in another tale from the Pizzaplex, this one called The Storyteller, we meet up with Edwin 40 years later, at the point that he decides to return to the Fazbear franchise to sit on their board of directors. Again, the books make a very specific point to call out all these dates. So why? What's the big deal here? Well, if Edwin is truly the parallel for Henry, Henry lost his daughter Charlie in 1983. We're not exactly sure when he leaves the company, but we definitely know when he comes back, 2023, as evidenced by the numerical code in FNAF 6. 40 years later. A perfect match to the time frame that the books have laid out. In short, Edwin has to be Henry, which means, in a very cool twist, our early franchise timeline was almost perfectly correct. In that video, I said that William Afton's company specialized in hand-sewn mascot suits, and that Henry, when he was brought in, was the one responsible for turning those suits into animatronics. That prediction right there, that was right on the money. I was also on the right track when I said that one of the two founders had their failing company get bought out. I was just wrong about which one. In that timeline video, I suggested that Afton made Fazbear Entertainment, but eventually ran out of money and had to be bailed out by Henry. But as this story shows, it's actually the other way around. Henry was ultimately the one that was bought out. And in one final parallel between the books and the games, the story actually describes the Fazbear exec that gets Edwin to sign away his business as Portly, which connects all the way back to the Silver Eyes, where Afton was described in a similar way. Quote, Afton was as robust and lively as Henry was withdrawn and shadowy. He was a hefty man who had the ruddy geniality of a financially shrewd Santa Claus. Okay, cool, so we've got some confirmation on some early parts of the franchise, but what does any of this mean for Security Breach? Well, that's where the second Edwin story comes in, the Storyteller. In this one, we rejoin Edwin 40 years later. Because of his importance to the early days of Fazbear Entertainment, he now sits on the board of directors, a fact that does not land too well with the current head of the board, Mr. Burrows. Get it? His name's Burrows because everyone's always connected to rabbits. Anyway, to cut costs at the Pizzaplex, Mr. Burrows decides to lay off the entire creative department, instead replacing them with a generative AI that's capable of creating new storylines for all the characters. Basically, this thing is like ChatGPT on steroids. This, understandably, upsets Edwin, who apparently has gone from engineering nerd to creative heart of the company. But he's not just a WGA member that's upset about some Writers Guild's rights. What makes matters worse is the fact that Mr. Burrows isn't using just any AI, he's installing Mimic 1, the same program that Edwin created, the one that was trained by his son 40 years prior. When they install it, it even comes in the form of his son's favorite toy, a white tiger head. And here's where things start to get real crazy. This AI controls everything in the Pizzaplex. It runs through a large central tree of wires that are connected through the walls, even tapping into things like the animatronics themselves. In fact, once the Mimic 1 program gets installed, the behavior of all the animatronics starts to change from their normal personalities into something that's a bit more like a 4-year-old. They start to become possessive. They get into tug-of-war matches over toys. They sulk in the corner and cry. David is somehow getting infused into everything that this AI touches. Eventually, Edwin attempts to shut the Mimic 1 program down, but he dies in the process. However, in his final moments, he attempts to communicate with his son inside the AI. You see, in the Mimic story, Edwin watches David communicating with his robot buddy using a made-up language described like this. quote, David and Mimic had been doing all manner of odd little drawings that were surrounded by markings that looked vaguely like hieroglyphics. Edwin then uses this same language to communicate with the Mimic software at the end of the storyteller. Quote again, every sheet of paper was covered with odd stick drawings and strange symbols that were not at all familiar to Mr. Burroughs. Squiggles, squares, loops, triangles within triangles. So why is this story such a big deal right now in the FNAF community? Well, everyone knows it's important, it's just that no one can truly settle on what it's trying to say. Which means it's time for me to do my best to try and break it all down.
Let's go.
Now, I've already mentioned the parallels between Edwin and Henry, but what that also suggests is that Edwin's son David may just be an analog for Henry's only child, Charlie.
Yep,
Not that they're one and the same or
well.
following the exact chain of events, but rather that where David goes in the books, we should be looking for Charlie to follow in the games. And in the story, the Mimic 1 AI that was trained using David winds up controlling the Pizzaplex and all its animatronics via an intricate system of wires.
Like arms and wires
suggesting that we should
leads
probably
me
be
to
looking
believe
for
it's
Charlie
Charlie.
to be doing
So,
the
yeah.
same thing in the
I agree
games.
with
And
this.
wouldn't you know it, but there is a lot of evidence to suggest exactly that. Throughout Security Breach, there are wires everywhere. Black and white striped wires that look very similar to everyone's favorite possessed puppet, Charlie. There are also the staff bots roaming around looking like a twisted version of the puppet. We also see several unexplained Nightmarion plushies hidden in strange locations throughout the building. Again, suggesting that an angry version of Charlie may just be at work within the walls of the building. During my complete timeline, I suggested that the reason we were seeing so much puppet imagery throughout the Pizzaplex is because Charlie's possessing the building poltergeist style. Just like the house in that movie is possessed by angry spirits, the Pizzaplex is haunted by Charlie because it's built on top of the location of the FNAF 6 fire. Basically, her physical form may be gone, but her spirit is still going to haunt the building until Afton is destroyed. And again, I think that this latest story confirms that I was close about the what, but not necessarily about the how. Charlie is still very much here, but it's not a haunting, it's technological. And look at this. The wires are even formed in such a way that they look like the trunk and branches of a tree, exactly the way the Mimic's wires are described to run through the Pizzaplex in the book. Just like David's consciousness infected everything in the Pizzaplex during the Tale story, so too is Charlie infecting everything in the Pizzaplex of the games. But that's not all. Remember that in the book, Edwin uses an elaborate code of symbols, sticks, and shapes to communicate with his son inside of the Pizzaplex. It's designed as an elaborate code of triangles within triangles. That right there, that is the wall code in Security Breach's Remember that one? If not, here's the abbreviated translation. Break and mend, I built the breath. They hunt now, drawn to life. The storyteller here is giving us a clue that this wall code, these triangles within triangles, they were written by Henry. How? When? Not sure. Honestly, we hadn't even considered him as a possible person to have written this because he was supposed to be dead in the FNAF 6 fire. But if you look at the text with him in mind, the pieces all fit. Henry did build the breath. He was the creator of the animatronics. And in all stories about Henry, we hear about him repurposing old robotic parts. He is breaking and mending them. But midway through, this coded message starts to switch tones. It starts giving instructions. Quote again, dodge, duck, flash, shoot, crawl, run, crush the vile band. Your life, your aim will save those with soul. He's teaching someone their mission. He's giving some robotic AI their instructions, just like Edwin was trying to communicate with the AI in the book. It is their task to save those with soul. But look specifically at the verbs that are written here, especially shoot and flash. This one has to be talking to Gregory. Not only is he the one that's crushing the vile band of the Pizzaplex, all of those actions are things that he performs in the game. He is the only one shooting with the Faz Blaster. He is the only one flashing with the Faz Cam. It seems like Henry, in a last failsafe against Fazbear, may have built a protector using an AI program and spoke to it using his triangle within triangle code. And that protector has to be Gregory. I know, I can't let Robot Gregory go, I get it, but how else do you explain this? No one else is flashing and shooting. And remember, the story GGY confirms to us that Gregory is patient 46.
This I can be on board with him being a robot. It's just, it's way too,
everything in this one room is
it seems like the easy way out. It seems like the easy way out,
is
man.
reserved
I don't know.
for robot brains. But this then raises two major questions. First, how could I say that Gregory's a robot when we see him in GGY as just a kid at school? And secondly, GGY makes it clear that Gregory is a villain, hacking into the animatronics and using them to kill people.
Apparently, all three of your former therapists have gone missing, or two of them are missing. One of them was found dead. The woman's body was pretty messed up. It looked like it was mangled by machinery.
Gregory's pen name for a large portion of the book is Dr. Rabbit, for crying out loud. If that doesn't scream, oh, by the way, I'm also working for Afton, I don't know what does. He even calls himself the wizard's most favorite apprentice. So how can I say that he's working for Henry when it's very clearly being told to us that he's also working for William? Well, first off, we never actually see confirmation that he's a human in the books. In fact, we largely get the opposite. Gregory is actually described in the book as, quote, an unfamiliar kid who looked a little lost at the start of the school year. So there's no past with this kid, no growing old together with a group of friends. He just appeared out of nowhere one day. What's more, whenever his friends do something odd, Gregory reacts in a very robotic way. He cocks his head and he has a weird pause in his behavior. Is that a lot to go off of? No. But also nothing about him explicitly says that he's necessarily human, or that he's just the reluctant follower of Afton. But obviously the bigger question here is how? How can he be both a protector bot and an agent of Afton at the same time? This is also a question that's raised in the books. If GGY is saying that Gregory and Glitchtrap are in control of the animatronics, but then the storyteller is saying that an AI version of Charlie is controlling the animatronics, who's actually in control here?
Yeah.
Both of these stories feel crucial to understanding Security Breach's lore, and yet they seem to contradict each other. So what is going on? Well, for that answer, we actually have to go to the trailer for the new Security Breach DLC, Ruin. In the last few seconds of footage for this new game, we see a glitching techno rabbit, glitching between two colors, green and purple. This effect is known as chromatic aberration, which is when the lens of a camera is unable to focus the different colors of light into the exact same point. Usually you see this sort of thing with red and blue, sometimes red and green. Purple and green is not usually the natural color combination for this sort of effect, which means that it's trying to tell us something. And this isn't the only time we see it. If you go over to securitybreachtv.com, which has been the go-to location for all online teasers for these games, the website has the steel wool logo down in the corner, glitched again between purple and green. Not only that, they're reverses of each other. Not just reflections, but actually facing in opposite directions. Well, we know that purple is always going to be the villain color. It's evil. That is a given for this franchise. But green, that then, is probably the opposite color.
It's
the
Charlie's
hero color. And while it could represent Elizabeth with her signature green eyes,
it's the bracelet Charlie had.
Is that the green is Charlie. The color of the security puppet's eyes. The color of the wristband that she was wearing the night that she died. All green. So within Gregory, and honestly within all of these animatronics, there's a capacity for both good and evil. Glitchtrap is in the code, obviously. He's purple. But there's also a force for good, Charlie, in there as well as green. And what we're playing through is a battle between these two to ultimately decide who wins. That's why the tiger head and the Tales from the Pizzaplex story has two differently colored eyes. It shows two forces at work within the same program. This also explains why throughout the game, the other animatronics are getting corrupted, but why Glamrock Freddy isn't. He's booted in safe mode. The storyteller establishes that all the animatronics are hooked into the computer network that controls the Pizzaplex. By glitching out and then rebooting in safe mode, Glamrock Freddy is separated from that system, as well as any sort of corruption that's happening within it. And just like that,
I get it now. All right.
The reason we have two stories telling us about two different sources of control over the animatronics in the Pizzaplex isn't because Scott changed his mind or because Steel Wool didn't get the memo. It's because Ruin is literally going to be a battle for control. The forces of evil, Glitchtrap, versus the forces for good, Charlie. One who wants to kill kids and use their souls to gain eternal life, and another who wants to put it all to rest and protect those who can still be saved. And Gregory is stuck there in the middle, both of them existing inside of him. Like he says himself at the end of the trailer,
"Don't give up on me yet."
But hey, that's just a theory. A game theory.
All right.
Thanks for watching.
Yeah, man, another phenomenal video by Game Theory. They are just the goats, man. They are incredible at this type of content. To me, a lot of that makes a lot of sense. The problem is that it's way too much stuff. You have the books that were never really canon, and now these last three, you're like, yeah, these are fully canon. Now it's one-to-one comparison with the games. Now that throws a wrench at the plans of everybody, because everyone's like, wait a second, bro. I get on board with Ruin being the battle for control of good versus evil. But great, phenomenal video once again. And guys, thank you so much for watching this week's content on the channel. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Phenomenal week, man. The last 3 days especially phenomenal. But yeah, guys, I just gotta say before I go, man, I hope you have a phenomenal weekend. Just relax if your week wasn't that great, man. You always have the next week to get better and to be better. Just enjoy the weekend, go out, relax, enjoy your family's company and friends and stuff. And I just want to say I love you guys. I'm feeling incredible, man. It's been an honor and a pleasure to make videos for you guys. And I just gotta thank the man above, man, for allowing me to do this each and every single day. And we see each other again on Monday, I can promise you that. But yeah, guys, thank you so much for watching the video once again. If you're here, you don't know what to do, man. Like the video, subscribe to the channel. My name is Gonzii. See you guys on Monday. Goodbye.
I've been through this, been through that, reminiscing on my past. I found bliss in the way that I carry on my back. Let my soul sing my song. It goes, ooh, na 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 na.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the channel. My name is Gonzii and today we are going to be reacting to a new game theory video called FNAF the AI uprising. So yeah, man, this is about the new DLC for Security Breach called Ruin. I've already played the game, already finished it, and let's just say I did not understand one thing because the lore in this game is super confusing, man. And ignore my trim. Trim's dead at the minute. But yeah, let's get it.
Day's finally here. Five Nights at Freddy's Security Breach Ruin has arrived after a year and a half in the making, which means that I've only got today. One final chance to solve Security Breach once and for all before Ruin clarifies everything for us. Or, you know, just adds even more layers of confusion on top. So, can I do it? Can I give you the theory that'll finally pull together everything and unite the very
Alright, so first pause because I've already played the game, and this is before the game released, so yeah, man, let's just say it didn't help one bit, not at least for me, man. It was really confusing. So yeah, man, let's get it. Oh man, it was bad.
Fragmented fan base in time for the newest game release? Let's find out. Hello, Internet! Welcome to Game Theory! You heard that intro right. The Ruin DLC is finally out. In fact, it just dropped today as I upload this video, which is kind of crazy to think about because it means that we've spent the better part of 2 years trying to solve one game and one game only, Security Breach. But all that time hasn't just been us spinning our wheels over and over again in Roxy Raceway. We've had ourselves some help. Kinda. Since the release of Security Breach, it's felt like the new Tales of the Pizzaplex books have been trying to offer us clues as to what the story of Security Breach was trying to be. But those clues have been, challenging for the community to interpret, to say the least. Mimics and Tiger Rocks and Dr. Rabbits, the storyteller Edwin, GGY. The list has been huge, and even if you follow every detail of every book, it's still pretty darn confusing. But finally, with the release of this latest book, Tiger Rock, everything has come into focus for me. I think I finally get it. I think I finally understand
I haven't read
the story
book,
that modern FNAF as a whole has been trying to tell us this entire time, which, you know, is kind of a good thing, because it'll put us all on the same page as we try to theorize moving forward. This theory, I suspect, is the final key to the puzzle. The thing that's going to help us all understand what the heck we're seeing throughout the new DLC and from this point forward in the franchise. And I suspect it all comes down to one topic, AI. Now, obviously, AI has been the buzzword of 2023, talking about how powerful it is, fears about it taking our jobs, concerns about the ethics of it. If you read an article online, there's a chance that it's been written by ChatGPT. See some cool artwork that just won a competition, turns out Dolly made it. Watch a cool YouTube video.
Geez, Matt Pat, you're using a lot of power. You wouldn't
Those videos of Trump and stuff with AI are insanely funny. With Biden and Obama, bro.
Talk about it.
And God and stuff. Oh, it's amazing.
Basically, artificial intelligence is a machine's ability to think like a human. You feed the machine a bunch of data, and the computer brain is able to learn from it. It ingests all that information and then makes decisions based on that data moving forward.
Very true.
Closely parallels the way that we learn. We also ingest data from our environment and then use that data to make our decisions. And just like with a human, the more data that you're feeding into these things, the more sophisticated and well-rounded the responses become, and the more lifelike it seems. Well, within reason. You see, there's a problem with all of this. You have to be careful about the data that you're feeding it. If you aren't properly filtering the information that's being ingested, making sure that it's factual and unbiased, then bad things are gonna start to happen. If I put in a bunch of misinformation, the responses I get back are just gonna be wrong. And that makes sense, right? The computer doesn't know any better. It only knows what we tell it. But things can actually get a lot worse than that. What if I put in a bunch of hateful opinions or biases? Well, that's exactly what you're gonna get back. You're gonna get a dark reflection of that data. And we saw that exact situation play out live in real time over on Twitch last year. Back in December of 2022, one of the big trends was an AI-generated show called Nothing Forever. This show was designed to parody the old comedy series Seinfeld, with its dialogue and assets all being generated by AI in real time. ChatGPT for the scripts, DALL-E, Stable Diffusion, a few others. And I gotta say, it was impressive. Not only was this thing a pretty darn accurate replica of the classic series, but it was also just cool to see how all these systems could work together to make something entirely brand new.
That was all AI.
One day,
I didn't know this.
GPT-3 experienced outages, prompting the creators to switch over to a different AI chat system, one that was less filtered, one that was less sophisticated with its ingested data. All of a sudden, the jokes the AI was making in the show became harmful and abusive. Characters started using slurs and making hateful jokes, and the show got suspended from Twitch. Bad data equals bad results.
I didn't didn't know
How does
that.
this all apply to FNAF? Well,
Fascinating,
each
though.
new Tales of the Pizzaplex book has leaned more and more into AI. In The
It
Mimic,
is.
we watch as Edwin, a close parallel to Henry from the games, makes an AI program to help entertain his son while he's away at work. In The Storyteller, we watch as that same AI system gets installed and starts controlling the entirety of the Pizzaplex. In the epilogues, we watch as an AI program takes its ingested data too seriously, ripping the arms and legs off of people, wrongly assuming them to be robots. Bad data again yielding bad results. And the newest story, The Monty Within, makes all of this crystal clear when a boy named Kane gives a presentation about the human brain. He proposes that the left hemisphere of the brain is essentially like a computer, an AI within every person. That AI is then responsible for all the negative self-talk and flaws that human beings have. Quote from the story, "My point is that AI can only use what it's given. When the AI has bad data, it can turn into something that's harmful to itself and to the systems around it." The
Very
actual
true.
theory that this guy's spouting is a little bit out there in terms of realism, but the fact that he specifically calls it the AI within, it's no coincidence. The new villain of FNAF is rogue AI, unpoliced and then unleashed, with us humans helplessly trying to pick up the pieces too late and getting ripped to shreds in the process. But obviously all that's just happening in the books. Nothing like this actually exists in the games, otherwise we'd be aware of it, right? Right?
Okay, wait a second. So in Security Breach, yeah, the game begins with a malfunction of Freddy, right? He's looking in a crowd, he sees something, and then he malfunctions. Then he wakes up and he has Gregory inside of him. Pause, but you know. Did Gregory somehow interfere with his AI programming there? Weird.
It has been there,
This
it's
game!
been under our noses.
Bro,
the
this is so
entire time.
confusing.
If you
They
take
do
this
so
knowledge of
much
AI from
stuff.
the books and start to
Jesus.
take a look back through the games, you can see Scott sowing the seeds for these ideas as far back as Help wanted. In fact, I actually called this very plot twist 4 years ago.
Then again, to call this character William would be missing a huge chunk of this game's story. This isn't William. It's no longer the same guy. He's now an AI replicating the behaviors of William.
To truly
Yeah,
unpack
that's
what I'm
true.
talking about here, we have to actually rewind all the way back to FNAF VR and the origins of Glitch Trap. It's hard to
A
remember
new
this
one
now,
is
but
coming
when
out
the
later
happy
this year.
waving bunny
VR
virus
wanted
first
to.
filled our screens, there was a lot of confusion about what exactly he was. Was this the spirit of Afton manifesting within the code, or was he just a digital copy of Afton? We're told in the game that
I mean, they sent us that stuff in the first place with no explanation, told us to scan it. It was just junk, circuit boards and things like that. Looked pretty old. Somehow though, there was usable code on some of it.
he's Afton, scanned into the system off of circuit boards, but how exactly? Afton is and was always still a human. Why would his essence be on a circuit board? Back then,
Yeah,
possession
how?
was the
How
order
does
of
that
day,
work?
remnant, spirits infused into animatronic parts, and so for a long time we just collectively settled on the idea that Afton had somehow managed to escape his purgatory of Ultimate Custom Night by
It's so
attaching a piece of his
confusing.
soul to a circuit board that was buried in the spring-lock suit that he was wearing. That circuit board then got scanned during the events of FNAF VR and AR,
Alright.
creating Glitch Trap, a virus that would then spread throughout Fazbear's systems, eventually passing into Vanessa. The series moved on, and we all moved on with it. But I would be lying if I said that this was the cleanest solution out there. The solution implied that Fazbear Entertainment went to the burned-down FNAF 6 pizzeria, found the spring-lock suit with Afton's dead body still inside, and then just, you know, took out the circuit board to use. Somehow I'm not convinced that the workers would have been happy to continue their
That makes
job when
no
they
sense.
pry open a suit and discover the remains of the company's founder inside. And yet, that was just the best that we had, because up to that point, that was largely the rules of the series. It was about the supernatural, not the sci-fi. It was possessions and ghosts, not rogue AI and technology on the fritz. Or at least, we didn't think the series was about that yet. But we were wrong. In FNAF World, take a look at the world map for
Oh,
me.
the
It's
worst
messy,
FNAF
right?
game
This
of all
thing is
time.
just so odd. It's hacked together with no transition between the lands.
It's so bad,
complicated
though.
with all these twisting pathways that have no rhyme or reason to them. And then also, just on a basic level, why is it so zoomed out like this? Say what you will about Scott Cawthon's game programming, but he should know enough to make a better, more usable map than this thing, right? Well, that's because it's not a map. It's a diagram. It's a blueprint of the human brain. I know that sounds absolutely insane, but just take a look at this map. And now, take a look at this map of the human brain. Notice all the parallels here. A long brainstem right here in the middle where Pinwheel Funhouse is, Deep Metal Mine and Black Tomb Yard. Two smaller, rounded areas in the back matching the cerebellum and the occipital lobe.
I can
Two
see it,
smaller,
yeah.
rounded lobes in the back of the brain.
I see
Even
it.
the twisting nature of the game's various pathways act exactly like the brain. Our brain is full of wrinkles, the gyri or curves, and the sulci or grooves. It's built that way so we have as much surface area in there as possible, which allows for more neuronal connections to happen, thereby making us smarter. And that's exactly what we're seeing here in this FNAF world map. That's also why it stays zoomed out the entire time, so we can see the silhouette. We can understand what Scott was actually going for. That white blob in front, it's either an eyeball or the frontal lobe. This, I suspect, was Afton's earliest experimentation with AI, with turning a robot brain into something truly intelligent, to try and put things back together like he promised his dying son. Back then, we weren't looking for clues to humanoid
Okay, that makes
robots,
this,
but now,
that makes more
to the
sense,
series
actually.
and looking forward,
Yeah.
we see those hints everywhere. Fast forward to Sister Location, there it is again.
Great
Afton
game.
literally has human heads sitting there on the desk, blinking, hidden
Creepy
in
stuff.
plain sight right in the lobby. He was
Creepy.
trying to create people. He was experimenting with creating artificial intelligence. Either he or Henry, maybe even both of them, created an AI program to speed up the programming process, to learn the way that a human learns, to copy and bring new life to their dead children. By observing Afton, by copying him, the program was basically able to act as a second brain. Inputting bad data got them bad results, and we wound up with Glitch Trap. There's also another related possibility here. In the books, the genius inventor Edwin, parallel to the game timeline's Henry, creates the Mimic program to entertain a small child, giving it a rudimentary body so it can play and learn from the small boy. Eventually, his child dies, and Edwin abandons everything in his grief, including this Mimic program. Fazbear Entertainment rolls in to collect what was their property, and in doing so, collects the Mimic, but not before it kills a number of their employees. In true Fazbear fashion, that doesn't really stop them. Instead, they collect the parts, repurpose them, including the circuit boards, in order to create, quote, new scenarios for VR, AR, and arcade games, which is exactly what we see happening throughout FNAF VR and AR. Old circuit boards of the original games made by a rogue indie developer getting scanned into the system, child murder and all. And from that data, the system spits out Glitch Trap. Bad data, again, yielded bad results. The Mimic basically got itself a crash course in Afton. The AI is watching and learning how it should behave based on his actions, leading to it manifesting as a man in a rabbit suit. Either way, whether the Mimic program was built by Henry or William, an AI trained itself up to be Afton incarnate. Speaking of training, it's time for all of us to start training so we can change the course of history. Theorizing about the battle between good and evil in fictional worlds is fun and all, but have you ever thought about those what-if scenarios happening in real-world battles? What if the Romans had never conquered Egypt? What if Britain hadn't conquered, like, literally everyone? Well, I suppose not everyone.
Maraca!
Regardless, thanks to today's sponsor, Rising.
Hey, get your bags, man. Get your bags.
Matchups of history. Sponsoring this portion of today's episode, which means it's now time to talk about the elephant in the room.
Love when people get the bag.
The elephant
Love it.
down in the basement. Crispy Boy Burn Trap. Burn Trap showing up during one of the endings of the Security Breach was one of the weirdest and most frustrating things to ever happen in this franchise. We all collectively rolled our eyes and uttered his catchphrase, "I always come back," thinking, yeah, but did you really have to? It just raised more questions than it answered, like, how are you still alive? Was Henry wrong about Remnant being destroyed at high temperatures? Did Afton manage to escape the fire? It was nearly impossible to say. We had a few ideas that involved Vanessa repurposing Glamrock Bonnie's endoskeleton, but now I think we actually know the truth. And again, that truth is rooted in this AI concept. Probably the best and scariest part of Security Breach was the utility tunnels, a bunch of narrow passageways full of endoskeletons that only attack when you're looking at them. But throughout this area, there's also a lot of posters on the wall. Weird posters, all meant to teach the Glamrock endoskeletons how to behave, how to correctly hold a child's hand, how to play nicely with other kids, how to not scare a girl in a bed that has a bedspread and lamp of the FNAF 4 house. Hold on, that's not just any bed either, it's a hospital bed.
I've never seen that one
feels like it has
before.
huge implications for the lore of FNAF 4. Anyway, that is not my focus right now. The point is, the endoskeleton...
Wait, you cannot just brush that aside. So we have posters, yeah? Oh, I need to go back now. We have posters telling the endoskeletons how to hold a child's hand, how to play with a child. And then we have one with the exact lamp that is on FNAF 4. And the bed probably is the same. Wait, what? Oh my god. Did they just put all the lore from the original games and just mix it up and throw AI at it, bro? Days, bro, it's so confusing.
House. Hold on.
Jesus
it's not just any bed either.
Christ.
It's a hospital bed.
Yeah.
It feels like it has huge implications for the lore of FNAF 4. Anyway, that is not my
God,
focus right
so
now. The point is,
confusing.
the endoskeletons down there in the basement, they're being trained up. They're being taught. They're being educated one by one. Data is being ingested by their systems. My suspicion is that whoever's doing the training down there, they're trying to find the right mix of data, the right combination of
That makes
inputs
sense.
to get the desired output. But what would that desired output be? Afton. You see, these robots have clearly been tampered with. If you keep looking, you see one poster where the robot is being taught not to knock over the cake. But then the X has been crossed off and replaced with a purple check mark. Yes, we do want that bad behavior.
Okay.
Our child, don't help them. But as one last reveal for this section of the game, in the big final room, we see an endoskeleton
With a
wearing purple bunny
bunny.
ears and another purple rabbit behind him. That right there is Vanny, messing around with the new mimic line of Glamrock endoskeletons. It literally reveals her plan to turn one of them into the new Afton. She's finding the inputs that are required to create an army of evil Afton bots. She's looking for the data that produces her bad results. And that, ultimately, is what Burn Trap is. The body of Afton with the mind of a mimic. The epilogues of the new book series take place in the FNAF
Okay, that makes a lot more sense now.
Built. A new shipment of animatronics arrive, but one of these is unlike the others, looking burnt and mangled. Since they can't put this burned one up on stage with all the other new animatronics, one of the workers decides to program it to tear the heads and arms off of the junk endoskeletons that are just lying around. This obviously goes horrifically wrong, though, when the little robo decides to take his programming a bit too seriously. He starts ripping the heads and arms off of anything that looks humanoid, including construction workers and later a group of teens who sneak their way in the facility. We learn, alongside the teens, that this thing is also running a version of the Mimic program, and that it likes to wear costumes. It's also physically able to contort itself into any animatronic costume or shell that it needs to, expanding and contracting to fit any space or shape that it needs, even if that space is a human body. Quote, in a nanosecond, one of the Mimic's spidery legs reached out and peeled open the back of the blue dog costume. The instant the costume was breached, the Mimic wormed its way past the edges of the matted blue fur. Shockingly, the Mimic shoved itself inside the costume with Kelly. Lucia heard a sickening crunch. So hold on a minute. A Mimic in the ruins of the FNAF 6 pizzeria that likes wearing old costumes, even if there's already a human body inside? That right there, that is Burn Trap. That's why we see what are essentially new Glamrock animatronic parts entwined with the old fleshy parts of Afton. It's not that Vanessa rebuilt the body and just decided that they'd make for good decoration. The Mimic is literally contorting itself to fit in with what remains of Afton inside of his existing suit. So feed an AI program a bunch of data about a serial killer and boom, you get yourself a serial killer. But feed an AI too much data, or data that conflicts, things start to get messy in a hurry. Enter Tiger Rock. In the books, AI is represented by two main creatures. One is obviously the Mimic that's roaming around in the basement like we just talked about, but the other is another version of the Mimic program, Tiger Rock, an AI that's in charge of very specifically has mismatched blue and green eyes, a very literal way of showcasing the two clashing forces that are operating inside of it. But what exactly are those conflicting forces? The book never makes it clear. In our last theory, I spoke a lot about how Edwin and his son David are stand-ins for characters from the game timeline. One of the creators of Fazbear Entertainment, Henry, and his young daughter, Charlie. In the book, the Mimic was built to copy David, and so presumably in the game, if the Mimic's there, it would also be designed to potentially copy Charlie, who was sadly killed by William and goes on to possess the puppet. And wouldn't you know it, just like the David AI taking control of the Pizzaplex in the book, that's why we're seeing puppet imagery weirdly spaced throughout the game in colored wires, weirdly placed plushies, painted staff bots. It's an AI that's taken over the operation of the Pizzaplex, infusing itself into the very wires of the building. That's why both the books and the game have conversations written in weird, mysterious, shape-based lettering. It shows us that the Mimic program, Edwin's son, the entity controlling the Pizzaplex, the puppet, Charlie, and Henry are all connected. But while I am absolutely convinced that Charlie exists in the wires of the Pizzaplex, one thing that I haven't been able to answer yet is why all the imagery is evil. We're not seeing plushies of the marionette, we're seeing plushies of the nightmare.
That's actually a very good point.
The scary, evil version of the character. Why though? This character is not evil. If anything, this character is pure good. Is it because suddenly the puppet's vindictive? It's mad about being killed? Maybe it's angry that it's been summoned again to have to protect another generation of kids. No, I don't think so. In my last theory, I suspected that it had to do with Afton being mixed in with the puppet program. So you have these two competing codes, these two competing forces having to share one space, one body, for lack of a better word. And I think that I was really close on that one, but still not quite right. Think about it. Tiger Rock is very clearly meant to have a green eye and a blue eye. Green and blue. Charlie and Elizabeth, the puppet and baby. The protection of the puppet mixed with the violence and anger of Elizabeth. Throughout the books, Tiger Rock is depicted as having a duality about him. He's good and loving and fun, but then suddenly he turns sinister and threatening. There's this moment in one of his stories where he literally helps a kid like, quote, a puppet on a string. Doesn't get much more explicit than that. And yet later that same story, he just rolls up and rips the kid's arms clean off. No joke, that is how the story ends. It is very bizarre and dark. Do I have a lot of evidence to suggest that Elizabeth might be mixed in there? Yeah, I'd say I have like a medium amount. Outside of Baby's iconic blue eyes, we also have ourselves years of book canon establishing that Elizabeth and Charlie are often revealed to share the same body, most explicitly with the Fourth Closet novel. We also have this weird moment in the main Tiger Rock story where he takes the form of a white clock face. This moment comes out of nowhere and is unlike anything else in the story, but where have we seen that sort of thing before? Sister Location and the white baby-faced clock. Let's just call it a theorist hunch. I suspect that that is why both the puppet and Baby are deactivated when we see their masks in the Blob. Their actual AI code, their spirits, whatever you want to call them, they're off elsewhere. They're in a separate AI entity, the wires of the building. But speaking of the Blob, the AI theory also solves that one too. So Daddy AI is down in the basement, and the AI trained on the two warring daughters is fighting for control up in the Pizzaplex itself. What about the Blob then? Well, the Blob is just everything else. It's the mixed data. It's the AI when you feed it too much information. When you open the entirety of the internet to ChatGPT, a confusing mess of wires and information and a lot of angry people. As Glamrock Freddy says,
"My friends are here."
Take a look at this description for the Mimic from one of the book's epilogues. Quote, creeping out the back of the overalls-clad mushroom was an abomination of twisted and contorted metal, a mass of metal joints with wires, with one of its eyes on one leg and the other on its back. One of the legs extended from where its mouth should have been. Unlike the Mimic's footfalls when it was upright, this configuration of the Mimic's parts made a tisk-tisk sound, a sloppy ticking that was at the same time squelching wet and dryly brittle, end quote. There is only one creature that's still around in the series that matches that description.
Yeah,
Blob. That's right. I'm telling you that I think the Blob, this confusing, weirdly designed mess that we found in the basement of the security breach, is actually one final version of the Mimic. Just listen to the sounds that it makes.
Oh, that's giving me the willies, bro.
Its appearance and the
that's
sounds
not
that
good.
it makes match how it's described in the book almost word for word. A twisted body that's able to grow and shrink, slither into suits, expand and contract, a mass of twisted and contorted metal parts, wet yet dry sounding movement. It is absolutely him. There's even some in-game evidence to suggest that this is more than just speculation. The Fazwatch tells us that a huge amount of power goes down to the basement. We all thought that it was meant to keep Burntrap's body alive. But what if instead it's to keep the Blob alive? In the books, whenever the Mimic appears, the lights tend to flicker and go out as it draws power from anything around it. That also means the ending then, where the Blob scoops up Afton, it's just him ingesting more data. The Afton data. It's all the data coming together, getting mixed up, getting more complicated inside that Freddy spaghetti. It's a Mimic sweep. And, as I discussed in a previous theory, it's also why I suspect that Gregory is not who he says he is in the Ruin trailer. It's the Mimic still. An AI now trained by watching Gregory's behavior throughout Security Breach, hearing Gregory's voice talking to Freddy.
I'm not going to give spoilers away. I'm not saying anything
around it, learning from it, assimilating
maybe, maybe
we'll
not.
See how that ultimately plays out.
I have to play the game. I'll watch it.
You know, maybe I'm completely wrong. So with that theory out of the way, what are you guys doing now? The game is out today. Literally today as this one's up.
A few days ago,
you're
actually,
all probably scrambling to get through it as quickly as possible to see whether I got anything right. Literally anything right. I'm actually doing the exact same thing right now over on GT Live.
Yeah, man, that's it. Oh, man, the game lore is so confusing. Oh, man. It was never easy, but it was easier for sure. Now we have, because I think it's because the Switch, right? Before it was all about the games, like FNAF 1, FNAF 2, 3, 4, and Sister Location are all about the lore of the games. It's in the games themselves. Now the lore of the games is no longer enough. You have the lore of the entire book collection now. But the books from Security Breach are way more important than the rest of the games in books combined, because that's all the lore of the game. It's in the books, and now with Ruin, it's exactly the same thing. So you almost have to read the book before you play the game so you can understand the lore. And it's oh my, and it's insane. Now you have this weird AI thing like Tiger Rock, like Matt was saying, like that's possessed by two different spirits, and they are fighting each other within the AI programming that's in the Pizzaplex. Oh my god, it's insane, bro. Thank you so much for watching the video as always, man. I hope you guys had a phenomenal weekend. The description of my weekend is meh. That's it. It was meh. That's all it is, man. Another one of those this year. But thank you so much for the support that you guys gave me, man. It's extremely important to me, and it helps me a lot, man, to get through some days I will never be able to repay, man. all the support you guys give me. I won't ever produce enough content to repay the amount of support that I'm getting. So all I can say is thank you so much, and I hope you keep giving me the opportunity to entertain you and continue to receive that support. Before you go, I just gotta tell you, man, as always, keep God first, man. Drink water, go tell your parents you love them. Alright, if you're here, you know what to do, man. Like the video, subscribe to the channel. My name is Gonzii, and see you guys tomorrow. Goodbye.
I've been through this, been through that, reminiscing on my past. I found bliss in the way that I carry on my back. Let my soul sing my song. It goes, ooh, na 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 na.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the channel. My name is Gonzii, and today we are going to be checking out Buried and Forgotten, a new game theory video released on Saturday. I'm incredibly excited. You guys know how much I love game theory videos. So yeah, man, let's go and check this out. But before we start, don't mind this all in my face, bro. I don't know, puberty just hit me again. Like, I don't know what happened, but yeah, let's pretend that I don't look like a teenager right now. So yeah, let's get it. Let's go. Let's check this out. Let's get it. Let's go. Bro, the animations are so sick, man. It's incredible. Bro, this is sick. Whoa. Bro, this is so good.
Hello, Internet.
Hello.
Welcome to Game Theory, the show that is definitely the real deal and not a sentient robot designed to copy my voice. Today we begin our journey to solve the most anticipated DLC of the year, Security Breach Ruin. Gotta admit, this DLC has been fantastic. Playing it, it really felt like Steel Wool learned from their mistakes. Gone is the open world that was big but empty. Gone is the brightly lit neon environments that stopped being scary. And gone are the insane glitches that made the game impossible to fully complete.
Ooh, hey. Whoa! We are not where we were.
This definitely feels like we've skipped something. I think we broke the game.
I think I broke the game for like the third time.
Okay, maybe not all the glitches are gone, and just so happened to be on my first playthrough, I managed to skip an entire chapter that was filled with the most lore, but hey!
So, some context to me, from my experience. The bugs that I catch were very minimal. It didn't really affect my playthrough. I played it one time only, and I watched the other endings, the endings that I did not get on YouTube. So I thought what Mapat said at the beginning was spot on. Security Breach was so lit, bro, that it just wasn't a scary game at all. And credit to Steel Wool, they did much better in this game. The game is still not scary, not at all, to me anyway. It takes out the enjoyment. That's why games like Outlast are so good, because it's so unpredictable. You are so immersed. The environment is phenomenal. The characters, the lights, the shadows. You feel claustrophobic sometimes playing the games when you are on the tight corridor. And I never got that sense in these games, in Security Breach and Ruin. But besides FNAF 2, bro, all of them are pretty scary. That's my opinion on the game. It wasn't scary at all again, but it was better than Security Breach. At least they tried this time to make it scary.
Consider that my contribution to the speedrunning community. You can call that one the failed lore hunter skip in my honor. It'll be my crowning achievement in the world of gaming. Just to make sure that we're all starting on the same page, in the game we play as a new character named Cassie, a young girl that's been called to the Pizzaplex by her friend and my personal favorite, maybe definitely robot kid, Gregory. Gregory tells us through a Roxy talkie that he's trapped under the sinkhole in Roxy Raceway. One staff bot jump scare later and we're handed a quote-unquote security mask. One that's meant to help us bypass certain puzzles while shutting down all the security nodes that are keeping Gregory locked down in the basement. But this, my friends, is not just any mask. This is Vanny's mask, the one that Vanessa wore throughout the entirety of Security Breach, making it pretty darn suspicious. Using this mask allows us to look into an augmented reality system, seeing things that we couldn't see before, making us invisible to certain enemies. We can suddenly walk through walls, deactivate security nodes, intentionally teleport, and, as I demonstrated earlier, also accidentally teleport airport sometimes. Mask in hand, we make our way through the Pizzaplex, shutting down the security and encountering the various Glamrock animatronics from the original game, including the bestest boy Glamrock Freddy, though something's a little different about him this time. I can't quite put my finger on it. It's probably the fact that he's missing his head. All of this while running from a glitching bunny entity that'll sonics to our location if we wear the Vanny mask for too long. Eventually, we deactivate all the security nodes, including Cassie's favorite Glamrock, Roxy.
Cassie.
That was that was really a sad point.
Sorry.
That was a
allows
sad
us to
point.
head on down to the basement where, surprise, surprise, it wasn't Gregory at all. Instead, it was an
That was
animatronic.
predictable as
Told
well.
you guys Gregory was a robot this entire time. This thing right here is the Mimic, a bot designed to learn from and copy other people and robots. And whoopsie poopsie, we've just released it from its concrete prison. We run to the elevator to try to escape, only for the real Gregory to finally contact us and lead us to safety. The elevator is ultimately sabotaged by either Gregory or the Mimic, unclear who exactly, that's a theory that we're going to talk about later, and we fall into the game's ending with Cassie's fate being questionable at best. Honestly, there is so much happening in this game. True to form, the fanbase is just tying itself into knots arguing over all the little details. Did Gregory actually betray us in the end? What does the word prototype mean on Freddy's foot exactly? And what ending of Security Breach actually led us to this point in the timeline? Well, good news there, loyal theorists. I believe I have at least the first batch of questions answered, and oh boy, if I'm right, this game is drawn from one of the most controversial parts of the lore, while simultaneously setting us up for some massive reveals later this year.
Okay, I'm
so
intrigued.
grab your AR bunny masks, friends.
go.
We're about to see the hidden truth buried within the ruin. But start with something simple,
get it.
something that really sets the foundation for the rest of Ruin. Which of the Security Breach endings is canon? Security
Yeah.
Breach has had a weird relationship with its endings. Sure, some previous FNAF games have had multiple endings, some have even had upwards of 7, but none has ever been so vague about what the intended ending was. Of Security Breach's 6 potential endings, there were 2 that felt like real contenders for being the canon choice. The so-called true ending, 2-star ending where Gregory goes into the Pizzaplex's basement to fight Burntrap, ending in a collapse of the entire building, and the Princess Quest ending, the only 3-star ending of the game where Freddy's dismantled by staff bots and Gregory defeats the glitch trap virus controlling Vanessa. So now that Ruin's out, which actually happened? Well, we could say with near 100% certainty that it was Princess Quest. You see, Steel Bull did something that I would have never expected. They made the comic book style drawings of all the Security Breach endings into the linchpin of the whole debate.
They did. That was a good touch.
Security
That was
Breach
nice.
comics.
Yep, throughout Ruin, one of our main collectibles are comic strips. Comic strips depicting images from the base game's various endings. Comics that were created by none other than...
It's one of Gregory's comics.
Each comic comes with a little descriptor like that. These look like Gregory drew them. Gregory should be an artist when he grows up. Gregory was always so creative. That last line about Gregory being creative, that tells me that these endings are all made up. They're just stories that Gregory imagined for his own little comic series, inspired by the scary true-to-life events of the franchise. But if they're made up, then how do we know that the Princess Quest ending is real? Well, once you collect all of Gregory's comics, the answer is pretty obvious. Take a look at this. These 2 are from the Gregory Escapes ending. These 2 are from the VIP ending. These are from the Loading Dock ending. This one is from the Disassemble Vanny ending. And then, last but not least, is the Burn Trap ending panel. Seems like a pretty extensive list, right? Except there's one ending that's noticeably absent here. Princess Quest. There isn't a single comic strip in all of Ruin depicting that ending, implying that that one, unlike all the others, was real.
That
And if
makes
you look
sense.
around at the rest of Ruin
That
with
makes
this in
a
mind,
lot of
you start
sense.
to realize why. In the Princess Quest ending, you have to beat the Princess Quest 3 arcade machine that's in Vanny's hideout. But when you visit that same hideout in Ruin, you find the machine on its side, with the princess's lantern sitting on top of it. She has conquered the virus, lighting the way to freedom. And if the lantern wasn't obvious enough symbolism for you, when you put on the Vanny mask and enter the AR world, you'll see the sword from Princess Quest 2 and 3 plunged into the machine. The beast has been slain. Actually, the fact that Cassie's given the Vanny mask in the first place also lines up with this ending, because it's the only ending where we actively see the mask getting left behind. It's actually a big focus on this panel right here, showing us that the mask being left behind is significant. It's still waiting around for someone, in this case Cassie, to find it and become the new Vanny. And then,
That makes
last but not
sense.
least, there's the fact that in Ruin, we come across Freddy, sitting in a pile of rubble trouble missing his head, something that again only happens in the Princess Quest ending. So with our canonical ending established, let's just stop right there to talk a little bit more about Freddy, shall we? In Ruin, we come across this headless Freddy, but it's unclear whether it's meant to be our Freddy from Security Breach or not. You see, this Freddy has the word prototype written across his foot, something that is definitely not present in the base game. He also has a green present hiding in his stomach, something that's awfully suspicious once you consider Security Breach started with Gregory taking an orange present out of Freddy's stomach. This can't possibly be the same robot then, right? This is one of the big debates that's captured the attention of the Faz base. If the Princess Quest ending is correct, then it kinda has to be the same Freddy. It would be very highly coincidental if not. So how then do you explain all these new features? Well, first, I think it's important to call out that design updates between games, it is nothing new for this franchise. Probably the best known example of this is the evolution of Springtrap in FNAF 3 to Scrap Trap in FNAF 6. William Afton's basic anatomy, it is nothing alike, despite it being the same dead body in the same rotten suit. Even in this game, Candy Cadet, complete overhaul between his first appearance and now. Or just take a look at any of the other animatronics. Their endos are real different to the ones at the end of Security Breach, and yet each and every one of them has suffered the exact same damage that they did in the previous game. But one detail that can't be replicated is something that I think a lot of the community has started to overlook, something that can't be denied, and it all relates back to the Vanny mask. We're told that this mask is known as the Virtual Augmented Neural Network Integration Unit, or VANI. As the name implies, it allows us to use augmented reality to physically see and access the neural network, that's just a fancy name for AI, controlling the Pizzaplex. Throughout the game, we use this ability to make fences disappear, access security nodes, and teleport from location to location. That much is obvious. What's less obvious, though, are how the various endoskeletons behave while we're wearing the mask. As we pass most normal endoskeletons in the game, we see them wrapped in swirling pink code. This shows that they're connected to the network. They're being powered by the AI system in charge of the Pizzaplex. Now, when Cassie has the Vanny mask off, they'll start chasing us. That's because we're suddenly visible to them. We're just a kid. We're a target. But notice what happens as soon as we put the mask on. They stop chasing us. Instead, they go back to what they were doing before. We've disappeared from them because we're integrated into the AI system. We're no longer a kid. We've become one with the code.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
But now let's get back to the topic at hand, our headless Freddy in Ruin. Unlike every other animatronic, when we put on the mask around Freddy, not only does he stop chasing us, he outright disappears. We can't see him anymore. And likewise, he can no longer see us. Why? What makes him so different? What is this trying to tell us? Well, if the Vanny mask jacks us into the Pizzaplex's AI system, his disappearance tells us that he's not a part of that system. He is not swirling in pink code because he's removed from the Pizzaplex's network. How'd that happen? Well, we saw it at the top of Security Breach.
Yeah, he got disconnected.
In safe mode. That's why he's friendly to Gregory in a way that none of the other animatronics are. He's no longer under the control of the AI network controlling the Pizzaplex. In a sense,
that makes a lot of sense
for himself. And we see this continue throughout the entirety of Security Breach. Whenever Gregory sees Vanny running around, Freddy states that he didn't see anything.
You didn't see the dancing rabbit lady right in front of us?
No, I did not. There is no rabbit at the Mega Pizzaplex. Not anymore.
Vanny is very clearly real, but she's wearing her mask, thereby making her invisible to the
so
one
Freddy can't see her. Alright, that makes a lot of sense.
Only changes when Freddy is equipped with Roxy's eyes. Roxy's eyes in that game were a part of the AI system, which is why that upgrade suddenly allows Freddy to see things that were formerly invisible to him. He's seeing everything that's a part of the AI network, and that includes Vanny.
Vanny, I can see you now. I have new eyes.
This one detail is why I feel that Ruined Freddy here has to be the same as our best boy from Security Breach. This is a Freddy that has been removed from the system, one that was rebooted in safe mode, taking him offline, something that almost guarantees that he has to be connected to the Freddy from the original game. Weird Freddy curveballs aside though, this game makes it abundantly clear that I was right on the money with my last few theories about how AI is now the major focus of the series, and specifically AI programs that have been corrupted by Glitch Trap, Afton's old evil data, hence why everything is wrapped in this purple or pink code. Well, everything except for Roxy. Instead of being made out of purple code like the rest of the animatronics, she instead has sections of her body made up of green code, specifically around her face, her arm, and her foot, making her look a lot like she did at the beginning of Security Breach. It's strange, right? But it actually ties into our previous theories. This neural network controlling the Pizzaplex isn't just influenced by Afton. According to the books, the AI program was originally built to play with Charlie, a girl that wore a green wristband in order for the security puppet to protect her. That's why we see Tiger Rock, the book's manifestation of the colored eyes.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
And good data inside of it. The different animatronics are.
That's why the security bots have pink code and Roxy had green coat, it's because it's Charlie against Glitchtrap. Got it. Got it.
Tapped into different amounts
Got
of
it
that
now.
same code. That's why Roxy is surrounded by green code that makes her look like she was originally supposed to. Green is the color of protection, of safety. Her influence is now putting green markers over the parts of the system that are good. This duality is actually best exemplified by, believe it or not, the daycare attendant, Sun and Moon, or Eclipse, as they're known when fused together. Since the beginning of Security Breach, this thing's presence in the game has always felt very random. Like, why is he here? Just to be another scary thing to chase us around? Maybe, but that doesn't tend to be how these games work. And why would they choose such a random design of being both light and darkness, sun and moon? Well, now we know. In one of Ruin's many lore-heavy Easter eggs, if you go up to him with the mask on while there's only one generator left to activate, you'll hear a new line that states,
No! It's not safe yet! Turn on the other generator!
Clearly, Eclipse is conflicted. One half wants to protect you, but it's getting shut away by the darker, more sinister half.
True.
He is good and evil combined. He represents both codes competing within the same body. Other animatronics are more of a sliding spectrum. Some are more corrupt than others. But Eclipse represents the balance that naturally exists within this neural network system, which leads us then to the ending of the game. Whether Gregory is actually the one trying to kill Cassie in the final moments is a theory for another day. Instead, I'd rather focus on this, the Mimic Tunnels. At the end of the game, we're chased by an endoskeleton known as the Mimic, a robot that's able to learn from and copy other creatures. But even before we get to the elevator, Gregory tells us his friend, presumably Vanessa, has these plans for the underground tunnels.
My friend has access to the building map. Just follow instructions.
But what are the tunnels? Why are they here? Who put them here? These tunnels aren't just random. Someone has been down here before. They've installed lighting and an elevator and everything. We also know it wasn't Gregory and Vanessa because they're on the opposite side of the room that the Mimic was locked in, the Pizzaplex side, complete with the mixes system. We also know that these tunnels weren't just part of the FNAF 6 location because the game makes it a point to show that we're a number of floors far below that building. It tells us that this location has to be older than the FNAF 6 pizzeria. So again, I ask, what are these tunnels for and why are they here? Well, the clues to finding that answer are hidden in the Mimic's room. Normally, you wouldn't be able to see any of this stuff. You break down the wall, you enter a cutscene, and the Mimic starts to chase you. However, at this point, Steel Wool understands that the internet gonna do what the internet gonna do. We're gonna rip into the files, we're gonna free cam our way all across these maps, and we're gonna crank up the brightness hunting for clues. And sure enough, there is a lot that's hidden just out of sight. Inside the Mimic's room are two costumes, a grandma bird and an elephant clown. There also seems like there's supposed to be a third costume, a lion wearing a varsity jacket, but that one I was only able to find in the game files. That said, in one of the game's secret endings, the Mimic wears a costume that's kind of a mix of all three of these things, so that's the evidence.
That was the ending I got.
And overall, it's a pretty interesting find. We know from the books that the Mimic is a fan of wearing costumes. In the Mimic story, as well as the Pizzaplex epilogues, we know that the Mimic mainly cycles between two costumes, a mushroom and a jester. In the story, Edwin, our parallel for the game's Henry, was responsible for turning those costumes into animatronics for Fazbear. And that right there, that's an important detail. You see, the books make it clear that those costumes came from a time before Edwin made Chica into the first animatronic. In other words, these off-branded characters like a jester and a mushroom predate practically everything else that we see in the games. They come from a time before the core lineup of characters was officially decided. When Edwin disappears after the death of his son, Fazbear Entertainment goes to his abandoned home and reclaims all of their property. The Mimic, the costumes, everything. Think this is only specific to the books? It's not. I suspect that we've been hearing about these costumes ever since Night 4 of FNAF 3.
Until replacements arrive, you will be expected to wear the temporary costumes provided to you. Keep in mind that they were found on very short notice, so questions about appropriateness/relevance should be deflected.
But that's not all. On your way down to the FNAF 6 location, we find ourselves in a massive cave system full of bioluminescent mushrooms and waterfalls. This immediately felt weird to me. I mean, it is the first time that we've ever been in a place like this, a place that is outside of a building location in this franchise. So why now? Why this particular setting? Why such a beautiful cave with such specific details? It's odd because we've never seen anything like this in the entire series. Well, almost.
That was very
in the
weird,
second
actually.
novel, The Twisted Ones. As a friendly reminder, that's the one where the main character gets vored by an animatronic in the end. Good memories had by all. When Charlie awakens from being trapped inside one of the twisted animatronics, she finds herself inside of an old Freddy Fazbear pizzeria. As she explores, she too discovers a cave system with, wait for it, glowing mushrooms and a waterfall. What does it mean? Well, the more I looked into it, the more I realized the strong parallels between Ruin and the original novel trilogy. In both cases, we follow a young girl who's looking for a boy the same age as her that goes missing. She finds an old pizzeria buried buried below a mall, and when she goes down there to where she believes the boy's calling from, it's revealed to be a trap. Am I saying Cassie is Charlie? No, I might one day, but for now I'm still mulling that one over. But I do think that they're being called to our attention. And what's the primary location for the final book in the series? The location where this story finally comes to its ultimate conclusion: Circus Baby's Pizza World. Look again at the costumes that we see in the Mimic's room.
It's a location, right?
And a lion, both animals that are commonly associated with circuses.
True.
The grandma bird actually looks a lot like a crow to me, with its wide yellow beak and its dark blue coloring, which again reminds me of the Disney film Dumbo, another circus-based film that stars crows and an elephant attraction. The elephant is even wearing a clown outfit, for crying out loud. It is practically screaming at us that these costumes were designed to be mascots for circus babies. It's why when they were brought into Fazbear's as backup costumes, like Phone Guy said, their relevance was questioned, because Fazbear never had a circus theme or revealed any of these sorts of characters. They were Williams from a long time before. But that's not all. Throughout Ruin, there are secret plush baby rooms where the dolls troll you, and a whole suite of plush baby AR collectibles that specifically call out how weird it is that these things are here. This is Fazbear, not circus babies.
I don't
There is
remember
no
that.
reason to call out all of these parallels unless it is specifically to call our attention to Circus Baby. These locations are connected somehow. But the final nail in the coffin for me comes thanks to one of the secret endings in the game. After the Mimic chases you in costume, you end up in a locked room where you hit a big ol' red button and a claw-like machine comes down from the ceiling, grabs the Mimic, and defeats it, at least for now. And what's that ending called in the game files? The Scooper ending. This thing right here, it is a scoop. And where's the only other place that we've ever seen a scoop used?
Sister
Circus Babies, an
location.
underground bunker that you can only access via an elevator. Oh wait, that describes exactly where we are. Now, remind me again what game is coming out later this year. One that has a trailer starting in the sister location elevator. One where we see a familiar security panel from Ruin down in the bottom right corner. Help Wanted 2, the second VR game. The Mimic has been around much, much longer than any of us suspected, and we're gonna find out more about him in the next VR installment coming this winter. This has all sorts of implications. For one, the parallels between the Mimic and Ennard are undeniable. An animatronic that's an amalgamation of a bunch of other animatronics. What makes this one even more interesting is that the books just confirmed all games up through FNAF 6 as being games in-universe of the Pizzaplex. So was Ennard just a fictional version of the Mimic the whole time? Again, that's a theory for another day. But more importantly, this actually has some massive timeline implications as well. Part of the reason it always felt insane to place Circus Babies into a timeline is because it closes after the death of Elizabeth. That always felt like a good starting point for Afton to then begin seeking eternal life and to put people back together. But what didn't make sense is why Baby would have a claw mechanism in her chest to capture kids. Afton wouldn't need to capture kids until after he had lost his child. But if Circus Babies was actually much earlier in the timeline, like these old costumes seem to suggest, things start to fall into place. Henry was the initial robotics genius. Afton just had the ideas and then gave them to Henry to turn into animatronics, like what we see with Edwin in the Mimic stories. I always brush this little detail off as confusing, but before the release of Sister Location, we got this ending from FNAF World, where Henry sits at a desk talking about the evil that he created before he unalives himself, just like what we see him do in the novel trilogy. At that point, we see a pair of glowing eyes and Baby's voice calls out,
"Everyone, please stay in your seats."
This all implied that Henry was the creator of Baby, not William, despite Afton's name being the one on the copyright. But now I think we have an answer that solves all of this. William went back to collect his costumes after Henry's disappearance, just like what we see happen in the books. When he does this, he also finds the Mimic program, deciding to use its programming and technology for his own creations, the Funtime animatronics, who can do what? They have the ability to mimic voices. We see Baby doing the exact same thing in Sister Location when she mimics the voice of Elizabeth to try and lure Michael to his death. I suspected in my last theory that Baby was still at play here. That's why Tiger Rock's eyes are blue and green, Elizabeth and Charlie. And given everything that we just talked about today, I have no doubt that this is still very much the case. How it's gonna play out though, we'll have to see in FNAF VR 2 later this year. Obviously, there's gonna be more to cover here in the coming weeks, specifically about Gregory, Cassie, and Cassie's dad, but more on that one next time, because in the meantime, remember that our brand new line of merch just dropped today.
Hey, go cop that merch, man, it looks sick. That was one of my favorite game series on FNAF of all time. I really enjoyed that. I was so invested in the video as always. MatPat just draws me in with his videos. It's phenomenal stuff. I hope you had a phenomenal weekend, man. My weekend was a very up and down weekend. Like on Saturday, I watched the boys win the first game of the season. Come on, in a tough game. Then Sunday, boring for personal reasons. Weekends for me are really tough to deal with because yeah, man, I don't really want to. I will get into it one day, but not today. they are just tough for me in general. That's why I need sports to distract for something else that's missing. So yeah, now I look like a teenager again, like I had puberty. Thank you so much for watching the video, man. I hope you guys enjoyed it as much as I did. And don't forget, man, keep God first as always. Drink water. Go tell your parents you love them. Alright, if you're here, you know what to do, man. Like the video, subscribe to the channel. My name is Gonzii, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Goodbye.
I've been through this, been through that, reminiscing on my past. I found bliss in the way that I carry on my back. Let my soul sing my song. It goes, ooh, na 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 na.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the channel. My name is Gonzii, and today we're going to be reacting to a new game theory video called Bonnie's Haunted Past. So yeah guys, let's see what game theory and MatPat are cooking now. Let's get it.
A portion of today's episode is sponsored by Delta Force.
Hey, get your bags, lads. Come on.
Sun and Moon, daycare attendant. Whatever you call him, I have one question for you. Why? Why is he here? He was randomly introduced in Security Breach, and sure, he managed to deliver one of the hardest, scariest parts of that game, but really ask yourself, what or who is this thing? In a series that doesn't do coincidences, one already full of a core band of animatronics with old and new faces, as well as deep-cut returns like the Music Man, why introduce a completely random character completely disconnected from everything else? Honestly, I wasn't sure, and I didn't really talk about him in my theories for Security Breach, but it definitely bugged me in the back of my mind. And now, here he is again in Ruin, and not only is he back, he's got more collectibles than literally any other character. 4 masks, 2 piñatas, 2 plushies, and 2 golden plushies, which is especially strange when main characters like Roxy and Chica only have like 1 or 2 items tops. What is the deal with this thing? Well, give him a nice close-up look. And now, watch the clip of the Mimic from the end of the game. You see anything interesting? It's the teeth.
Yeah,
the teeth are the same. Each one individually attached and able to articulate itself. Eclipse, in some way, is related to the Mimic. And knowing how old the Mimic is, step aside there, Chica. Eclipse was the first. He has truly seen everything.
Interesting.
Hello, Internet. Welcome to Game Theory, a show that has valid theories, no eggs required.
My theory is the valid theory. MatPat can suck an egg.
This one's for you, Mark.
Last time, we started digging deep into the ruins of Security Breach's DLC, where we started to chip away at this game's mountain of mysteries. In the process, we were able to come to a few solid conclusions. First,
already on the channel, go check it out, man.
Canon ending, meaning Vanessa was ultimately freed from the control of Glitch Trap, and everyone celebrated the victory by eating oddly symbolic ice creams on a hill. That also meant that this headless Freddy with the word prototype on his foot, it was indeed Gregory's Freddy. But perhaps the biggest twist of all was that underneath the rubble, underneath the Pizzaplex and FNAF 6 hid the one and only Circus Baby's Pizza World. This revelation was huge. Not only did it suggest that Circus Baby's has been around since some of the earliest days of the franchise, but I think it also reveals what the true purpose of Ruin is. This game isn't about looking at the future of the franchise, instead, it's all about the past. I believe that Ruin is trying to tie up the loose ends from parts of the franchise we left forgotten. That way, we can move forward with later games. And so today, we're going to be diving into that past, because that history is going to be the key to understanding Mixes, Sun and Moon, the truth behind Glamrock Bonnie, and even our new protagonist, Cassie. So hold on to your nearest handrail, theorists. This elevator is taking a one-way trip straight to the first floor. Or should I say we're taking a trip straight to the first lore? I could say that, but I probably shouldn't.
Oh my
That's
god.
a really terrible joke. Anyway, let's start off by talking about our new protagonist, Cassie. Even though we spend a whole game with her, we ultimately don't learn all that much about her. Basically, we learn 2 things. She's a fan of Roxy, and she's got some real bad luck with vents.
This vent is creepy.
She hates vents, bro.
Really hope
And the vents hate her, so
Look,
toxic relationship all around.
every single time I get in one, it breaks or something jumps out at me.
We also know that no one showed up for her birthday party.
True.
Booked your party. I'm sure your friends will show up this time.
Well, no one except for Gregory, which is why she's so determined to save him. It's kind of cute. But aside from that, there's not a whole lot else about her. In fact, in an odd twist, we actually learn more about her dad than we do about her.
A fast wrench.
It's just like my dad's.
And it's not just in random throwaway lines either. Thanks to the AR collectibles found throughout the game, we get a ton of information about Cassie's father. That her dad used to collect old Freddy and Friends lunchboxes. That Bonnie was his favorite character. That he refused to tell Cassie why Bonnie got replaced. And notice how every line describing him is written in the past tense, implicitly telling us that her dad is no longer around. There is a lot in here. It would be fine if she just offhandedly mentioned her dad once, but the fact that Steel Wool has put multiple references in here means that this character has to be important in some way. But how? And more importantly, why? Well, for Cassie to say that her Faz wrench is just like her dad's makes it pretty darn obvious that he not only worked for Fazbear Entertainment, but he was also a technician. Throughout the years, we've encountered a handful of technicians, mostly in the books. They're usually adjusting rides, fixing animatronics, nothing too exciting. However, there is one set of technicians that has gone long forgotten in
Sister Location.
That's right, way back in Sister Location, we got to see actual humans in this series, only for them to quickly get Sayori'd out of the picture. Heck, we even got to hear these guys.
Just seems like these things can't go a day without breaking down.
Now, I'm not saying that Cassie's dad is one of the two men that we hear talking or see hanging, but the ending's connections to Sister Location, plus the trailer for Help Wanted 2 featuring the Sister Location elevator and an electric panel like the ones that we see throughout Ruin, it all leads me to believe that her father was one of these sorts of technicians, one of the technicians that worked as a part of Circus Baby's Entertainment and Rentals. In fact, I suspect that he's the one we'll be playing as in that new game, Help Wanted 2, coming out later this year. As the trailer says,
welcome back for another week of career fulfillment and minimal social interaction.
Clearly, this is someone who's been down here
Makes
before,
sense.
and the facility in the game is working and operational. Notice the lack of yellow danger tape found at the bottom of the elevator shaft. We're going to be joining him for a few days on the job, which in turn should give us the backstory for the events that we're seeing play out during the ending of Ruin. Maybe even witnessing the moment that they had to seal up the Mimic. In fact, I'll take it one step further. Now, this one is a long shot, but I suspect that he and Cassie might wind up united down there in the bunker at the end of all of this. You see, even though Cassie speaking about her father in the past tense implies that he's dead, I don't think that that's actually the case. I think he just went missing. Look at these two item descriptions. The first is for the AR Bonnie mask, which reads, "What happened to you?" You might interpret that to be, "What happened to you, Glamrock Bonnie?" But that's not true. First, this is an AR mask of the original Bonnie. It's a mask first seen in Help Wanted 1 as part of the Trick or Treat minigame. It actually far predates the Pizzaplex. But secondly, and more importantly, Cassie actually knows the truth about what happened to Glamrock Bonnie. She knows that it was Monty Gator who eliminated him from the picture. In a later item description, this time for the AR Glam Monty plush, the description reads, "It's hard to look at. Why? Why would the only Monty item that Cassie can collect in the entire game be so hard to look at?" Well, it's because she knows what he did. She knows that Monty's guilty, violent, responsible for trashing Glamrock Bonnie. And as a result, Cassie has a hard time looking at him the same way again. So wait, if the line "What happened to you" isn't about Glamrock Bonnie, then who is it about? Well, it's about her dad. He disappeared one day and they don't know where or why. That's why she refers to him in the past tense. But that then leads us to another question. Why is she reminded of him with that particular item, the Bonnie mask? Just because Bonnie was his favorite? No. I suspect it's because her father wore that Bonnie mask. And not only did he wear it, he wore it during the single most infamous scene in the entire franchise, the Bite of 83.
Was that the Bite of 87?
No, Mark, no.
Oh,
it wasn't.
it's one
My
of
theories
the
are the only valid
friends.
theories. You go lick a stick.
Of
I'm
Mike.
saying that Cassie's dad is the Bonnie bro. Now, that at first might seem like a stretch, but again, remember what prompts the memory of her father. An old mask of the original Bonnie, just like Bonnie bro wore on that fateful day all those years ago. What's more, notice what's missing from all these collectibles. You have a Bonnie mask and a Foxy mask, but no Freddy, no Chica mask. It's suspicious, right? Like, why? Why would Steel Wool include such a random and, more importantly, incomplete collection of memorabilia? It's clearly them trying to tell us something, that this mask is connected to the Foxy mask, the one that Michael wore during the Bite of 83. What's more, Cassie's dad
makes so much sense.
to be a massive fan of the Freddy's franchise. One of the collectibles in Ruin are these cute little Freddy and Friends lunchboxes that we're told he used to collect. Now, Freddy and Friends was a cartoon series created by Steel Wool to help promote the release of Security Breach a couple years ago. It was animated in the style of old Hanna-Barbera cartoons, similar to things like Scooby-Doo, Yogi Bear, the Flintstones, old shows that actually started in the late 60s but remained popular throughout the 70s and the 80s. 80s, dates that very nicely line up with Fredbear's Family Diner being open. And that's not all the proof we have here. Notice how these lunchboxes have a classic metal design with a metal handle on top? They're very similar to designs that we saw popular for kids' lunchboxes that existed between the 50s and the 80s. But here's the thing, we don't even need to go as far as masks and lunchboxes and cartoons. Pull up Cassie, pull up Bonnie, bro. Can you guess where I'm going with this? Can you?
It's a jumper,
if
isn't
only
it?
there were a way that I could just, I don't know, just visualize the design similarities between these two characters. Oh, I know. Hey, editors, do you reckon you could whip up something for me? Maybe something that connects the red shirt, blue shorts, brown hair, maybe the darker skin tone of these two characters? Yes! Beautiful. It's like a work of art. Pièce de résistance. I mean, really, what more proof do you need of this one? But that then brings us back to the question of why. Why pick Bonnie Bro, of all people? Just for the Easter egg? A random reference to a past character? I don't think that's it. For 9 years now, FNAF has been the story of one family, the Aftons. This was their tale. Their lives, their mistakes, their deaths, their resurrections, all of it culminating in that FNAF 6 fire. But with the introduction of characters like Bonnie Bro as Cassie's father, we're being told that we need to widen our scope, not just focus on the Aftons, but rather to those around them. I still believe FNAF 1 through 6 is the Afton story, but this new era of FNAF, it's about how the actions of the Aftons during their story affected the people around them. The ripple effects, the collateral damage.
That makes
Bonnie
sense
Bro
as
was
well.
just a kid who grew up loving Bonnie, loved watching the show made by his best friend's dad. But when that friend, Michael Afton, roped him into a prank that went horribly wrong, he never lived it down. He went on to study robotics and become a technician so that it would never happen again. And Ruin just keeps on digging up the past, because now I want to talk about arguably the most confusing character across the entire franchise, Eclipse. But first, I need to tell you about something else that has a long history. Today's sponsor,
Hey,
Delta Force.
get
This
your
game
bag,
goes
bro.
way back.
Get
And I
your
do mean
bag,
way
man.
back.
Love it,
originally
always.
released back- In general, Sun and Moon, they just don't work. They're a court jester, which makes sense inside of a castle-themed daycare, but not in the whole 80s-tastic, futuristic pizzaplex. So where did this thing come from? Well, underneath this terrifying mask is a set of robotic teeth. And those aren't just any teeth, they're made to move independently. Now, that might not seem like that important of a design feature, but believe me, it is. There's only one other character with teeth like that, and it's the Mimic. Now take another look at Eclipse's design. It's a scrawny design with arms and torso that are basically just long metal rods with springs wrapped around them. And when you take a look at the back of the head, you'll see a circuit board just there, out in the open. The design feels simple, rudimentary, very bare bones, just like the Mimic, who's made up of old parts from industrial machines. Two animatronics made from the same basic shapes and parts. Now, am I saying that Eclipse is a Mimic? No. But what I am saying is that these animatronics seem to come from the same time period. A time period that predates practically everything that we've seen in this franchise. How early are we talking about here? Well, for the answer, again, I turn your attention to the AR collectibles. Well, playing through the game, I just couldn't shake how random the collection was. I've talked about this before. A Foxy and Bonnie mask partnered with a Sun and Moon mask. Where's Freddy and Chica? A similar thing happens with the Golden plushies. You got
was
Sun,
weird.
Moon,
That was
Foxy,
weird.
Bonnie, Baby, and Glamrock Freddy. So weird
Also
assortment,
weird.
but again, there's no Chica. Or you got the pinatas. There's
There's
just
always
three of
something
them. Sun,
missing,
Moon,
yeah.
and Bonnie. Not labeled Glamrock Bonnie, just Bonnie. It's almost like the game is trying to tell us something with all these random groupings and which animatronics are present where. And I suspect that what we're actually seeing here are the eras of the franchise and the key players that existed in each one. And the one who came first, Sun and Moon. You'll notice that of all the collectibles, there are two that are visibly unique relative to all the others. A collection of two masks that stand out from the rest. The comedy mask and the tragedy mask. They have no eye or mouth holes. They're not even colored. And the fact that they're labeled comedy and tragedy and not Sun and Moon tells us that these weren't just any masks, they were old theater masks. You're probably familiar with these things, the laughing and crying masks. Well, you see, the tradition of theater masks actually originates in ancient Greek theater. The first plays evolved from rituals that involved masks, so it was natural for actors to wear masks that represented these heightened emotions that their characters were feeling. And while I don't think that Sun and Moon date back nearly that far, I do suspect that these masks were actually Afton's first creations. For years, we've been left to speculate about a time that came before Fredbear's Family Diner. And I did my best in the Ultimate Timeline to piece together a plausible
Great video
narrative for
on the
what would
channel
bring
as well,
Afton to
if you
create
want to check
Fazbear
that
based
out.
on the evidence that we had available. But I think that these AR collectibles are Steel Wool's way of telling us that journey. Look at the evolution that's present here. Comedy and tragedy masks. masks. They're the first. They're part of some theater or vaudeville-style sideshow. Then you go to Sun, Moon, and Bonnie Pinatas. A third new character gets added into the mix. Afton's character, the bunny. Then there are 4 masks. Still Sun and Moon, then Bonnie, and then Foxy. There's no Freddy or Chica because they're not here yet. They didn't join the band, as it were, until William and Henry started working together. It's then, and only then, when Henry brings his barnyard animals to the table, Chica, Pig Patch, Happy Frog, that we see the Lunchbox crew develop. The core 4 that we've known and loved since FNAF 1. And then the Air plushies are just everyone who's currently relevant inside of the Pizzaplex, i.e. every character that's been created. As for the golden plushies, I'm not quite sure what they're meant to be. That one remains to be seen. Regardless, that progression
makes
of
sense.
character development would
I actually
explain
like
why
that.
Afton's solo adventure after the closure of Freddy's was circus-themed. He's had himself a jester and jester-adjacent characters for years. Though, I would like to point out very strongly that a jester and circuses are not one and the same thing. A clown is not a jester, and a jester is not a clown who works at a circus. A jester is someone who entertains royalty, a king and a queen. He does not work under a big top coming out of a small car. Don't even get me started on the fact that everyone's teasing this new game, Carnival themed, which again, carnivals are not circuses and circuses are not jesters. You're all just trying to retroactively fit them into these themes where they don't technically go, which honestly probably tells you more about the lore than you would expect. It's actually kind of smart world building.
True.
Sorry, I got a little sidetracked there. Anyway, we know thanks to the Tales from the Pizzaplex that a jester costume was present all the way back when the original Mimic was made. Quote, Dominic's flashlight glow picked out a brown Freddy Fazbear costume, a yellow Chica costume, a Foxy costume, a Bonnie costume, and a couple bright pink and yellow-green court jester costumes. And it's clear that the jester idea persisted throughout all of Afton's plans, because in the epilogues of the Tales from the Pizzaplex book, we also read this, quote again, as soon as Lucia's hand slipped into the jester costume sleeve, she recoiled and snatched her hand back. What is it? Kelly asked. It's okay, I just almost got into a spring-lock suit is all. The jester costume developed from just a normal costume into a spring-lock suit. Suits, which were definitely used in Circus Baby's Pizza World.
Try not to wiggle, though. You're inside something that came from my old pizzeria. I don't think it was ever used. I'd recommend that you keep the spring locks wound up.
The spring lock suit in the epilogue also has a mask that matches up almost perfectly with our daycare attendant. One final quote. Lucia stepped up to the costume, suppressing a shiver at the jester's leering, toothy grin and its wide eyes. And the best part is, thanks to the Mimic, I think I can pinpoint exactly when Circus Babies started and eventually fell through. I decided to look a little deeper into the room just before the Mimic chase. It's an old room, filled with shattered security nodes, propane tanks, and the Mixis hub, all connected to a computer which we can use to free the Mimic. Now, the majority of people have been assuming that Mixis is Gregory's doing. His backpack is down there after all, and the Mimic has his walkie-talkie, but something just didn't add up to me. The computer controlling the Mixis server is way, way older than any of the other technology that we see throughout the Pizzaplex. We've got camera galleries, modern office spaces, even portable security camera viewing stations, but this super important system for keeping the killer robot under lock and key is using only an old CRT monitor? Yeah, no, that doesn't feel right to me. And this computer isn't just any computer, its design matches those from the 1980s. Specifically, it reminds me of the IBM PC-JR. Computers that were released in, get this, 1984. Mixis has been around for a long time.
You really can run a calculator on those.
Well, I think I have an answer to that. An answer that also gives us an explanation for why Mixis shows itself as a blue rabbit. See, I don't think Afton only copied physical characteristics from the Mimic to make animatronics like Eclipse. I think he also took its software to speed up his creation process. I think that this was one of the ways he was able to populate Circus Baby's Pizza World with the Funtime animatronics. As John from the channel FNAF has been quick to point out time and time again, almost all of the Funtimes have themselves a very specific function. They have the ability to mimic voices. Just like John, I too believe that Afton got that functionality from the Mimic program itself. After the tragic death of his son during the bite of 1983, Afton needed a backup plan, something that he could build fast, just in case the Fazbear name was permanently tarnished. So he went back to the Mimic program and made a copy of its software, transferring it into his newest creations, hoping that they would be able to learn routines much faster. He could then give them stomach hatches and other features to help him capture kids, all to forward his experiments in bringing his son back to life. Everything looked like it was going according to plan, but sadly, we know what happened. His daughter got too close to one of his traps,
got scooped,
killed. Afton was obviously devastated by this and shut the whole thing down. The Mimic program had failed spectacularly. He sealed up the old location with concrete and, as a safety measure, he created a new program that would keep the Mimic locked away permanently. A system wrapped in his signature purple, guarded by the one creature that he could trust, the rabbit Bonnie. And so Mixes was born. That then gives us two separate Mimics. One inside Baby and the Fun Times, ready to be collected by Fazbear Entertainment and used to create VR experiences, and the other still trapped down in the basement. This would actually go a long way to explain a weird moment from the middle of Ruin, where Helpy and the Mimic argue with one another.
What happened to it? Yeah, with my help.
They're both Mimic AI, so what exactly is going on here? Well, it's two versions of the same program finally in the same place after so long. Helpy is the Mimic program in the network, while the Mimic talking to Cassie is the physical Mimic down in the basement. It's possible, it's confusing, and I suspect
super
it
confusing.
might just be right. Guess all in a day's work for FNAF lore, am I right? But hey, that's just a theory. A game theory!
Jesus. Yeah, bro, FNAF is just this. It's a lot of questions, little to no answers all the time, and then you wait for the next game, or now the next book, or now the movie, to try to make sense of what you previously played or read or watched. So that's just the lore of FNAF, and that's the magic of the franchise as well, is that you never know what's true. And it's fun. It is a lot of fun. But hey, guys, thank you so much for watching the video, man. Hope you guys enjoyed it. Another phenomenal video by MatPat and the crew at Game Theory. Congratulations on the sponsor again. Love seeing people get the bags, bro. Love it. Before you go, I just gotta tell you, man, keep God first as always. Drink water. Go tell someone you love them. Alright? If you're here, you know what to do, man. Like the video, subscribe to the channel. My name is Gonzii, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Goodbye.
I've been through this, been through that, reminiscing on my past. I found bliss in the way that I carry on my back. Let my soul sing my song. It goes, ooh na 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 na.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the channel. My name is Gonzii, and today we're going to be reacting to another game theory video called Why Do You Hate My Theories? So yeah, let's go and check this out, man. See what it's about. Let's go. Come on, Matt.
Hello, Internet. Welcome to Game Theory.
Love the boy,
today,
man.
we're going to be doing what we do on a lot of these days, talking about FNAF.
Let's go.
A little mix-up today. We're doing it on the couch. And let me tell you, have I got a theory for you. It is a theory that you are absolutely guaranteed to hate.
Wow.
Your pitchforks ready, my friends. I am prepared
Let's go.
to be dragged all across Twitter and Reddit for this one. But then again, honestly, that's kind of to be expected at this point.
It is.
That's largely been the response to a lot of our FNAF theories lately. Any theory that I release at this point starts with this massive wave of comments like, Matt's theorizing has gone downhill at this point. His latest FNAF theories are lazy, proper research is not being done. He's clearly running out of material.
Damn.
I'm genuinely wondering if he's even passionate about this franchise anymore.
It's not that deep.
Difference between telling theories and straight up telling misinformation.
Wow.
Harsh, right?
Really
In fact,
harsh.
I don't know if you've noticed this, but pretty much every script that we do at this point, especially about this franchise, always comes packaged with some sort of predetermined disclaimer right at the top. Cue the clip. Fair warning, though, the conclusions we've reached that solve security breach, whew, they are controversial. I feel
yeah,
good.
he always does
Like,
that. Recently as well. Bro, I'm sorry I fixed my trim really quick, but yeah,
gonna raise
trim's
a
a bit
lot of discussion.
stale right
Let's
now.
just say that you're either gonna love that episode or hate it. I don't really think there's gonna be much in between on that one. And while we'll certainly get to my problems here in a minute, let me just say, I seem to be in good company. It's not just me getting these sorts of responses. A lot of FNAF theorists are receiving the same sort of constructive criticism online. John from the channel FNAF, he has regularly told that, quote, his recent theories are horrible. Yes, I went to a printer and actually printed that out so I could read it. John lied about the contents of the most recent story. And, here's another one, I don't want to be rude, but the Mimic and Baby theory sucks. I don't want to be rude.
Damn.
Well, you might want to look up the...
I don't want to be rude while being rude.
And it's
Come
not
on,
just me and John
grow
either.
up.
Rye Toast, another FNAF theorist. Also
Great
involved in
content
this one.
creator. Great, he's
he
awesome.
was told that his theories massively whiff. I mean, honestly, the list could go on and on here. The feedback is endless, but the TLDR of all of this is that I went down the line of FNAF theorists and I just kept seeing the same thing over and over again. It's not just my theories that are getting all this hate, it's all
theories.
Why?
That's weird.
That's very weird.
I figured that we should probably do a theory about that.
Let's go.
Because I think I know why this is happening. And honestly, just like the FNAF lore, it's pretty darn complicated. But at this rate, if we don't actually stop to take the time and address it, I worry that it could actually end up harming this community and the whole FNAF franchise as a whole.
That's a good point.
First off, I think it's important that we set some context here. Every FNAF theory that we release at this point is met with the internet largely dismissing it as insane or jumping the animatronic Felix the Shark, such as, Cassie Dad is Bonnie Bro. It is the dumbest thing I've ever heard, says one commenter. Great. I mean, I also said that Deadpool is Ernest Hemingway. I'd say that one was dumber, but sure, go for it. Maybe you missed that one. Daycare attendant's endoskeleton teeth match the mimic. This one right here says, it is dumb, 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 dumb.
It isn't. It really, put the pictures side by side, it matches.
And this one here is a classic. Gregory's a robot. This theory is literal cancer.
Hey, yo.
No, my friend. No, it's not. It is not a literal cancer. And if me suggesting that a fictional character in a YA murder bunny game is a robot is that bad to you, go touch grass. Anyway, you get the point. There is a varying
touch grass, bro. It's not that deep. It's people having fun with the game and a franchise.
When I suggested Dream Theory as the explanation for the first wave of games back in 2015, people were so mad. They hated it. Because honestly, I was dismissing 4 games of story and beloved characters with the whole, oh, it was all just a dream trope.
Yep.
Honestly, I didn't love it either, but it
was true.
The evidence was largely pointing at the time.
And it was true.
And yet, it's only now, all these years later, that the sentiment has finally changed on that theory, and people largely agree that Dream Theory was right at the time, and that Scott just pivoted the story later with Sister Location.
He did.
Or
he did.
At least it was right until then this new Tales of the Pizzaplex book is coming out, and apparently it rewrites FNAF 4 into some hallucinogenic gas creation. Thanks for that one, Scott. Couldn't even let me have that victory, could ya? What do you want from me, Scott? I'm selling the books for ya.
That jacket is sick, by the way.
By the way, it also happened with those books. I started using the books 7 years ago. I've been reading these things for 7 years. This is my literary contribution. 7 years of this book. I could be reading like War and Peace or Uncle Tom's Cabin or something. But no, I get to read Tales from the Pizzaplex 1 Lally's Game. Great. This is how I enrich myself. To my knowledge, I was one of the first, if not the first person, to seriously use the books for overall theorizing. Let me tell you, people hated it at the time.
They did.
They despised it. They're like,
they
why
still
would you do that? Why would you talk about the books? But those theories actually helped me predict that William Afton was going to be the villain, that Charlie was going to be revealed to be the puppet, that Sister Location was buried under the Afton house, and that Michael Afton was the Foxy Bro. And that's just a few of the conclusions they helped me reach. And now, here we are, a whopping 7 years later. I've got a couple of gray hairs, and the pendulum has swung completely in the other direction. Now, the community holds me and all the other FNAF theorists hostage if we're not looking at the books, or if we're looking at them improperly and not treating them as 100% canon to the events of the game.
True, that's
Long
facts.
story short, time is a powerful thing, and in this franchise especially, it is super powerful, considering that Scott repeatedly has said that he uses both the games and books in the future to clarify the events of the past. Or, you know, that's just his shorthand way of saying that he uses those future things to just ultimately pick the direction that he wanted to go the entire time. The long and short of it is that sometimes the craziest theories in the moment become the correct theories a year, or 2 years, or even 5 years down the line as more details solidify around the story. For a great example of this, let's just take a look at everyone's favorite Gregory as a robot theory, where I propose that Gregory is indeed the robotic reincarnation of the crying child. When I look online, this is often the one that people point to as the point where MatPat fell off, where he literally lost the thread of the games, and to this day, it has entered the hallowed pantheon of theories that get memed to death, right alongside Luigi's eggplant height, weight, his girth, Luigi's girth.
Hey,
He's
yo.
a girthy boy! And of course, the Lord above all, Sans' Nest, the king that rules them all, right? And more often than not, that robot theory gets boiled down to this singular graphic right here. So much so that we actually started to meme on it ourselves. And you know, when it gets to us memeing something, it is definitely dead. We are so cringe that we make your dad's jokes look cool. But here's the thing. Gregory as a robot is now a theory that has spawned over 4 other theories and constitutes over 15,000 words. And so dismiss it as purely white kid in striped shirt go brrr. Isn't that you just falling into the same trap that you, the internet accusers, have leveled at me? You say that I ignore evidence, that I don't do my research, that I ignore key details.
Oh, he's cooking. Cook him.
But
cook them.
Isn't that exactly what you're doing there?
It is.
I mean, look at the facts. And for the sake of clarity and for the sake of your screenshots, I'll try to keep it all on a singular page since I know that you all love to boil my theories down to one image. So how else, my friends, would you explain that Gregory looks like the crying child, that he is colored in purple, which connects him to the Afton family, that he's taken a bite out of a golden Freddy head ice cream cone just like the crying child got bit, that he's being called broken, which parallels the final line said to the crying child, his vision getting all staticky when Vanny skips past him in the Pizzaplex,
oh, he's cooking
differently when Freddy gets
cooking.
I don't know about you, but that right there, that seems to me like a lot of important evidence. So who's really ignoring evidence to forward their intended narrative here? Me, the person trying to concoct a theory to explain all of those details, or anyone online who continues to insist that Gregory, he's just a normal kid. And just like
he's not normal, that's for damn sure.
More evidence for this has just started to stack up. Since the release of Security Breach, the Tales from the Pizzaplex books, which many are now considering to be 100% canon to the games, these books have repeatedly included over and over again, story after story of kids either becoming robots, always being robots, or being taken over by robots. You don't even have to read the stories in the books to know this. I mean, just look at the theme of these covers, right? Robot humanoid kid, robot humanoid. This one doesn't count. Robot humanoid. Like, the last book in the series that's coming out, like, right now as this episode releases, it is literally about a kid who turned himself into a robot. Yeah, look at it. It's got human fingers and everything. Another one of those stories, this time GGY, it focuses on a boy named Gregory, sounds familiar, who sets high scores in the Pizzaplex, again, should sound familiar. He disappears multiple school counselors, similar, and he goes by the name Dr. Rabbit. This story right here is basically shouting in our faces the fact that Gregory is patient 46.
True.
Confirming that, regardless of how you feel about Gregory as a protagonist, he's a bad dude. He is killing people.
He's bad, bro.
He's making them disappear to protect whatever secret he has. Something that, again, we predicted as part of that Robot Gregory series, and something that people at the time really didn't like. Plus, you can't ignore the fact that he's calling himself Dr. Rabbit, which again is yet another connection over to the Afton family. And while it doesn't ever explicitly say that Gregory is a robot, it does write him with some very oddly robotic characteristics. Quote from here, Greg returned the wave. He smiled. Then he cocked his head and studied Tony for several seconds. It's weird, right? It's written in a very specific way. It's not detail that signaled my theorist senses, and honestly, it feels to me like he's written like an AI, stopping to learn, study human.
He smiled, pause. Then,
and that's
that makes a lot of sense, man.
Returns when we go back to Security Breach. Here, I'd like to direct your attention to the wall code from the secret sister location room found near the end of that game. Very quickly, the FNAF community figured out that this chunk of wall code right there read as follows: dodge, duck, flash, shoot, crawl, run, crush the vile band. Who is the only character to do all of those actions?
Gregory. Yep.
He's flashing fast cams. He's shooting phas lasers. He is literally crushing the band. So this room, an Afton room, mind you, is in some ways trying to speak to Gregory. But why would it be written in such a weird language? Well, honestly, we had no way of knowing it at the time. It wasn't until a year later, when this book finally came out again, this is the same one with GGY, but this time it had a tale called The Storyteller. This one is a tale all about a genius roboticist who speaks to his AI creations in a very specific way. Quote again from this book, every sheet of paper was covered with odd stick drawings and strange symbols that were not at all familiar to Mr. Burroughs. Squiggles, squares, loops, triangles within triangles. The code is the language of the Mimic. The Mimic being an AI program designed to copy those it watched. All signs point to Gregory being a robot built as part of this AI system. So throw that one over there onto that one-pager screen grab from earlier. Oh yeah, and don't forget the fact that we also discovered that Robot Kid heads down in the sister location bunker.
Like, come on, man.
That Afton was working on Robot Kid projects way sooner than any of us ever expected.
True.
That should actually be on there too. And overall, you look at that one screen grab, it's pretty crowded in there, right? And even if Gregory isn't a robot, it feels pretty darn clear that someone in this franchise probably is at this point. Here's the thing. I'm not bringing all this up to try and convince you, the internet critics out there of this theory. There are some dead horses that I just want to leave alone, believe it or not. And honestly,
I believe you,
don't
man.
care if you believe this theory or not. I do not care in the
Nor
slightest.
should you,
I have
lad.
no horse in this race.
Yep.
Though apparently
Nor
I have a
should
lot
you.
of horse analogies to make, which is weird. I am here having fun in my little corner of the internet trying to solve silly video game mysteries with a cool team around me and an awesome community of theorists. I would love you internet critics to join us. That would be awesome. We are an open-minded community. We are welcoming. We embrace you with open arms in the most fan-friendly way possible, but not in a way that's going to get us canceled. But for the people over on Reddit and Twitter who accuse me and all the other theorists of ignoring important information for the sake of forwarding our own version of a narrative just because we don't care about this franchise, ask yourself honestly, who's really the closed-minded ones here? We're the ones pointing out this information. We're the ones who are trying to solve what all this means. To ignore it, that actually feels disrespectful to the franchise. While we're being honest about all this, let's also be honest about our standards for clue hunting. I have been raked over the coals a lot across recent theories for making visual connections between characters and objects. My last theory, great example of this. I drew parallels between the daycare attendant and the mimic because both of them have very unique teeth, where each individual tooth is independently operated.
The same, bro.
Unique design for an endoskeleton, only shared by those two characters, and yet a lot of people were quick to dismiss the entire idea as just surface level. Oh, it's only a coincidence.
Yeah,
But
sure.
do you remember what franchise we're talking about here, friends? We started with counting animatronic toes and
It's Five Nights at Freddy's. Nothing is a coincidence, man.
Is that while many dismissed that specific connection, I saw those exact same conversations happening around the mimic's hand with its clawed fingers. Oh my gosh, clawed fingers, just like Burn Trap or the Glamrock's hands. You do realize that you're doing the exact same thing that you were criticizing me for, right? I mean,
bro, he's cooking you, man. Come on.
I can compare independently moving teeth, right? In the end, well, things have certainly gotten more sophisticated in the theorizing space, and we have higher standards for our evidence, and we should always be looking for more evidence to support any of our conclusions. Simple observations, like fingers or teeth, they're easy ones to build off of. They're easy ones to start exploring. And hey, where they lead to can be some really awesome, cool directions. We as humans are pre-programmed to seek closure in whatever we're doing. And it makes us feel secure and brings a sense of satisfaction, of closure, right? There's actually an entire brand of psychology dedicated to this very fact. So naturally, when we're faced with a series that doesn't give us any sort of clean or definitive answers, it's easy for us to want to find the simplest solution or cling on to certain details like they're indisputable facts because it's better to be wrong than to be uncertain. And FNAF makes that hard because it's a story that's built on shifting sand. It went from souls possessing animatronics to liquid soul metal to digital consciousness transfer and then to goo that literally tries to steal your identity. It's just a different, less literal interpretation than one that many of you—
That's a fair point, man.
And it's one
It is.
that honestly is more in
He's
line with
spitting.
statements
He's
that
spitting,
Scott has
bro.
made in the past
My part is spitting.
books. Though, can we all be honest with ourselves here? That line was cut from all the marketing. It's gone. It doesn't exist anymore. You have to dig up like historical websites to find it. It's now been replaced with this line that is published across all the books. Scott Cawthon spins 3 sinister novella-length tales from uncharted corners of this series as canon. And again, that right there, that is even more vague and non-specific, because look, we're talking about areas that are uncharted, never explored before.
Never
Which
explored
honestly,
before, yep.
even if you're choosing to read that line with a literal interpretation, feels like it's even more support for them not being 100% canon with the games, since we have charted a lot of the topics that you see in some of these stories, like the Gregory story. Great example. We know how he acts in the game. It is slightly different than how he acts in the books. It's not one for one. It cannot be literal. I'm just pointing it out. It is a difficult position to defend. And all of that is without me even pointing out the differences between the books and the games, like the fact that there isn't a giant baobab tree in the middle of the Pizzaplex, the fact that the Pizzaplex is not shaped like a giant pizza slice in the game, as it is in the books, the fact that there isn't a giant VR AR dome that's turning people into Fazgoo, and that there's no roller coaster that's running through the center of the restaurant. And those are just some of the differences that pop to the top of my head. I have seen people online picking and choosing certain stories to be canon and certain stories to not.
People do that, bro.
Again,
It's
isn't that just picking and choosing certain evidence pieces?
It is. Yeah, they are hypocrites, bro. It's what they are.
Those of you who are
They're
convinced
hypocrites,
that the books
man.
are canon are doing exactly the same thing that you criticize online theorists of. You have an answer that you're committed to, and so every theory is based on a core assumption. And if it's okay for you, then it has to be okay for us too.
Yep.
In the end, here's the important thing
Idiots.
to remember. We're all on the same team. We're all working.
But they don't think like that.
We're trying to solve this franchise
They don't think
together
like that,
as
bro.
completely as possible using the most satisfying evidence-based answers we can. Because we all love this franchise.
Yes.
We all love a good
The franchise is
we all
sick,
want
bro.
answers. And the way that we get to those answers is by being open to all ideas.
Of course.
All ideas, no matter where or what personality type they're coming from. And even when we do get things right, it's okay. And it's also important to occasionally revisit those answers. Because guess what? This franchise changes. It evolves. It adds more lore and
it's okay to be wrong as well. It's okay.
So when someone makes a big old swing, don't be quick to write them off. I mean, I suspected that Chica was a mediocre melody, just out of the blue, and that Mr. Hippo was at one point one of the core animatronic lineup. Both things that at the time seemed like pretty big swings back in the day, but both things that at this point actually have a lot of evidence to back them up. So sometimes those big risk theories actually yield some pretty big rewards. In the end, remember, it's easy to point at someone else's ideas and find the holes, but it's actually a lot harder to then offer up your own solutions.
Facts.
It takes guts to put yourself out there and concoct a theory, so be nice to other people's ideas, because that's the way we learn. That's the way we grow. We do it by asking questions and making mistakes. If every theory were perfect,
Straight facts, bro.
well, let's be honest.
It'd be boring.
Any mystery to
Yep,
this,
it'd be
right? The games
boring.
wouldn't be as fun. It would be kind of boring. And honestly, it wouldn't have spawned this incredible franchise that we have today. It also wouldn't have spawned this amazing merch. Like this Springtrap jacket, which and this. Yeah,
Jesus.
okay, great.
Get the merch, man.
Thank you.
But yeah, man, Mappa was cooking, bro. Come on, man. I've seen the comments, bro. It's disgusting what they do to this man. This guy is the nicest bloke. Never says nothing bad about anyone. Always uses his platform to give opportunities for others to shine, like FNAF, like Ritos, like the big gatherings that they do on GT Lives. Bro, it's amazing. And well, so what if he has a theory wrong here and there? If he says that Gregory's a robot? Bro, it's a game. It's not that deep, bro. You man out there, they're outraged by theories about a video game. You need to touch grass, bro. You need to touch swampland, bro. Grass ain't even enough anymore. You need to go touch some swamp. Come on, man. Grow up, bro. But yeah, guys, before you go, don't forget how we do on the channel, bro. Come on, keep God first, as always. Drink water, go tell somebody you love them. And if you're here, I know what to do, man. Like the video, subscribe to the channel. My name is Gonzii, so guys, tomorrow. Goodbye. Hello everyone and welcome back to the channel. My name is Gonzii and today we are going to be reacting to another game theory video, this time called Help Me Solve the Impossible. So yeah, let's see if MatPat and the boys at Game Theory can fix whatever this theory is. So yeah man, let's get it, let's find it out, let's go!
Okay, I'll leave you to it. See you on the flip side.
I will catch you on the flip side.
Hopefully. I called it. I totally called it. 8 years ago, I told you that the purple guy was the phone guy, and now here we are.
That's true.
Afton, our killer, is on a phone saying, see you on the flip side, just like phone guy did all those years ago.
True.
Finally, I've been vindicated.
It's true.
Hello,
Bro was
Internet.
right.
Welcome to Game Theory, the show where every victory is bittersweet. You see, well, I should be super happy that I just had one of my oldest FNAF theories confirmed. Instead, I'm feeling haunted by the unsolved mysteries of the past. Let me explain. At this point in the series, I feel like we have a really solid understanding of the story. We know the broad strokes, we know the general timeline, and the few big lingering questions that we've struggled with are starting to come into focus. Where's the placement of Sister Location? Well, the most recent games and books have hinted at its connection to the Fredbear era. What's the origins of Fazbear? Well, the books seem to be giving us more and more hints pointing at the early days of William and Henry's working relationship. What was the deal with FNAF 4? Literally, the final tale of the Pizzaplex all but spells it out for us. All of those are probably theories best saved for a later date, but today, I wanted to focus on something else. The clues that we've all completely missed. The times when this franchise has explicitly tried to tell us something, and we've utterly failed to pick up on what it's been laying down. And let me be clear, I'm not talking about me overanalyzing some minor detail of the game world. I'm talking about very clear puzzles that were very obviously set up by the game makers for us to solve that we've been unable to do anything with. And the reason I'm calling it out now is because they're starting to add up. In my estimation, there have been no less than 4 of these sorts of major puzzle moments. At least 3 of them are connected, and it's been going on for the better part of 6 years. So now that we're all done fangirling over Doug's apps,
I finally got my appetizers. Thanks, Matt Pat.
Before Help Wanted 2 drops and adds a whole new layer of mysteries to solve, I wanted to take a minute to stop and see if now, finally, we were able to solve these mysteries once and for all.
Okay, let's get it.
The pieces are in place for us. The question is, are we able to put them together?
Hey,
the
he
first one
said
is
it.
also the most recent, so it should come as no surprise to see me bringing it up here. The tally marks codes that we found hidden throughout FNAF Ruin. For those of you who have no idea what I'm talking about, in the newest game, right before you reach Bonnie Bowl, there's a corridor with a number of real doors, as well as several blocked off AR doors. If you walk through one of the real life doors, you'll find a room full of baby plushies.
Oh yeah, I remember that room.
Because the game makes it a point to call out the fact that Baby should not be here. Specifically with the AR plush baby toy where the description reads, quote, "What's she doing here?" The answer, we suspect, is that the Pizzaplex, sister location, the FNAF 6 location, and the FNAF 4 house are all practically built on top of each other. Or at the very least exist as one connected series of buildings. We go into the basement of the Pizzaplex only to find the FNAF 6 location. In a secret ending of Ruin, we see a version of sister location Scooper deactivating the Mimic. And in one of the final Tales of the Pizzaplex stories, we read about how the FNAF 4 house is connected to Circus Baby's Entertainment and Rentals. So really, to answer Cassie's question, the baby plushies are here because they all share a connected history. A history that is gradually being excavated layer by layer underneath the Pizzaplex. Anyway, in this room, the dolls laugh at you, and then when you turn around, they disappear. Nothing all that surprising. But what is surprising is what remains in the left-hand corner right where the plushies sat. You'll find a chair turned to face the corner and a sequence of tally marks carved into the wall.
remember
And
that.
these aren't just random markings either. They're specifically in groups of 2s, 4s, and 5s. And they're grouped in such a way to suggest words, or at the very least, separate letters. Now, that alone would be weird, but an even bigger, clearer display of tally marks appears again about an hour later into the game. After completing Bonnie Bowl, you enter Bonnie's green room behind the bowling alley. Not only does this area show us the special relationship that existed between Freddy and Bonnie, if you put on the Vanny mask, on the wall over top of the pin-loading staff bot is another code, much larger and much more organized.
That's a lot of
than what we
words,
just
bro.
saw before. And once again, all the tally marks here are specifically grouped into 2s, 4s, and 5s. No 1s or 3s in sight. They are obviously meant to be connected. They're obviously trying to tell us something, but we are obviously not getting the message. So what can we do? Well, the first answer is to try a substitution cipher. Tally up the numbers and swap in the appropriate letters. Notice though that the tally marks are weirdly spaced out, which led a bunch of us to believe that we're supposed to be using those spaces to define each letter, adding up the numbers that aren't separated by the space. So the top line there is going to be 4, then a space, then 544, which would add up to 13. So pretty darn self-explanatory system here. Doing that for the whole thing gives us a code of 4, 13, 6, 19, 4, 17, 7, 4, 16, 10, 8, 7, 27, 19, which, if you do a standard number to letter conversion, gives you this. DM, FS, D, Q, G, yeah. You know what, I'm just gonna leave it there. Clearly, this isn't working. It's
not that, bro.
Letters. You'll also notice that there's a 27 in that number mix, which should have been our first red flag, considering that, you know, there's only 26 letters in the English alphabet.
True.
Reddit user T-Girl Lunara wasn't deterred.
Shut up.
The alphabet doesn't have 27 letters. They instead took it a step further and tried the whole thing as a shift cipher. A shift cipher is similar to a Caesar cipher, but instead of the numbers converting into standard letters like A1, B2, C3, etc., you instead mix up or shift the order in some way. So now, for instance, A is 7, B is 8, C is 9, and so on. Normally in a Caesar cipher, the alphabet then loops back around, so if A was 7, Z would then equal 6, but in a shift cipher, that doesn't happen. The numbers just carry on as is. So in this case, if A equals 7, then Z would equal 32. For this particular instance, T-Girl Lunara put A equaling 4, which meant that 27 was now X, and gave us the entire code of Pan-damaged XP. Not a lot of lore significance in that one, but I did want to continue down that path. So we tried hundreds of different shift and Caesar ciphers. They all came out as absolute gibberish. We also tried just unscrambling the words. Maybe there was another arrangement in there that would give us a more cohesive answer, but yet again, more gibberish. Another solution was presented by user Smartfella Fartfella.
Shout out.
Great name there. We also tried adding up the numbers, but this time they didn't do it by adding up the numbers in each group, but instead the numbers in each column. Again, notice the odd spacing of all these tally marks. It can't be a coincidence, right? The first column contains a 4 and a 5, so that would be 9. The second is just the 2, next up is 5, so on and so forth down the line. Ending up with this code. 9, 2, 5, 9, 13, 7, 10, 8, 21, 16, 20, 14, 17, 8, 2, 5, 4, 4. This felt promising. Tally marks in the corner of Baby's room make a 5x5 grid. A grid that, when rotated or flipped, can map perfectly onto the tally code that we see on the wall of Bonnie Bowl. No actually took this information and pointed out the fact that the main grid arrangement seems to line up with something known as a Polybius cipher, which uses a 5x5 grid of letters to scramble or unscramble codes. Basically, a number code like 53 would mean that you go along the top to 5 and then down 3, and boom, that right there is the letter for your phrase. And while it certainly seems promising at first, sadly the method also came up short. With only 2s, 4s, and 5s as the tally marks, the grid wasn't really giving us any information that we could use to decode anything. We needed an entire alphabet in here, not just a few random tally marks. The same held true for another famous 5x5 grid cipher, the Playfair cipher, which requires—
How many ciphers are there, bro?
What could that code word be? Who knows? Did it feel like we were actually starting to make some level of progress here? Yes, absolutely. But did any of it yield us any results? No. But here's where things get really interesting. This isn't the first time FNAF has stumped us with tally marks. Rewind backwards 6 years, my friends, to the release of the Freddy Fazbear Security Logbook, home to my two oldest and greatest nemesis, the Foxy Grid and the Dabbing Chica.
Oh, the Dabbing Chica,
bro. If you haven't been a
bro.
part of the community for that long, let me quickly tell you that this seemingly innocent children's workbook was pivotal for decoding FNAF 4, for giving us the name of Cassidy, for frustrating us to no end with seemingly unsolvable number puzzles. The most notorious of them all was the Foxy Grid, a numeric grid with a hidden alphabet written into its squares, a grid that we still haven't figured out the use of to this very day. You ever read Moby Dick? At least are you familiar with the story about how Captain Ahab's obsessed with killing this giant white whale? This right here, this Foxy Grid, that is my white whale. This thing haunts my nightmares. This grid keeps me up at night, which honestly are two very contradictory effects of this one grid on my sleep habits, but that is how infuriating this thing is. I am convinced that this grid will eventually give us the name of the crying child. I just don't know how yet. Anyway, one of the other clues that never really got a proper use out of this thing were a series of tally marks that were found throughout the book. The fact that they're in red pen tells us that they were written by Mike. Other than that, we don't really know anything about what they were trying to say to us, and so they've lingered on in the back of my brain for over half a decade. Why am I bringing them up now? Well, I wondered if there was a possible connection between these two sets of tally marks.
Maybe.
You know, besides them just being tally marks. Guess what I found? Groups of 4s and 5s only. Yet again, we find ourselves with a collection of tally marks carrying over the same specific sets of numbers.
FNAF is so weird, you know.
Random coincidence.
It's so weird,
But
bro.
the fact that tally marks keep getting brought up and also keep stumping us, that's just a wee bit infuriating. And yet the games still aren't done with this puzzle. You see, the tally marks are connected to yet another part of the franchise, Security Breach. Back during my playthrough of the original Security Breach, this room in the daycare section really caught my attention.
I'm noticing that 2, 4, and 5 are different, which is weird. As someone who has dealt with a lot of codes and ARGs and things, that feels suspicious. I agree.
2,
That's suspicious.
4, and 5. 2 years before Ruin, some element, some essence of this tally code was still kicking around. But now the numbers were being matched with colors. And so Reddit user Comfortable Map 7594 took those tally marks and used these colors to create a sort of paint by numbers graphic, which I absolutely adore as a possible solution, though I absolutely hate the fact that it didn't seem to produce anything. Let me know down in the comments. Do you see anything here? Because to me, all I'm seeing here is me getting depressed. So maybe we just take a break from trying to decode these things and instead take a minute to look at the world around these tallies to get a sense of who might be speaking here. As I mentioned, in the security logbook, we know it's Mike, based on the red pen and the signature at the front of the book. But what about in Ruin? Well, in the baby plush room, we have, obviously enough, baby. Not that shocking. But what's especially important to note here is that they're not all baby. See, half the plushies are normal baby, and the other half are scrap baby. What's the big difference? Well, besides the obvious scrap metal plates on their bodies, there's one thing that alternates depending on the version. Something that's been important to baby since the very beginning. Her eye color. The regular baby plushies have blue eyes, while scrap baby has green eyes, showing the two sides of baby before and after Elizabeth's death and possession. But Reddit user Dylan Hippijink took it one step further. They noticed that the eyes of the baby and scrap baby plushies were scratched out, leaving just the blue right eye from baby and the green left eye for scrap baby. That right there, that is a compelling detail, because it directly matches up to the evil entity that we've been battling against throughout the entire game, the Mimic. You see, in the story Tiger Rock, the Mimic AI program takes the form of the digital entity Tiger Rock, a tiger animatronic with a green left eye and a blue right eye. Is this confirming for us that the Mimic AI and Baby are somehow one and the same? Or maybe that the Mimic has two souls, or entities that it learned from, just like how Baby in the books is two children in one, Elizabeth and Charlie. Not really sure, but that right there, that is a massive revelation that feels super important to solving the mystery. Or at least it did, until I dug a bit more and found out that the Scrap Baby plushies also sometimes have their left eye missing. It is still a very cool, compelling connection that I'm not willing to fully discount yet. It's just not as consistent as I would have liked as far as evidence goes. The chair, meanwhile, looks like a disciplinary measure. A bad child was put into timeout, forced to face into a corner and scratching away at the wall to count the hours or days out of boredom. Since this is a room full of ghostly baby plushies, it stands to reason that the punished child here could have been Elizabeth. Obviously not physically here in this room of the Pizzaplex, but with the scene recreating a recurring moment from her past in some ghostly, spectral way. We know Afton wasn't really the greatest dad to her. Maybe this right here is a glimpse of his parenting style. As for the tally marks in Bonnie's green room, the font is the same, so they were likely carved by the same person. But honestly, that's where the similarities end. These marks appear in AR land, as opposed to Baby's, which are in the real world. This implies that whoever made Bonnie's marks either had the Vanny mask at some point, or is connected to the digital network that's running the Pizzaplex. Bonnie's marks are also higher up on the wall, as opposed to Baby's, which are at floor level, easily reachable by a small child.
Bro!
Why these two rooms specifically?
The game is so confusing!
Is in fact connected
Jesus
in some way
Christ,
to
bro!
the neural network that runs the Pizzaplex, we can guess that Bonnie is too. When we deactivate the wet floor bots around the Pizzaplex, we also end up deactivating Bonnie. So that connection into the wider Pizzaplex interface may be important here. We also know that both Baby and Bonnie are quote-unquote missing from the Pizzaplex. Baby isn't supposed to be here, according to that AR description, and Bonnie was decommissioned from the complex. Again, they're obviously loose threads, but in a puzzle with no clear answer that somehow connects two very random, historically unrelated characters like Bonnie and Baby, every small detail here is absolutely worth considering. But that's more than enough talk about tally marks. Let me remind you of yet another numerical code that was just blatantly given to us by the devs that us as a community have been largely unable to solve. Remember those Mylar balloons that I was just freaking out about in Superstar Daycare? Well, they have themselves yet another appearance right here, on the 8th hole of Security Breach's Monty Gator Golf arcade cabinet.
I remember
on
that.
this Balloon Boy themed hole, we get this.
3192. That's suspicious.
That is very
Full of
suspicious.
numbered balloons. In reality, the number sequence is actually a lot longer. 6369553192. The fact that these are in Monty Gator Golf immediately made me wonder whether this code was the score they had to get in the game, except there are 10 numbers and only 9 holes. But when has simple math ever stopped the internet? User 00Core00 tried a number of different combinations to see whether they could activate anything. Sadly, nothing. Then Ruin released with a new Monty Gator Golf arcade cabinet, and so people like Yusuf0808 tried again using this exact same code and still wound up with nothing. Here's the thing though, both of these games have been data mined to heck and back. If this code was meant to unlock something inside of Monty Gator Golf, we'd have heard about it already, which leads me to believe that it's something actually outside of the game. Much like I suspected with the tally marks, it's not about activating some hidden ending, it's about giving us a code, a cipher, a phrase that'll tell us something about the wider world. We just haven't figured out how to use it yet. I've tried converting the letters, ciphers, you name it, I just keep coming up empty-handed. One of our writers even suggested trying hex codes to see if there might be something there. At first it looked positive. The last 6 numbers actually produce a purple that matches the Aftons that we know and love so much. But it's not an exact match, nor does the first half of the numbers amount to anything meaningful. Maybe the fact that these are Mylar balloons connected to the multicolored Mylar balloons in the daycare, which then also connects them back to the tally mark puzzle, or maybe I'm just desperately looking for answers where there are no answers to be had. Now, for all of these lingering puzzles, I was able to find at least a couple of people discussing them online, in Discords, forums, Reddit posts, what have you. But for this last one, nothing. Or at least practically nothing. I could find only 2 posts total, which is exactly why I wanted to raise some awareness about it here, because to me, this seems like a massive clue that largely got overlooked during the wave of reveals that happened throughout Ruin. Early on in the game, we have a chance to revisit the daycare attendance room. This room is nothing new to a FNAF theorist. It was the one that we were able to unlock in Security Breach by photographing random characters throughout the game world. Inside of it, we were able to find the glitchy Balloon World arcade cabinet, a lost relic to a seemingly incomplete path inside the game. So when the room showed up again in Ruin, I wanted to pay extra attention. On the surface, the room seems largely the same, just a bit messier than before. Boxes of stuff,
some cobwebs,
from from the wall, some post-it notes scattered around, but then by putting on the Vanny mask, everything resets to normal. The room basically goes back to the way that it was, cleaner, more organized, nothing all that noteworthy, until of course you start talking about the notes. Those are worthy. All of a sudden on a blank wall, we get ourselves a 3x3 grid of post-it notes. What is it with Steel Wool games and post-it note lore?
Man.
I mean, if I had a nickel for every time Steel Wool used post-it
I
notes,
wish I knew, bro. I wish I knew.
which isn't a lot,
but I
it's
don't.
weird that it happened twice. The 9 post-its that we're dealing with are as follows. One that says groceries with butter written 3 times. There's a collection of dots, a scribble, footprints, hearts and pizza, lightning bolt, sun and hill, stars and a microphone, and a selection of candy. As usual, my first thought was to jump into a cipher. Immediately, you see how some of these post-its can relate to numbers. We have 2 feet, 4 stars, 7 dots, 3 butters, 3 lightning bolts. Felt like a really solid place to start, but obviously it wasn't going to be perfect. We have a pizza post-it, but are we counting the 2 slices of pizza, the 4 hearts, or both? What about that squiggle? What's that stand for? Nothing? How about the hill in the sun? Is this meant to be FNAF 6's graveyard hill, so people are counting gravestones? Or is this more likely counting the number of rays coming off the sun? Overall, converting the post-its to numbers wasn't really given the cleanest solutions, but it did feel like a step in the right direction. From there, when you look up how to solve 3x3 ciphers, the number 1 solution that pops up is the hill cipher. Now, when it comes to codes,
another cipher, bro.
Complex.
How many?
Overall, the key to deciphering one is a matrix, a table of numbers. And if you're using the English alphabet with its 26 letters, you're gonna need yourself a 3x3 matrix. Or let's just say a 3x3 grid of post-it notes. The numbers in the matrix represent the shifts that you're gonna have to apply to each letter of the alphabet. To encode a message using a hill cipher, you first convert the message into numbers. You can do this by assigning each letter of the alphabet a number from 0 to 25. For instance, A would be 0, B would be 1, and so on. Next, you multiply each letter of the message by the corresponding matrix. For example, if the first letter of your message is A, you would multiply it by the first row of the matrix. If the second letter of the message is B, you would multiply it by the second row of the matrix. The result is a new number which you can then convert back into a letter, giving you the encoded message. To decode, you just do the same in reverse. For instance, if I had this message, hello, how are you? With this matrix, 321110201, my encoded message would look a little something like this. I'm not even gonna try. Like I said, it's a pretty complex way of encoding something, but let's be honest with ourselves, when has FNAF ever not been complex? And after the wall code from Security Breach was broken in a day, Steel Wool was probably looking for something that's a bit harder, some with a bit more lasting power. So really, a hill cipher seems to fit this new wall code nicely. There's just one problem. What exactly are we decoding? Sure, we have ourselves a rough matrix, but where's the number or letter sequence that we're trying to put through it? The balloons? The caviars? I ran them both through a few variations of my own matrix, 3 for butters, 7 for dots, 2 for footprints, 4 hearts, etc., etc. But ultimately, I wound up with nothing to show for the whole thing. Again, it felt like we were getting close to a methodology, but I was just missing some crucial step in the process. So I tried a completely different approach. Rather than ciphers, did this collection of images mean something? The candy to me looked very similar to the drawings that we saw in the original post-it room from Security Breach. Same goes with the pizzas. The lightning bolts are designed similarly to the charging stations found throughout the Pizzaplex, as well as the bolt of lightning on Glamrock Freddy's chest. Notice the flat tops on the lightning bolts, which makes them distinctly different from other lightning bolts that we've seen across the series, like the controlled shock button from Sister Location. The microphone and stars reminds me of Freddy and the gang. This group of 7 dots, certainly vague, but the number 7 has shown up before in both FNAF VR and the post-it room of Security Breach. Usually it represents the 7 victims, 5 missing children, Charlie, and the crying child. 7 dots, 7 graves. You've got the hill and the sun, which is reminiscent of the hill during the Afton and Princess Quest endings, and the butters were obvious references to Sister Location's exotic butters.
Exotic butters.
Overall, all the post-its seem to relate in at least a small tangential way to Michael Afton. Man, he really is becoming like his dad, always coming back to our theories. Reddit user Pikmin King X posted about these 9 drawings and drew all of them back to 2 very important games, Sister Location and Pizzeria Simulator. 2 games where we for sure play as Michael Afton. First, you got the spoke about. Well, in Pizzeria Simulator,
the footsteps of Midnight Motorist.
Yes. From Lollies, Gumball,
oh my God, it is that
franchise. But the most important one of all, of course, is Candy Cadet. It actually winds up back in Ruin. The lightning bolts also relate back to FNAF 6 as they're identical to the power-up that you collect in the Fruity Maze minigame. Like I said, they can relate to the lightning bolt on Glamrock Freddy's chest, an animatronic who many have theorized, myself included, has Michael Afton inside it. The stars and microphone call back to the 4 main Rockstar animatronics. Freddy, who holds the microphone, along with Bonnie, Chica, and Foxy. The Sunny Hill, well, that's the iconic FNAF 6 gravestone tombstone ending, with all 5 of the missing children plus Charlie put to rest on the hill. Along with that, he'd be familiar with the 7th victim, his younger brother, the crying child, so if that's what these 7 dots represent, he'd understand that symbolism. Mike also has a strong love of pizza, as in the security logbook, he literally says it's the only reason to apply for the job, with hearts on the other pages that look similar to the ones that are on the post-its over here. Then there's the footprints. In true classic FNAF theory fashion, Pikmin King X points out that these are 3-toed footprints, and they're almost identical to the ones that we see in the other minigame, Midnight Motorist, where there are 2 3-toed footprints outside of the window, where Michael's either the escapee who broke out of that window or the one sitting on the couch watching TV. The only thing unaccounted for here are the squiggly lines, but to me, that could just represent Ennard, or the Tangle, or whatever robot spaghetti this franchise wants to throw at the wall at this point. Could this mean that Michael might in fact be alive? That he's living inside the Pizzaplex trying to finish the job that he started? Maybe that's the entire reason the sister location room exists in the Pizzaplex in the first place. Maybe it's him talking to the recreation of his younger brother. Maybe he learned the language of the mimic that his father used to communicate with the monster that killed his sister, like we predicted in a previous theory. All signs here point to Michael, or not. Let me be perfectly clear. This is broad speculation based on a piece of evidence that has clearly not been solved yet. And honestly, that's why I need your help. You've seen all the theory threads that I've been pulling, all the ciphers and interpretations that I've tried here, and we're still
That's a lot,
there
bro.
are solutions out there for all of these puzzles. I am almost sure of that. But I need the collective hive mind of the FNAF community behind me to pitch out some solutions. The theorists of Reddit I called out today have done an amazing job getting the ball rolling, and I do truly believe that with a bit more time and a bit more focus, together we can solve these mysteries. Last time I did a theory like this, it was 5 years ago. But 48 hours later, you all had collectively discovered the name Cassidy hidden inside the security logbook. And now it is one of the most solid, concrete, important pieces of information that we've ever had for the lore of this franchise. Let's try to do that again here. One or all of these puzzles are going to lead to some sort of massive revelation. So I'm leaving a link down below to the Game Theorist subreddit where I'd encourage you to write up your theories. I'm also dropping in some links to decoding websites that'll help make the grind a bit easier, especially for all those grid-based puzzles. I'm going to be keeping a close eye on all of this for the next couple of weeks. It'd be cool if we could manage to solve one of these things.
Come on, get to work, boys!
Who knows? Maybe Help Wanted 2 will drop and solve everything for us, leaving the lore crystal clear with no further questions and no ciphers required.
That's not happening.
Yeah, okay, sure. I'm sure that's absolutely gonna happen with this franchise.
Bro.
Until that day comes, friends,
Come on.
remember, it's all just a theory.
A
game theory! Thanks for watching.
So yeah, for those who don't understand FNAF lore, this does not help you at all unless you wanted to know how difficult it is to solve it. Well, here's your answer. How many ciphers did bro suggest, bro? How many? But yeah, it's incredible that MatPat shouted out all of those people making great work. I cannot do these things. I am not good at like thinking about theories, play the game over and over and over and over again to see if my theory proves. It's a lot. And like I love the content. I love watching the content already done and just playing the game once or twice and go about my day. But doing this is way too much for me. But good luck to those that are doing it, bro. I cannot wait. I hope they found out. I hope some people find out today. So that would be awesome. So, but yeah, guys, thank you so much for watching the video, man. I hope you guys enjoyed it as much as I did. I love MatPat and the Game Theory crew. They do a phenomenal job, another phenomenal video. But before you go, don't forget how we end videos here, bro. Come on, keep God first as always. Drink water, go tell somebody you love them, and if you're here, you don't know what to do, man. Like the video, subscribe to the channel. My name is Gonzii, and see you guys tomorrow. Goodbye.
Do you think you're
Hello everyone and welcome back to the channel. My name is Gonzii and today we are going to be reacting to another game theory video, this time called FNAF Help Wanted to Prove Us Right. So yeah, let's go check this one out, man. But before we start, Happy New Year to everyone watching this video. I hope you have a phenomenal 2024, man. So yeah, without further ado, let's go and react to this, man. Let's get it. Let's go. Oh wait. By the way,
Get your candy here, candy.
Keep hydrated out there, bro.
Now I will tell you a story. A story about an end and a beginning and an end and an end.
There once was a boy covered in scars.
Okay.
He was so ashamed of his scars, he refused to look in a mirror. This lasted for so long. He eventually forgot they were ever there. Years passed until one day, this boy would come to the edge of a dark forest. There he saw a rabbit. He followed the rabbit as it scampered through the woods. They went over
the muffin
and
stuff,
around
bro.
trees until he was eventually led to a beautiful flower. The scar-faced boy, now a grown man, plucked the flower to give to his daughter, but upon touching it, she died, for the flower was poisonous. And the man returns to the forest to play.
Damn.
Hello, Internet! Welcome to Game Theory, the show that encourages you to be mask off. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to conclude the year of FNAF. With Tales from the Pizzaplex books releasing every 2 months, the Ruin DLC released back in July, and the FNAF movie happening in October, 2023 really did feel like the classic days of FNAF all over again, where there was a new release happening every few months. And to end the year of FNAF on an insanely high note, Steelwall decided to pull one final trick out of the Scott Cawthon playbook. They released a second game within 6 months of Ruin. Completely unexpected, but very exciting sequel to FNAF VR Help Wanted. And let me tell you, they couldn't have released a more perfect game at a more perfect time. Because at a moment of peak frustration with the fanbase, when Foxy, Stans, and Bonnie Bros had all collectively thrown up their hands in desperation, this game swooped in to deliver the answers that they so desperately needed. If the narrative of FNAF is kind of like a cracked piece of pavement constantly on the verge of crumbling into dust, this game was the cement filling in the crevices, patching up all the holes in the narrative just enough to give the whole thing a solid foundation again, at least for another couple of months. And I really do mean that. Not since FNAF 6 has there been a Freddy's game so determined to tie up loose ends and deliver answers to the lingering questions that have been piling up in the background. Basically, Help Wanted 2 single-handedly put a close on one major story arc, while also opening the door to another, a next generation. It's an ending and a beginning, all in one, depicting a cycle of violence that shows that you're never truly out of the woods when you're in the world of FNAF. In short, it's probably the single most important game release in the last 6 years for this franchise. So today, we're gonna solve this game together to see what it's trying to tell us and where it's pointing the series moving forward. So grab your Faz wrenches and get ready to step into madness, theorists. Today, finally, we're gonna see what lies behind the mask. As the game opens, we're welcomed in as a new employee of the pizzeria.
Fazbear Entertainment is offering a new on-the-job training position for a future pizza professional.
And after that short intro, we're immediately thrust into a pizzeria hub world full of training minigames, all while Helpy cheers us forward from his little projector in the corner. But very quickly, one question starts to rear its ugly head. Who are we? Who are we playing as? Throughout the various mini-missions that we're presented with, one line that we hear repeated over and over again is, what makes you so special? 3 separate characters all bring it up. Moon, Baby, even Mystic Hippo.
What makes you
I don't like that voice, bro.
What makes you so special?
I don't know, man. I actually don't know that. If you ask me that, I have no idea.
Considering everyone keeps asking us, we should probably have ourselves an answer ready for them, right? Well, we get a solid idea of who we might be thanks to plenty of explicit clues that are sprinkled throughout the game. First and foremost, we know that we're a Faz technician. Midway through the game, you unlock a Faz wrench that allows you to access a secret back area of the pizzeria. In that back room, there's a glowing tower that should look familiar to anyone who played through the Ruin DLC earlier this year, an inhibitor. Back in that game, these devices stopped you from being able to remove your AR-enabled Vanny mask. But that's silly. Why would that matter here? It's not like we're wearing a mask. Or are we? Sure enough, deactivating the tower allows you to reach up and remove the AR mask that's been stuck to your face since you first booted up the game. Suddenly, you see that this entire time you've been inside of a derelict pizzeria, worn down, decayed. And this isn't just any Ruin pizzeria, it's the FNAF 6 location, complete with a recharge station and a Freddy spaghetti hole front and center. Not only is this just a fantastic mid-game twist that completely recontextualizes everything that you thought you knew about this game world, but it also helps confirm who we are and why we're down here. You see, us having a Vanny mask, it's weird, right? Like, who are we? Why would we have something like this in our possession? Well, it has to do with our job. In Ruin, Helpy tells us that these AR masks were worn to help technicians navigate through the destroyed Pizzaplex. Now, when I first saw that in the game, I was convinced that it was a trick just to get us to wear the mask and teach us the mechanics of this new game. But here we are in Help Wanted 2 in a destroyed Pizzaplex wearing a Vanny mask. And right there on the wall is a poster telling staff members to make sure they remove the mask at the end of the day. It proves that what Helpy was saying, at least in this moment, wasn't a trick. The mask is in fact a real tool that's used by Fazbear technicians, for as strange of a concept as that is. So we're a technician for the restaurant, sure, but that's not the only thing we know. Our next clue comes in the form of the Faz Wrench. Midway through the game, you unlock this tool which allows you access to the back area of the pizzeria. Upon unlocking it, the Mystic Hippo Carney booth says that the key is familiar to us.
Look at Mr. Gumball!
It's familiar to you.
So we know that we're someone who's used this tool in the past. Immediately, that should bring to mind one person, Cassie's dad. Earlier this year in the Security Breach Ruin DLC, we were introduced to a young girl named Cassie, who goes on a mission to rescue her friend Gregory from the destroyed remains of the derelict Pizzaplex. Along the way, she too obtains a Faz Wrench and says this.
A Faz Wrench? It's just like my dad's.
It's a pretty explicit connection there, and that's not all.
I'd
In the
say so.
Fazzer Blast arcade games and Help Wanted 2, we repeatedly hear the Carney say this.
Now, you look like you got kids. Win a prize for the little one.
So we're a Faz Tech who also happens to be a parent. Cassie's dad is literally the only character we know who truly fits the bill. But so what? What's the big deal if we're playing as Cassie's dad? It's not all that interesting. And you heard what Moon said.
What makes you so special?
We're special in some way. And let me just make this perfectly clear. All dads are special, okay? They have very important
That's
roles
true.
in their kids'
I mean,
lives. That's
almost.
something that makes him
Almost
very
every dad.
special, at least in my book. But obviously we're talking about FNAF. The joys of parental responsibility, not what these characters are referring to. In a theory that I posted a couple months ago, I proposed that Cassie's dad wasn't just any technician.
Majority,
Instead,
of
he
course.
was none other than the Bonnie Bro from FNAF
No,
4.
that's what's
You know,
in the
the
video,
kid
by
that
the way.
wears the Bonnie mask who helps Michael torture his
Shout out.
crying brother to death. We know from Ruin's item descriptions that Cassie's dad's favorite character was
kids are
Bonnie.
good,
In
man.
that game, we
Well,
were
that's
also
great.
able to collect both an old school Foxy and Bonnie mask, which was an odd detail when you consider that there were no other OG animatronic masks present like Freddy or Chica, that seemed to be referencing the masks that both
That's
Michael
up.
Afton and Bonnie Bro were wearing on that fateful day in 1983. Those details, coupled with a few other things, led us to the whole Bonnie Bro conclusion. But now that the full game's out, it certainly seems definitive that our theory was right. You see, towards the
I'd
end
say
of
so.
Help Wanted 2,
That
we're
video
given the
on the
chance to
channel, we
light
talked
fires
about
next
that,
to
by
the
the way.
gravestones of some very familiar missing children. Light them in a specific order, and you unlock a secret chest. A chest that contains none other than that old Bonnie mask. When you collect it, we see the text, "This looks familiar." It also unlocks an achievement called Lost Luggage. This right here, this was our mask. It was one that we thought was lost to time. One worn during that horrific accident of 1983.
did
Speaking
die,
of that
yeah.
date, in
He
order to
helped
find the
with the-
game's secret ending, we have to unlock 6 creepy voodoo doll plushies, each one hidden behind very explicit in-game actions. In one, you go to Sister Location's private room and type in a very specific date. I bet you can guess what it is. 1983. And that year just keeps coming up. Multiple minigames take place during Fall Fest, which, in the previous VR Games DLC, was specifically called out as being in 1983. That is why we're considered special, because we were part of that fateful day. Because by
Damn.
killing the crying child, we sent William on a murderous rampage.
Yep.
It's a memory that we, as Bonnie Bro, have tried to repress, and that's here. All dads are special, okay? They have very important roles in their kids' lives. That's something that makes him very special, at least in my urging station appear. And that year just keeps
Remember.
1983. That is why we're considered special, because
Okay.
we were part of that fateful day. Because by
was.
killing the crying child, we sent William on a murderous rampage. It's
It's
a memory
true.
that we, as Bonnie Bro, have tried to repress. And that's not just me speculating. We know that Bonnie Bro has been actively trying to avoid these memories based on Mystic Hippo asking us this.
Do you remember?
It's also why when we collect one of the first secret voodoo plushies, we get a trophy in game whose description reads,
Remember
retrieve a
Jeremy.
memory. Basically, by
Wow.
playing this game and getting these secret objects, we're forcing ourselves to confront memories that we've buried deep in our psyche. We're coming to terms with the trauma of our past. We're accepting it as something that happened that cannot be changed, only atoned for. Which then brings
Makes
us
sense,
to the
man.
game's endings. If you play through the game normally just by completing the various minigames Helpy tasks you with, you eventually unlock the 6 members of the Faz Force, a FNAF universe version of the Transformers, because let's face it, at this point, FNAF has literally parodied every IP known to mankind. Once you complete the collection, the lights flicker, and suddenly a charged charging station appears, which opens up to reveal the hand of our dear friend Glitchtrap. Another flash, suddenly the nightmare staff bots appear, attacking you. Glitchtrap has won. He's tricked us. He's used Cassie's dad's love of collectibles against him. Much like the tapes in Help Wanted 1, these action figures contained parts of him, his memories, his essence. By gathering them all together, we've once again made Glitchtrap whole. With Princess Quest being the canon ending in Security Breach, it means that Glitchtrap lost his hold over Vanessa. He needed himself a new helper, so he lured us in, the last human employee remaining, and got us to put the pieces back together to reawaken him. The cycle once again repeats. That's why we see him reaching out at the charging station. Just like during the Burn Trap ending, he has enough strength to reawaken, to take control, and it's only then that the staff bots show up to kill us. But things aren't quite done yet. After our death, we change perspective into the eyes of a staff bot. And not just any staff bot, specifically we're looking through the eyes of the one who tells Cassie to take a mask at the beginning of Security Breach Ruin.
That's amazing, that's awesome, bro.
It would seem like we've been absorbed into the system. Our consciousness is now part of this map bot. We're trapped inside of it, forced to execute its commands. In the ultimate of ironies, the mask that we were using to try and stop Glitchtrap becomes the mask that we now give our daughter as map bots. This is then what results in her getting that occipital implant. This is how Helpy gets into her mind, and this is eventually how the mimic gets free. To me, the way that you get this ending, it's highly symbolic. By not accepting our past, by ignoring and repressing the scars of our past actions, by not unlocking all those memory plushies, we've passed our mistakes forward, and in the process, we managed to doom our own daughter. Bonnie Bro didn't just ruin the life of one child, he wound up ruining two. Our actions have, in short, single-handedly prompted the events of ruin. But hold on, I just kind of glossed over a big detail there. We're attacked by a bunch of corrupted staff bots, and then suddenly we're in MapBot? How? It's kind of a big leap there, you know? Well, at first, I thought that we were just scanned into the system. The Mimic AI scanned our brains while we were wearing the Vanny mask, and boom, we're now stuck as part of the AI program running the whole Pizzaplex. But looking closer at the details, I think there's actually another explanation here. When you look at the MapBot through the Vanny mask in Ruin, it looks different from all the other staff bots that you encounter in the game. It looks more organic. You can actually see what appears to be a brain stuffed inside of its head. Compare that to how every other staff bot looks under that same AR lens, and it's completely different. Why would that be though? Well, it would appear as though our brain, or at the very least our organic matter, was stuffed inside of these robotic suits. It's part of what's powering this particular bot. But again, I ask, why? This seems to be such a random detail, until you remember what a computer brain would be learning from studying Afton's behavior. Afton stuffs his victims into animatronic suits. That's what he did during the missing children's incident. It's what we see Glitchtrap doing at the end of Help Wanted 1, and apparently it's what he did to Bonnie Bro. He stuffed him into MapBot here. For a while, there's been a lot of confusion about the true nature of Glitchtrap. Is it a virus? Is it Afton in the Mimic AI? Was Burntrap the Mimic? It's largely been left unclear. But now I actually think this ending is trying to give us an answer. In the books, they make it explicitly clear that there are at least two mimics threatening the Pizzaplex. First, there's a physical mimic that's buried down in the basement that physically walks around and is able to kill people. Then there's the second version, a more general AI program that's eventually able to get installed to run the entirety of the Pizzaplex and is able to control and corrupt all the animatronics that work there. Is this confusing? Yeah. Is it frustrating? Most definitely. But I also now see what they were going for with this storyline. Remember how an AI works? You train it by feeding it situational data, and the data that goes in directly influences how it's going to behave moving forward. There's even an example of this with the Endo Daycare minigame in Help Wanted 2. You're teaching an AI program how to behave. Good data going in gives you good behavior. Bad data going in gives you chaotic behavior. In the books, we see the basement AI being trained up with a simple code. Rip off all the arms and legs of things that look humanoid. And it does this over and over again in epilogue after epilogue to each and every one of our teenage protagonists. The data that the basement AI was trained up on was simple and it was non-specific, but like a good program, it did exactly what it was told. Ripped off all those limbs. Now compare that to the Pizzaplex AI. This was trained using a lot more data. It was told to copy the behavior of actual humans, and so it learned coded languages. It learned a wider series of gestures and behaviors. It learned how to play games and hang up clothing. It was far more sophisticated. So by having two different versions of the Mimic in the books, what we're really seeing are different ways that an AI can be trained up and how the behavior spins off of that. So how's that all apply to the games? Well, in Ruin, there's a key moment on the catwalks of Monty Gator Golf that show two entities working together, but also acting separately, as they're able to argue against each other. Helpy says, "I took care of the situation," to which the Mimic responds,
"With my help,
They're cut from the same cloth. They both started as the Mimic program, but they've evolved in different ways.
Okay.
And based on all of that, I suspect that the Mimic Cassie runs from at the end of Ruin is a parallel for the book's basement AI, a simpler, older system that uses Gregory's voice to talk to us throughout Ruin. This one just exists and executes two simple goals: kill things and escape from the basement. But then there's the Pizzaplex AI. I suspect that this is the more sophisticated system. This is the one that's been trained up on Afton's data specifically. It's the one that embodies itself as Glitchtrap, and it's also the one that speaks to us in the form of Helpy. And we know this to be true because of what we see throughout Help Wanted 2. In this one game, the AI is drawing from pretty much every past animatronic, including characters like Scrap Baby and Lefty, which are odd pulls considering they're characters that were never put on display for the public. These were characters that only existed for the fake pizzeria made to entrap Afton in FNAF 6. So the fact that the system here knows about them means that they had to have come from Afton's mind. It's also why in the Helpy Hospital minigames, we see a kid's drawing of a burning pizza restaurant with Helpy running away. That's how Afton was able to escape and live on. His consciousness was contained within the Helpy AI, which was able to survive the FNAF 6 fire. And remind me again, who is the one that encourages us to play these minigames throughout Help Wanted 2? The minigames that lead to the collection of the Faz Force toys, which ultimately give us the bad ending? Oh yeah, it's Helpy. And not just any Helpy either. Helpy spelled with an I. That spelling detail actually matters. You see, the name of the physical animatronic Helpy, it's spelled H-E-L-P-Y. But in Ruin, that digital neural implant Helpy is spelled H-E-L-P-I. And what you know it, in the game files for Help Wanted 2, the Helpy on the projector screen is once again spelled with an I. This is Glitchtrap, the Mimic program trained up on Afton's data. He's yet again trying to put the pieces back together. And by completing his tasks and unlocking the Faz Force, you help him to succeed. He's now back in full control of the Pizzaplex, ready for Ruin, ready to create a new servant in Cassie to finish what Vanessa started. But if I've learned anything from Steel Wool, it's that you can't always trust the first ending you see. Remember that creepy plushie that we unlocked earlier? Well, there are 6 of them in total, each one unlocked via a seemingly random series of actions. Put a code into the whack-a-mole game backwards. Make a weird soda mixture only during a complete electrical shutdown of the factory. Shoot a random rocket ship during various Phaser Blast minigames until you get to FNAF 2, at which point you pop balloon recreations of the animatronics to unlock a final boss battle against a cutout of Springtrap. Like I said, these get bizarre and they get convoluted in a hurry. But the main thing you need to know about them is that by collecting them, you unlock a glitched coin that allows you to play the 4th and final version of Princess Quest's arcade cabinet. At first, it plays just like your normal Princess Quest minigame. You swing your sword, you kill the glitchy bunnies, you collect the keys. Simple. At least until it's not. You open a door and you suddenly find yourself standing next to someone playing an arcade cabinet. Next thing you know, the princess is standing there in the room with you.
Are you kidding me? Oh, this is nuts.
The real world and the digital world are leaking into each other. Reach into the screen, grab your sword, and suddenly you are the princess.
Who's the princess now?
Glowing sword in hand, we fight our way through the glitching bunnies until we meet the old Red King. We give him our Vanny mask, and in return, he gives us the Glitchtrap plushie from Help Wanted 1. And this is where things go really off the rails. Out of nowhere, the sister location elevator appears. Hop in, and suddenly it takes us inside of a giant claw machine with a giant Vanny staring in at us. We offer up the Glitchtrap plushie, revealing the true Glitchtrap. She crushes him and then fades into darkness. Doing so unlocks a trophy named Consequences. The description reads, system threats found, repair complete. So,
they found the
what was all
virus.
that? Well, actually it seems pretty explicit. Glitchtrap was the system threat. By crushing him, he's been deleted and the wider AI system's been repaired. We won! Except, is that possible? Didn't I just say that the other ending showed us the start of Ruin? For that game to exist, which we know it does, Glitchtrap has to survive here. So is this secret ending not canon then? Just a cool reveal with no substance? No, actually, I don't believe so. For the first time ever in this franchise's history, I, Matt Pat, believe that both endings are canon. Let me explain. I do think that we're destroying Glitchtrap in the Vanny ending, but I'm not exactly sure it's a system-wide removal. Instead, I suspect that this ending is specifically about Vanessa herself. We've known since the original Help Wanted that Vanessa, Glitchtrap, and Princess Quest have all been inextricably connected. For those of you who don't remember, the Princess Quest minigame originated back in the 2D version of Help Wanted, where they needed a game to replace the original mechanic of piecing together the missing 16 tapes from Tape Girl. Here, we watch as Vanessa, the princess, falls victim to Glitchtrap. In Security Breach, you beat Princess Quest 3, which shows Glitchtrap being defeated and Vanessa walking out of the Pizzaplex freed, leaving the Vanny mask behind. So the fact that we're now playing Princess Quest again tells me that we're not fighting to remove Glitchtrap from the Pizzaplex system. Instead, instead, we're yet again fighting specifically to free Vanessa. These games have always been about Vanessa and Glitchtrap. I wouldn't expect 4 to deviate from that pattern. Even my old buddy Candy Cadet's trying to tell us that this game is about finishing Vanessa's story. Throughout Help Wanted 2, you collect coins that can then be traded to Candy Cadet for pieces of a story. His second one tells about a young woman that's been lured in by a friendly voice, only for it to have been a witch that tries to eat her.
Now let me tell you a story about a young woman who, when she was little, was led into a dark forest by a witch and almost eaten.
She manages to escape, but she's permanently scarred in the process. When she's older, she returns and is met by a young boy who offers to help.
When she had grown, she sought revenge on the witch and entered the forest again willingly. She was greeted at the mouth of the forest by a young boy who offered to help guide her through the darkness. She welcomed the help and followed the young boy over the river, through the jagged trees, and toward a small house. She followed the boy into the house. The oven door closed. The witch would finally have her meal.
This right here, this is Vanessa's story, cut and dry. She was lured in by what she thought was a friendly voice, Tape Girl, telling her to gather the tapes to stop Glitchtrap, only for Glitchtrap to then take control. She does escape, but is permanently scarred by this. She has the Glitchtrap virus inside of her. It's not in full control, but it's definitely there, which is what we hear about in the emails from FNAF AR and the retro CDs from Security Breach.
I compartmentalized him. He's locked away.
She had compartmentalized him. He wasn't in full control, at least not yet. She then comes back to try to kill Glitchtrap herself, but runs into a young boy who seems like he's gonna help her, only to lure her deeper under Glitchtrap's control. By the time she transfers to the Pizzaplex, Vanessa's tone has changed in her therapy tapes.
I'm needed somewhere else now. Thank you.
We see the same thing in the FNAF AR emails. She's no longer in control. Glitchtrap has completely taken over, and it's all thanks to the only little boy that we know of, Gregory. Thanks to his retro CDs, we know that he was meeting a person in a bunny costume.
You're talking to someone or something. It's hard to tell. What are those things? They almost look like rabbit ears.
Gregory is a villain. At the very least, he was at some point in the story. That is clear as day. Between this Candy Cadet story, GGY, and the fact that he was clearly working with Vanny before the events of Security Breach, he is not on our side. He was the one that helped Glitchtrap to take full control of Vanessa right up until the end of Security Breach. Even cut lines of dialogue from Help Wanted 2 seem to support our conclusion here. These voice lines come directly from Vanessa, and they tell us the following, quote, "You need to listen to me carefully. Don't help it escape. It's using you to finish where she left off. Only a small piece of his code remains." Vanessa is back to being more in control, but she knows that a small part of him remains. The Glitchtrap plushie that started it all back in Help Wanted. We also get lines like, "The memories are freed. Use the token. Bring him to me." Referencing the memory plushies that we're collecting, the glitched Princess Quest token, and then being told to bring the plushie to her so that she can crush it herself once and for all. Destroying Glitchtrap inside of her mind allows that other persona, Vanny, to finally fade into darkness. Vanessa is truly free. And we know this to be true because after this ending, when you go back to the main hub screen, Helpy's gone, replaced by a boy claiming that the Fazbear pizza tastes like real cheese.
Awesome.
Delicious for him, but even tastier is the fact that Helpy's been purged. Glitchtrap is gone. At least he's gone from this version of the program. And you see, this is what I meant about endings and beginnings. This to me feels like a very specific end, the end of Vanessa's story, and with it, the end of this current era of FNAF, from Help Wanted 1 to Help Wanted 2. Let's call it the Vanessa arc. She's no longer a part of this story. Her battle's over. We saved her completely. But in closing out her story, the cycle also repeats. Yet again, we have ourselves an innocent girl, this time named Cassie, being lured in by a seemingly friendly voice, Gregory. But in reality, it's all a trap. Thanks to that occipital implant, she now has Helpy as a part of her mind, just like Vanessa did with Glitchtrap. And now she's wearing the mask more and more frequently, again like Vanny. In short, it's been passed on. Cassie is just Vanessa 2.0. Gone is the era of Vanessa and Glitchtrap. Long live Cassie and the Mimic AI. At this point, the only question is, what's it truly gonna take to break this cycle once and for all?
So there you have it, guys. Another banger by Matt Pat and the crew at Game Theory. Phenomenal video, very well edited. I agree with everything he said. It just makes a lot of sense. FNAF Help Wanted 2 being about Vanessa's story. Help Wanted 1, Ruin, and Help Wanted 2 being about Vanessa, trying to save Vanessa from Glitchtrap and discard the virus that is Glitchtrap. But yeah, guys, thank you so much for all the support on 2023. I hope your support just grows in 2024. I will do everything that I can to continue to earn your support. And yeah, man, sorry, I am exhausted, man. I am spent. I still need to edit, and then I'm going to sleep, and then I'm waking up early so we can go have lunch at my family's house again. So yeah, guys, thank you so much once again. Tomorrow we have a Twitch stream, link in the description below. I will be streaming the Raw Day 1 live reactions, man. Come and watch Raw with me. And then Tuesday, New Year's Eve with NXT. On Friday, New Year's resolution with SmackDown. A phenomenal week of wrestling on Twitch with me. Come and join me live, man. So yeah, guys, thank you so much once again. I love each and every single one of you. But before you go, don't forget how we end videos on the channel. Come on, man. Keep God first as always. Drink water, go tell somebody you love them, and if you're here, you know what to do, man. Like the video, subscribe to the channel. My name is Gonzii, and see you guys tomorrow. Goodbye. Hello everyone and welcome back to the channel. My name is Gonzii and today we are going to be reacting to another game theory video about Five Nights at Freddy's, man. It's been so long, I've stopped watching since MatPat retired, but this one is called We Solved Golden Freddy Again, featuring MatPat, which means the GOAT is back. So without further ado, let's react to this thing.
The crying child's name has been found. That's right, we finally have an answer for a question that has stumped this community for a literal decade. And the craziest part of all of it, it was solved by a channel with only one video. Hey. Matt must be rolling in his retirement grave.
Shout out to them.
We'll just see about that.
It's probably a good idea that we recap the main evidence points dual process theory has for the crying child being Cassidy. Their video is nearly 2 hours long after all. Who has that much time? Well, except for you, considering you took over 4 hours to react to it.
Look, I'm retired now. I've got nothing but time. But I think you're right. So let's quickly recap, starting with the first major point, how we got the name in the survival logbook. Now, this book has been a cornerstone of the FNAF franchise since its release. Inside, we have 3 separate people speaking to us. Michael Afton, who writes in red pen, a spirit that writes in faded text, and a third person that alters the text of the book. The faded text writes the words "my name" on a number of the pages, and on those pages there's always some sort of weird number. Take all those numbers and turn them into coordinates for the word search, and bam! You get the name Cassidy.
It sounds so simple now, but I remember ripping my hair out over this at the same time you were.
But the key to the whole thing was one very important usage of my name. On one of the pages, the my name appears on a gravestone, just like the gravestone missing a name from FNAF 6's ending, which, it should be remembered, released around the same time as this book. So it seemed pretty darn obvious that these clues were revealing the name of that final character, the 5th missing child, which is why for the longest time we've been calling the 5th child Cassidy.
And this is where dual process theory throws their first spanner into the works.
Sick,
look, you chose a British guy to take over. This is what you get. While yes, my name appeared on every page the clues were hiding, notice what's on the opposite page of the word search. A mirror. And under it, the spirit leaves a message. What do you see? Well, what's on the other page? The crying child using altered text in the word search. It's me, Cassidy. God, it's so good!
It is pretty compelling, especially because, in all honesty, the placement of that mirror always felt suspicious to me. So I really like them using it for their theory. But if crying child is Cassidy, then who else is speaking in the book? You need a second spirit to act as the faded text.
Well, according to them, it's Charlie, the puppet, doing what she's been trying to do the entire series. Help the lost spirits find themselves.
That makes a lot of sense.
I really like that. Narratively, that's really satisfying because it brings together the 3 main characters from the franchise all in the same place. Mike with his red pen, crying child Cassidy as the altered text, and Charlie guiding the conversation as the ghostly faded text. It's cool and it feels complete, but is there actual evidence to support this, or is it all hypothesis? And that's not all. Dual process theory weren't just satisfied with crying child having Cassidy's name, they went further to suggest that the crying child is Cassidy, as in Cassidy is an Afton, and the 5th missing child on the gravestone, and the spirit within Golden Freddy, the only spirit inside of Golden Freddy, as opposed to most of our theories where the crying child is 1/2 of our best golden boy.
They also have the evidence to back it up. The first point is that Golden Freddy doesn't speak in plurals. When you take a look at the one line we ever get from Golden Freddy, what do we see? It's me. Me, singular, implying that there's only one spirit in there. Compare that to what we see in the books. Throughout the series, there have only been 2 instances of animatronics possessed by multiple people. The first is the Stitch Wraith from the Fazbear Frights epilogues. The second is Rosie Porkchop from the Fazbear Fright story together forever. And while the Stitch Wraith isn't able to speak until the second soul is gone, Rosie Porkchop speaks while still containing both spirits, and refers to itself as ladies in waiting. It's using plurals showing the two spirits.
We're gonna come back to that point, right?
Yeah, don't worry, we're gonna come back to all of this.
Okay, great, because I have thoughts on that one.
The second point they bring up is everyone's favorite FNAF 3 classic, Happiest Day. This is the final minigame where we see the puppet giving cake to the birthday child, surrounded by their friends in animatronic masks. Once the puppet delivers the cake, the child stops crying, puts on their Golden Freddy mask, and all the children's spirits move on.
Well, except for Charlie, because she's still got to show up in FNAF 6.
Yeah, because nothing can ever just be as it seems with this franchise. But there is one thing that I think we can both agree is very straightforward. There are only 6 kids at this party, the 5 missing children and the puppet. If there were supposed to be 2 spirits inside Golden Freddy, why isn't there a 7th kid? Which ties in perfectly to point number 3, the glowing eyes at the end of FNAF 3.
This one's personal, so I'll take it. As a reminder, if you beat FNAF 3 without doing the Happiest Day minigame, you get the game's bad ending. This gives us a screen where our 4 main animatronics each have one glowing eye, symbolic of the fact that their spirits haven't been released yet. Seems pretty self-explanatory, right? But then look who we have in the back. Golden Freddy, with not just one glowing eye, but 2. This was always the backbone to the whole 2 spirits debate. The idea that unlike all the other animatronics who each had one kid's spirit inside of them, Golden Freddy was different. He had 2, both the innocent crying child spirit and the vengeful spirit Cassidy, the 5th victim. It was a theory that was further supported by the books, specifically the Stitch Wraith Stingers, where we see an animatronic possessed by 2 spirits, a nice wholesome kid named Jake and an evil angry spirit named Andrew. One who dies in a hospital setting like the crying child, and one who dies by a brutal murder from Afton. I mean, the parallels are hard to deny. However, Dual Process challenges this by calling out the fact that if there were indeed 2 spirits in the body, why then do both eyes go out once you complete Happiest Day? Especially since we've believed that the Cassidy spirit lingers on to torture Afton in Ultimate Custom Night. Only one light should have gone out, to which I have one answer: retcon. But obviously that's a bit of a cheap explanation if we can avoid it.
Which brings us to Dual Process's last point. How can the crying child be the 5th missing kid when, very clearly, he's not missing? Like, he's literally right here in front of a large room of people. Well, they make the assumption that this was all part of William's scheme. After the bite of 83, William pulls his child out of the hospital, and while experimenting with harvesting remnants, has the bright idea to stuff his son into Golden Freddy. Whoops! Bad idea, Will. It doesn't work, and the spring locks kill him, which is why we see Golden Freddy twitching in Ultimate Custom Night in the same way William does during the FNAF 3 teaser. This mistake devastates him, and in a drunken stupor, he lashes out at Henry's daughter, Charlie, killing her last. This then aligns with what we see from the gravestone puzzle in Help Wanted 2. To solve it, you have to light the gravestones marked by the 6 dead children in a specific order, presumably the order in which they died. Chica, the first, she has seen everything, followed by Foxy, Freddy, Bonnie, then Golden Freddy, and finally the puppets. Later, when the police start to investigate the disappearances at the restaurant, William claims his child also went missing to throw them off the scent that he may be the killer.
Now, while I don't really love the logical jumps their explanation takes there, one thing I really do like about the crying child being the 5th missing victim, and therefore the only spirit inside Golden Freddy, is that it really does help clean up the numbers. For years, 5 was the magic number in FNAF when it came to dead kids. Then, around FNAF 3, it evolved into 6 with the inclusion of the puppet. And yet FNAF 4 shows us what was presumably a 7th kid dying in the form of the crying child. And while Help Wanted does eventually give us 7 graves and a hidden out-of-bounds Easter egg, it always bugged me that there was never a gravestone for him in the FNAF 6 ending. I always just assumed that it was because he ended up being different. He wasn't a victim of Afton's, and thus he wasn't included in that final image. But if Crying Child is in fact the 5th kid, it helps explain why there was never an additional grave for him, because he was always there to begin with. He was the one hidden behind the grass.
They also don't mention this in their theory, but in FNAF 3, look at the spirit who gets Afton's spring locks. They have tears streaming down their face, just like the crying child. We never see the other spirits' faces. We're specifically being shown that this one has tears, revealing that this isn't a separate spirit from the crying child. They are one in the same. Scott even used the same model in FNAF World specifically for the crying child.
To be fair, tears are everywhere in the series though. I mean, the puppet is shown crying literally all the time.
So, are we done? Did they solve FNAF? Can I retire now too?
No, you still have to solve Poppy.
No.
And Lorfi.
Okay.
And Ban.
No!
But secondly, well, this theory is really satisfying from a narrative standpoint. It helps to simplify a lot of the confusing elements that have built up over the years. There are a few pieces of evidence that they didn't mention that might poke a few holes in their theory.
Oh yeah?
So Tom, what's this sound?
It's a flatline.
And when does a flatline happen?
Well, a flatline is typically shorthand to show that someone has died, usually in a hospital.
Exactly. And during FNAF 4, we see things like IV bags, pills, and flowers surrounding the bed. All things that you would see in a hospital. Crying Child was in the hospital for his injuries, and then we hear a flatline right after Afton says that he's going to put his son back together. Afton leaves, represented by psychic friend Fredbear fading away, which then leaves Crying Child alone in the dark. He's lost in the darkness. He's dead. He's alone. Everything about this cutscene seems to be suggesting that he died in this hospital. Could you potentially make the argument that William pulled his son off of life support in the hospital and brought him back to an underground bunker where he's going to do experiments on him until he's able to bring him back to life? And that's why we hear a flatline here? Sure, you could make that argument, but it feels really overcomplicated just for the sake of your theory. And even still, if he did do all of that, there's a room full of people that saw Afton's son get bit. That make it pretty darn hard for Afton to convince anyone that his son went missing as part of some random killer's murdering spree.
There's also that whole speaking in plurals thing I know you had thoughts on.
Yes, thank you. I brought up earlier the huge number of parallels between the two spirits inside the Stitch Wraith in the books and the two spirits that are potentially inside of Golden Freddy in the games. Now, say what you will about book-based evidence, but the epilogues at the end of these things tend to be very important for storytelling. I mean, we saw that explicitly with the reveal of the Mimic. So to focus on this character of the Stitch Wraith, comprised of two spirits across 11 books, yeah, that feels pretty darn important. And in the Stingers, each spirit inside the Stitch Wraith speaks in the first person. So it would then make sense for one spirit inside of Golden Freddy to say, "It's me," singular. "It's me, the Crying Child, your brother." But let's go a level deeper. In the Stingers, the Stitch Wraith is made up of a mix of parts. Andrew, the angry one, is established to not be able to see because his part forms the body. Jake, the nice one, can see because his spirit is trapped in the head part. As such, he reports what's happening in the world back to Andrew in the body. And what do we see happening in the logbook? Well, it's a similar sort of dynamic. One spirit asks, "What do you see?" And the other one responds, "I can't see." It's a direct parallel. Even down to the Happiest Day minigame. There's a point in the Stingers when Jake is given the chance to move on and pass into the afterlife, but he chooses to linger back in order to help Andrew. Eventually, one of them moves on while the other is kept to Earth, held back by Afton. Sound familiar? It should. It once again parallels a lot of what we're seeing happen with Golden Freddy in the games.
On top of that, dual process theory reminded me of this moment in FNAF 4's minigames, where the Crying Child is locked in the back room with a Golden Freddy costume. They pointed out the tufts of hair coming out of the suit, explaining this to be an employee who bled out. However, in one of our old videos, you made the valuable point that this head is just sitting too low in the torso. When adults wear it, we see their heads fully out, even when they're sitting. This is something that is explicitly shown to us in places like the graphic novels, which tells us then that the person in the suit here, it's gotta be a child. Again, we see this in the books. In Fazbear Frights, we have scenes where kids reach into the Golden Freddy suit and see black curly hair sitting inside. This is a dead kid that we know was put inside of Golden Freddy. Presumably, this should be the fifth missing child. This is why Crying Child's Fredbear plushie tells him, "Remember what you saw." He has literally seen the deaths of other kids.
Huh. You ever thought that maybe that's the answer?
What do you mean?
Well, is it possible that this story is actually way simpler than we, the FNAF community, have made it out to be? I mean, look at the scene. Like, really look at the scene.
Probably.
It is pretty darn self-explanatory. A kid is locked in the storage closet and literal tufts of hair are sticking out of the suit. I remember when I first saw this scene, I overthought this thing to death, assuming that it had to be more than just hair sticking out of the suit. Maybe they were wires or tufts of suit hair or something like that, because this was 1983, and by all accounts, it was the first location. It was Fredbear's Family Diner, the beginning of the timeline. The missing children's incident didn't happen here. It was at Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. Clearly, these brown pixels had to represent something else. But in retrospect, the scene is pretty explicit. There's a kid dead in this suit. Done. Cut and dry. Remember what you saw? You saw a dead kid. We, as theorists, are so often desperate to search for narrative satisfaction. We bend over backwards to try and justify timelines where Afton is killing kids because of Elizabeth's death, or because he's trying to put his son back together and he wants to run experiments to harvest remnant from other kids. But what if he's just a weird, sick dude who just started killing kids one day?
Normally,
no overcomplicated
the easy answer
backstory required.
is the
I
answer.
get to talk
the
about this
correct
before leaving
one,
the
right?
channel, but in Help Wanted 2, if you light the final gravestones in a very
The most
specific
obvious, I
order,
should
you
say.
unlock a huge lore clue in the form of the Bonnie mask. This is the moment that basically confirms that we're playing the game as Bonnie Bro. But the order of the gravestones, it feels very intentional. They explicitly give us an order of events. Chica first, then Foxy, Freddy, Bonnie, Golden Freddy fifth, Puppet last. It was really confusing because Charlie dying last didn't make any sort of sense. What about this?
A wound first inflicted on me.
And yet this gravestone evidence is what the games are telling us. It's also kind of what we're seeing in FNAF 4. If that tuft of hair is to be believed, and really, why wouldn't we believe it, that gravestone timeline could probably be right. Afton was just killing kids because he could. He was a deranged serial killer.
Man, retirement really has taken a toll on you. But I also think I see where you're going with this. Crying Child witnesses the dead kids in the suits and then gets bit by Fredbear on the day of his party. Afton would be devastated by this, promising to put his son back together. He'd be furious at his business partner Henry because it was his engineering that did this to his boy. Then, one night, an opportunity presented
Then he
itself.
kills
Charlie
Charlie.
was locked
Yep.
outside by some bullets.
That makes sense.
So
That makes a lot of sense.
fit of rage, killed Charlie. Unlike all the other killings that were premeditated, this was a crime of passion, and so it broke from all of his usual methods. And that allows this new order of deaths that Steel Wool has given us to make way more sense. Chica was always the first, but not just of the MCI, of all the deaths. That's why Henry made Security Puppet in the first place, because there were a bunch of kids disappearing from the pizzeria, and Henry wanted to protect his daughter.
Which brings us back to the beginning. Where did we land with the whole dual process theory? Did they solve FNAF? Is Cassidy the crying child?
I think the answer is yes, but also no. There are two sides to this coin, right? Is Crying Child the fifth missing kid that we've called Cassidy for all these years? I'm just not sure. It would simplify a lot, especially the FNAF 3 minigames where there's only 5 kids. But then we see a kid already dead inside the Golden Freddy suit before Crying Child even dies. And then there's the dozens of people that watch him die and flatline at the end of FNAF 4, which would make it hard for him to be considered missing, let alone considered one of the missing children specifically.
As much as I like it from a narrative standpoint, there's just as much evidence against it as it is supporting it. Typical FNAF, you know?
Well, not completely, because there's the second side of this question. Sure, Crying Child might not be the fifth missing child, but based on what dual process theory presented, I think they might be right that Crying Child's name is Cassidy. William Afton, a deranged serial killer hiding in plain sight, until one day his son Michael decided to play a prank that would kill his youngest son, Cassidy Afton. It has a nice ring to it, I've got to admit.
Maybe, and I definitely see it. It's just a frustrating catch-22, you know? We either get to have the Crying Child's name, and in the process we lose the established fifth missing kid name, or Cassidy is the fifth missing kid, and Crying Child remains as nameless as he ever was.
I mean, the answer's gotta be in here somewhere, surely. The altered text opposite the mirror returns the spirit's questions with, who are you? What's your name? And with Cassidy not being the fifth missing kid, that leaves the my name gravestone clue wide open. Honestly, my money's on the Foxy grid. We never did solve it, and there's ghostly text written at the start. Maybe we should take another look.
Oh, no. There's no we here, my friend. I did my time with that Foxy grid. This is all on you, man.
Oh, well then, I guess I better get started. It's not like I had a billion other FNAF things to worry about. Regardless, I suppose I should thank you for helping me out with this episode, Matt.
So there you have it, guys. That was the return of the goal. They made valuable point. We go around in circles with FNAF. Scott, the original ending of the story was it was all a dream, and people did not like that, which made Scott basically rewrite the whole story and add a few more things. So now we're going around in circles trying to find the clues. But I've been disconnected from FNAF for a while, but I want to be back in the world. That's why I did this video, so we get back to filming more game theory videos about Five Nights at Freddy's, and maybe other creators from FNAF as well. So guys, thank you so much for watching the video, man. I hope you guys enjoyed it as much as I did. Before you go though, don't forget to videos on this channel, bro. Come on, man. Keep God first as always. Drink water, go tell somebody who loves them, and if you're here, you know what to do, man. Like the video, subscribe to the channel. My name is Gonzii, and see you guys tomorrow. Goodbye. Hello Hello everyone and welcome back to the channel. My name is Gonzii and today we are going to be reacting to another game theory video, man. This one is called This 10-Year-Old Detail Solves FNAF. So let's see if that's true. So without further ado,
take a look at this footage from FNAF 2. Seems normal enough, right? But what if I told you that the Mimic is in this video? No,
What?
I'm not lying to you. And no, I've not doctored the footage either. The Mimic is here. They have been here since the very beginning. Give up? Well, if you look very closely, you'll find that the Mimic is this guy right here.
what?
Hello Internet! Welcome to Game
Let's
Theory,
see.
the show that cannot believe it has been 10 whole years of FNAF.
That's
Feels
true.
like just yesterday I was watching Markiplier scream at this tiny unknown indie game, and now it's an indie horror empire full of games, movies, books, and more merch than a Pizzaplex can handle. 10 years is a big
I
deal,
wouldn't
believe
call it
me, we
horror,
would know.
but-
And so to celebrate, Scott pulled out all the stops. We got an anniversary week full of fanverse games, demos, books, movie teasers, and of course the crown jewel that was Into the Pit. Though
Great
while
game.
that game offers a lot in the way of
I
theorizing,
really
that's
enjoyed
not
it.
what
It
I
was
wanted to talk
amazing.
about today. Don't worry, that video is coming. I just need a little more time. So make sure you're subscribed so you don't miss that video when it drops. There may also be a special theorist surprise in store, hint hint. But for this episode, instead of talking about the biggest release of the week, I wanted to talk about the biggest surprise. You see, we knew about every release that was happening during this anniversary week ahead of time. That was except for one. Steel Wool had a mystery announcement slot, and a lot of us just assumed it was going to be DLC for Help Wanted 2, but that's not what we got. Instead, Steel Wool completely sideswiped us by revealing a 40-second teaser, not for DLC, but for a brand new game. We open
Let's
on
go.
a 70s style carpet. The camera tilts up to reveal
New
a Jack in
game.
the Box playing music. The music stops, the box opens, and we hear a laugh as a clown mask peeks out from the box. The film reel we're watching begins to burn up, revealing the date 1979. Finally, we see a title card appear from the darkness. Secret of the Mimic. The internet lost their collective
Okay,
minds
let's
over
go.
this. Not only were we getting a game exploring the character that was a complete mystery when it appeared at the end of Ruin, unless you happen to read the books, but it was also going to be a prequel, set before any other FNAF game. A lot of us have been theorizing about the origins of Freddy's ever since we got the Fredbear Singing Show ticket in Security Breach, and in 2025, it looks like we're gonna see if we were right. But you know what? I'm not willing to wait that long. Call me impatient, but when you take a closer look, this 40-second teaser has actually told us a lot more than you'd initially think. This teaser confirms that we were right that the Mimic is from the earliest days in Fazbear Entertainment's history, but it also suggests that the Mimic's first appearance wasn't in Ruin, nor was it Security Breach, nor was it Help Wanted. No, we are being shown that the Mimic has actually been hiding in plain sight since the very beginning. The pieces were in place for us to figure it out. We just weren't able.
It's so funny how a little retcon by Scott has turned this into a complete madness overhauling the franchise, bro. It was supposed to be all a dream. It was all in this kid's head. It was all a dream because he was in a coma. And then people were like, no, just no. And ever since then, it's just been wild. You have Fazgoo, you have the Mimic, you have all nonsense, bro.
To follow
But I
the
love it, I
breadcrumb,
love
or
it.
should I say
Great.
paper trail to realize sooner. So wind
I
up
just
that
need the
music
games to be
box, friends,
scary.
because when it
None of the
opens,
games
we'll
are
be
actually
diving in
scary.
head first to see what secrets the Mimic has been hiding. And in doing so, I believe we may finally be able to resolve one of the biggest
Let it be
conflicts
like an
currently
Outlast.
facing
That's
the
a scary
FNAF
game.
timeline.
A wound first inflicted on me.
Oh yeah, today's gonna be a big one. So, let's get into it.
Let's
the first
go.
thing we gotta talk about is the design of Funky Tom over here. Jokey fan name aside, given the title of this game, it feels pretty unlikely that this is supposed to be anything other than the Mimic. But he's not the disheveled Endo we saw in Ruin. Now he's wearing a white mask with exaggerated eyelashes, rounded cheeks, and a bright red nose. Ugh, I can feel the childhood trauma rushing back. It also pops out of a Jack-in-the-Box, so clearly, Steel Wool are going for a clown aesthetic with this newest version of the Mimic. Or is it the oldest version? This new old look does tie into our previous theories about the origins of Fazbear Entertainment.
Okay.
In that video, we discussed this poster from Help Wanted 2. A poster with a circus tent and the date 1970 on it. That, along with the mascot costumes in the ruined basement, Glitch Trap's design, official artwork of traditional mascot costumes, and references throughout the books all seem to be telling us that Fazbear Entertainment didn't start with the creation of Fredbear's Family Diner, but as a traveling circus. Instead of the animatronics or springlock suits that we know and love today, this circus used more traditional, rudimentary mascot costumes. They were still the same characters, Freddy, Bonnie, and Chica, but played by human performers. Though there was one exception. We ended that theory suggesting that the Mimic was also part of that same Fazbear circus. It shares design similarities with Sun and Moon, a jester who was associated with the carousel from the Fall Fest circus, a carousel that we watch burn. Repeatedly in Help Wanted 2, we see the festival burn down both in the carousel level and in the Fazablast level. And what else do we know is burnt? The Mimic. In the first epilogue of Tales from the Pizzaplex, when the Mimic arrives, it is first described as being burnt. Thus, it seems like the Mimic has been here since that Fall Fest in the 70s. You might think I was celebrating this fact. My first FNAF theory was right. Let's go! But then, the worry began to sink in. It always feels a bit wrong when a prequel introduces a new character. Plus, this franchise never gets rid of characters. We've had 28 versions of Freddy, 19 versions of Bonnie, and we even got 11 versions of Balloon Boy. Who asked for that? So then, why try to awkwardly insert the Mimic into the previous lore?
That's
I mean,
true.
retcon much?
Yes.
Except, what if I told you we have seen this clown before? Somewhere you'd never suspect. FNAF 2. I am, of course, talking about the characters I've been teasing since the start of the episode. The Paper Pals. No, I wasn't joking. These guys really are the key to everything. If you don't know who I'm talking about, the Paper Pals are these simple characters made from paper plates that have been hanging out on the walls of pizzerias ever since their introduction. To this day, we've never really given them much thought. They never seem to be that important, but their continued existence in the franchise has always struck me as unusual. In fact, the only reason I was reminded of them is because I was watching Dorko's playthrough of Into the Pit, and wouldn't you know it, they are once again just hanging out. For them to keep showing up, especially in these modern titles, they have to be important. And I think the weird clown Mimic is the piece that ties them all together. Originally, there were 3 of these guys. A Freddy pal, a Bonnie pal, and this thing. According to the game files, he's just called Paper Buddy. And of the 3, he's definitely the weird one. In FNAF 2, he could just disappear from the wall and suddenly appear in your office. He didn't do anything, he was just there now. Even his design feels out of place. The other 2 are clearly characters we know, Freddy and Bonnie, duh. But this guy doesn't have any recognizable features. He's got red arms, blue legs, a big smile, and a big nose. It's just so weird. In a series full of animal characters, why have this generic humanoid-looking thing? Naturally, the only logical explanation we had at the time was that this had to be Balloon Boy. He was one of the few humanoid characters we knew about by FNAF 2, and he wears a red and blue outfit. But now that I'm looking back, I'm not so sure anymore. For Bonnie and Freddy, we aren't just relying on the colors to show us who they are. They have extra design details that connect them to their iconic characters. Bow ties, hats, ears, that sort of thing. If this Paper Buddy was supposed to be Balloon Boy, why not give him some of his iconic attire? Like the propeller hat, or the sign, or, you know, a balloon, the thing he is literally known for. What this therefore implies to me is that Paper Buddy is actually supposed to be someone else. Someone with a much simpler design. And the answer of who becomes extremely obvious when you take a look at their appearance in FNAF World. That's right, not only were these guys considered important enough to be playable characters in one of the weirdest entries in this series, but Scott also used it to give us a vital clue about who this this guy was supposed to be. And it's all because of one teeny tiny design change. We've gone over Paper Buddy's design already. The red arms, blue legs, buttons, big smile, happy eyes, big nose. All of that is the same in FNAF World, except for his nose. It's still as big as before, and it's in the same place, but the color is now different. It's been changed to red, and a red nose means one thing: clowns. What we're seeing is Paper Buddy's design matching exactly with the iconic design of clowns, and therefore also matches what we've seen from the Mimic in this latest teaser. Now, I recognize that this feels like a stretch. This is all down to interpretation and could be taken a number of different ways. Believe me, I was honestly unsure of all of this too. That was until I found this, the final clue that absolutely sealed the deal for me that Paper Buddy is the Mimic. Take a look at the attacks the Paper Pals have in FNAF World. The first two are Prize Ball 2 and Mystery Box 2, both generic attacks that would make sense for any character in any pizzeria. But the third and final attack is called something very specific: Mimic Ball, a move that mimics the last attack used. I could not believe it when I saw this. Of all of the games, it was FNAF World showing us that the Paper Pals were specifically able to mimic others. The third Paper Pal from FNAF 2, Paper Buddy, is a paper version of the new clown mimic that we saw in the teaser. In my previous theory, I mentioned how FNAF 2 isn't a revamp of the old franchise, but a callback to the circus origins of the franchise. The red-cheeked toy animatronics were calling back to the original costumes worn at the circus. You have the carousel calling back to the carousel from Fall Fest that we got to see in Help Wanted 2. And now we have Paper Buddy calling back to the clown mimic that was present at that same circus. It all just fits together so neatly. It could also explain the clown mask in things like Sister Location, the one that would later go on to become Ennard. Why is that mask in such a position of prominence? Because it was the third member of that original circus trio. Someone who had been there since the beginning. Although, speaking of trio, while Paper Buddy being the mimic and appearing in FNAF 2 makes sense, him being grouped with Freddy and Bonnie feels a bit odd, right? Even for the early days of the franchise, a clown isn't the obvious one to pair with Freddy and Bonnie. Chica I'd have understood, maybe even Foxy. But this guy is just so random. If you've followed us for a while, you'll know that we are obsessed with these kinds of details. The grouping of animatronics through merchandise or decor can often tell us a lot about the history of the franchise. We felt like Foxy had to come later because he had a separate stage to the other three. It felt like Chica wasn't originally part of the group either because she had her own Party World spin-off during Sister Location. And in Ruin, we figured out that Sun and Moon came much earlier because they were getting collectibles alongside OG characters, while newcomers like Roxy and Monty weren't. So placing the Mimic Clown alongside Freddy and Bonnie has to imply there's a special connection between the three. So why make the Mimic the awkward third wheel alongside this famous duo? Well, it turns out the rule of threes isn't just an important literary technique. It was also super important for performances at the circus, particularly when it comes to clowns. In a traditional circus, you would have three major clown archetypes: the Auguste Clown, the White-Faced Clown, and the Contra-Auguste Clown. We spoke about the Auguste Clown in our previous theory. These clowns were the ones with red cheeks that were designed to appear silly and make children laugh. Often they were portrayed as an intelligent but lower class clown, the laborer, the one who would do a job, often badly, which led to them getting a pie in the face or falling off a ladder, you know, the typical slapstick stuff. The white-faced clowns, on the other hand, are supposed to be more serious and bossy. They were of a higher status, and so they would be responsible for assigning the tasks to the Auguste Clown and would often become frustrated at their failed results. Finally, you have the Contra-Auguste Clown, who was the middle ground, still lower class than the white-faced clown, but not to the same degree as the Auguste Clown. And looking into clown literature, which, yes, is a thing that I read, the Contra-Auguste's role was to do one thing: mimic the white-faced clown. No, I'm not making that up. It was right there on the page in front of me. What we now have are three distinct characters: a serious boss clown, a smart worker clown, and a mimicking clown. Now, look at who we have at the start of Freddy's. While we don't know a whole lot about the specifics of this Fazbear Circus, we do know one thing. Henry and William were actively performing during the early days of the franchise.
Yes, they
one as a
were.
bear and one as a rabbit. Fredbear and Spring Bonnie. William was the businessman, the serious one, the guy who was trying to make Fazbear a success, the white-faced clown. Then there's Henry, the intelligent laborer who was building the animatronics, the Auguste clown. And now we have a third, Paper Buddy, the Mimic, a clown animatronic that has been there since the early days of the franchise, now mimicking the past actions of the white-faced clown, William Afton, making them the Contra Auguste in this trio. 3 clowns, 3 performers, 3 paper pals that have been there since the start. But sadly, choosing Afton to be the one to mimic wasn't the best decision. When this trailer was announced, Brian Freyamuth, the design director at Steel Wool, tweeted about it saying, "The evil that men do lives after them. The good is oft interred with their bones." This is a quote from Shakespeare's Julius Caesar. My immediate reaction was, oh yeah, this is about Afton being dead, and now here's evil lives on in the Mimic, who is now continuing to hurt and kill people beyond his death. Like we've been predicting this whole time. But as I've thought it over, I think it might be something more than that. I actually think that this line is telling us the main plot point that we will see in Secret of the Mimic. A plot point that will finally answer the question that has haunted me ever since the release of Help Wanted 2. What did Henry mean by a wound first inflicted on me? This line comes from the insanity ending of FNAF 6. Henry talks about how Afton used the souls of the children he'd killed to create Remnant, and then continued to torture them to create the fun times. But the most important part of that monologue is when he turns inwards and begins reflecting on his own part in all of this. He ends up saying he needs to heal this wound, a wound first inflicted on me, one that I let bleed out. For the longest time, we believed this was referencing Afton killing his daughter, Charlie. She was Afton's first victim, which led on to the killing of all the missing children. That was the wound that was inflicted on Henry, the death of his own daughter, that then bled out to the death of so many others. But then Help Wanted 2 came out, and it flipped that entire idea on its head. In that game, we had to light 6 gravestones in a specific order to receive the secret Bonnie mask. Each grave had a different puppet next to it, each referencing one of the 6 main animatronics: Freddy, Bonnie, Chica, Foxy, Golden Freddy, and the puppet, the 5 missing children, and Charlie. However, Charlie isn't the first grave you light. She's actually the last one, heavily implying that Charlie was the last to be killed. Honestly, I don't hate it from a lore standpoint. There's a decent amount of evidence that can line up with it, but by suggesting that, it threw into question that line of a wound first inflicted on me being about Charlie's death. Instead, there had to be an earlier incident that wounded Henry that would metaphorically bleed out, leading to the missing children's incident and the death of Charlie. So, what do I think this event is? Well, it all comes back to that Shakespeare quote. The line that Brian tweeted is delivered by the character Mark Antony at Caesar's funeral. Caesar was murdered by the character Brutus. However, Antony isn't able to directly accuse him publicly, so instead, he tactfully talks around the issue, calling Brutus an honorable man. This dynamic between Antony and Brutus, I suspect, is meant to be a reflection of Henry and Afton. Brutus was able to get close to Caesar because Caesar loved him, which is similar to the tactic used by Afton throughout this series. Put on the Spring Bonnie costume, a character that the children loved, and use it to lure them into a back room and kill them. For this quote to be used to promote the prequel game from 1979, it's telling us that Afton was abusing the love of this character way before the missing children's incident. And this early murder at the hands of Afton is what I believe we will be seeing in Secret of the Mimic. Maybe it will even be revealed as Afton's first. It's unclear if the person Afton kills will be a major character like Caesar is in the play, or whether it's just another kid, with the importance more being how early it is in the timeline. We only have a 40-second trailer after all. Much more is going to be revealed as time goes on. But what is important is if William is Brutus, Henry must be Antony, and that means he knew William committed the murder. That murder is going to be the wound inflicted on Henry, on the Fazbear business, on their friendship. That murder could have destroyed everything they built. But as we know, it didn't, and Afton would go on to kill again. Because just like Antony, Henry isn't going to accuse him directly. Maybe he was concerned for his business's survival. Maybe he was concerned about providing for his new daughter, Charlie. Maybe he just wanted to believe his friend could change. But whatever his reasoning, warning. Despite the wound Afton caused him, he never came out and admitted what he knew. He just allowed it to keep going, allowed Afton to keep killing. English philosopher John Stuart Mill once said, "A person may cause evil to others, not only by his actions, but by his inaction. And in either case, he is justly accountable to them for the injury." That is why he feels so guilty in the insanity speech, because he knows that his inaction in that moment from the circus led to the creation of not one, not two, but 3 monsters. William, the yellow rabbit that would go on to kill so many children, the clown that was designed to mimic Afton, now carrying on his horrible legacy, and himself, the man who stood by and let the first murder happen, leading to the deaths of so many others, including his own daughter. I guess at the end of the day, they really were the perfect trio. But hey, I think we can all agree that we've got a lot to look forward to with FNAF.
So there you have it, another phenomenal video by the game theorists. Tom did a phenomenal job, the graphics team, everybody did a great job as always, and I really like it. I cannot wait for the Mimic game. I think that's going to give a lot of clues on the lore and everything. I hope you guys enjoyed it as much as I did. But before you go, don't forget our videos on this channel, bro. Come on, man. Keep God first as always. Drink water, go tell somebody who loves them, and if you're here, I know what to do, man. Like the video, subscribe to the channel. My name is Gonzii, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Goodbye. Hello everyone and welcome back to the channel. My name is Gonzii and today we are going to be reacting to another game theory video, man. This time called Into the Pit Changes the Entire FNAF Timeline, bro. So without further ado, let's react this thing, man. Let's go.
What's the point of this mask from Into the Pit? As you explore the house of our main character Oswald, this item can fall from the attic. But
I played
when
it.
during the
I
game
haven't enjoyed
happens,
a
it's
FNAF
completely
game
random.
like
What's even stranger is that it's the only piece of Fazbear merchandise in the entire house. The game would have you believe that it's just a tradable item, and while yes, you can use it for that purpose, there are plenty of other items that show up way more reliably that can also be used for the game's one and only trade, making a luck-based item like this feel totally unnecessary, unless it's not really here to be a game mechanic. It's here to tell us something important, and I think I know what it is. Hello Internet! Welcome to Game Theory, the show that, yes, is finally talking about the biggest and only FNAF game of 2024, Into the Pit. A game based on the first Fazbear Fright story released as part of the big finale of FNAF's 10th anniversary. Or at least it was supposed to be. It ended up coming out a day early, and so instead, we got FNAF movie script pages on the final day. We should probably look into that. Regardless, it came out and people loved this thing. Like the original story, we follow a 10-year-old boy called Oswald who finds a time-traveling ball pit inside his local pizzeria, Jeff's Pizza. The ball pit takes him back to 1985 where he finds out that Jeff's used to be a Freddy Fazbear's. This thing's got all the stuff you'd expect. Arcade machines, pizza, and a bunch of dead kids along with the yellow rabbit mascot that's responsible. Yeah, this place is the real deal. The yellow rabbit tries to catch Oswald, but he escapes, only for the yellow creature to jump out and drag his dad back into the pit instead. The rabbit then re-emerges from the pit, only now he's posing as Oswald's father. And I don't just mean he's acting like his dad. I mean he physically takes on his appearance, at least to everyone else. Nobody seems to be able to see the yellow rabbit except for Oswald. And so it's up to him to find a way to see past the rabbit, get out of the house, and back to Jeff's to find his dad. Eventually, Oswald does find him, frees him, and kills the yellow rabbit in the process. There are some changes here and there to make sure that it works as a game rather than a 40-page story, but overall, it's a really good experience. The time travel mechanics work great for in-game puzzles, and the pixel art style is gorgeous. However, like any FNAF game, we all know why we're really here. The lore. And that's where things get a little bit messy. This game is full of references from all across the FNAF universe. Fazbear Fright stories, the games, the graphic novels, the FNAF movie. Oh, and then there's this.
Wow, whoever GGY is has the top score on every game. I mean, technically, if Gregory were a robot,
he would live this entire time. What trolls you are.
So, yeah, as you can see, the lore of this game is a bit all over the place. It's hard to know if these are meant to be just Easter eggs or whether they're legitimate lore. And I'm sure we could all argue about this till the animatronic cows come home. But instead, I figured we'd do something a little different. Rather than focusing on solving the lore of this game specifically, I wanted to try zooming out a little. Matt mentioned in a previous theory that the original 6 games are about the Afton family, their lives, their mistakes, their deaths, their resurrections, all of that stuff. But since then, we've begun being introduced to characters who, at some point or another, were impacted by the Afton family and their actions. Cassie in Ruin, her father in Help Wanted 2. This new era of FNAF is about the ripple effects caused by the Afton family, and I believe we're being shown exactly that
the Aftons did. That's true.
And it all comes down to a single collectible, the Freddy mask. Yep, this one item is going to help us not only understand the themes Scott is presenting with modern FNAF, but also show us where it might be going in the future. How? Well, let's just pop in the second tape to find out.
Shout out Tom. Lee, legend. Amy, shout out. Santi, shout out.
Embrace your legacy. The Legacy Collection, featuring 4 new signature jackets and a range of flattering graphic tees, is available now at lumenofficial.com.
Welcome back from the break. Thanks for sticking with us. Before we get too deep into the big meta stuff, we should probably go over the basics of this Freddy mask. During the game, you can explore multiple rooms in Oswald's house. One of the rooms is Oswald's attic, but on a random night, there's a chance that this Freddy mask will fall down when you open the hatch. This stood out as a strange detail because 1, it's not mentioned in the original book, but 2, Oswald doesn't really know who Freddy is. If you collect the toy Freddy item, he calls Freddy this thing rather than by his name. And then if you collect this mask specifically, he asks, why would anyone want to look like this thing? Not only does he not know who Freddy is, but he has no idea why anyone would want to look like him. This cannot be his mask, meaning it would have to belong to someone else in the house. Given their prominence in the game, my first thought was that it must belong to his dad. But when I realized that, there was just one thought running through my head. Is Oswald's dad Freddy Bro, the bully wearing the Freddy mask during the bite of 83? I definitely wasn't the only person thinking this either. Plenty of others online were quick to make this connection, but why? Why would the immediate assumption be that if Oswald's dad has a Freddy mask, then he must be this random character from FNAF 4?
Cassie's dad,
because
with
this
the Bonnie
isn't the
mask.
first time this has happened. In Ruin, Cassie was able to collect a Bonnie mask, and combining that with other details she gave us about her dad, like the fact his favorite character was Bonnie, and that he collected Fazbear memorabilia from the 80s, it led us to believe that Cassie's dad was another one of these bullies, Bonnie Bro. However, a mask alone does not a Freddy Bro make. There would obviously need to be other connections, and so the first question I asked myself was, does the timeline match up? It sounds simple enough, but we're actually missing a number of crucial details. The game doesn't tell us how old Oswald's dad is. All we know is that he's old enough to have a 10-year-old son. On the other side of things, while we don't have the exact ages, it seems pretty widely accepted that Michael and his bully friends are at least tweens when we see them in 1983. So, for Freddy Bro and Oswald's dad to be the same person, Into the Pit would need to take place far enough in the future from 1983 where he could grow up, have a kid, and have the kid turn 10 years old, while also not being so far into the future that he becomes too unreasonably old to look the way he does. Which leads me to my second problem. The game is very explicit that Oswald is traveling back to 1985, but it's never stated what year he starts in. In fact, Megacat Studios has been so careful not to reveal the date that despite the calendar in the past giving us the month and year, the one in Oswald's house during the present only shows the month. But there are a few details that slipped through the cracks, and I believe that they can help us figure out at least a rough range of dates for when this story takes place. During the second day, you have the opportunity to look around Oswald's school, and in the second classroom you can find several things hanging on the wall, like numbers, a sun clock, and a world map that seems a little broken. Maybe that's why there's no bears in Security Breach.
Before their extinction, bears were known to attack pizza delivery trucks.
Probably a theory for another day, but just below that very confusing map is the actually important detail, another calendar. Just like the one in our house, it tells us the month with no year, but there's one crucial difference. It has the days crossed out, with the final marked date on the calendar being August 16th. Now, as a Brit, I typically read my calendars as the first day being a Monday and the last day being a Sunday. That would make August 16th a Friday in this game. However, FNAF takes place in the US, and you guys use some weird calendars that start on a Sunday and end on a Saturday. I have no idea how this makes sense to you. It's called the week end for a reason. Anyway, using this calendar system means that August 16th is a Thursday during the year the game takes place. There's only a few years after 1985 where August 16th has been on a Thursday: 1990, 2001, 2007, 2012, and 2018. This immediately narrows down our search, but the range of dates still feels a little too large. We're currently spanning 3 whole decades, plus if the game took place sometime during those early dates like 1990, it would be nearly impossible for Oswald's dad to have a 10-year-old son and be a teenage Freddy bro in 1983. So the search continues. My gut instinct was to look more closely at the technology being used. Tech's come a long way in the last 30 years, so it should be pretty easy to date. The piece of tech we have the most hands-on time with in this game is Oswald's dad's cell phone. Taking a look at it in your inventory, there's a comment from Oswald about how it's, quote, the saddest, most out-of-date model imaginable. And by today's standards, yeah, I definitely agree. So I did some research into older mobile phones, and after looking through multiple sites with every make and model of phone since the 1980s, I found this, the Nokia 6600, which is almost identical to the phone Oswald uses throughout the game. This phone was released in 2003, which means our most problematic timeline years of 1990 and 2001 are off the board. As for the other dates, I had to do a lot more digging than I anticipated. Scott and Megacat did a very good job keeping the world looking pretty ambiguous. I looked at washing machines, water fountains, blackboards, whiteboards, TVs, but all of them were either too generic to suggest a year, or the item is still being used in the modern day despite its age. Thankfully, my technology hunch came through once again, because during the game's final day, you get to go into the back of Jeff's pizza.
A huge
there, you
monitor.
can find Jeff sitting down at his computer. Taking a look at the screen, I immediately noticed something. The grey taskbar and window design is identical to the design of Windows 95, but actually that isn't what I noticed. Despite coming out in 1995, people do still run Windows 95 today. No, what I noticed was the size of his monitors, specifically their aspect ratio. Aspect ratio basically refers to the ratio between the height and the width of an object or video. For example, the video you're watching right now has an aspect ratio of 16:9, meaning for every 9 pixels of height, there are 16 pixels of width. Most standard TV shows and YouTube videos are made in this format, so naturally, most of our TVs and computer monitors are built to match that. But that wasn't always the case. Computer screens actually used to come in 2 different aspect ratios, 4:3 or 16:10. That was until 2008 when the modern 16:9 was introduced, and in 2010, they took over the market as the majority. So the question is, what size are Jeff's monitors? Of course, I whipped out the trusty pixel measurements, and I can confirm that Jeff's monitors are in fact modern 16:9 monitors, despite him still running Windows 95. Not sure you're gonna be getting the most out of those monitors, Jeff. I'm sure LTT would have some thoughts, but hey, you do you. That knocks 2007 out of the running, leaving us with 2012 and 2018, which for our purposes is actually more than enough. The fact the game can't take place in any of the years prior to 2012 means that from a timeline standpoint, it's definitely possible for Oswald's dad and Freddy Bro to be the same person. If he was a teenager in the 80s, by the 2010s, nearly 30 years have passed. So he'd definitely be old enough to have a kid of his own. However, even with that part of the timeline at least somewhat figured out, I realized I had a different problem. Sure, Oswald's dad could be the right age if he was a teenager in 1983, but that kind of relies on us assuming he's Freddy Bro to begin with, which isn't proof in and of itself.
Why would he have the mask then?
I didn't just need the year of the game, I needed something that proved Oswald's dad was alive in the 80s. I looked through every inch of this game but found nothing. So I did the only thing I could. I went back and reread the book. I know, who could have seen that coming? Now, I've read these books countless times, but each time I do, new details jump out to me. And with this new game fresh in my mind, I spotted this. Quote, Dad, how old were you in 1985? I was just a couple years older than you. All I could think about was how many quarters I had to spend at the arcade. Jeff's Pizza, back before it was Jeff's Pizza, it was some kind of arcade, wasn't it? Yeah, it was, but it closed. At this point, we know that Jeff's Pizza was originally a Freddy Fazbear's Pizza back in 1985. So for Scott to remind us of that, as well as tell us that Oswald's dad spent all of his time in arcades like it during 1985, it's not a massive leap to assume that the two are connected. So not only was Oswald's dad alive during 1985, but he spent a lot of time at Freddy's as well. But it gets better, because even though Oswald's dad was playing coy about his age, a couple of years is definitely something we can work with. Fun fact, there have actually been studies on what people mean when they say a couple of years. Traditionally, the word couple just meant 2, but now it can basically mean anything from 2 to 8, although it tends to average out at around 3 to 4 years. If that's the case, then with Oswald being 10 during the story, Oswald's dad would have been roughly 13 to 14 during 1985, making him at least 40 for the earliest date we found, 2012. That is more than reasonable considering he has a 10-year-old son. But does that line up with the FNAF 4 bullies? Well, if Oswald's dad was 13 or 14 in 1985, that would mean that in 1983, 2 years earlier, he would have been 11 or 12. Now, we don't know the ages of Michael and his friends here, but we can make a pretty good educated guess. The average height of an 11 to 12-year-old boy is between 56 and 59 inches, and during the scene, we see them walk past a handful of dining tables, which usually measure in at around 30 inches tall. If you take a look, you'll see that the bullies are just shy of double the table's height, putting their height smack dab in the middle of the 56 to 59 average. Did we just find the ages of the FNAF 4 bullies? That was not the intention of this episode. And, you know, it's FNAF, so I'm not going to hold on to it too tightly, but it's definitely interesting to think about. And for our purposes today, it does mean that Oswald's dad would have been the perfect age in 1983. Combining that with his frequenting of Freddy's locations and owning the same mask, he's looking like a pretty good candidate for the identity of the Freddy. Take it to the bank, man. It's more than just the timeline stuff too. A detail I always thought was odd was Oswald's affinity for drawing, quote, mechanical animals. He does this at the start of both the game and the book, and as we get more details, it turns out he's drawing characters like Freddy, Bonnie, and Chica. But this is before he's even gone to Freddy's, and as I've already mentioned, at that point, Oswald doesn't know who these characters are. What's even weirder is these drawings don't play any part in the story whatsoever. So why are we being shown this? Because the start of a story is where you establish who your character is, their likes, dislikes, hopes, dreams, and their relationships. In this case, we're being shown that before this story about a Freddy Fazbear's even starts, this character, this family, has a connection to the Fazbear franchise. A connection Oswald may not fully understand, but one that his dad certainly does. But why does this matter? What does this fundamentally change for us and our understanding of this franchise? Well, it's once again showing us that this modern era of FNAF is widening our view on the world and the characters we look at, focusing on the knock-on effects of the Afton family and how the part these other characters played all led to them changing their ways. Cassie's dad being Bonnie Bro in Ruin was the first instance of this. Cassie tells us that he had a technician's Faz wrench, hinting that after the bite of 83, he grew up and became a technician so that he could stop any malfunction like the one he witnessed from ever happening again. Oswald's dad being Freddy Bro does the same thing. We learn that Oswald's dad used to work at the local mill before it shut down. Again, in true Scott fashion, he kept what type of mill this was vague in the story. I always imagined it was just your typical steel or wood mill, but in the game, we actually get to visit this mill. Or more accurately, you get to visit the trash heap outside the mill. Although, this isn't any ordinary trash. I mean, some of it is, but next to the classic black bags, you can see a few recognizable Fazbear characters. The most obvious ones are Trash and the gang from FNAF 6. Because, of course, the characters made from literal trash are hiding out in a dumpster. But besides them, you can also find things like a toy toy Bonnie doll, a Bonnie mask, a Freddy head, and a couple of animatronic hands and feet. And these things do belong to the mill as well, because Oswald says that they've been sitting there ever since the factory closed down. This mill isn't just your typical mill. They were making parts for Fazbear Entertainment.
It's a
Oswald's
warehouse.
dad worked
Oh
at this
my
factory,
God.
so it seems like he grew up and started
It's
working
the
at the local factory
warehouse
that
where
made
they
Fazbear
stored-
parts to make
Oh, it
sure
might
that they
not
were
be
properly
died
inspected,
earlier,
tested, and
though.
approved before being
The Secret
sent
of the
out.
Mimic,
That way,
it's
no
in a
kid would ever
warehouse.
suffer the same fate as Michael's brother
I remember
due
people
to a
was been
faulty
saying about the
part.
demo.
For years,
I
Michael, the
love
Foxy
it.
Bro, was the only one of the bullies to truly try to atone for the mistake he made. He wasn't able to help his brother, but he tried to put his sister back together. And when he learned the truth about his dad from her, he went on a mission to finish him as well. But for almost a decade, the other three bullies basically got away with it. They just disappeared into the back of people's minds, never to be seen or heard from again. Now, here they are, showing up one by one and revealing to us that these events did change them. That just like Michael, they too are trying to atone for what they did back in 1983. And this theory works regardless of whether you think Into the Pit and the books are 100% canon and Oswald's dad is
They are
literally Freddy Bro, or whether you believe he's just a parallel for a grown-up Freddy Bro. The theme is still the same. This era of FNAF is about the ripple effects of the Aftons and the atonement
I
of the
fully agree with
FNAF
that.
4 bullies. Scott is trying to wrap up loose ends that were left dangling for years. He's giving us a little more insight into characters that up until now have basically been one-dimensional. Both Bonnie Bro and Freddy Bro were just bullies. Mean kids that thought it would be funny to shove Mike's little brother into the mouth of an animatronic he was terrified of. But now we're being shown that they didn't stay those one-note cruel bullies after that. That just like Michael, they were haunted by what they did and were doing whatever they could to make
Only
up for
Chica
it. We
Bro
see
left,
during the
right?
end of the game that Oswald's dad deeply cares about his son. He's no longer the awful bully. He's kind and loving, just wanting to provide for his family. And before the factory shut down, he was trying to stop the same horrifying incident happening again, just like Bonnie Bro did as a technician and just like Foxy Bro did when he put an end to dear old dad. So theorists, when the next FNAF game does come out, one that isn't a prequel anyway, make sure you keep an eye out for a Chica mask. I have a feeling whoever it belongs to might have an important story to tell.
Yeah, there you have it, man. A lot of information coming out of the recent FNAF lore. I love it. I really, really like it. I would get involved, but I just don't have the means to go through every single book, every single game. Shout out to Tom and the team. They did a phenomenal job with this theory. It makes a lot of sense. When I was playing Into the Pit and that mask fell down, I immediately thought of the Bite and Freddy Bro immediately because of I knew what VR, what Help Wanted 2 was about. It was about Cassie's dad. That was Bonnie Bro. And yeah, guys, thank you so much for watching the video, man. If you enjoyed it as much as I did, like the video, subscribe to the channel. All glory to God as always. See you guys in the next one. Goodbye. Hello everyone and welcome back to the channel. My name is Gonzii and today we are going to be reacting to another game theory video, man. This time called Was FNAF's Final Mystery Really That Simple? So without further ado, let's react to this thing, man. Let's go.
After 9 years and countless
Shout out
theories,
Tom
the
and the
crying
team, boy.
child's name
And
has
Juquara, by the way.
been found. That's right, on screen right now is the real name of FNAF 4's crying child. And by the end of this episode, you're gonna know exactly which one it is. Hello Internet, welcome to Game Theory, the show that's just desperately trying to keep up with the FNAF content train. It feels like there's been a lot, right? We had all that stuff from the 10th anniversary, we've had our first full entry into the Choose Your Own Adventure style book series, there's even a FNAF level in the new Funko Fusion game. I swear, if there is lore in this thing,
Oh, there probably will be. Minor
but
lore,
while
though.
I was busy just trying to keep on top of all of that, someone else decided that it would be fun to add one final slice to my already oversized oversized mountain of lore pizza. Fellow theorist and friend of the channel, Hyperdroid. Now, normally another theorist posting a theory of their own doesn't particularly slow me down. I'd normally finish writing what I'm doing and then I'd go back and watch that later. But this one was different because he claimed he'd done the impossible. He claimed that after years of speculation, he'd finally found the name of the crying child.
Bold claim,
That is a massive claim, especially when so many others had tried and failed in the past. But it wasn't all talk. He backed it up with some pretty solid evidence that the fan base seemed to love. We were inundated with messages on our subreddit, Twitter, YouTube comments, all asking us one thing. Is he right? And I get it, Hyperdroid is a fantastic theorist, but this particular puzzle has eluded us for so long, to the point where most of us just thought it would never be solved. If he is right and we're all going to start calling the crying child something other than the crying child, we want to make sure it stands up to scrutiny. Don't want to be caught backing the wrong animatronic horse. So let's go through the evidence he's presented, the methods he's used, and see whether this new name holds water. Ladies and gentlemen, it's... Can't use Morty anymore, can we? And doesn't look like Matt's going to be interrupting me this time. Gotta come up with something new. Oh, I know!
Leave your theories in the comments below. I'll pick my favorite in the next episode of Trash.
Yeah, that's about right. I guess that's what happens when I let Yossi pick the acronym. Let's give a trash take then, shall we? To understand how Hyperdroid came to find this new name, we first need to recap where the mystery started. The survival logbook. After the release of FNAF 6, we got this book that seemed to just
There's
be
a mystery there that
book,
people just can't solve.
Out to be one of the
Foxy
biggest
Grid
lore clues in the entire series. And I really do mean that. Inside, we have 3 characters talking to us. Mike Afton writing in red pen, a ghostly spirit writing in faded text, and a final spirit altering the physical text of the book. Across several pages, the faded text wrote the words, my name. And on one page, my name was written on a gravestone.
It's a
this
tombstone,
reflected the 5th gravestone with no name that we found at the end of FNAF 6. Thanks to Reddit user DPowerful1, we realized that you could take the altered numbers on the pages where the words my name were found and use those as coordinates for the word search, giving us the name Cassidy, the 5th missing child. This in and of itself was a huge dub for the FNAF community, but it was kind of because there was another puzzle in this book that remained unsolved, the Foxy Grid. This grid had faded letters in the first few boxes, showing us that we needed to fill in the rest, and likely meaning we needed more coordinates to figure out a new name. The name of the spirit writing in altered text in the book. Based on Cassidy's questions about the purple plastic telephone, psychic friend Fredbear, as well as a birthday party that was for you, all things seem to be pointing to this final spirit being FNAF 4's crying child. The Foxy Grid was going to finally help us figure out the name of this character. The problem was, nobody could solve it. Matt was literally ripping his hair out for years over this thing. Some people tried to find the name in other places and then reverse engineer a solution. In Help Wanted, the FNAF 4 bedroom was called Norman Bedroom, so maybe Norman? Some people thought Garrett because that's Mike's brother in the recent movie. Some even thought it might be Gregory because he's designed in a similar way to the crying child. But none of them were able to link it back to the Foxy Grid, and so it just felt inconclusive. A few Reddit users found the phrase, is Springtrap, using 6 Cassidy coordinates and 6 my name page numbers. This seemed to pair nicely with my name because it matched the FNAF 3 teaser. My name is Springtrap, and implied therefore that the ghostly text was actually Afton speaking to the crying child, whose name would therefore be Cassidy. But sadly, this solution ignores the 7th coordinate needed to make up the name Cassidy in the first place. And so by cherry picking 6 of the coordinates, it kind of causes the whole thing to fall apart. Finally, the most simple and well-known of the theories was offered by Reddit user Wolfie17.
Random letters to make a name because
they
you need
matched
one.
the questions
it's not
that
actually
Cassidy
the
was
solution.
asking to the answers given by the crying
Makes sense
child
to
in
me.
altered text. The party was for you. It was for me. What do you see? I can't see. Does he still talk to you? I can hear sounds. This gave them the letters E, V, and A. But they weren't really able to figure out the final letter. Another Reddit user, Godzilla813105, did manage to find a solution. They added up the tally marks to give them the final coordinates.
Yeah, but that's a completely different solution to the previous solutions you found.
This name and thought it was
of
an
course they
interesting
did,
theory,
because
but
that's easy.
Because you had to break the method on that
Exactly,
final letter,
makes no
it was
sense.
just too tough a moon drop to swallow. Enter Hyperdroid. He too liked the initial method posed by Wolfie, but he agreed that the final letter would need to follow the same method, especially as Crying Child does offer a fourth answer, I'm scared. So he took the same 3 answers to get the letters E, V, and A, but rather than skipping the 4th answer, he tried to match it to another one of the questions. On page 41, Cassidy asks, do you have dreams? Initially, that doesn't seem to make a lot of sense given the response, but underneath that question, Mike has drawn a picture of Nightmare. The Nightmare animatronics came from William's experiments on his kids, and it's been theorized that this is what was used to make the Crying Child scared of the animatronics in FNAF 4. That means the Crying Child would not only know what this is, but would also be afraid of it, leading to him giving the seemingly non-direct answer, I'm scared. Taking the page number for that question, you can plug it into the Foxy grid and get the letter D, spelling evad. Then, noticing all the references the book had to reflecting, along with the random mirror next to the word search that's never been used for anything, Hyperdroid reflected the answer, giving them the Crying Child's name.
Dave, the mirror is weird. The mirror is weird. Bro, it's called
Everybody
Dave!
lost their frontal lobes over this. But Hyperdroid wasn't done. Not only did he offer the initial solution, he also went classic game theory on all of us and used some real-world evidence. He calls out that Dave, or more accurately the full name David, was the 3rd to 5th most popular baby name for boys between 1970 and 1980, around the time that he would have been born. I love the fact he did this. Real-world evidence is so useful for theory crafting. It can give you insight into things that the games or books might otherwise not. And given how important this name is, I wouldn't be surprised if Scott
like he scored a Ramsey in kitchen, bro.
And what's
Hell
more,
yeah,
I
let's
think we
go,
can actually
bro.
expand upon Hyperdroid's idea here by getting a little more specific. So let's give it a go. FNAF is commonly depicted as taking place in Hurricane, Utah. According to the United States Social Security Administration, between 1970 and 1980, David switched positions a few times, occupying either the 4th, the 3rd, the 2nd, or the 1st most popular spots, higher than what Hyperdroid presented. So we're off to a pretty good start. Although there is one detail about the Aftons that we never really talk about that could change all of this. Ludwig actually mentioned it when he binged all of the FNAF lore with Matt on stream.
Matt, why are they all British? Why are they British? The kids are raised in like Utah and they sound British.
When the Aftons speak, they sound British. Likely somewhere from England based on the accents. I'd like to say it's nice to have some British representation in video games,
names.
but I'm not
William,
really sure
Michael, Elizabeth.
Anyway, this detail could throw a spanner into the works, as there's a chance that William named his kids based on what was popular back home rather than where they lived now. So, was David still a popular name in the UK? Thankfully, the answer is abso-freaking-lutely. More so than in America, actually. According to the Office of National Statistics, David was the most popular name for boys in England from 1954 to 1974.
He is also my godfather.
After that,
Shout out to him.
1974 and 1994, it only dropped down to number 3. So still, this is looking like a pretty solid piece of evidence right now. Plus, we can actually take it a step further. Wanna guess what other name was in the top 10 baby boy names during the 70s? Michael. In the UK, Michael was the 9th most popular name for a boy, and in Utah, it was literally the #1 name every year in the 70s, except 1973.
The amount of Michaels, bro, in Utah.
Of course, Jason had to ruin the perfect streak. Hashtag blame Jason, am I right? Regardless,
Damn it,
again,
Jason.
this seems to be lining up pretty well. But what about the final Afton child?
Elizabeth.
Well,
exactly.
She is also on these lists, although she's nowhere near as popular. In the UK for that time, she was sitting between 20th and 25th most popular name.
Yeah,
and in
but
Utah,
it's still a
similar,
very
anywhere
popular
between
name,
19th
though.
to 24th. That's
It's
not
literally
really
the
as
queen.
high as
It was
I'd
literally
like
the
for it to feel
queen's
like a solid
name, bro.
connection. It isn't super bad. It would be way worse if the names were like 50th or 100th most popular, you know? But if this is being used as evidence for how Scott picked his names, then Elizabeth would likely need to follow that same
her
pattern.
mother
And
was
in
also
reality,
called
she'd have
Elizabeth.
then ended up being called something like Sarah or Jennifer, both #1 names for the time period in the UK and Utah respectively. Therefore, while David was a really popular name between the 1970s and 80s, it kind of feels like a weaker connection. Maybe Scott just thought Elizabeth sounded more British because that was the queen at the time. Who knows? No need to worry though, because that wasn't the only real-world evidence Hyperdroid used. He also mentioned the meaning of the name David. While it was a popular name in both the UK and the US, it's actually of Hebrew origin, and meaning
It is.
beloved. Fun fact,
Rich
Thomas
with
also
King
comes from a
David.
Hebrew word that means twin. I'm not a twin, at least as far as I know. Maybe you can let me know down in the
versus
comments if you think you
Goliath.
found my long-lost twin. For this theory, though, Hyperdroid
Very
claims that the
popular
meaning
name.
does make sense. He connects the meaning of beloved to the crying child's brother Mike, and how his whole character arc is caused by killing his brother, showing us that his brother Dave was beloved by him. This is where I have to press X to doubt. While, yes, Michael does say sorry to his brother by the end of FNAF 4, the rest of his actions don't really say that he considered his brother
The guy
beloved.
bullied him
Jump
to
scares him, he
oblivion.
actively puts him into an animatronic. He doesn't seem to care about him at all.
Leave-
After that,
left
his
him at a
actions seem to be
pizzeria
spurred
for
on more by his
hours.
father. Afton sent him down into Sister Location, where he then learnt about Elizabeth and the monster his father was, and so went on a quest to destroy him. Some of that may have come from the guilt of killing his brother, but I'm just not convinced enough to say that Michael considered his brother beloved. Now, that doesn't mean that I think the meaning David being beloved is invalid evidence at all. He may not have been beloved by Michael, but he was beloved by someone else. William. William didn't want his little boy gone. He didn't
I'll
want
challenge
him to
that as
die.
well,
He
bro.
needed to save him. I will put you back together.
he was
We've
dead,
also
though.
believed for a long while that he killed Charlie in a drunken or emotional
The guy
rage
literally
after the
was
death
doing
of his own son.
experiments,
That wouldn't
scaring the
happen
living
if he
crap
didn't
out of
care
them.
about his kid, if his son wasn't beloved. And by associating that meaning with Afton, other pieces fall into place for the other Afton kids as well. Michael once again comes from the Hebrew language, and it means who is like God. Typically, this is meant as a rhetorical question because there is no one like God, but it could also be interpreted as a statement. Michael, who is like God. William is a man who has figured out power over life and death in this world. He sees himself as a god.
He
And
does.
Mike tells us himself that the Funtime animatronics confuse him for his father.
They didn't recognize me at first, but then they thought I was you.
He is like his father. He is who is like God. The same thing goes for the name Elizabeth. It's derived from the Hebrew name Elisheva and means my God is a promise. One of the only lines we get from Elizabeth before she becomes baby is her begging William to let her play with baby.
Daddy, let me go to her. Didn't you make...
Am I the only one who finds it extremely weird that for FNAF Sister Location, all the marketing behind that game is about baby and how cool her design is, and we see her once the entire game. We see her once, like in the scooping room. That to me makes zero sense, bro. I just don't understand it at all about that. That's the one thing that I don't like about Sister Location, is how much she was used in the material for the game, and we see her once, bro. Like, what the hell? It's so weird. Am I the only one who
Baby
thinks
was
that?
made by Afton for Elizabeth. She's annoyed because she is now being denied the thing made specifically for her, the thing that was promised to her by her father, by the god of this world. After that, she disobeyed and got scooped, and so Afton made her another promise, the same one he made the crying child.
I will
He sent
put you
Michael
back
down into
together.
the bunker to put her back together. 3 Afton kids, 3 Hebrew names, 3 meanings that all point back towards dear old dad. It's like poetry.
It's like poetry, sort of if they rhyme.
Interestingly, William isn't of Hebrew origin, it's actually Germanic, but it also has an interesting meaning. Resolute protector or strong-willed warrior. He tried to protect Elizabeth. He was resolute in fixing and protecting the crying child after he died. And if you don't call surviving a spring-locking strong-willed, I don't know what else you'd call it. So, from a thematic standpoint, the
And
name
fire,
Dave
then, all that
does
nonsense.
seem to work. Its meaning fits what we know of the character, and it ties into the same themes as the rest of the Afton family. It's at this
And it
point,
works
though, I
with
should
the Foxy
probably
Grid.
address the Orville in the room. Real-world
Orville!
research is
Shout out to
great,
him.
and strong connecting themes are fantastic pieces of supplementary evidence. But that's the point. They're supplementary. If the core evidence isn't there to back it up in the first place, then it don't mean squat. It all comes down to the actual
diddly
method
squat,
that
too.
Hyperdroid used to solve this puzzle. And I'll be honest, when I first saw it, I was a little unsure. Using the faded context of the party was for you and what do you see make complete sense for the answers it was for me and I can't see. I can hear sounds technically works with does he still talk to you, though it's not the cleanest, but I'm scared being a response to do you have dreams does feel like a bit of a stretch. The line only works because of the nightmare drawing on the same page, even though none of the other questions need context clues from the page. This feeling was also exacerbated when Hyperdroid pointed back to a Reddit post by the user Ecstatic Marzipan 7 from the GT subreddit. They came up with a solution 3 years ago, so way to represent the GT community. But when I took a look at the original post, they were receiving similar pushback. People were commenting the same things that I'm saying now. However, we theorists are nothing if not thorough. We always dot our I's and cross our T's. Rather than just say, this answer feels wrong and throwing the whole thing out, I wanted to go back through the logbook and do a bit of my own reverse engineering. I marked down every page number where Cassidy wrote something in the logbook. I then used those page numbers in the Foxy grid to find all the possible letters we could get to see if any of them gave us usable answers that we could then go back and pair with I'm scared. 2 of them got ruled out immediately. What do you remember and do you miss them? Because they're on pages 20 and 70. You can't go 0 down on a grid, so they're out. On page 56 we get what's your favorite ride the carousel, but that spells Vave, so that's out too. 3 of Cassidy's questions do give us letters that technically work. Do you remember your name is on page 31. Do any of these toys look familiar to you is on page 42. And did one of these belong to you is on page 43. 31 gives us a C, 42 gives us a W, and 43 gives us a P. Using these letters you can spell cave, wave, and pave. All real words, but not exactly
no
names,
connection.
especially considering the very normal Mike and Elizabeth. Although, page 43 isn't actually labeled as 43. It's one of the altered page numbers, and it shows 15. So I tried that too, and it gave me Yave, another dud. The only time I got close to another answer was by using page 23, which ironically gives you an N spelling Evan. Was Wolfie actually right all those years ago? Yeah, no. If you thought do you have dreams made no sense with I'm scared, I feel like was your favorite childhood toy a plastic telephone is an even worse answer. It would then mean we haven't reversed anything either, and so the mirror in the middle of the book would also remain unused, which isn't
That
really
is so
ideal.
weird.
The last page to try was 83, where Cassidy asks, is this song familiar to you? This gives you a T in the Foxy grid, and I tried using this as both an alternative for I'm scared as well as I can hear sounds, just to be sure, but no combination of those letters made a name either, which means by process of elimination, do you have dreams does kinda have to be the answer. If it's not, we'd also have to throw out the letters E, V, and A too, because we need to find an entirely new method to solve this grid. And at this point, I kind of feel like if there was another method, someone surely would have found it by now. I'm sure that some people still aren't going to be happy with this solution. For all the other questions, Crying Child was just responding to the words Cassidy said. But for this final one, you have to use Mike's drawing to get the full interpretation. As I've already said, that kind of breaks the method. Not as much as finding the N for Evan using the tally marks did, but enough that it doesn't feel satisfying. Except when you stop and look back, Scott actually did the same thing with the Cassidy puzzle. Think about it. At the start, we were using altered page numbers from pages with my name written on them. But as the puzzle went on, that changed. Suddenly, we stopped using altered page numbers and began using other altered numbers from the page, like 7 and 2 or 10 and 11. In the book, they're not altered, they're not written down, they're just there. We were still following the my name part of the puzzle, but the actual number used for the coordinates was different. That rule was being broken. And yet, no one really batted an eyelid when that was pitched out. Why? Because we got an answer that made sense. Yes, the method was a little messy, but clearly it was the correct solution that Scott had planned, given he then went on to confirm the name Cassidy in his cancelled movie ideas. To me, this is the same situation. We finally have an answer that spells a name and follows the same kind of puzzles, even if the method is a little messy. Maybe Scott wanted to make the puzzles harder as they went on, or, maybe he just isn't that good at planning puzzles to begin with. We theorists are so used to complex ciphers and ARGs that sometimes I think we expect everything we solve to be on that level, but in actuality, not everyone is. And so the simplest solutions can actually be the best. All that being said, what do I actually think? Is Dave the real name of the crying child? Well, even though a little messy, the solution does fit.
It's a good solution,
it gives
for
an answer for the random mirror in the middle of the book, and it works thematically with all of the Afton children and their parts in the story. Is Crying Child's name Dave? For me, after spending days going back and forth, looking at every side of the argument,
it is.
I have
Until
to
I
say
see
that
a better
the answer
option,
is a resounding
I'll take this one.
yes.
Yeah,
I believe that
same.
Dave is the name
I
of the
agree.
Crying Child. So to Hyperdroid, Ecstatic Marzipan 7, and any
Shout out.
other FNAF theorists that came up
Shout
with
out
this
to the
solution
boys,
over the
man.
years,
They went nuts.
congratulations.
They cooked.
You did it. You solved the Foxy Grid, and you got the theorist seal of approval. Editor, cue the applause.
So yeah, guys, there we have it. Shout out Hyperdroid and Marzipan, bro. You guys solved it. I accept it until I see a better option. And yeah, guys, hope you had a phenomenal weekend. I hope you had an even better week. And don't forget, all glory to God as always. Like the video, subscribe to the channel, all of that good stuff. And I'll see you guys in the next one. Goodbye. Hello everyone and welcome back to the channel. My name is Gonzii and today we are going to be reacting to another game theory video, man. This time called The Missing Key is Phone Guy ? So without further ado, let's wrap this thing, brother. Let's go.
All been wrong about FNAF 1. Since its release, its place in the timeline has remained an unconfirmed mystery. But now we have the week before, a book set the week before the very first game. Will it solve this 10-year-old mystery, or is it going to leave the timeline even more broken? Hello Internet! Welcome to Game Theory, the show that reads the FNAF book so you don't have to. Like, seriously, why are there 25 of these things? But regardless of how I feel about the mere existence of these things, Scott is still pumping them out, and now we've got a new series of interactive novels starting officially with The Week Before. For those of you who don't know, The Week Before is FNAF's legally distinct version of a choose-your-own-adventure book. They can't legally call it that because it's trademarked. Don't worry about it. In this book, we take on the role of Ralph, a Freddy's security guard working the night shift the week before FNAF 1. The same security guard that we hear during each night of FNAF 1.
Hello? Hello? I wanted to record a message for you to help you get settled in on your first night.
That's right, Ralph is Phone Guy. Nice to finally put a name to a voice. From here, you get to choose how the story plays out. Some paths will take you through the pizzeria that we know so well at this point. Others will offer you new storylines, and others will land you exactly where Phone Guy ends up during the night 4 call of FNAF 1.
No. Oh no.
Wow. I always wondered.
As you might have guessed, this book has caused quite a stir in the FNAF community. Firstly, because, well, it's actually a pretty good book. The interactive element really gamifies the whole reading experience and builds the anticipation of where it's going. But the real reason it's become such a hot button topic is because it provides us with answers to some of our most burning questions about this franchise. Not just who Phone Guy is, but who did the bite of 87, with the employees' new tactics of flashing their lights to stop the animatronic, and Phone Guy's insistence that the animatronic never bit a kid, with the emphasis on kid. All signs point towards it being Foxy. How many spirits are inside of Golden Freddy? Well, according to the Sixth Night, Ralph is overwhelmed by a noise of "it's me" when he's touched by Golden Freddy. But underneath that noise is a different voice speaking in full sentences. 2 voices, 2 spirits. Who those spirits are and how it works are theories for another day. But it's been so exciting to finally feel like we're getting some answers to questions we've had since that very first game. However, the biggest question that I and many other theorists wanted answered was, what year does FNAF 1 take place? This book is literally set the week before FNAF 1, so if anything was going to give us the answer, it would be this. Or so we thought. In true FNAF fashion, while offering answers to some questions, this book is cryptic about others. But as I went back through the book and the evidence surrounding FNAF 1's date, I noticed something. We've been looking at this entirely wrong. There's a detail that's been hanging over us for a whole decade. A detail that changes not just when in the timeline FNAF 1's pizzeria existed, but the entire timeline as we know it. Grab your camera viewing tablets, friends, because we gotta go back to the original Freddy's for one more night to figure out when FNAF 1 really takes place.
Let's go, man. When does
1993 has
FNAF 1 take place?
basically been the de facto date for FNAF 1 ever since Matt's very first FNAF episode. He used the amount of money earned in the week and compared it with the minimum wages throughout the years, which landed him somewhere in the early 90s. Combine that with the fact that most weekly employees are paid on Fridays, with the date we get paid in FNAF 1 being November 12th, and you find the only year that fits is 1993. We almost got confirmation of this date too, thanks to some leaked Faz facts from FNAF AR, saying things like Fazbear's twisted pizza recipe was voted most yummy by 6 out of 10 children in every survey from 1988 to 1993. But we were later told by Illumix, the company that made the game, not to use this cut content for lore purposes. These might have been cut because Scott just likes to be cryptic, or it could be because the date was wrong. Either way, it did sow the seeds of doubt within the community about the legitimacy of 1993 as our FNAF 1 year. Since then, a couple of other dates have been thrown around, but despite all of the theorizing, we've never had something that felt truly solid, which was where we all hoped the week before would come in and save the day. And at first, it seemed like it was doing just that. Throughout the book, Ralph not only records the phone calls that we get to hear during the first game, but he also listens to his old recordings that, according to him, are from very long ago. Quote, "It's strange to listen to a recording of yourself, especially one from so long ago. If you remember correctly, your daughter had just been born." I know, it is strange listening to a recording of yourself. Welcome to my life, mate. At the very start of this story, we learned that Ralph's daughter, Capellia, is 11
That's
years
a weird
old.
name, man.
And so, if this recording was made around when she was born, and that initial recording says it's from Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, not Fredbear's Family Diner, then the earliest this game could take place is 11 years after Freddy's opened in 1983, making the year 1994. Now, there's always a chance that he recorded the calls a year or so before the opening, or he simply rounded up the year. The phrase "just been born" could mean sometime between Capellia literally being born and being 12 to 24 months old, which would allow for 1993 to still fit the bill here. That is, if it wasn't for something YouTuber The Unwithered Truth pointed out. They also did a whole video trying to figure out the year of FNAF 1, but they found an interesting detail. The page where we're told Ralph recorded these phone guy messages around when his daughter was born has two major faults. The first is that to get to this page, it requires some really odd pathway choices. By getting through to the 6th night on your first playthrough, you unlock a mobile phone which the book calls the bonus item. You then need to restart the book with the bonus item in your inventory. At various points, the book offers you a chance to use the bonus item, and you're encouraged to do so whenever this option is presented, because that leads to the canon FNAF 1 phone calls being recorded. However, to get to the page about when your daughter was born, you actually have to reject recording the night 1 phone call. On this new path, you instead need to call the voicemail service, but to do that, you need a code. This code is on the mobile phone's speed dial, but you would only know that if you had taken the previous prompt and used the bonus item to record the night 1 phone call, skipping this voicemail section entirely. Plus, it doesn't use the typical bonus item prompt. It just says if you have the 4-digit code. Without the bonus item, you'd never know what this code is, but if you have the bonus item, you'd have likely skipped this page and recorded the night 1 phone call. Yes, it is technically possible to do things this way, but it flies in the face of logic for the reader. Of course, you could just dismiss this as a small mistake, but then once you do get to the page about your daughter's age, we find another problem. It contains information that directly contradicts other information in the book. On this page, it tells you you've never brought Capellia here, as in where you work, Freddy Fazbear's. Yet later on in the book, it says she's never gotten over the time you brought her to work to meet the animatronics when she was 7. Both of these things cannot be true. Either she's been to Freddy's or she hasn't. And so it makes it really difficult to lean on Capellia's age as a defining piece of evidence to settle this debate. Fortunately, there are a few other clues to help us out.
Man. Why? I'm not saying give the answers, but like, dang,
throughout the book, it becomes clear that Ralph has a bit of an affinity for modern pop culture, specifically movies and TV shows. On page 147, he references The Goonies. On page 194, he punches in the code 1234, and when it's wrong, says that would be a combination an idiot would have on their luggage. The same line from the movie Spaceballs. When fighting against the animatronics, Ralph's daughter yells, "Try holy water death breath," which comes from the movie The Lost Boys. This thing is full of references like this, and they're mostly from the 1980s. The Goonies was first released in 1985, Spaceballs was released in 1987, and The Lost Boys was also released in 1987. However, there is one year that comes up more commonly. On page 157, Ralph says how Bruce Willis makes crawling through vents look easy, referencing Die Hard from 1989. On page 176, he mentions watching Lethal Weapon movies, as in more than just the original, with the sequel coming out in 1989. He even references an episode of Star Trek on page 8, Who Watches the Watcher, an episode that was released in 1989. And finally, he mentions his daughter playing a Sega Genesis console, which was released in, you guessed it, 1989. With all of these references to the same date, it really feels like the emphasis is on this year, especially given that none of these references come from media that goes beyond November 1989, the month which we know FNAF 1 takes place thanks to the paycheck. And if you remove the broken page about recording the phone calls when Ralph's daughter was born, you no longer need to worry about Freddy's being around 11 years prior, which makes 1989 feel like a really solid candidate, at least at first. As I said, there are a bunch of references in this book, but there's only one that is mentioned twice: time to make the donuts. This is the catchphrase of Fred the Baker, a character from a bunch of Dunkin' Donuts commercials introduced in 1981. That feels pretty in line with what we've already established. It's just another 80s reference. Except Fred the Baker and his catchphrase extended beyond the 1980s. The last commercial with Fred saying his iconic line was 1997.
Time to make the coffee, time to make the donuts.
So while yes, the catchphrase did exist in the 80s, this means we can't rule out the possibility that it takes place sometime in the 90s. And to top it off, there's one other reference that throws a spanner into the 1989 idea: Disney. No, I'm not kidding. Disney is canon in the FNAF universe. People thought we were crazy for comparing their mascot designs to FNAF in our Ultimate Timeline, but here we are. Quote, you smile, thinking back on better times. For a while, you'd have said that Freddy Fazbear's Pizza was the happiest place on Earth, if you weren't worried about infringing on a trademark. The happiest place on Earth is, of course, the slogan for Disneyland, which opened in 1955. However, the key detail in that line isn't the slogan, but the kind of lawsuit Ralph is afraid of: trademark infringement. We spoke about trademarks in our recent Poppy Playtime episode, but the basic gist is that a person or business can trademark a phrase to stop others using it to sell their own products. In this case, it would be to stop other parks or franchises calling themselves the happiest place on Earth, as that could lead to visitors thinking they were visiting an official Disney attraction when actually they were going to a Murder Bear pizzeria. To get a trademark, you have to apply for it, making it an official legal thing that you own. And despite being around since 1955, Disney didn't actually register for that trademark until 1998. For Ralph to be afraid of trademark infringement, this book, and therefore FNAF 1, has to take place after the trademark was filed in... This isn't a totally out there date for FNAF 1 either. I know Rye Toast has liked the idea of FNAF 1 being in 1998 for some time, mainly due to the date given to us on the FNAF paychecks. In FNAF 1, we're paid on November 12th, and in FNAF 2, we're also paid on November 12th. Only this time, we know the year, 1987. That isn't a Friday as we initially discussed, but a Thursday, implying Fazbear typically breaks the mold and pays on Thursday. And another year with November 12th on a Thursday is, as you might expect at this point, 1998. This date would also allow for Capellia's age to work if you wanted to include that detail, as 11 years prior is 1987, the same year as the grand reopening of Freddy's in FNAF 2. Finally, it also works with a line that has bugged us theorists for years. During night 1 of FNAF 1, Ralph's phone call mentions that these characters were, quote, forced to sing those same stupid songs for 20 years. 20 years prior to 1998 would have been 1978. Since Help Wanted 2, we have been aware that the franchise has existed since the 1970s, and in The Secret of the Mimic teaser, we saw the date 1979 pop up, very close to that 20 years prior. And just like it's possible he was rounding years for the phrase just been born, it's not too much of a stretch to believe he rounded up to 20 years when it was actually a year less, and it was 1979. So is that it? Is 1998 the year of FNAF 1? Honestly, I thought so for a pretty pretty decent chunk of time. But as I was going back through all the evidence, something struck me. The quote from Ralph about singing those songs for 20 years, it's not the full quote. We often spend a lot of time focusing on the 20 years part because that feels like a definitive amount that we can fit into whatever timeline we come up with. But the full line gives us an extra detail about exactly what he's referring to.
If I were forced to sing those same stupid songs for 20 years and I never got a bath, I'd probably be a bit irritable at night too.
Did you catch it? Ralph mentions them never being washed in those 20 years. You can't wash a character, it's just a fictional concept, which means this line has to be referring to the animatronics themselves. In the book, he also states that he was so happy that they restored Freddy and the gang to their vintage designs. These aren't new animatronics for this reopened location. These are old animatronics that have been restored. The same ones that have been around for 20 years. His joke about not getting a bath is just his explanation for why they smell, as during the canon run of the week before, he never discovers the truth about the kids' bodies being stuffed inside. Ralph's not talking about the characters of Freddy, Bonnie, Chica, and Foxy. He's talking about the physical animatronics, and that changes everything. Because if these 4 animatronics have to have been around for 20 years, then that means there's only one date FNAF 1 can be. We've seen that time and time again, Freddy Fazbear's Pizza was officially established in 1983. If the animatronics from FNAF 1 are supposed to be the same animatronics restored to their original vintage designs, then that would mean the earliest FNAF 1 could take place is 2003. But what about the Secret of the Mimic teaser? That showed the franchise was active in 1979. And that's true, but it's not taking into account the era of FNAF that game takes place in. In the books, the Mimic is invented as one of the earliest ever animatronics, designed to mimic the routines of others and wear whatever costumes it needs in order to become that character. This is the costume era of FNAF, not that of fully fledged animatronics. Edwin, the creator of the Mimic in the books, is working on animatronics of the main 4, but they haven't debuted yet. We saw the same thing at Steel Wool's PAX West booth where they showed a sneak peek of the game. On the walls was a poster saying Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, coming soon. The original animatronics have not yet taken center stage. They haven't started singing those silly songs yet, so the 20 years needs to start after they've debuted, once again pointing us to 1983 and therefore 2003. But what about the minimum wage or the paychecks or the references? It's true, earning $120 for 5 nights of 6 hours work is $4 an hour, while minimum wage in 2003 is $5.15. But I'd also point out that after completing the 6th night, you only get an extra 50 cents in overtime pay, which regardless of whether it's 1989, 1993, or 2003 is still way too low. I'm just not convinced Scott thought through the amount all that much. As for the dates, the 12th of November 2003 is a Wednesday, and so it doesn't line up with FNAF 2's pay schedule. The only explanation I could offer is that in the movie, Mike learns about the job on April 6th, 2000, a Thursday, and the next day calls Afton and starts the job on Friday night, making his 5th night and the day he would typically be paid Tuesday. So we can't necessarily guarantee Fazbear is paying on the same day of the week for all of those years. As for all of the references in the week before, well, just because references exist in the 1980s or the trademark was first established in 1998, it doesn't mean that's the only time those things can be mentioned. My dad only references Top Gun, which came out in 1986, despite the fact he goes to the cinema every other week. References like this can limit the earliest it can take place, but not necessarily how far into the future it goes. If it is 2003, this would mean that FNAF 1 takes place 16 years after the closure of 1987, which, if you're trying to revitalize a franchise, feels like an awfully long time to wait, although we all know the power of nostalgia with older audiences these days. As for the future parts of the franchise, this is where I'll admit things fall apart a little. FNAF 3 takes place 30 years after the closure of Freddy's, which would then become 2033. That isn't an issue by itself, but based on this poster and the calendar from Security Breach, it's been theorized that Security Breach takes place in 2035. That means that FNAF 3, FNAF 6, Help Wanted, Special Delivery, and Security Breach all have to take place in 2 years. Yeah, that's a speedrun worthy of a Tetrabit video. Nope. Again, that 2035 date has only been theorized about, so there is a chance that, like our initial FNAF 1 date, it's also not correct. Though I will admit, it is annoying if Henry's message in FNAF 6 that was labeled HRY223 has nothing to do with the year of the recording and is just an arbitrary number. So, what now? We've examined the 3 options it feels like this book is trying to point us towards: 1989, 1998, or 2003. All of them have some pretty decent evidence supporting them, but they also have plenty of weaknesses. So, which one is the definitive true answer? This is where I'm sure many of you are waiting for me to pull out the trump card, the final piece of evidence that will settle this debate and give us an answer that no one was expecting. But the truth is, every time I tried to solve this paradox, there was always one piece of evidence that just didn't fit. If we agree it's 2003, then the paycheck days don't work, and Henry's message number means nothing. If we agree it's 1998, then the animatronics can't have been around for 20 years. There's just no winning. This book was clearly supposed to give us answers, but a few mistakes or contradictions here and there have made it impossible to do so. And that is so frustrating as a fan of this franchise. We spent the last few years begging for answers to this franchise, and over the last year, it really felt like Scott was answering our prayers, clarifying older details in the franchise. The bite of 87 being revealed to be Foxy in the week before. The Spring Bonnie aerial on the Midnight Motorist car in 5 Laps at Freddy's revealed that Cheeto Man from Midnight Motorist was Afton all along. Ditophobia revealed that the FNAF 4 nightmares were a result of hallucinogenic gas, not sound illusion discs. But when you actually stop and look at those now solved mysteries, outside of the immediate question, what did they actually solve? Cheeto Man is Afton, but we still don't know for sure who the kid that escapes is, who the person in the living room is, what the mound is. FNAF 4 is hallucinogenic gas. Okay, cool, but the game still plays out the same way. The bite of 87 was Foxy, but nothing else has developed as a result, other than clearing the name of my beloved Mangle. Even today's mystery, the date of FNAF 1, what would knowing that year ultimately change about the story? Regardless of whether it's 1998 or 2003, FNAF 3 still happens next and it burns down. Then FNAF 6 happens and it also burns down. Then the Help Wanted VR game is made, and then the Pizzaplex gets built and is taken over by the Mimic. Sure, it is fun to be able to solve these small loose threads, and so to some degree I'm thankful that Scott is giving them to us, but they're ultimately hollow gestures, as we're still unable to use those to figure out the bigger mysteries. What's the deal with Gregory? What happened to Cassie? Are the books canon? Instead, it kind of feels like we're being played with, given small answers to old questions that don't move the story forward. And even then, they're filled with so many contradictions that you still can't solve them all anyway. And that just sucks. It's one of the reasons why a large part of this fandom wants the books to be canon. It may not solve everything, but it gives us much more straightforward stories and explanations, something tangible that we can hold on to. And that feels a lot better than the alternative of being left scrambling for details that conflict with each other. We've been left in the dark for so long about so many things, and in a time of so much uncertainty, we want to be able to go to our favorite franchises and feel secure. But instead, it feels as though we're being messed around more and more. As we get close to the end of 2024, and we've got a new year of FNAF upon us, let's just remember to give each other some slack. Whether you believe it's 1989, 1998, 2003, or you want to stick with the original 1993. At the end of the day, we are all working with a broken system, just trying our best to make sense of it. And Scott, if you happen to be watching this, you've got Secret of the Mimic, an interactive novel about Cassie in the Pizzaplex, and another Into the Pit adaptation coming. Let there be some actual answers that help us understand more than just the small details. And please, make sure there aren't too many contradictions this time. And if you need volunteers to help double check your lore, I might know a good group of people that would be willing to help out. But hey, that's just a theory. A game theory! Thanks for watching.
So there you have it, man. It is frustrating. It's frustrating to me, and I don't even follow the lore like that. Every time a game comes out, I play it, I finish it, and Into the Pit was the last one I played. I had a lot of fun playing it. It's getting harder and harder for new fans to come in, because, in my opinion at least, like, I started to watch FNAF content from the very first game. Do you know what I mean? So I know the lore, I know how difficult it is. But if you have a new fan, and tell me in the comments if you are a new fan of FNAF and if you are finding difficult to engage with it, because there's so much stuff that it must be like overwhelming to get into it to new people. And yeah, man. And then there's the other thing on the game theory, on the theorists part, where people just go attack you personally because of a theory they disagree with. And that's just idiotic and dumb. In the end of the day, people are just trying to make a reason of a franchise they love. So there's no need for that much negativity around a bunch of pixels put together in the form of a bear. Do you know what I mean? So it is what it is. But yeah, man, that's the internet in a nutshell, I guess. But yeah, guys, thank you so much for watching the video, man. All glory to God as usual, man. Like the video, subscribe to the channel, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Goodbye. Welcome back to the channel. My name is Gonzii, and today we are going to be reacting to another game theory video, man. But before we start, Happy New Year to everyone. I hope you have a phenomenal year, man. Let's hope this is the year we accomplish our dreams. One of them is already in motion. News soon. News coming soon. Just before we start, guys, I have to ask you, man, please subscribe to the channel. It helps way more than you think. And share the videos with your friends, bro. We are almost at 1K subs. I need that mark so much to start earning money with the channel. Please subscribe to the channel and share the videos with your friends and family, bro. Just go to your mom's account, yeah, and sub to the channel. It's that easy, bro. But yeah, guys, let's begin this video. Are FNAF books actually canon? Let's go! All glory to God.
What if the FNAF books were canon? It's a question that's torn the fanbase apart for years, and now we've had an update to Help Wanted 2 that seems to be telling us the answer is yes. But what would that change? What theories would this ruin? And what does it mean we can expect from Secret of the Mimic this year? Today, we're going to find out. Hello Internet! Welcome to Game Theory, the show that's always looking at FNAF from a new perspective. You may remember that last time I was getting a little frustrated with Scott and his lack of clarity in this franchise. It is fun to be able to solve these small loose threads, but we're still unable to use those to figure out the bigger mysteries. What's the deal with Gregory? What happened to Cassie? Are the books canon? Well, it appears Scott was listening, and now he's not messing around, because we just got ourselves a couple of new pieces of information to answer the biggest question in the franchise's recent history. Are the books canon? Recently, friend of the channel Dorco did a charity live stream, and as per usual, he got special access to some unreleased gameplay and teasers. One was a new version of 5 Laps at Freddy's, the weird spin-off kart racer thing, and while playing, a new billboard was discovered. It was advertising a company called Murray Co. and their brand new robotic vacuum cleaner. In the story The Mimic from Tales from the Pizzaplex, we have a character called Edwin Murray who builds a robotic vacuum cleaner. He later goes on to be bought by Fazbear Entertainment and builds the Mimic, the big bad that we saw at the end of Ruin. We also got a very short teaser for a Help Wanted 2 update where we get to see the Mimic's costume model up close. But the important detail was actually in the very corner of the screen, a white tiger plushie with different colored eyes. In that same story, The Mimic, Edwin's son David has a white tiger plushie, and after he dies, the Mimic begins carrying it around. In later stories like Tiger Rock and Storyteller, the Mimic is heavily associated with a white tiger animatronic with 2 different colored eyes. A couple of days after all of this, the update came out, and it became even more clear that this was all to do with the Mimic. The tiger plushie was unlocked by using the code 1979, the date we found in the Secret of the Mimic trailer, and roughly around the time Edwin created the Mimic in the books. We get to see the toy factory that people reported the Secret of the Mimic demo from PAX West taking place in, and in the Mimic story, we learn that Edwin lived in a factory where he was making animatronics. As you might imagine, this set the fan base ablaze because it seemed like the games were finally confirming the canonicity of the books. Before this, the strongest connection we had to the Tales books taking place in the game timeline was just the Mimic existing down in the FNAF 6 building in both the epilogues of Tales and the ending of Ruin. But now, with Edwin's company existing and a white tiger character who we've only ever seen in the books at this point, it feels like more than ever we are being shown that the games and the books may coexist in the same universe. But if that's the case, what does that change? We've been theorizing about this franchise for a long time now, and we've never really considered the books to be canon to the game timeline. So, if the books are now being shown as canon, I wondered what dominoes begin to fall. Which of those theories get debunked? What parts of the story would we have a new perspective on? And what could that mean for future releases? Better grab your Vanny masks once again, theorists, because we've got to take a look at FNAF in a whole new way and ask the question, what if the books were canon? Let's start with the series of books that are most tied to this modern era of FNAF, Tales from the Pizzaplex. In case you don't know, this is a series of 8 books, each containing 3 short stories and an epilogue, with all the epilogues combining into one continuous story across all 8 books. That gives us 25 full stories, all of which take place in a world where Freddy Fazbear's exists. Most commonly, it's some version of the Pizzaplex. You may have seen the term Tales games thrown around when talking about whether the books are canon to the games. Well, this is where that comes from. Tales games boils down to these 25 Tales stories being completely one-to-one canon to the games. Fortunately, you don't need to know all 25 stories inside and out in order to get to grips with how Tales would change the game's lore. There are a few stories that make small changes, but mostly it's just to provide clarity on parts of the story we weren't sure about. Stories like Help Wanted, where we learn about Steve Snodgrass, a game developer who made the original 4 FNAF games for Fazbear Entertainment, though we find out he's making them based purely on the rumors surrounding the business and his own memories. Plus, his mind is being affected by this little high-pitched noise, distorting the reality around him, and it's all coming from one little disc. If the books are canon, then this story would not only confirm the canon existence of sound illusion discs, everyone's favorite FNAF gadget, but it would also 100% confirm that canonically the first 3 to 4 games are in-universe games. Now, we have known about this idea since the Help Wanted game.
Fazbear Entertainment hired the game developer. Those indie games were designed to conceal and make light of what happened. This isn't just an attempt to rebrand, it's an elaborate cover-up.
But what this changes is the reliability of those games for lore purposes. After the Help Wanted game, despite being told that these were in-universe games, it was unclear how one-to-one they were with reality. This story tells us that they were being made by someone who didn't know the true stories and whose mind was slowly being worn down. This allows for Scott and Steelwool to retcon certain details from those games without them really being retcons. They're just something Steve made up. Obviously, if a modern entry confirms a detail from FNAF 1 to 4, then we can be sure it's likely true. And we actually get a good example of this. Dittophobia. This was the final story from Tales from the Pizzaplex, and it involves a character named Rory, living in a house that is described exactly like the FNAF 4 house. Rory believes he is a kid with a family, but as time goes on, it's revealed he's not a kid, he's grown up. The house is disgusting, and the entire place has been filled with a hallucinogenic gas coming from the underground bunker. Circus babies. We've wondered for a long time what was causing the nightmares in FNAF 4, whether it was sound illusion discs or just the overwhelming sense of fear and guilt. But if these books are canon, the answer becomes clear. The nightmares are real, but it's the hallucinogenic gas that truly brings them to life. So that's hallucinogenic gas, sound illusion discs, and don't forget we have VR and AR in this world. There are 3 reality-altering tools on the table for this franchise. Basically, we can't trust anything we see in the games anymore. Then there's the more modern stories like GGY. This one focuses on a kid named Greg that is hacking into the Pizzaplex animatronics, leaving high scores in all the arcade machines, and is getting rid of any counselors or anyone else that gets too close to the truth. With his arcade and hacking sign-offs being GGY, it's almost certain that his full name is Gregory, as in our Gregory from Security Breach, which also makes Gregory Patient 46, the mysterious child from the therapy CDs we collect during Security Breach that also has a habit of getting rid of therapists. The final point of clarity here is that Greg refers to himself as the wizard's favorite apprentice during the story, as well as using the handle Dr. Rabbit, which feels like a mighty big hint that Gregory is working for Glitchtrap, just like Vanessa. To be fair, we've actually been on board with this idea for a while, so it hasn't really changed any of our theories. But if the books are canon, it just solidifies it more as fact rather than theory. The only thing we have to wonder now is whether he's still under Glitchtrap's control. Help Wanted 2 and Security Breach seem to be telling us that Vanessa is now free of Glitchtrap, and in Ruin, they are implied to be working together to help Cassie. So is Gregory also free now, or is he just playing the long con? As I said, those 3 stories don't really change much about the lore. They provide some clarity and add depth to certain lore aspects that were otherwise just dropped on us with no real explanation. But it doesn't really derail any anything. However, that isn't the case for every story, and now we have to talk about the big three: the Mimic, the Storyteller, and the Epilogues. And if these stories are canon, it causes a drastic shift in how we look at this modern era of FNAF. A quick recap for those who don't know. These stories focus around the latest big bad of the series, the Mimic. It starts with Edwin Murray and his son, David. Edwin is a robotics genius whose company was bought by Fazbear Entertainment, and his job was to turn the original Freddy's costumes into animatronics. He ends up building the Mimic out of spare parts, and it's designed to mimic and play with his son. Sadly though, one day, his son runs out of the factory into the road and is hit by a car. But even after he dies, the Mimic continues mimicking David's behavior, causing Edwin to get angry and beat the Mimic to a metallic pulp. Edwin then disappears, leaving Fazbear to come and collect their property from Edwin's factory, where the Mimic begins violently murdering those who come to collect. They do eventually manage to contain the Mimic, as while they begin construction of the Pizzaplex on top of the FNAF 6 location, a version of the Mimic is dropped off alongside other animatronics that will make up the glam rock band. The Mimic is then programmed to help clear the endos that remain inside, ripping their arms and heads off. But it doesn't just stop at the endos. Construction workers begin being torn apart limb from limb, leading to the location being cemented over, trapping it inside the FNAF 6 location beneath the Pizzaplex. Many years later, once the Pizzaplex is up and running, the Mimic software is used to run something called the Storyteller, a baobab tree that connects the entire Pizzaplex, and it's designed to create new fun storylines for the characters to play out, except it ends up turning the animatronics into more childish and more dangerous versions of themselves. At this point, Edwin returns and tries to stop the Mimic, only to die in the process, with the Storyteller later being removed, but the Mimic program remains. There is a lot to unpack there, and a number of theories that go out the window if these books do end up being canon. The first and most obvious one, the origins of the Mimic. Up until this point, we've been theorizing that Edwin was meant to be a parallel for Henry. Both were involved in the early days of Fazbear. We even theorized that Henry had been bought out by Afton, much like Edwin was. Both made the earliest animatronics, and both had young children that died, and they took their agony out on their animatronic creations that were designed to mimic their now deceased child. That led to several theories about how Henry originally created the Mimic, and that it was originally made to be part of their traveling circus alongside Henry and William. But if the books are canon, that cannot be the case, as it's very clearly Edwin that created the Mimic. Now, that's not to say the Mimic couldn't have been used as part of the circus. We see Jackie from Secret of the Mimic is very much circus themed, but it just wasn't the reason it was created. Instead, that would have just been a retroactive use for it. We also had a theory about how the Mimic had been locked underground for a very long time, at least since the 1980s. After Henry disappeared, Afton went to collect what belonged to Fazbear, including the Mimic, and then used it to help create the Funtime animatronics, only for it to all go wrong and for it to kill his daughter. He then locked the Mimic underground and created a Blue Bunny Mixes to keep it locked away. Again, if the books are canon, this theory cannot be true, as the Mimic doesn't arrive at the Pizzaplex until construction on the Pizzaplex has already begun. There is still a chance that the Mimic was used by Afton to create the Funtimes, as they go to collect the Mimic just a few months after its creation sometime in the 70s, way before Afton's own spring locking. It just means that Elizabeth's death wasn't enough to make Afton go, maybe this isn't such a good idea, which I would say feels strange, but then again, this is the guy who tortured his own son with nightmare animatronics, so it sadly tracks. The books also reveal who is trying to revive Fazbear Entertainment, and turns out it's not an important or relevant character like Mrs. Afton, like we theorized about in our FNAF timeline. I should really do a new one of those. Let me know down in the comments if you'd like to see my updated version of this. Anyway, instead, it's a random businessman called Mr. Burrows, and it turns out the reason the Pizzaplex was built on top of FNAF 6 and the reason the Mimic was given access to the Pizzaplex systems wasn't for some big master plan with Afton's old computer chips and burnt corpse. It was just a dumb business move made by someone who knew nothing about anything in order to achieve the main goal that you might expect from a modern CEO: profits. And because Mr. Burrow dies alongside Edwin after installing the Storyteller, which has clearly been removed by the time of security breach, that would imply that the messages we saw about Vanessa's hiring, despite her lack of qualifications, were almost certainly certainly the Mimic's doing. Vanessa was possessed by the Mimic, aka Glitchtrap, and with Mr. Burrows dead, the Mimic had full control of Fazbear's systems, including emails. So when it says that her recommendation came from the top, it was likely the Mimic using Mr. Burrows' email to put its plan into motion. But what is the Mimic's plan? Well, at this point, it's just software. If it truly wants to continue Afton's legacy, it's going to need a body, and it has one just beneath the Pizzaplex. But this is where one of the big criticisms of the books being canon comes from. While there is clearly a Mimic under the Pizzaplex in the games, it doesn't appear to be the Mimic 2 that we read about in the epilogues. In the epilogues, it's a black, almost gooey, spider-like thing, transforming into whatever shape it needs. But then in Ruin, we got this thing, an endo made up of the most random assortment of parts that walks with a limp. These two things don't feel like they're the same threatening creature, but if we think about it and we do consider the books to be canon, I think I might have an answer for this. By the end of the epilogues, the Mimic is destroyed, spring-locked by a jester costume. If the Mimic program wants to use this body, it would need to be repaired. Enter Vanessa, and thanks to GGY, likely Gregory, who can then use Glamrock Freddy to clear the path down into the depths, into the FNAF 6 building, and to where the Mimic's destroyed body lies dormant. From here, they would do what we initially suspected Vanessa was doing with Burntrap. They would repair him using a mix-mash of endoskeleton parts, anything they could find, in order to put it back together. That could be why we see it limping before the chase scene. It's either still partially damaged, or it's just because the parts aren't its own, but a random assortment that's not fully balanced or calibrated. That would then tie into the ending we got from the new Help Wanted 2 update. We see Mixes driven away in a van that looks suspiciously like the one Gregory drove in one of the security breach endings. Mixes wasn't always underneath FNAF 6. After the events of Security Breach, it seems like both Gregory and Vanessa have been freed from the Mimic's control, but they know what's down there. They put it back together, and because of that, they know how to stop it. What we're seeing in this ending could be Gregory and Vanessa driving Mixes to the Pizzaplex, collecting it from the same place the Mimic came from, the MCM toy store and factory, Edwin's. That's why Gregory's backpack and walkie-talkie end up down with the Mimic, because they were installing Mixes to keep it locked away, only for the Mimic to learn Gregory's voice and trick Cassie into freeing it. What all of this amounts to is actually something we theorized a very long time ago about the future of this franchise, one that we've actually been quite disappointed hadn't seemed to have come to fruition since then: the soft reboot of the franchise. By making Edwin canon to the games, and with the Mimic being the true identity behind Glitchtrap, it removes the parts both Afton and Henry played in our theories. We finally moved on from the original characters and story of Henry versus Afton, and into a new era of new characters like Vanessa, Gregory, Cassie, and the Mimic. The Steel Wool era of games still uses the same rules and world as before, but it's more about the knock-on effects of those old characters' actions, rather than their direct input. And that's great. Ultimate Custom Night felt like a great ending to the story. Now, in retrospect, if the books are canon, we can truly split the series up and treat this as a new era separate from those original stories. However, if Tales is canon, this isn't the only thing that changes. There's one more story, one more domino that has to fall, and the story is called Frailty. Here we meet a girl called Jessica, who has a special metallic necklace that when she scrapes off shavings and puts them on dying patients at a hospital, they get better. At the end of the story, she uses the last of this necklace and becomes a pile of scrap metal. The powers of this necklace are nearly identical to the power we saw from the necklace given to Sarah by Eleanor in the story To Be Beautiful. Sarah was eventually turned into a pile of scrap metal, but while she wore the necklace, she appeared completely human. The reason that this is such a big deal is that To Be Beautiful isn't from Tales from the Pizzaplex. It's from Fazbear Frights, the previous collection of short stories. And if Eleanor becomes canonical, then at the very least, every story connected to her also becomes canonical. Agony would become canon. Time-traveling ball pits would be canon. And the Afton amalgamation, or the Agony, the thing everyone said Matt was insane for even suggesting to be part of the game's timeline, would indeed indeed be canon. This idea, the fanbase has dubbed Stitchline games, because they all tie into the epilogues from those books surrounding a mysterious character called the Stitch Wraith. The Stitch Wraith is an endoskeleton that contains the souls of two children, Jake and Andrew is the more interesting one in terms of canonicity. Andrew was killed by William as one of the 6 missing kids that were killed in 1985. Because of this, Andrew is angry, vengeful even, to the point where in The Man in Room 1280, he keeps a burnt and dying Afton alive in a hospital just to torture him inside his mind. That sounds familiar, almost as if it's exactly what happens in Ultimate Custom Night. A vengeful spirit torturing Afton for all eternity. For the longest time, we've attributed this role to Cassidy, the 5th missing kid, and a spirit possessing Golden Freddy. But if the Tales books are canon, which means that at least the Stitch Wraith stories are canon, that would mean that Andrew's spirit is more likely the one torturing Afton. The Man in Room 1280 and Ultimate Custom Night are happening at the same time. Andrew is the vengeful spirit. I suppose that would explain why the one you should not have killed is referred to using male pronouns.
He's here and always watching.
Custom Night is so creepy, man. Because of these things.
The only confusing part is, why show us Golden Freddy for beating the hardest difficulty? In the story The New Kid, they do find a kid with black curly hair inside the Golden Freddy suit, which matches the description of Andrew's hair, but then he's not shown to possess Golden Freddy in any of the Stitch Wraith stories. And in the Into the Pit game, we have a minigame that shows us an Andrew-possessed fetch, while Golden Freddy sits there with its eyes lit up, implying that Golden Freddy is already possessed and that it and Andrew are separate. Plus, what's with Andrew not getting a gravestone? The 6 graves we have are Gabriel, Fritz, Susie, Jeremy, Cassidy, and Charlie. Did Andrew's parents just not love him enough to get him one? It does feel odd that this clearly very important character doesn't really appear in anything, and has largely been forgotten in all the clues given to us inside the games themselves. But then, I guess this is where the new games can come in. If Stitchline is canon, that would make the Into the Pit game canon, and Megacat has already teased us with a Fetch sequel coming at some point, so details like this could be more thoroughly explored in those future titles. And actually, there's something quite satisfying about that. What that would essentially leave us with are 2 sets of games running side by side, the Megacat series and the Steel Wool series. One aimed at clarifying Andrew's story within the older games, and one aimed at exploring the future of the franchise's story. It all sounds so idyllic, doesn't it? It feels like a number of holes in the story do get filled in if the books are in fact canon. The question is, do I really think they are? Now, I would be remiss if I didn't talk about the other side of this canon coin just a little bit. While the appearance of a Tiger Rock plushie and Edwin's name on the sign do seem like compelling pieces of evidence towards the books being canon, there is a chance this is another Silver Eyes situation. In those books, we have William and Henry, but while they share a name with their in-game counterparts, they are decidedly different characters. In the games, Afton gets spring-locked and locked away in a back room, only being found 30 years later in FNAF 3. While in the books, Afton survives his spring locking, isn't locked away, and goes on to pursue immortality. In the books, Henry unalives himself in 1985 when he can't take the grief of his daughter's death, while in the games, he sacrifices himself when burning down the FNAF 6 pizzeria, which is at least 30 years after the closure of Freddy's. Same characters, different stories. And so, there is a chance we're seeing the same thing happen here. Edwin definitely seems to exist in the main canon, but it may not be one-to-one with his book counterparts. Tiger Rock also seems to exist in the games and the books, but the story surrounding him and the Mimic might be slightly different. It's also worth noting that we were introduced to William Afton's name and Henry as a full character in the books first, and then later they showed up in the games, which is exactly what we've seen with the Mimic, a character that was introduced in the books first, then showed up in Ruin later. It's following a similar pattern. The truth is, either of these options is entirely possible. Right now, we just don't have enough evidence to say one way or the other with complete certainty. We're just gonna have to wait for Secret of the Mimic to hopefully learn more and get the answer. However, despite the existence of these items not confirming the book's canonicity 100%, event, I will say that the more I worked on this episode, the more open I became to this possibility. Like I said at the start of this episode, last time I asked Scott for clarity, and it feels like that's what we're getting. So I'd be silly not to take it seriously. Plus, if the books weren't meant to be canon, then including a Tiger Rock plushie and Edwin's name is just sowing discord for the sake of it, rather than actually trying to help clarify things. And I know Scott is known for being a bit of a troll, but that feels extreme even for him. By including them while not completely confirming anything, it does feel like we're being pointed in that direction. And as we've talked about today, that could be really helpful for explaining the mess that was Security Breach, Vanessa's original plan, who is running the Pizzaplex, and why the Mimic is different now than in the books. But I guess we're just going to have to wait and see when Secret of the Mimic comes out this year to know for sure. Maybe on April 6th, 2025, if the 4625 code from the New Help Wanted ending is anything to go by. But in the meantime, remember, that's just a theory. A game theory! Thanks for watching.
So yeah, man, again, are they canon? We don't know. Are parts of it canon? Maybe. But that's a slippery slope if you begin picking and choosing which books are canon and which ones aren't. Guys, thank you so much for watching the video, man. Shout out to the Game Theory team. They always do a phenomenal job. And like I said, please subscribe to the channel. It helps me tremendously. And news coming soon. I don't know how soon I can bring you these news, but it's close. It's closer than ever before. So news coming soon. And yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed it, man. I'm excited. But yeah, guys, thank you so much for watching the video. All glory to God as always. Like the video, subscribe to the channel, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Goodbye. Welcome back to the channel. My name is Gonzii, and today we are going to be reacting to another game theory video, man. This time called The Secret Afton Killer. Before we start though, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and like the video already, man. It really helps a lot.
FNAF's main villain has been keeping a secret from us since the beginning, and none of us caught it. Now Scott has released Into the Pit for a third time to try and get us to realize that while we were all looking at Afton and the Mimic, there was another lurking in the shadows that explains everything.
What about the
Hello Internet! Welcome to Game Theory, the show that revisits FNAF lore about as much as Scott does. Yeah, if you haven't already heard, we've gotten the second main entry in Scott's interactive novel trilogy. It's called Return to the Pit, and if you're a fan of FNAF, that name will absolutely ring a bell. In 2019, we had the first ever Fazbear Fright story called Into the Pit. Then last year, we had Into the Pit, the game, and now Scott is returning to what is clearly his favorite story in the franchise for a third time. But you want to know what's more infuriating than Scott telling us the same story over and over again? Scott changing that story just slightly each time. For both the original story and the game, the missing children's incident was shown to involve 6 kids, rather than the typical 5 that we've been told about in the games, which in and of itself caused lots of disagreements within the fanbase. But now in this new book, do you want to guess how many kids there are? It's been changed back to 5. Is this to line it up more with the games? Does that mean that this version is canon, but the original Fazbear Frights isn't? Scott, my guy, I literally spent an entire episode talking about how it would be nice if the books were canon, and then you go and pull this on me? I mean, I'm thankful you didn't change it to something crazy like 7, but seriously. That being said, this version of the story being more likely canon than the other versions does allow for some interesting theorizing. Something I didn't talk about in our week before theory was how a choose your own adventure can work in terms of canonicity. With each of these stories, while there are multiple endings, there is only one canon ending. However, that doesn't mean that the other endings can't be used to help solve the lore. In the week before, we know that phone guy Ralph has to die on night 4, but that doesn't mean that an item he finds in a drawer in a non-canon route can't be used as evidence. The item still exists in that drawer in the world. It is canonically there, it's just that canonically, Ralph never discovers it. Return to the Pit is working on that same principle. The canon ending is Oswald defeats the Yellow Rabbit and saves his dad, like he does in the original story. But there are a number of alternate paths that don't go that way that we can still learn from. Remember, this is the third time we are going through this story. Clearly, there is something that we've been missing that Scott is trying to draw our attention to. And while I was reading one of the alternate endings, something hit me around the face like a yellow rabbit in 1985. This one ending doesn't just add another log to the is it canon fire. It set off a chain of dominoes that completely changed my outlook on the franchise. It seems crazy, but if you'll stick with me, I promise you'll realize just as I did how this book affects the timeline, Fazbear's Full Fest origins, and one of the most confusing yet most important villains in this franchise. No, I'm not talking about Afton, and it's not the Mimic. Get your arcade tokens ready, theorists, because we've got a prize waiting for us to collect. Lore. Before we get too into the details, in case you somehow missed the last 5 years of this story existing, Into the Pit is about a kid named Oswald. During his summer break, his dad drops him off at a local pizzeria called Jeff's Pizza. While there, he discovers a ball pit that has strange powers. It can take him back in time to 1985. Back then, it wasn't Jeff's Pizza, but Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. There, he finds a golden rabbit mascot that lures him into a back room and reveals to him a lineup of dead children. Oswald runs to the ball pit to escape and finds his dad on the other side, but the yellow rabbit follows him, pulling his dad into the pit and taking his place in Oswald's life, driving him home, sitting at his dining table, and sleeping in his bed. Oswald has to break out of his own house and return to the pit in order to find his dad, where he manages to trap the yellow rabbit and put an end to it. Now, in the original Fazbear Fright story, it was unclear what exactly was going on with this ball pit. Was it really using time travel, or was it Oswald seeing agony-induced memories of the other victims that died in the ball pit? Agony being a powerful negative emotion that works kinda like Remnant, but not really. Listen, don't worry about it. It's really not that important because in this new telling of the story, as well as the game from last year, we're being shown that this ball pit is using physical time travel. In the game, Oswald is able to take objects from the future into the past and vice versa. And in Return to the Pit, Oswald meets a grown-up Chip, one of the kids he met in 1985, and Chip remembers him. So these retellings do seem to be showing us that it really is a time-traveling ball pit. And if that's the case, then there are a few other details that really begin to matter. Suddenly, anything Oswald witnesses in 1985 are real things present in 1985, even if they aren't the canonical route. And with that in mind, one of the alternative paths becomes very interesting. In 1985, Oswald has the option to leave Freddy's. Once he steps outside, he hears a voice calling for help. If we follow the voice, Oswald is led to a basement around the back of Freddy's. He makes his way down the stairs and is swiftly bonked over the head by the yellow rabbit. As he lies on the floor in a pool of his own blood, beginning to lose consciousness, he hears the voice laughing at him. Now, you may be wondering why this particular ending stood out to me. Yeah, it's a bit creepy, but it's just another nowhere path that leads to Oswald's demise. What's the big deal? Well, the big deal comes from when you read the description of the character this mysterious voice is coming from. Quote, "About 5 steps away, sitting in the shadow, you see a doll that resembles a little girl. She has red hair in pigtails and is wearing a red dress that matches her hair. Her face, legs, and arms are bone white, and she has a blood red nose and crimson circles on her cheeks. Her entire appearance is unnerving." Immediately, I knew I needed to identify this character. My first thought was Eleanor from other Fazbear Fright stories like To Be Beautiful. After all, Return to the Pit is a retelling of a Fright story. She is described as looking like a dog with a clown-like face and red pigtails. This felt like an obvious match, but then when I went back and took a closer look at Eleanor's description, the more that connection felt less and less strong. Yes, she's got a clown-like face, but her cheeks are actually pink, not red, and her body is silver, not white. There's also how her body is described. Quote, "Its body was sleek and silver with a long neck, a tiny waist, and a rounded bust and hips. Its legs and arms were long, slender, and elegant." Yes, she is described as being doll-like, but that doll is more reflective of an adult woman with a rounded bust and hips and longer limbs. But the doll in Return to the Pit is described as looking like a little girl, as in not a fully grown woman. So Eleanor wasn't really fitting the bill for me. But while I scratched my head over this, there was one other detail that pointed me in the right direction. Quote again, "You hear the sound of laughter beside you, high-pitched giggling. You turn your head and look at the doll. She sits there, perfectly still, but the laughter gets louder and louder. As we've discussed, it feels like this book is trying to align itself with the game canon. So, a red nose, red cheeks, red hair, a red dress, and a creepy childlike laugh can only match one character, Plush Baby. Now, if you're like me, you're probably sitting there thinking, what the heck is Plush Baby doing here? Her inclusion felt so intrusive, like an annoying ad that keeps asking for your data on every website you visit, or like Santi as he follows me around the office. Fortunately, today's sponsor NordVPN can help me out with at least two of those things. NordVPN allows me to deal with all these intrusive ads with their next level malware blocking features and encryption. Glitchtrap ain't getting anywhere near my personal data. And as for the truth is, I've actually been asking this question for a long time. Plush Baby was first introduced back in FNAF VR Help Wanted as a simple plushy version of Circus Baby, even using the same lines as her, just higher pitched. Her level was, let's say, challenging.
Oh god!
But from a lore perspective, this was a VR game made by Fazbear Entertainment to fix their reputation while also promoting merchandise. So, a plush version of Baby that people could then love or hate that they could then take home with them makes a lot of sense. What didn't make a lot of sense is the fact she kept reappearing in games that didn't have that lore purpose. In Help Wanted 2, we're essentially a technician fixing all the attractions, but there Plush Baby is, making her way towards us to jump scare us. In Security Breach Ruin, Cassie can find a secret room inside Bonnie Bowl that, when you take off the Vanny mask, reveals a room full of plush babies all laughing like they do, only to disappear when you turn your back. And you can also collect AR versions of the plushie, with Cassie's only comment being, what is she doing here? Not only has Scott been including her in all the Steel Wool era FNAF games, but he is specifically calling out that her presence is weird. And now she's being shoved into Return to the Pit during 1985. What is Scott trying to tell us with this character? Well, take a look at Plush Baby's design compared to the character she's based on, Circus Baby. What difference do you notice? Besides the fact that one is a doll and one is a 7-foot monster clown. The eyes. Plush Baby's eyes are blue, while Circus Baby's eyes are green. Though longtime fans of the franchise will remember that this isn't a design error from Scott. Circus Baby's eyes were originally blue, up until she scooped Afton's daughter Elizabeth and got Circus Baby's Pizza World shut down before it even opened. When Baby scooped Elizabeth, Baby became possessed by Elizabeth, and as part of that, gained Elizabeth's green eyes. So for the plush babies to have blue eyes, they have to have been based on the character prior to Elizabeth's scooping. Therefore, from a timeline perspective, for this toy to exist as it does in Return to the Pit, a blue-eyed Circus Baby needed to exist before 1985. We still don't have anything telling us exactly when her scooping happened prior to that date in 1985, whether it was before or after Dave the Crying Child and Charlie's deaths, but hey, at this point with FNAF, I'll take whatever timeline wins I can get. Although, that isn't the only thing this appearance teaches us. Because of Circus Baby's Pizza World's ambiguous placement in the FNAF timeline, there have been a lot of theories about why Baby and the Fun Times were designed with claws in their stomachs and cavities large enough to hold a child inside of them. Obviously, it was to capture kids, but it's more about why Afton chose this method to capture them when the only thing we'd seen at that point was him stuffing the kids into suits himself. One option that has been theorized about is that the Fun Time designs were made to capture kids in their stomachs because of the police sniffing around after the missing children's incident. Afton couldn't risk getting caught leading children into the back room himself like he used to, so he'd just have the animatronics do it for him. But in this book, we're being shown that Plush Baby, and therefore a pre-Elizabeth Baby, were around before 1985, before the missing children's incident, which happens in Return to the Pit in 1985. That implies that Afton's use of Baby and the Fun Times was less responsive and more proactive. Like it was always the plan to have them assist him in capturing kids. Like he knew it was the smart approach to have help rather than doing doing it all himself. He wanted someone else to bring the kids to a secluded place where he could then kill them. He needed an accomplice. And if you think about it, this idea is actually being reflected with Plush Baby's recent appearances. In Return to the Pit, Oswald is led to a mysterious back room by Plush Baby and is then killed by a yellow rabbit. It's not literally Afton, it's a weird monster version of Afton with hundreds of teeth. But then again, it's not literally Baby either. Instead, it's symbolic of the relationship these two characters had. Baby is once again helping to capture the kid, luring them to a place where Afton can finish them off. A similar thing happens in Ruin when we play as Cassie, another child. We're lured to a secret back room much like Oswald was, and inside are a bunch of giggling plush babies. Fortunately, this time, no rabbit came to kill us. And you know why? Because the one who is acting like Afton, the mimic, is locked downstairs in the basement. We haven't released it yet. We can't even put on the Vanny mask in this room, because doing so would summon mixes, the thing that is working to keep the mimic trapped. Symbolically, we're being shown that Afton, or things that think they're Afton, don't work alone. Though it's not just symbolic either. The more I thought about this, the more I realized that recent FNAF has been showing us Afton's need for an accomplice to pull off his plans. Just take a look at the FNAF movie. We've never actually talked about the FNAF movie on this channel before, mainly because Lee stole it from me.
Hey, you weren't using it.
Well, I am now, so I'll be taking this back, thank you. Dude, you can't just... Oh, look over there! I think Santi's trying to steal an anime episode from you.
Hey, come back here! No, you don't!
Where was I? Oh, yeah, the FNAF movie. In that movie, we meet William Afton, played by Matthew Lillard. But a key twist of the movie is that while he got Mike the job at Freddy's, he had someone on the inside keeping an eye on him. In fact, the only reason Afton showed up at the end to try and kill Mike was because this person didn't do their job.
You had one job. One. Keep him in the dark and kill him if he got too close.
That's 2 jobs.
His own daughter, Vanessa, in the movie universe, is Afton's accomplice. Just like how Baby, an animatronic that would be possessed by Afton's daughter and represent her going forward, was his accomplice in the game timeline. Now, look, I know this idea that Afton has always had an accomplice might sound like a bit of a stretch. It always seemed like Afton was the sole killer. And believe me, I get it. I've been going back and forth with Ash on this topic for weeks. Just look at this whiteboard. Does this look like something sane people would write? But trust me, I really think there's something to this idea that Afton always needed an accomplice, especially because it would really begin to explain why Vanessa was so important to Glitch Trap in the modern games. I always found it a bit weird that the Mimic 1 program acting like Afton, otherwise known as Glitch Trap, decided that he needed to brainwash someone in order to accomplish its goal. It's a cool concept, and we've always liked the Cult of Afton idea, but it just felt a little out of the blue compared to other developments in the franchise. The only logical explanation we've had is that it needed a new body to be made because its main body was destroyed and locked away down in the FNAF 6 location. But if I'm right about what this book and all of these other games are showing us, then it is way more than just a simple put me back together plan. It was the Mimic once again following in Afton's footsteps. It needed its own accomplice. The other weird detail that we just couldn't quite answer was why did Vanessa look like grown-up Elizabeth? Blonde hair and green eyes. Unlike in the movie, she didn't appear to actually be Afton's daughter. The timelines didn't match up. But if the Mimic was copying everything Afton did, from killing kids in the back room during VIP to literally wearing the bunny costume Afton used to wear, then it couldn't have just anyone be its accomplice. It needed to find one that matched Afton's previous accomplice, Circus Baby, i.e. Elizabeth. And here's the thing, for once, I don't think this is just another one of those clarifying details that we've talked about in previous episodes. When Scott clarifies small details, they tend to be very obvious and direct. But this relies much more on us connecting the dots and using symbolism. So much so that he's been shoving it in our faces for the past 5 years, and we're only just starting to realize what it means. That, dear theorists, tells me that while this modern era of FNAF has moved on physically from the days of Afton and Henry Henry, there's still much more for us to learn about them and how they operated. And I believe it's going to affect where this franchise is going. And ironically, I think that ties together really nicely with the thing we've been theorizing about for a long time, Fall Fest. Fazbear's carnival origins from the 70s that we'll hopefully be getting to see more of in the new game, Secret of the Mimic. This is where a bunch of our previous theories all come together. In my very first FNAF theory, I briefly mentioned how Circus Baby has always been the oddball in terms of design aesthetic compared to all the other characters, but a circus like Fall Fest would allow her design to feel much more at home, especially now that we have designs like Jackie. In my Secret of the Mimic theory, I also theorized that Fall Fest, specifically of 1979, would be where we'd get to see one of Afton's earliest kills, maybe even his first. This was because of a quote used by Steel Wool's design director when the trailer for the game dropped, a line from Shakespeare's Julius Caesar that comes from a scene between Mark Antony and Brutus, where Brutus had killed Caesar, but Antony couldn't accuse him publicly. I believe this was reflecting Afton and Henry, with Afton being Brutus, Henry being Antony, and an innocent child filling the role of Caesar, because Caesar loved Brutus just like the kids loved Afton's yellow rabbit. I believed that much like Antony, Henry was unable to accuse Afton publicly despite knowing about it because it would lead to the downfall of his business. So by combining these two theories, as well as what we've talked about today between Afton and Baby, we get a much clearer picture of what we can expect to learn about from Secret of the Mimic. Not only are we likely to learn about one of Afton's earliest kills, but we're going to see the true introduction of his accomplice that he's been using since the beginning, Baby. Someone that will distract parents and help Afton lure kids into a secret area and kill them. If I'm right, this would further explain why after the death of his son, his first instinct was to go back to Baby for his new venture. It was a return to form, back to the partner he could trust after his previous partner Henry betrayed him by making an animatronic that killed his son. The only thing I'm not really sure about, and the thing I'm most excited to see, is who this accomplice actually was. As I've mentioned in previous theories, Fall Fest wasn't the era of animatronics, but costumes. So this Baby accomplice won't be the bundle of wires we know today. It will be a costume worn by a human performer. Was it just another person playing the baby clown role as part of the circus that Afton trusted? Or was it Afton's actual baby, Elizabeth? A little girl dressed as a clown helping her dad at his circus job by playing with other kids, making her more of an unknowing accomplice, like Vanessa is the reluctant follower for the Mimic. I think thematically it works really nicely and it explains the whole Baby name, but we just have no idea how old Elizabeth is at any point in the story, so it's hard to say for sure that she'd have even been alive during 1979. Maybe that's another point of clarification that Scott will add for us in Secret of the Mimic. Or, you know, he'll just do another retcon and then gaslight us into thinking it was there the whole time. I'll admit there's also the chance that this is where Jackie/the Mimic comes into play, with their clown design being the premise for Baby later on. They were initially the accomplice learning from Afton, but later became the master, turning Vanessa into their own accomplice. But what do you guys think? I know that this one feels like a big swing, so I'd really love to hear what you think right now over on GT Live. Ash and I are going to be talking about FNAF until we physically can't anymore, so there's plenty of time to hop on by and give us your thoughts. Whether
it's getting so confusing. Why now, after all of these years, does Afton all of a sudden need an accomplice? Like, I like the theory, it makes sense. It's just weird. It's like Scott is just retconning. He looks at the story that he has and he's like, this could use a few twists and turns even more, just to play with the community a bit. And he does these things, and then if the community doesn't like it, he goes back on it. It's like, it's so weird, man. But yeah, guys, thank you so much for watching the video, man. Shout out to the Game Theory team. Before you go, don't forget, like the video and subscribe to the channel, man. It means the world to me. All glory to God as always, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Goodbye. Hello everyone and welcome back to the channel. My name is Gonzii and and today we are going to be reacting to another game theory video, man. But before we start, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe to the channel already, man. Just a click of a button, just scroll down, click subscribe, and share the channel with your family and friends, bro. So without further ado, let's get into this thing, man. Let's go.
Co's Steel Wool interview reveals the true purpose of the most recent FNAF book. Even though it's set in the Pizzaplex and focuses on characters we know like Gregory and Cassie, its biggest reveals are actually based much earlier in the franchise's history, and may reveal something very interesting about our favorite Urple killer.
Not Urple.
Hello Internet! Welcome to Game Theory, the show that's always gassing up the importance of tiny details in FNAF books. And just a little while ago, we got ourselves the third and, at this point, final choose your own adventure style FNAF book, Escape the Pizzaplex. It promised to be an exciting final adventure where we would take on the role of Cassie, who is playing hide and seek alongside our good pal Gregory as the animatronics go haywire in a prequel to Security Breach. Needless to say, I and most other FNAF theorists were excited for this one. Maybe now we'd get some of the answers we've been desperately seeking to the very confusing lore of that game. But what we actually got was a lot more confounding. Like, the book is fine, but compared to the week before, Return to the Pit, even VIP, it wasn't really giving us anything in the lore department. We did get to see Gregory in action in his more GGY Dr. Rabbit state, hacking the animatronics and generally being a bit of a jerk. And we got to see Cassie's friendship with both Gregory and Roxy present itself a little more. But neither of these things did what we were hoping for. I personally was hoping for answers like, how did Gregory become a slave to Glitch Trap? Or why is Cassie seen as so important to this plan? But no, we got nothing of the sort, which is why it's taken me this long to come up with a theory. I've been scratching my head for ages trying to figure out what the point of this story was. What was it trying to tell us? And it wasn't really until the other week when I was chatting to friend of the channel, Rye Toast, about this book that suddenly it hit me. I'd been looking at this all wrong. Rather than looking at the characters we know from the franchise, I needed to look at the new character it introduced. A new kind of staff bot called the Reagent, with hoses for arms and a gas canister attached to its back that it uses to incapacitate Cassie in dozens of the book's endings. Eventually, this thing is destroyed by either Cassie or Roxy, depending on the ending you get, because this guy isn't in Security Breach, so we gotta get rid of him so we don't mess up the timeline even more. But then the question Ryan and I both had was, why? Why introduce him at all if you're just gonna have to get rid of him? Why not make it one of the other Glamrocks, or Gregory, or heck, make it the first modern appearance of the Mimic in some way? But the more I pondered and banged my head against the wall, the more I began to realize that Scott absolutely had a purpose for this character. It just wasn't to do with the current lore of the franchise. It was pointing to something much further back in the franchise's history. Something that we're likely to get a glimpse of in Secret of the Mimic very soon. The main thing we learn about this guy is that it has mysterious gas powers that it uses to incapacitate Cassie. Who's copying whose homework now, eh, Poppy? And so, just like with Poppy, the first thing I wanted to do to get to the bottom of this new character was to figure out what this mysterious gas actually is. Because when you call your character the Reagent, that has consequences. A reagent is a real scientific term that refers to a substance or compound that is added to a system to cause a chemical reaction. And you know, if you're gonna use scientific terms to name your characters, we're gonna science the heck out of those characters. So what do we learn about this mysterious reagent gas? Well, the most standout parts are what it does to Cassie when she encounters it. Quote, your eyes and throat burn. The moment you move, vertigo seizes you, and you can't seem to make your arms move right. They're too heavy, as if they're made of lead. You blink, your eyes flooded with tears. Then everything goes dark. Cassie also mentions coughing, fuzzy vision, and dizziness in other parts of the book, so that's a pretty extensive list of symptoms to work with. Immediately, my mind went to something like carbon monoxide, the silent killer. It's a very common but very dangerous gas that, when breathed in, ticks a number of our symptom boxes: blurry vision, vision, dizziness, loss of muscle control, and while it isn't often associated with coughing, that is a symptom that can occur in certain individuals. Eventually, all of this leads to a loss of consciousness and death. Plus, it is used scientifically as a reagent, so we're off to a pretty good start. But it's not quite a perfect match. Carbon monoxide doesn't cause your eyes or throat to burn, hence it's called the silent killer, because you often can breathe it in and not know it's affecting you until it's too late. It's also called the silent killer for another big reason that doesn't work with our mysterious gas: its odor, or more specifically, its lack of odor. You cannot smell carbon monoxide when it's leaking, which is why you should always have a carbon monoxide alarm installed in your home to sense it for you. Now, I wouldn't put it past Fazbear Entertainment to ignore this crucial safety step, but Cassie does have something to say about the smell of this particular gas. Quote again, "A noxious cloud follows in its wake. The thick, sharp scent of chemicals fills your nostrils." It actually repeats that point about it smelling like chemicals a few times throughout the book, which means it cannot be carbon monoxide. With the smell being associated with chemicals and the reagent being responsible for, quote, cleaning the pizzaplex of organic matter, I wondered if this could be something like chlorine gas. Chlorine is generally used as a disinfectant for things like swimming pools, but in gas form, while it can be used as a reagent, it's also incredibly dangerous. Just like carbon monoxide, it can cause lightheadedness, dizziness, blurry vision, and muscle weakness. But it also has the added effects we're looking for, like the burning sensation in the eyes and throat, which leads to coughing and watering eyes, and it has a strong chemical smell, typically reminding people of cleaning products like bleach. It also has another quality that carbon monoxide lacks: you can see it. In that previous quote from Cassie, we learn that she's not only able to smell the gas, but see it. Quote again, "A noxious cloud follows in its wake." Sadly, we don't get any descriptors in the book about its color or anything. That would be way too helpful. But the fact that it's visible at all is important for us to bear in mind. And chlorine gas is visible, usually a yellowish green color. So why is this not the end of the video? Chlorine gas seems to be a perfect solution. The problem is that I can't get this clip from Rye Toast's stream out of my head.
The tanks in the scuba room, they are labeled nitrogen.
But these gas canisters aren't just anywhere. They're in the basement of the pizzaplex. This nitrogen is being used somewhere in the pizzaplex. And the only thing we've really seen using gas in this building is the reagents. That means that the most likely suspect for the gas being used within Fazbear is a nitrogen-based gas, which, as you can tell by the name, chlorine is not. So we gotta try again. We need a gas that is visible, smells of chemicals, burns the eyes and throat, causes dizziness, heavy limbs, passing out, be nitrogen-based, and be some kind of reagent. This is becoming way more complicated than I intended. Who'd have thought that a game about a possessed animatronic murder bear wouldn't follow the logical rules of the real world? But I'm nothing if not determined. And so I did what any logical, sane person would do in this situation. I looked up every single nitrogen-based gas that has ever existed and compared it to our symptoms. I'd like to say it was fun, but even the nerd in me was screaming. But it was made a little easier thanks to this video's sponsor, Opera. Thanks to Opera, I was able to use the split screen mode to keep up my list of symptoms right next to the...
Get your bag, bro. Get your bag.
As I crossed off options from the list, I was left with only one possibility. Something I'd never heard of. Dinitrogen tetroxide. It has a sharp and pungent smell of chemicals. If breathed in, it can lead to every symptom we've mentioned. As the name suggests, it's nitrogen-based, and while it is by default colorless, dinitrogen tetroxide has a fun little quirk that solves that problem. It exists in a permanent state of equilibrium with another gas, nitrogen dioxide. Dinitrogen tetroxide literally cannot exist without nitrogen dioxide, because both chemicals share a reversible chemical reaction. Dinitrogen tetroxide breaks apart into nitrogen dioxide, and nitrogen dioxide molecules combine to create dinitrogen tetroxide. And this reaction is happening constantly, not only creating a weird chemical concoction, which is exactly how the book describes this substance, by the way, but it also changes the color to a reddish brown. And if that wasn't enough of a clincher, dinitrogen tetroxide has one another very interesting effect. Much like the other gases we've mentioned, it is a reagent. It helps create chemical reactions between a number of different compounds. But the type of reaction that caught my attention was that dinitrogen tetroxide can react with a number of different metals to form what are called metal nitrates. And these can then be used in future reactions to combine the metal compounds with carbon-based organic compounds. Now, where have I heard of that kind of combination before? Oh, that's right. Remnants.
Remnant?
Yes.
Remnant?
In this universe, the soul is a tangible thing that exists. It's not just some ethereal thing. It physically is attached to the metal, and when you melt down that metal, it remains attached, which led to the creation of the fun times. The soul is a real thing, and if it's a real thing for us organic, carbon-based life forms, then it too could be considered organic matter, meaning that this gas, the reagent, it's all part of turning these kids into remnant, just like Rai theorized about in a recent video. It's also worth considering that Rai found these canisters in the scooping room of Ruin, and the scoop...
Bro, this is getting way too complex. Complexed, I should say. Bro had to go search for all the nitrogen-based gases, bro. Scott is out of control. Man, just make it easier. Just stop complicating, bro. Like, damn. Maybe after Secret of the Mimic, bro, we'll be doing like Einstein level equations to find out shit. Bro, come on, man. Don't do that.
Blueprints we got from FNAF 6 revealed to us that the scoop was designed to inject remnant into animatronics, or people. For these tanks to be here, in that same room, it feels like they have to be connected. And so the remnant for the scoop and these nitrogen-based canisters are also connected. And when you think about it, it actually helps explain a lot about what the Mimic is trying to do. In Security Breach, during the bad ending, we learnt of 9 missing kids, but we've had no idea what happened to them. Now, thanks to Ruin in the books, we know that the Mimic has been copying Afton and his murderous tendencies. Like in VIP, we see the Mimic program present itself as a pig mascot and lead kids into the back room to be killed, which is pretty familiar. But what we're talking about today allows us to take it one step further. The Mimic isn't just copying Afton's killings, he's trying to recreate the missing children's incident in its entirety, converting their souls into remnants just like Afton did in the games that the Mimic was partially trained on. Now, listen, I get that all of this might seem like a stretch. Believe me, I do. Referring to the soul as organic matter feels weird.
It is a bit of a
Even
stretch.
then, there's no way dinitrogen tetroxide would work as a reagent for that specific compound. At the end of the day, Scott isn't a scientist. He's a fiction writer. But at this point, he knows that we theorists will look at the real-life comparisons to find our answers. And as time goes on, it's become clear that he's trying to work with that and make the series feel more grounded. We've moved away from spiritually possessed animatronics to an AI villain. He got rid of sound illusion discs and swapped them for hallucinogenic gas. And that is what I think this mysterious gas is really about. It's him trying to find a way to more believably ground the series, retroactively explaining part of Afton's scientific process, so that when the grounded AI villain tries to mimic him, it's not having to suddenly go back to the old sci-fi and paranormal tricks, undoing all of that progress. It's not a perfect one-to-one because the kind of thing he needs just doesn't exist. But what does exist is close enough to make his point. However, even with the answer to this gas question somewhat solved, as I sat there staring into the void that is my FNAF whiteboard, I remembered that that was only part of what I set out to solve. Sure, this has been a fun experiment trying to identify the gas, and it's even more fun to find its connections to Remnant. But that in and of itself hasn't really changed how we look at this franchise, outside of the idea that the Mimic is now creating Remnant, not just killing.
It's just one of those things that you find what it is. You don't find what it is, you find one thing that closely matches it, and then you're like, oh, I just solved nothing. I spent hours searching for this, and it solved absolutely nothing. And then you have more questions, like, who's supplying the gas? Why is he using, like, what kinds of effects has this gas on people, on kids, to make them turn them into remnant or thereabouts? And you're like, wow, I just spent hours in this and I solved, and I have more questions than I have answers. And it's just this constant loop with FNAF, bro. It's insane.
killing kids, which is
I could never
fine,
do it.
but it's not exactly mind-blowing.
It
doesn't help us understand where this franchise is going. And despite all of this effort, I didn't feel any closer to actually solving the mystery I set out to. Why did Scott introduce us to a brand new character who, in the end, suffers from the classic prequel issue of having to be gone before the end of the book because he wasn't in security breach? Legitimately, at this point, I was at a loss. I was ready to throw this entire theory out and just act like the book didn't even exist. That was until Dorko's interview with Evan Lampe, the creative director of Secret of the Mimic.
How carefully are you putting the books in consideration of Secret of the Mimic?
We've actually been talking about making this game for a long time, and we were developing the game kind of while these books are coming out. It's interesting to work kind of in dual mediums.
Secret of the Mimic was being developed alongside the books. They are directly influencing each other. Once again, I'd been looking at this all wrong. Escape the Pizzaplex appeared to be about security breach, but in actuality, its story is supposed to tie into Secret of the Mimic. So I went back and watched the trailer over and over again, looking for something that connected this game to the weird reagent we've been analyzing. And guys, I think I found something big. In this trailer, there is a new character, Dolly the nurse. Well, I say new. We've actually heard from Dolly before. During the first aid minigame in Help Wanted 2, there's a voice that speaks to us over the intercom that, in the game files, is referred to as Carnival Nurse, as in Fall Fest, which takes place in the 1970s, just like Secret of the Mimic. And now, we get to see her firsthand in all of her creepy doll-like glory. But tell me, do you notice anything familiar about her? The thing on her back might just look like a normal backpack, but coming from the backpack are a pair of hoses. Hoses that then connect to Dolly's hands, just like the reagent. The reason we are being shown the reagent now is because we were being prepped for the new character that was about to be introduced, Dolly, who has a similar design feature and therefore a similar function. And that connection has some wild implications. Because if the reagent is using a gas that helps prepare human kids for remnant creation like we suspect, that would mean that Dolly is doing the same thing. In 1979! What? How? Remnant came about as the result of Afton's experiment.
See what I'm saying? You find something and then you're like, how does this work? How does this work? Bro, it's just a web of stuff. You know that thing on detective shows? They have like the board with the red threads and the pinpoints and all of this and pictures. It's like that. It's a mess. It's such a mess.
With the animatronics after his son died and he committed the missing children's incident. Now I'm saying it exists 4 years before his son even died? That can't possibly be the case, right? And honestly, at first, I thought so too. But the more I thought about it, the more I realized that this change actually lines up with a number of other predictions we've made recently about the start of the FNAF timeline. In my first Secret of the Mimic theory, I spoke a lot about Fall Fest, Fazbear's circus that ran throughout the 70s and 80s. Thanks to some tweets from the developers and my love of Shakespearean theatre, I was able to infer that Charlie's death and the missing children's incident were not Afton's first rodeo. He'd actually been killing kids for a long time. But what if it wasn't just the killing that had been going on for a long time, but the experimentation as well? In earlier parts of the franchise, it felt like Afton was always the businessman, while Henry was the animatronic genius. But as time went on, we were shown that actually William was also a bit of a scientific genius himself. However, in the fourth closet, he tells us that there is a crucial difference between him and Henry's designs, something he called the spark of life. Henry was able to make his animatronics feel alive, something Afton was unable to achieve on his own. But he was desperate to figure it out. So why wouldn't he begin experimenting, trying to figure out how to get life into his animatronic creation? explanations. Back in my initial theory, I didn't really have much of an explanation as to why Afton was killing all those years ago, other than he was just a bad man. But this would actually give it some level of purpose. He's not killing aimlessly or for fun. He's doing it because he needs to beat Henry. I also theorized recently that Afton always had an accomplice in his murders, based on the inclusion of a plush baby luring us to be killed by a yellow rabbit in Return to the Pit, which took place in 1985. I concluded that we were being shown that Baby has always been there to assist Afton, even as far back as Fall Fest. I wondered if maybe Secret of the Mimic would reveal what that looked like, and well, Dolly could be the one I was looking for. She does have some very similar design features to Baby, from the Funtime split face to the arm joints being almost identical to Baby's. Even the medical symbol in the middle of her midsection looks similar to the fan that Baby has in her midsection. Plus, they're both voiced by Heather Masters. It's a small thing that we can't put too much weight on, but I figured it was worth mentioning. Dolly would also be the perfect accomplice for Afton during the Fall Fest Carnival era. He'd be able to hide all his murders in a medical tent out of sight where regular people aren't able to go. He'd have all the medical tools he could possibly need, and in 1979, no one's going to question the nitrogen gas canisters, because nitrous oxide, i.e. laughing gas, was still used in medical practices until the mid-80s. And the cherry on top of all of this is that if I'm right, it massively changes Afton's entire motivation during the original series of games, and the oh so famous line that he gives his son before he dies: "I will put you back together." This line has often been used as Afton's main driving force. From here, he would go on to kill some kids and learn about the secrets of Remnant. But I remember when we were writing our Ultimate Timeline, we kinda had to fudge the evidence a bit when it came to how he knew that killing kids would be the solution. The best we could come up with is that he'd seen it in characters like Baby or the puppets, all of which makes that line more of a hope, a desperate father just trying to save his son. But now, if the Remnant experiments have been going on since the 70s, this line becomes a certainty. The reason Afton knew he'd have to kill the missing children and put them into suits is because, by this point, he'd have some pretty solid understanding of how it worked. He'd been experimenting with souls and possession and Remnant for the last 4 years. When he sees his dying son, he tells him it's going to be okay, and that he'll put him back together because he knows it's possible. He just needed some more test subjects like he'd had all the way back in 1979. But in just over a month, the day of reckoning is coming. Secret of the Mimic is finally going to release, and the past 2 years of theorizing is going to be put to the test. And I have something special planned for when that happens. So make sure you're subscribed so you don't miss that announcement. But until then, guys, remember, that's just a theory. A game theory. Thanks for watching.
We know Scott retconned a lot of stuff, but I did not expect him to retcon the entire meaning of Afton's killings, and it seems like that's what he's doing. So yeah, man, let's see what it takes us. We have to wait for June 13th to play the game and see how that goes. Until then, I'll see you guys around on the channel. But yeah, before you go, don't forget, all glory to God as always, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Goodbye. Hello everyone and welcome back to the channel. My name is Gonzii, and today, second video of the day. If you didn't see the first one, go on the channel. It's there. Travis Scott featuring Glorilla Shine reaction on the channel already. But watch this one first, then go watch that one. But yeah, until December, 2 videos every single day on this channel. So don't miss it. Subscribe already and hit that like button. Without further ado,
everything we've known about FNAF was a lie. Or was it? On the surface, it seems like our old favorites, William and Henry, didn't actually create anything, and instead just stole it all from newcomer Edwin Murray. But how much of that is really true? And what if I told you, theorists? The answer is entirely up to you.
What do you mean by that?
Hello, Internet! Welcome to Game Theory, and welcome to our fourth and final episode in our Secret of the Mimic extravaganza. It has been a wild ride, loyal theorists. We've uncovered the truth about the Murray family timeline, we've solved the mystery of mexes, and we've managed to figure out secrets of a previously suspected mimic, sun and moon. But the biggest question that I have yet to solve, and the main question I had going into this game, wasn't about the mimic, or Edwin Murray, or security breach. I wanted to know the truth about the origins of Fazbear Entertainment.
Same. Originally, when this game was announced, I thought it would be like full-on circus, because of the clown and everything, because of Jackie and her design. I fully expected this to be like full-on circus. And I also expected it to show that first wound, the wound first inflicted on me that Henry says to Afton on FNAF 6, at the end. So I was expecting a first string of murders all the way back when it was Fall Fest and everything. I was expecting that, and Secret of the Mimic was not that.
William and Henry. These two characters we've known about since the beginning and yet know very little about. Where did they start? How did they create this empire? Who were they, really? But friends, nothing, and I mean nothing, could have prepared me or the rest of the internet for what we were about to witness.
Spring lock assembly may be required.
No! Are you kidding me?
Oh my god!
Henry didn't
Oh
even
my
invent
god!
the
Oh my...
By the way, Ash on those streams, I remember I'm watching the beginning of the stream and she has her hair all nice and nicely done and everything. I skipped forward like 3 hours and she's all disheveled, hair everywhere. It was hilarious. Ash is so hilarious.
Lock assembly
Shout out to
may be
Ash.
required.
No! Are you kidding me?
Oh my god!
Henry didn't
Oh
even
my
invent
god!
the
Oh my...
To be fair, that reaction was several hours into stream, where all we'd witnessed so far was invention after invention that we thought had been a Fazbear invention for years now, only to discover that Edwin made it. Like the Data Diver, a device used to access certain points around Murray's costume manor that looks an awful lot like the Faz wrench we use in Ruin. Or what about the massive list of characters? Happy Frog, Mr. Hippo, Orville, Monty, Roxy, Moon, Foxy, Chica, Music Man, Helpy, even the wet floorbots from Security Breach share similarities to the Cleanovac. They're all here in Murray's costume manor with designs, schematics, and costumes strewn around the facility. Edwin and his wife Fiona designed them all. It felt like everything we'd known over the last decade had been a complete lie. It was never William and Henry, it had all been Edwin. Or had it. See, while at first it definitely reads that way, there are clues hiding in voice memos, text logs, and just in the physical designs themselves that show us the truth is a little more nuanced. So let's jump into our unfinished helpful carts, friends, because we've got to get to the bottom of this and figure out whether William and Henry invented anything or whether they are just complete frauds. First off, there is one important thing we have to clarify. Did William and Henry actually steal Edwin's inventions? And the short answer is no. I've mentioned in a past few theories little tidbits of information about this, but while it was clear Fazbear had some shady business practices and were actively stealing employees trying to obtain company secrets, which is not totally legal, they never actually stole Edwin's intellectual property. Edwin was a contractor, and so they would have contracted him to make stuff for them, like the demo of Freddy Fazbear's Pizza that we see in the R&D department. And that whole process would have included contracts that decided ownership, which we sadly never get to see. I can tell you though, as a former contractor myself, typically those contracts favor the client, the person who came to you to be a contractor. When I would shoot or edit a video for someone, that would then go back to them and they would own the final product. I didn't own anything. But what about Chica, who was made for Chica's Party World, not Fazbear? Or Roxy and Foxy, who were built for Edwin's TV show idea? Those were definitely Edwin's, and Fazbear surely had no rights to them. Well, until they did. One of the text logs you can obtain is from Willie A himself, and while the message is cut off a bit at the start.
By the way, I popped so hard when I saw Willie W.A. I was like, oh Yes, it's Afton. Yes, come on, man. You know, the game is moving in a different. The franchise is moving in a clearly. Afton is no longer involved, or if he is, he's by proxy. But I wish, because we never actually see him. We see, like, I wanted a game before the first FNAF game, just before. I want a game where we actually follow William Afton around, because he is such an interesting character, man. And we have so little on him. It's insane.
The intention is very clear. Quote, software development and the entire MCM catalog. We would love to keep you on as a lead engineer. Although we now technically own the land, we would never touch the house your parents built. Afton was offering Edwin a position at Fazbear because he had just bought MCM, its remaining employees, the ground it's built on, and most importantly, its catalog of characters and inventions. Fazbear now owned everything. They never stole it from Edwin, they just stole all his employees, drove the business into the ground, and then bought the rights so that they could claim it as their own. But let's be honest here, that's kind of a small nitpick in this whole thing. The real issue here is that we believed Henry and William were these great inventors, and yet it seems like they just kind of bought everything and didn't make any of it themselves. How?
Because, I'm sorry I'm keep pausing it, yeah? But the thing is that really drives it home for me, the confusion of it all, is because if they didn't invent, if they were not these big inventors and they stole like 90% of stuff, then why was Afton so jealous of Henry then? Because initially we thought he was jealous because he was not as good as an inventor as Henry. But now, if they just stole this, if they just took over all of this stuff from Edwin, why is he jealous of him? Do you know what I mean?
How could Henry claim
trapped in prisons of my making
if they weren't his making at all? So let's take a look and try to clear things up. Henry may not be the originator of most of the characters we've attributed to him over the years. R.I.P. Chica was Henry's first theory, but that doesn't mean he didn't invent any characters. From the minute you step into Murray's Costume Manor, you will find one item that appears everywhere in the facility. Pizza boxes from Fredbear's family diner. Now, while we are visiting MCM, the place has been abandoned for a bit. But what that means is that while the place was active, so was Fredbear's diner, which makes sense given Fazbear Entertainment was a thing and had the means to buy MCM in the first place. They need some way to make money. We also see Fredbear and Spring Bonnie on a number of posters throughout the place, identical to the ones we found in Security Breach. But notice what we don't see throughout MCM. Despite promoting posters for the characters of Fredbear's, we never see versions of Fredbear or Bonnie within the main facility. And that is because of this line.
Every one of my creations are available for purchase or lease.
For Edwin to be able to say that, he would have to own the rights to the characters. But the fact that Bonnie and Freddy are missing implies that those two characters were not created and owned by Edwin, but instead William and Henry. Edwin has posters on the walls because there's clearly a long-standing relationship between the two companies, and based on his audio log telling us that they should
just hire some teens to wear the suits like we always do.
It seems like he has worked on the diner in some way. So the posters are just him promoting himself, going, hey, you know this successful franchise? Well, I helped make that. But he can't show any of the costumes or animatronics for Fredbear and Bonnie because he doesn't own the rights. They were created and owned by William and Henry. So nice big tick for them there. But that leads us into the big discussion around Fazbear.
Spring lock assembly may be required.
No!
No! Great reaction, by the way.
Are you kidding me?
Oh my god!
Henry didn't even invent the spring
Oh my
locks.
god!
Did Edwin invent the spring locks? Before this point, we've been under the impression that it was Henry who invented the spring locks, as during the Silver Eyes trilogy, we're pretty much told that outright. Quote, these are spring locks, one of the first ones Henry made. But now in Secret of the Mimic, we see plenty of spring lock suits. We see messages about Edwin making them, and we even get to travel around inside them, which is kinda horrifying. However, there is one big detail that stands out pretty quickly, which made me reconsider whether this was another acquired contraption. The fact that we cannot be killed by the Springlocks. Springlock suits are notoriously finicky, causing fatal injury at the first sign of sudden movements or water, and yet we managed to fall through an entire floor and yet sustain no injuries. It's almost as if they are not the same kind of Springlocks, and that is exactly the case. We receive a text log from Edwin during the game that specifically talks about updating the Springlocks to sustain water damage and be okay. There's also the fact that the original Springlocks were designed to be both suit and animatronic, while the new ones seem to only really be suits. And finally, the versions of Fredbear and Spring Bonnie down in the R&D department, while looking somewhat like the versions we know, have colored exoskeletons made of metal, rather than the felt-based material that would stain and discolor like we know from modern Springtrap. And to top that off, there's an audio log in the same area that talks about Springlocks being used for a long time before this moment.
It would be so much easier to keep using the Springlocks.
The fact that there have been Springlocks used for Hen, while these new improved metal versions of the Springlocks for Fredbear and Spring Bonnie currently only exist down here in the facility, it tells us that there are other Springlocked versions of these characters in existence, felt-based ones that use the old water damage prone designs. So that's it, case closed. Edwin made the new Springlocks, but Henry can still have made the originals, right? Well,
why did they use the
really
new ones
wanted
then?
that to be true.
Yeah,
Believe me,
exactly.
I did. But when Ash and I went back to find all the secrets on GT
Shout out
Live,
to
we
Ash.
discovered this message on one of the Mrs. Helpfuls to Edwin from Fiona.
I'm worried about the new suit design. One of my costumers, Vic, nearly lost his hand today. All he did was spill a can of pop and the thing snapped shut like a bear trap.
Fiona is worried about Edwin's Springlock designs, and the one her team member was wearing does end up having an issue with water damage. It's almost like that text log we read earlier was a response to Fiona's request to check out the problems, because Edwin was involved in the creation of the original designs. This isn't the only time Fiona is worried about Edwin rushing out designs that later cause problems either.
You have a lot of new ideas and new projects coming in. The staff can't keep up with all your changes, but I think you need to step back a little and focus on one project at a time.
This is a pattern of behavior for Edwin. He sprints through dozens of projects, moving on to the next one so fast that his previous invention isn't fully finished, leading to a bunch of failures and returns like we see in the text logs. And so the idea that these Springlock suits that were incredibly dangerous and faulty were also Edwin's creations actually makes a lot of sense for his character. And yes, there is a chance that the original Springlocks were potentially a collaboration between both Henry and Edwin. But right now, I'm just not sure the evidence is there. The books say that Henry was the inventor of the Springlocks, but that's a very different continuity. The games have never made that claim. The closest we get is
prisons of my making.
But here, Henry is talking about the normal animatronics, the ones that Edwin never finished. And so you could plausibly say that Henry was the one who made them. Edwin did say that Henry was the one changing the designs.
I got the change order from Hen last night. Why change it now? Now they changed their minds. Well, we're so close to final. The new concepts are frankly creepy.
But he never mentioned Springlocks. That doesn't make this a retcon, it's just a realigning of our understanding between the different continuities of these characters, which is basically what Secret of the Mimic did with all of the book continuities. In the novel trilogy, Henry made the Springlocks, but in the games, it was Edwin. Who knows, maybe it'll turn out to be Afton in the movies. But thanks to the company failing and Edwin's eventual demise, the new Springlocks for Fazbear's characters were never finished. Fazbear just had to keep using Edwin's old designs, so I guess you could say that it was karma that got Afton in the end, in more ways than one. And speaking of good old Willie A, what did he actually do? I mean, we've always known he's a bit of a scumbag, so I don't think his lack of inventions would be all that surprising. But just like I think we can still credit Henry with the creation of the normal animatronics, I think there are a couple of things Afton can be credited with creating himself, namely the Funtime animatronics and the Scoop. In Sister Location and Pizzeria Simulator, we found blueprints for these devices, and they all have copyright attributed to Afton Robotics. Of course, we know that Foxy isn't his OC, that one firmly belongs to Edwin and Fiona, and the whole stomach hatch design definitely borrows from Edwin's Springlock designs. But the animatronic part, the weird wiry bodies, we don't see anything like that from Edwin. The Scoop also, of course, bears resemblance to the Springlock crane that we...
Which is, again, it's just another wrench in all of this stuff. That it's just so confusing.
Can you just stick to an idea, bro, and just follow through with it until the end? Like, there's all this retcon nonsense, bro. So annoying.
Find in MCM, and
So
that we then
addicting at
saw
the same
in
time.
Ruin. They have the ability
No.
to scoop something out of a costume or Springlock suit or whatever. But all the stuff about remnant injection and storage, that's all Afton, baby. Which means at this point, we're pretty even. Edwin did make a lot of stuff that we thought were Henry and William, but that doesn't mean they were completely incompetent or unable to make stuff themselves. However, there is one more thing that we need to discuss. One more invention that, if it was claimed by Afton, could affect the entire timeline as we know it. You see, everyone, and I mean everyone who played this game or watched someone else play it, have been very quick to point out the similarities between David Murray and Afton's son, the Crying Child. The most obvious similarity is their name. Thanks to a friend of the channel, Hyperdroid, and a handful of other theorists, last year we came to the conclusion that Crying Child's real name was also David Afton. But there's so much more to it than just a name. Their bedrooms look almost identical, and both of those bedrooms are in houses on top of a hill near a tree and near their father's work. They're both missing mother figures in their lives, with fathers who spend too much time working. One of the collectibles we get is David Murray's purple plastic telephone, the same one we see in David Afton's bedroom, along with a bunch of other similar toys. David Afton is famously scared of Foxy, having ripped off the head of the Foxy plushie, and his brother Michael bullying him wearing a Foxy mask. David Murray also is afraid of the pirate Fox, crying when Edwin uses one of the Foxy hand puppets on his first birthday.
Ahoy there! Oh, honey, you're scaring him.
Both of them even have a birthday party for them coming up on a Saturday, only for them to die on that same birthday. Everything about these two feels identical to a strange degree.
David Afton carries the Golden Freddy plushie. Edwin's son carries the Tiger Rock plushie.
Almost as if they're the same person. But obviously, as I've mentioned, David Murray is dead, so they cannot physically be the same person. But you know who is still alive and kicking? The thing that was created to become David Murray, M2. And this is where we hit an interesting fork in the road. There are two ways we can look at this information. There's the more literal approach, where the reason these two characters feel so similar is because they are the same character. M2 takes on the role of David, and Afton adopts it as his child. Or there's the less literal approach, the idea that these similarities are actually parallels designed to point us in the direction of a different kind of Fazbear theft, that they took more than Edwin's creations. They claimed his entire story. And because this is the big finale, I wanted to do something special here. Secret of the Mimic has been all about getting us to re-evaluate our past theories, our past ways of thinking. It showed us that we can't hold on to theories too tightly, that we need to be open-handed and explore all the possible options to us. And so, rather than stand here and try to convince you that one interpretation is right over the other, I wanted to present you with both options, explore the repercussions and flaws of each of them so that you can come to your own conclusions. So, on the left is the ending where David Afton is M2, and on the right is the ending where Fazbear is trying to rewrite history. So go ahead, make your choice, theorists. I'll see you on the other side.
So there you have it, man. It's getting way too confusing now. I think everybody agrees with me on that. So I'm a sucker for it. I love the franchise. I just want more William Afton because he's the most interesting character out of all of them. The most interesting. But yeah, guys, thank you so much for watching the video, man. Like the video, subscribe to the channel already. All glory to Jesus Christ, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Goodbye.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the channel. My name is Gonzii and today we're going to be doing something a little bit different. Today we're going to be reacting to a casual geographic video called Why I Would Throw a Cactus Before I Go in the Ocean. Let's go and check this out.
Most terrifying thing you'll ever see in the ocean.
Oh yeah bro, I've seen this, yeah. That's a squid, bro.
That thing is actually a big fin squid and it's able to grow up to 26 feet long.
That's mad.
Scientists believe they hunt by dragging those freakish arms across the ocean floor, snatching up anything unlucky enough to accidentally brush up against it.
Damn.
But by far the scariest thing about this hell squid, we know almost nothing about it. We don't know how they mate, how they live. All we know for sure is that you can find them at the very bottom of the ocean at depths of up to 15,000 feet, which is more than half the height of Mount Everest. Here's the part that personally freaks me out. Every big fin ever caught was a juvenile, and since no adults have ever been captured, it's possible they can be even bigger than we thought. This sea slender man's arms are covered in tiny suckers, meaning once it grabs something, there aren't a lot of things strong enough to break free. Those arms can be over 90% of their total body length, and they hold it at a 90-degree angle, which makes this violation against nature look like it's T-posing. As technology improves, we might have a chance to learn more about them. Which isn't a good thing, they need to stay in hell. Whale facts, but they slowly get more and more disturbing. Blue whales can produce 400 gallons of baby batter, but only 10% of it makes it to the female, meaning 360 gallons get dumped back out. In case you're wondering, that's 8.5 bathtubs of whale maker. Gray whales will go 3-player with 2 males and a female. While the first male is getting his rocks off, the second wing whale will swim underneath the female and help hold her in place for a process that can last up to an hour. And friendly reminder, almost every sea monster story ever told was really about a whale's penis, and I will never let y'all forget it. Sperm whales are so loud that their sound can vibrate you to death by either causing your lungs to collapse or an air bubble to form in your brain, which would instantly take you off the senses. Blue whales are big, but not a lot of people understand how big. You can hear a blue whale's heartbeat from a little more than 2 miles away. They can swallow almost 500,000 calories at once. Allegedly, a whale's fart bubble can enclose a full-grown horse. And because I am who I am, I have to tell you that the largest blue whale penis was about 16 feet long and weighed anywhere from 700 to 900 pounds. Blue whales don't spray water out of their blowholes the way you see in movies. It's actually warm air being forced out of the lungs. It's basically its breath. It's one of the most unholy smells that can ever assault your nose. Like burning rubber in a fish cemetery. Because of that video, there's now people that believe the ocean is salty because of whale sperm. And I'm not gonna lie, I wish it were true because of the look on people's faces when I tell them this is free therapy, but it isn't.
Bro, how did you come to that conclusion, bro? Oh no, dude. That's so grim, bro.
The ocean salt comes from rocks on land because when acidic rain hits the rocks, it erodes them and causes them to release salt. The salt gets carried out in streams and rivers where it eventually reaches the ocean. The reason the ocean is so salty is because this has been happening for millions on billions of years. Some of the salt also comes from hydrothermal vents at the bottom of the ocean, but most of the time when you taste seawater, the salt came from a rock, not a whale that already has. So yeah, you don't have to worry about salty seawater. Besides, you should probably be more concerned with the fact that your perfume used to be made from whale vomit. The more you know. Fish you should be most afraid of isn't the shark. It's the stonefish because they can deliver venom powerful enough to cause crippling pain and toxins that activate your life insurance in less than 2 hours. This fish is armed with a venom called verrucotoxin, and as a neurotoxin, it shuts your body down from the inside. Don't step on those. If you got stung, you would first feel incapacitated, pain, swelling, and eventually numbness. But no worries, it gets worse. It always gets worse. If you don't get medical attention fast enough, the poison would destroy tissues in the body, cause uncontrollable twitching and shaking, and eventually paralysis. Meaning it would get harder and harder to breathe until you eventually black out. Victims describe the pain as getting continuously hit with a sledgehammer all over the body, and even if you survive, you could still walk away with permanent nerve damage and muscle atrophy. But there's 2 big reasons why this Satan guppy might be the most dangerous fish on Earth. One is this picture. Because the stonefish looks like a stone, it's so easy to accidentally step on one, and when you do, those spines would get shoved up your foot, and the harder you step, the more poison gets pumped into you. And number 2, they can survive outside of water for up to 24 hours, meaning they don't have to be underwater to put you underground. Because Australia is the only place where mistaking a fish for a stone can get you the death penalty. You should never pick this shell up because it's actually one of the most venomous things on the planet. That's because the cone snail can shoot you with a harpoon at 400 miles per hour. That would be like getting struck by 14 Usain Bolts, because ironically this snail is one of the fastest animals on the planet, being able to hit you almost as fast as you can blink. That's not the only thing fast about them, because this murder slug was nicknamed Cigarette Snail because according to urban legend, if you got hit by one, you had enough time for a puff puff pass before you puff puff pass away. If you got stung, you would immediately feel extreme pain, swelling, numbness, and vomiting. But don't worry, it gets worse. It would escalate to muscle paralysis, double vision, and difficulty breathing. And once you get to that point, you can go ahead and start printing out shirts because you finna be on one. And even though the cigarette thing was an exaggeration, it could take only 5 to 8 hours for them to connect you to God's Wi-Fi. Now the problem with these snails is that they use venom to paralyze unlucky prey, and they'll even put them to sleep with a toxin that's 1,000 times more powerful than morphine, which works on fish and stupid people that pick them up. But they don't just use one though, like Tyson, they call them combos. They can have 50 different toxins in their venom, which is why there is no antidote. The only cure is to try not to die and become a Snapchat memory.
Your child can visit steamy jungles, grassy plains, and the dark depths of the ocean.
I should probably explain what the hell this is.
Ooh,
that was an angel shark. That's the worst Call of Duty player you'll ever meet. The angel shark will lie motionless for days waiting for anything bite-sized to accidentally pass above its head so it can take its life. Sounds like a cheat code, but there's no referee in the ocean, so this camel shark stab pads kills like
no rules, man.
But you don't have to worry about them snatching up your
oh, that's ugly, bro.
Fish, crustaceans, and mollusks like squid. That being said, angel sharks are a lot like electrical power sockets. They're only dangerous if you're stupid enough to poke them. Now you would think that's common sense, but because these sharks stay perfectly still, scuba divers think it's a good idea to touch them, and that makes these sharks go from mannequin challenge to homicide. Luckily, attacks are rare, and as long as you're not an idiot,
look at that, bro.
Won't fade
so
ugly,
good
thing
bro.
Too, because there's a shark in this picture, and he may not be an angel, but he'll turn you into one. Reasons why this is your new favorite fish. Even though they can be up to 23 feet over 3,000 pounds, they're 100% perfectly harmless to people because they only ever eat plankton and small sharks. Unlike stingrays, they're not venomous. This giant placemat couldn't hurt you if it wanted to. They're smart enough to understand mirrors because manta rays were seen waving and blowing bubbles at their own reflection, something they wouldn't do if they thought it was another manta ray. Manta rays will launch themselves out of the ocean, and they do it again with parasites or to avoid predators, but sometimes it seems like they do it just for fun. They have the largest brain of any fish, making them arguably the smartest things in the ocean that don't also belong on a list with Cosby. That isn't a TV guide. Baby manta rays are called pups, and the mother will give birth to 1 or 2 pups every year. They're normally black, a dark brown, or a grayish blue, but there are pink manta rays out there. No, this is not edited. This pink manta ray was found off the coast of Australia on the Great Barrier Reef. That country is both a national treasure and Satan's jungle gym. They're smart enough to form strong emotional bonds with each other, and they're smart enough to ask for help. One repeatedly approached the diver until he realized that she had a fish hook stuck under her eye, and she waited patiently as he removed it. Once he removed it, she swam off. What would happen if you took one of the meanest animals in the ocean and gave it legs? Well, 2 things. 1, you'd have one of the most violently aggressive animals on Earth walking on land, and 2, I know this because it technically happened and they exist. It's a known fact that the biggest menace to society in the ocean are dolphins of any kind. They jump sharks for no reason, slapbox their babies, and have a rap sheet longer than drakes. And the worst dolphin of all actively tortures other animals for sport. Dolphins and whales are part of a group called cetaceans, which basically happened because this guy decided he wanted to test his luck out in the ocean and evolved to become semi-aquatic and then fully aquatic. But funny story, there was a group of these land animals that actually stayed on land, and about 54 million years ago they split up, with the animals that would become whales and dolphins heading out to sea. The ones that didn't follow them out into the ocean stayed on land, and after millions of years of plot development, they went on to become one of the most vicious animals in the world. In case I haven't made it obvious, I'm talking about hippos. The African homicide is actually the closest living relative of whales and dolphins. One's a bipolar tank with Roy Ridge and a devil's overbite, and the other's a pufferfish abusing.
Nah, bro. What's that photo, bro? Why is my guy, getting plowed by that dolphin, bro? Nah, that sus, bro.
Salting sea quagmire, and that is f***ing evolution. Remember that dolphin sound effect from SpongeBob that was supposed to be like a sensor? You know what the I'm talking about. Well, that sound didn't actually come from a dolphin. It was actually the sped up laughter of the kookaburra. It's a kingfisher bird found in Australia that sounds like a guy trying way too hard to laugh at a cucumber.
Like the roar from the MGM movies or something like that. AMG movie.
You may not be able to hear it, but
the lion roar, it's a tiger.
You can hear the sound that cartoons made you swear was
it's not a lion. Oh yeah.
Moral of this video, every dolphin sound effect you've ever heard on every TV show is really just an Australian crack tweetie.
Yeah. I would rather eat cactus, bro, than go down to the deep seas, bro. It's mad out there. But shout out Casual Geographic, man. The dude's insanely talented. He's super charismatic. I love him. I love his content. He's amazing. But yeah, guys, thank you so much for watching the video, man. Hope you guys enjoyed this type of content. If so, I will bring much more content of this because I love the animal kingdom and stuff. I love these curiosity type videos. I love this. And it's really easy to watch. And I hope your weekend was amazing, man. Mine was so-so, but we moved to this week is gonna be great, I'm sure of it. And I hope your week is amazing as well. If it isn't, bro, relax. You got always next week, and thrive for your goals, follow your ambitions, man, and never quit on your dreams, man. Tips from Gonzii. I'm doing it, you should do it as well. Like everybody else, say I'm gonna do it and go for it and don't stop and never look back. So yeah, man, if you're here, you know what to do, man. Like the video, subscribe to the channel. My name is Gonzii, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Goodbye.
Damn, I'm on red alert. Else you went up in the dirt, man. I don't wanna hurt, man. Nah, I don't wanna hurt. Champagne popping how I wanna let it rain, and they know that I'm on red alert.
Hello everyone, and welcome back to the channel. My name is Gonzii, and today we're going to be reacting to another another Casual Geographic video, this time called Why Orcas Are the Most Disrespectful Animals on the Planet. So yeah man, let's go check this out. Bro, for no reason bro.
I've been trying to tell y'all, killer whales are just waterproof black Air Forces.
Yeah, man.
Their entire personality is bullying every name on the ocean census for no reason at all. Let me explain why this video is way worse than you actually think. It's actually well known that orcas will tail slap.
Yeah, that video is
It's the fastest
nuts.
way to make a seal join the Air Force.
Bro, look at that. Look how high that seal is, bro. This here, there, bro. It's a seal, my boy. And the orca's down here. Bro, for no
This video was
reason.
filmed in Mexico, and there were actually 6 of these hood dolphins taking turns slapping the stingray. And after getting bodied the first time, the stingray was too weak to get away, so the orcas just kept violating it. And this went on for an hour and a half. Scientists watching this thought the orcas would just eat the stingray afterwards. Instead, when the stingray finally became past tense, all 6 orcas just watched it lifelessly sink to the bottom of the ocean. This wasn't about food or survival. Nah, these homicidal Oreos spent 90 minutes jumping a stingray.
Homicidal Oreos, bro.
Orcas don't operate on survival. They live off malicious intent. They're one of the few animals that will go out of their way to torture and murk other animals for fun. They'll literally spend hours violating seals, penguins, and stingrays and not even eat them in the end, and that's another ballpark of disrespect. One scientist watched an orca chase a penguin for half an hour, snap its neck, and then leave its soul-divorced body floating on the surface. Moral of this video, sharks don't run the ocean.
Nope.
The steroid zebra guppy does.
Yeah.
The only reason they don't go after people is because they see themselves in. Y'all starting to put way too much faith in me. So if I get on here and say that's a graboid or an Alaskan bullworm and end the video, what y'all gonna do? Nah, that's a lungfish. It's a fish with lungs. Also, I think that video was filmed in Uganda, which checks out because the lungfish is found in Africa, South America, and Australia. When there's a drought or they run out of water, this air guppy will bury itself in the mud and then cover itself in a coat of mucus. When the snot sweater dries, it basically acts as a protective coffin. And like most people in coffins, a lungfish basically dies by shutting down almost every system in their body. The mummy fish will sit there until it rains again, and then it'll dig itself out like nothing ever happened. And some, like the African lungfish, can take a break from living for 3 to 5 years without food or water. All it needs to wake up from a suspended animation is water. Apparently an excavator. So what did we learn today? This fish can breathe air and water and put its own life on pause for up to 5 years. Meanwhile, us humans got back pain and anxiety because evolution's a...
Yep, pretty much.
I don't know what that is. That's the end of the video. I don't know if y'all think I just know everything about everything, but I promise you I don't. But if I had to guess, it's probably a CNM... This thing. Even though they look like plants, this thing whose name I refuse to pronounce is actually an animal. As part of the Cnidaria phylum, they're also related to jellyfish. And some of them like to remind the world that they're not plants by moving just like this. But what I'm guessing happened here is the water receded and exposed the sea anemone at the bottom. And as an animal, them shrinking away is probably just a defensive reaction to being touched. And here you can see a green sea anemone doing the exact same thing, curling up to protect themselves from what they think is a predator. I think I'm on a list now.
That doesn't look
wrong, but
good,
that's my best guess. Well, I just watched Hank Green, and apparently the video's upside down. This actually makes more sense. If you value your mental health, do not watch this video. This is the only warning you're gonna get.
Oh, king crabs, bro.
Crab.
Yeah.
This ain't Photoshop. This is real life.
Yeah.
They're related to hermit crabs, but everything about them is
massive, bro.
They can grow to 3.5 feet long from tip to tip and weigh 9 pounds. Now, the biggest problem with this hellspawn with claws is they believe in the worst type of equality, meaning they eat everything without prejudice. Adult crabs will eat fleshy fruits, nuts, and seeds, but they'll also eat the carcasses of dead animals like cats and chickens. In fact, a group of these crabs made an entire
Look at this stuff of that bastard, bro.
And since nature's a spiteful person, not only can they climb trees, they've been known to scale tree branches and murk sleeping birds in their nest.
Wow.
And those claws can break birds' bones since they pinch with about 740 pounds of force. Just for the record, the bite force of a whole-ass lion is 650. This crab pinches harder than lions bite.
Damn.
Whoever thought that was a good idea was on disrespectful timing. Also, because of their diet, a lot of them are poisonous. These crabs are found on islands across the Indian and part of the Pacific Ocean.
Disgusting,
this last
bro.
fact might be the worst one. When Amelia Earhart crashed, a lot of people believe the reason her body was never found was because a group of these crabs turned her.
I know that theory as well.
And considering these crabs are scavengers that will eat literally anything dead, it's a possibility.
Straight possibility. Huh.
The whole page is really just turning into What's That Pokemon, where I'm just a breathing Pokédex.
That looks like Chewbacca,
okay
bro.
That. This little guy is a pygmy marmoset. It's a type of New World monkey found in the Amazon. And at 3.5 ounces,
oh,
a
that's
monkey
a
weighs
cute
about as much as
boy.
3 Skittles.
That's so
one
cute.
One of the smallest primates in the world, and in a jungle full of ops, they stay alive by
In
going
the
everywhere as a
finger.
group and by hiding up in the trees.
Mud.
But never up in the canopy. That's a good way to become a harpy eagle's happy meal.
Yep.
When a baby marmoset's born, different family members will take turns watching it, including its older siblings. Babysitting their little brother or sister is actually how the older ones learn how to be parents. They normally get along, but when threatened, their first instinct is to proudly display their genitals and let the intruder make the next move. You wouldn't want smoke with a crazy naked dude, and that's probably why it works. Also, these aren't big grapes, that's literally how small they are. Like, they're so small they act as insects to insects, and of course the insects don't even see them as a threat. And because I know there's going to be that one person, technically you can have them as pets, but they're high maintenance, biting, screaming anuses that die if you look at them the wrong way. Marmosets are good pets if you know what you're doing, but for the most part they're like celebrities. They're a lot more fun to be around when they're behind a screen. Here are some things you can do in Australia that you simply can't do anywhere else. Number one, you can meet Pikachu. This is a yellow brush-tailed possum. They're one of the most widespread marsupials in Australia, so widespread that sometimes they break into people's homes. And getting Kool-Aid rained by a living Pokemon is definitely something you need in your life. Number two, you can watch a blue penguin parade. The blue penguin is the smallest of its kind, and if you're on Phillip Island at the right time, you can watch hordes of them emerge from the sea and waddle single file like children towards their nesting sites. Like, you can actually sit and watch them waddle past you. And if you can sit here and tell me this doesn't make you smile, either you sold your soul or you just weren't born with one to begin with. Number three, you can get a patamelon. It's basically the kangaroo's smaller, less clouded cousin. And like roos and wallabies, they get to where they gotta go by hopping. They're just really cute about it. Number four, you can witness Aurora Australis, aka the Southern Lights. It's the result of a disturbance in the magnetosphere caused by solar wind, which causes particles to release color as they become ionized. In simple terms, it's nature on LSD. And number five, of course, you can meet the world's happiest animal. Technically found off the coast of Australia, it's like Rottnest, but it still counts. They smile to cool off, and they've lost their fear of humans, which is why this exists. In Quokka, we trust. Here's some animals that have a worse birthday than you. Rabbits, because if a mama rabbit gets pressed in any way, she'll turn her children into kids' meals. If she's afraid or there's predators, she'll eat her babies to protect them from predators that want to eat them. Literally, just pop a balloon around a rabbit and watch how fast she becomes a carrot-fueled Casey. Tasmanian devils are born into the Hunger Games, because even though there can be up to 50 babies called joeys, the mother only has 4 nipples. So the blind babies the size of a grain of rice have to crawl around to find them. The first 4 get to live, the rest either starve or get eaten by the mother. Giraffes, and for the simple fact that they get dropped on their head when they're born. They're lucky if that's all that happens, because if the mother gets tired and sits down before the baby's out completely, she could accidentally crush it. If they survive all that, it takes them about an hour to learn how to walk, and every minute that baby's on the ground is a minute they're closer to getting put to sleep by lions, hyenas, or wild dogs. The mother will use her dinner plate-sized feet to kick at predators, but there's also the chance she accidentally kicks her baby and breaks its neck. Last is the barnacle goose, because they have 2 choices. They can jump off a 400-foot cliff or starve. Basically death or death in slow motion, and half the chicks that jump become past tense by the end of the day. This is one of the smartest animals in the world, and it's also one of the biggest menaces to society. The Kia is a large bird found in the mountainous areas of New Zealand.
Menaces as well.
The Kia is smart enough to solve complex puzzles in order to get
menaces in Australia, bro.
Because they've gotten used to humans, this bird will literally take cars apart with their beak.
Yeah,
Every year in New Zealand, this parrot causes thousands of dollars in damage by destroying cars, and they do it just because they feel like it. This felon Tweety will also open and search through backpacks and purses, steal
great menaces,
and
bro.
dare you to do something about it. If this parrot steals your wallet and flies off, that's very much a you problem. They're not just an op to people. The Kia will use that razor-sharp beak to hole punch sheep just so they can eat the fat from the back of the animal. Nobody really knows who taught the birds to act like this, but it used to happen so often that the farmers started putting the birds on shirts in order to protect their sheep. Since the Kia is now protected by law, they get to act up with no consequences. They'll also steal eggs from shearwater nests and turn an entire nursery into an omelet, because not even other birds are safe from the audacity. Moral of this video, this bird is proof that the smarter you are, the more of a phallus you are to everyone's way of life.
Menace, bro. Bro, orcas are the worst, though. Kias are ruthless, yeah? But they are doing it because they associated cars to food. Because as humans are always around our car, and we see a Kia land, and we give him a cookie or something, and they, through years and years of evolution, they saw that as a pattern. They were like, oh, okay, we can get food this way. And if they don't give us food, we destroy the car. That's basic. But orcas, bro, they are just menaces for no reason, bro. No reason. Fun fact before you guys go, yeah, orcas never attacked humans. There's no one recorded sea Oreo attack on a human. That's quite interesting. Orcas could do it, but they choose not to, which is scarier. Like, the sea Oreo is mad, bro. But yeah, guys, thank you so much for watching the video, man. Hope you guys enjoyed it as much as I did. I love these kind of videos. But before I go, I just gotta say, man, thank you so much for the overwhelming support over the last week, man. The channel's been popping, bro. It's been going nuts. That last one standing video is my fastest video to 100 views in like 2 days. It's been insane. And I just want to say from the bottom of my heart, man, thank you so much for everyone that watches. And it means the world to me, and we are only just getting started. I'm enjoying the heck out of the journey. I really, really hope the top is as fun as the journey is to me right now. I'm enjoying the heck out of it. I've been much happier. I am in a phenomenal place mentally, and I'm just so eager for the future, man. But always enjoying the present and enjoying the journey. that I am on. I'm loving each and every single second of my life, and it's amazing. I just hope that you guys, whatever you guys are going through, yeah, it will get better. Look at me, for example, it will get better. And I'm not even at my peak yet, man. Which is incredible to think about. Man, I'm enjoying the heck out of this, man. I'm doing something that I love more than breathing. That is posting content, and man alive, I'm having so much fun, and it's incredible. So yeah, man, thank you guys so much. I love you guys, and we're gonna keep going, man. But for now, if you're here, you don't know what to do, man. Like the video, subscribe to the channel. My name is Gonzii, and see you guys tomorrow. Goodbye.
I've been through this, been through that, reminiscing on my past. I found bliss in the way that I carry on my back. Let my soul sing my song. It goes, ooh, na 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 na.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the channel. My name is Gonzii, and today we're going to be reacting to another casual geographic video, man. I love his content, I love this type of videos. You guys seem to be enjoying him as well by the feedback I've been getting from you guys. So we're going to keep doing it, and today we're going to be reacting to the terrifying truth about chimps. I just watched the new chimp documentary on Netflix. It was amazing, a 4-part series. Go watch that, and it's incredible. I really recommend it if you enjoy wildlife documentaries and stuff. It's really good, man. So yeah, man, let's go and check this out. Go.
One of the world's scariest animals just got a whole lot scarier, and Planet of the Apes is slowly becoming non-fiction. Because apparently chimpanzees are out here murking gorillas.
What?
Scientists in 2021 witnessed a troop of chimpanzees basically jumping a family of gorillas. And when I say gang, we're talking about almost 30 chimps pressing a family.
Whoa!
Keep in mind, a silverback can weigh up to 400 pounds. It could probably bench press your car.
Damn.
And according to witnesses, the silverback was eating chimps left and right like they were paper mache. But eventually the chimps overwhelmed the bigger silverback and even kidnapped a baby gorilla.
Damn.
I'm not going to tell you exactly what they did, but that family of 5 became a party of 4. And it wasn't even the last time, because later that year, scientists watched the same group of chimpanzees do the same exact thing. Square up with a family of gorillas, kidnapped a baby, and erase its name from the gorilla's census.
Oh my god.
And it's not like we didn't know chimps were about that. They often hunt bush babies and vervet monkeys, and we've even seen them use weapons like spears to do it.
Yep.
But it's one thing to hunt something that weighs like 5 Skittles. Going gorillas is another tier of Black Air Force activity, which is why I'd rather be
going rogue,
with a jaguar than a chimp. Because at least a jaguar gonna make it quick. That's exactly right. Chimpanzees have been known to hunt using spears, and the way they do it is not pretty. So what you gotta remember is these sociopaths share about 98% of their DNA with us, and they have more in common with humans than just thumbs. They're part of the special class of animals that can create and use tools, and chimps are probably the best at it. They'll take twigs, stick them in mounds, and literally go fishing for termites. They'll use stones as hammers to—
They're really smart, man.
It's actually a lot harder than it looks. They'll use leaves as sponges to drink water, sticks to steal honey from bees. Some have even been seen making and using stone flakes, which are really close to what early humans used to make back in the day.
Yep.
But yeah, chimps also use spears by breaking—
I saw a National Geographic article that said the chimps are now on the Stone Age because they are using stone tools to get food and stuff. So yeah, man.
A stick, sharpening one end with
it's really cool,
and
actually.
Shoving it into the hollow part of a tree trunk. Because they know that's where bush babies sleep. Scientists watched them stab bush babies and force them out of their hiding spot in trees, where they proceeded to tear them apart and eat them alive. So they don't actually yeet the spear the way a lot of people probably thought, but they're definitely too smart for everyone else's good. Also, fun fact, out of all the animals I've talked about, a chimp was probably the closest to ending my entire way of life. But that's a story for another video. Alright, so here's a story of how a chimpanzee nearly ended my entire way of life. So this was in Senegal, that little country right there. I was visiting for a couple months, and me and some family decided to go to a zoo that, looking back, was way too rundown to be called an actual zoo. The only thing separating the chimps from the general public were prison bars that were wide enough to stick your hand through. And before you even think it, no, I did not stick my hand into the chimp cage. I was 7, but I wasn't stupid. Now, if you wanted to see stupid, you'd have to look at the people around us. But some of them thought it'd be funny to throw things inside the chimp enclosure.
What?
Not to like hurt it, but I guess to scare it. Either way, nobody in that zoo was winning an award. Especially when someone started tossing rocks in there.
Oh my god.
Yeah, let the stupidity marinate. I just remember watching the chimpanzee just sit there and take it. Until the people ran out of rocks. It wasn't until the chimpanzee started picking the rocks up that the people realized just what they did.
Yep.
They just gave an animal with thumbs and no regard for anything human ammo. So yeah, as you'd expect, the chimp started fastballing the stones back at the crowd, and all we could do was run and take cover. And I vividly remember crouching behind a bench, and when I got up, a rock flew past not more than 4 inches past my right eye.
Oh,
I was really just bad luck away from either doing this video with a glass eye or not doing this video at all. Look, you can say size matters all you want, But 4 inches made a difference that day. This picture might look cute, but it's actually one of the most disturbing things you'll ever see. I'm about to tell you one of the most messed up stories you've never heard of. Okay. So this guy, Dr. Kellogg, had the question I'm sure all of us have had at least once. What would happen if you raised a human without teaching it a language or having it around any other humans? Like a nature versus nurture kind of thing. It's one thing to think it, it's another to be on CPS's watch list. So this guy had a human son, Donald, that he raised with a female chimpanzee he adopted named Gua. So he treated 10-month-old Donald and 7-month-old Gua the same in ways that would have had CPS, PETA, and the Geneva Convention pulling up. The experiment was weird. He would tap on both of their heads with a spoon just to hear the differences in the sound of their skulls.
Bro,
he would purposely make loud noises and provoke them just to see who would react first. At one point, he even spun Donald around on a high chair until he started crying. It got really dark really fast, especially when the human Donald started acting like his surrogate chimp sister, walking on all fours, being overly aggressive, and even biting people. It's a shame the Pikachu meme didn't exist back then. Donald would bark like Gua when he wanted food and refused to walk on 2 feet even though he could. Eventually, the man who somehow graduated with a doctorate in psychology from Columbia realized that he was ruining his son. So he called the experiment off. The chimpanzee that they treated like a daughter and was part of their family, they packed her up and sent her away to be part of another experiment, where she was unalived by pneumonia a few months later. As for Donald, he grew to be an adult and eventually became a doctor, until he deleted himself at the age of 42. And to add insult to whatever seasoned hell this was supposed to be, if you go over to Dr. Kellogg's Wikipedia, he was described as a guy who had no tolerance for those who were unethical.
Oh, of course.
Moral of this video, Thanos should start a GoFundMe. I'm starting to think he was onto something. Some stories just make you want to go off the grid and avoid humanity completely. And while that may not be an option for you with NordVPN, your internet can. Yeah, not
get the bag, bro.
I'll be better. Here's why you should never give a chimpanzee Xanax. Sounds like
this story. Not... Disclaimer: the story's fucked up. You have been warned. Play.
Travis was a 13-year-old, 200-pound walking life lesson that lived with his owners in Stamford, Connecticut. He spent his entire life around people and was basically treated as one of them. He would do things like use the family computer, watch baseball on TV, he knew how to open doors with keys, and sometimes he'd drink wine out of a glass after a long day. Everyone knew him, and he would even greet police officers whenever he would see them around in the neighborhood. I want you to remember that for later. Travis even drove a car, and he did it more than once. Wow. It's like if this dude was an actual member of society.
I didn't know that part.
In 2009 wasn't out of nowhere. The red flags were there. He once climbed out of his owner's car and held up traffic for hours looking for a man that threw an empty bottle at the car. And there was one incident where Travis bit a woman's hand and tried to drag her into a car. But none of that was as bad as 09. I'm not going to make any jokes because this was honestly one of the most traumatizing things I've ever seen. Because one day in 2009, Travis left the house with his owner's keys and the owner and her friend Charlotte Nash tried to get him back. The only problem was Nash used his Tickle Me Elmo to try to bribe him back into the house. And seeing someone else hold his Elmo pissed Travis all the way off. Travis brutally mauled Nash, tearing out her face and limbs and not even stopping when his owner hit him over the head with a shovel. And as the attack got worse, his owner had no choice but to literally stab him in the back. And a literal butcher knife to the back only made Travis angrier. Eventually police were called. Yeah, the same police from earlier. It took multiple bullets just to get Travis to stand down. Travis limped back to the house, went to his cage, and passed away. The victim survived the attack, but Travis had ripped over 90% of her face off. Her lips, eyes, nose, they were all gone. And I am telling you right now, do not Google that if you have a weak stomach.
Don't Google
Those pictures personally f***ed me up for days when I first saw it. At the time, we didn't really know what set Travis off. Some sources said it was because Charlotte Nash was holding his Elmo. Others say it was because Nash had a different hairstyle that day and that freaked him out. But a toxicology report confirmed that Travis the chimpanzee had Xanax-laced tea the day of the attack. Travis's owner obviously got sued, but then she died of an aneurysm just a year later. It was just bad for everyone involved. But at the end of the day, the lesson here is the chimpanzee never went crazy.
The chimp
just went chimp. This man was attacked by an animal with a name that might just get me cancelled. This is the work of Trombiculidae. But they're also known as, guidelines you better not homie, chiggers. A word that sounds like it has
that's a dangerous word.
Ethnicities.
That's dangerous.
Not to be confused with a species of parasitic flea known as jiggers. And honestly, I don't know what sounds worse. Chiggers, or chiggas, which is apparently less offensive, is a type of mite found all throughout the world, but the most infamous ones are found in the southeastern US, Midwest, and Mexico. I low-key forgot the warning, so if you don't like bugs, this might not be the video for you.
That's ugly, my boy.
Chiggers don't really bite. They'll actually just burrow themselves into your skin, make a little hole, and then spit out enzymes that break down skin cells. Which is exactly where the swelling and irritation comes from. The worst part is, you usually don't start itching until after the larvae falls off you. It's like you're not allowed to suffer until they're done with you. And once they are, they fall to the ground where they end up becoming their harmless adult forms. And normally the bumps they leave heal on their own. Also, the chiggers in North America usually don't carry disease. They're just really annoying to be around. But yeah, I can't tell you who named them, but I can tell you they did not have a good home life.
Ugly boy.
I feel like someone owes me reparations for making me say it. So somebody sent me this, and I actually think there's a right answer here, but first, I'm actually curious. Which one would you choose? Like, which one do you think you'd have the best?
In order to receive $37 million, you have to survive 37 minutes in a one-bedroom apartment, no windows or doors, with one of these guys. I think this is easy. The gorilla, what I would do in that instance is I wouldn't show them my teeth. My head would be always down. So yeah, gorilla for sure. Gorilla.
Off rip, we can go ahead and eliminate the rhino for a couple reasons. Rhinos have really bad eyesight and even worse anxiety. Mostly because they have to share
they get really agitated really quick.
Balls first. Life is multiple choice, and rhinos consistently choose battery.
So if this
anxiety-riddled warhorse has a panic attack near you, you will be a chalk outline. The Komodo's an instant game over too.
Yeah,
because Komodos don't flatline their prey with bacteria the way we thought they did. This homicide gecko is actually venomous. And they've been known to dig out human graves and eat the corpses, so don't think you can't get meal prep too. Nope. One bite and it's credits, and there's nowhere near.
They are giant, bro. They are massive.
Assault weapon can't get to you. Now the jaguar is actually an interesting one. Jaguar attacks on people are really rare. They're usually in self-defense. So you'd actually have a better chance of surviving in a room with a jaguar as long as you don't provoke it or do anything to make him think you're food. However, jags are solitary, and in a one-bedroom apartment, if that jaguar feels like you're in its space, it could be lights out.
Exactly.
Which is why your best shot is actually with the gorilla. They're natural pacifists that won't waste the calories attacking something that they don't view as an immediate threat to them.
Exactly.
So as long as you don't look him in the eye or smile at him, unless you're trying to be Harambe's roommate, your best chance at winning and
I got it, bro. I got it.
Is with the gorilla.
Come on.
I want to show y'all something. So I made a video on this, and a lot of people are commenting how they choose the Komodo since all they'd have to do is climb a counter, just wait there for 37 minutes. Some even said they can manhandle the leather assault weapon if they needed to. I'm not going to talk about how Komodos can be nearly 10
Look at the size of that boy.
I'm not going to mention the fact that young Komodos can climb trees. And I'm certainly not going to acknowledge the fact that out of all the animals here, Komodos are the only ones that will actively eat humans.
Yeah.
Nah, I'm not going to talk about any of that. Instead, I'm going to show you this.
Bro, you're not surviving, man. People are dumb. Think you can survive that? People are dumb.
No further comment.
Yep. People actually think they would survive in a room with a Komodo dragon. Bro, like LA Knight would say, bro. Mena! Komodo dragons are menaces, bro. You don't want that. You don't want that smoke, my man. But yeah, guys, thank you so much for watching the video, man. Before I go, I just gotta tell you guys why they wasn't the video on Friday. Because YouTube blocked 2 of my videos. It was a Lil Durk song, by the way, the first one. Then uploaded, blocked. And I'm like, oh no, bro. Waited a couple hours for the appeal to see if they could help me. Of course, really tiny channel. They didn't do anything. And I was like, okay, I have to upload though. So I went to record another song that was trending, blocked again. And I'm like, yeah, bro, it's just, I appealed both. And till this day, I haven't received anything. So I deleted, just before I started recording, I deleted the videos that were blocked. And therefore, there wasn't a video on Friday. But there's a video today. Hopefully, we can keep the channel momentum going despite missing a day. But if you're here, you know what to do, man. Like the video, subscribe to the channel. My name is Gonzii, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Goodbye.
I've been through this, been through that, reminiscing on my past. I found bliss in the way that I carry on my back. Let my soul sing my song. It goes, ooh, na 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 na.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the channel. My name is Gonzii, and today we're going to be reacting to a new Casual Geographic video called How to Not Get Unsubscribed from Life by Animals. Let's go and check this out, man. You know I love this type of content, so let's go. Okay, big bison. Oh no.
So if you're a long time subscriber, there's a couple of videos
bison, bro.
One of them might be the very first video I ever made. It's still up today, but considering it was a TikTok compilation I slapped together and it was back when I used Apple headphones as a mic, the quality is trash. In fact, rewatching that video nearly made me cringe myself into a
bro. I have the same thing, bro. I know we started in September. Like it's crazy.
Or the Bundy Hornets. Whatever happened to them? Well, with the recent upgrade in the production quality of my channel, I figured why not remake the video that probably got you here in the first place. So here's how to survive a moose attack. You don't actually.
You don't
have a choice in the matter. You see, the key word here is attack. The road to getting a moose aggravated.
They are so cool, man.
And honestly, you're probably safe in front of a bear than a 10-foot tank of antlers. With predators predators, you can convince them that you're not worth the effort. But there is no negotiating with something that thinks you're actively trying to turn into calories. So the best way to survive a moose attack is to not even let it get to that point. So here are some signs that a moose is considering turning you from one of a kind to another in a pine. If a moose stops eating or drinking and suddenly stares at you, you got the moose's attention and it's in your life's interest to give it back. If the moose shows you the whites of his eyes, soon you'll be seeing the sight of God's skies. And if the ears are pinned back, his mind's on attack. And this goes for pretty much all animals. Once the ears go flat, then the next few seconds are going to be very crucial to continuing your way of life. And I don't entirely know why, but if a moose urinates while looking at you, it's a sign of ill intent.
That's
I'm guessing it's like
crazy
a
disrespect,
thing, but wherever you came from is where you need to be heading. And if a moose lowers his head and starts approaching you, that is likely the last warning that doesn't come with a hospital bill. Of course, none of that really matters because a four-legged armored truck with it.
Bro, why are they so close to the freaking moose, bro? Idiots. People are idiots.
Ability to make conscious choices. Could just choose to
why do you get close to the moose, bro?
That the Messiah is going to follow. At this point, your options are limited, but you're going to want to get into a car, a shed, or a building, or at the very least put something between you and the moose.
Smart guy.
A tree or even a mailbox or something. And if violence is inevitable, you're going to
want to poor guy.
Vital organs and forgive those who may have wronged you in the past so the hate in your heart doesn't weigh you down.
That was a fake charge, bro.
Most important,
my mama with her
don't
cups.
Get up right
don't
after
get
the moose
close.
stops trampling you, because that could motivate the moose to star in the sequel of your assault. Basically, the whole make yourself look
at that
bigger
size of that bastard, bro.
opposite with a moose. Don't stand your ground because at the moment it's not yours. You're dealing with the Lord of the North, and nothing short of a magazine with no words or a freed willy is stopping him. You can expect more than 10% off when a moose is involved, especially when it's a mother with a calf or a male in rut. And for those of you that already know what rutting is, I'm 90% sure I know how you know, and I'm 90%.
I don't know what it is, to be honest.
However, the moose usually isn't trying to hurt you, so the less of a threat you are, the less danger you're in. Can't really say that for these guys though. Here's
you saw that already, man. Chimps don't play.
About that. Either
chimps
you
don't play, boy.
Look, if you already follow me, then you already know what chimps are. What they're capable of. People think they're cute because they look like humans when they should be scared because they act like them too. I actually have a list on how to survive a chimp attack, but if you're in a position where you can get touched up by one, then you've already ignored steps 1 through 5. Step 6 is to lease a coffin. But let's say you effed around and now you're trying not to find out. Don't smile or show teeth since this can be
never show your teeth, bro. Never.
It's their
That's
version
rule
of
number
flashing
1.
your piece. Eye contact with a chimp is a good way to make contact with your ancestors, since this can be directly seen as a challenge. However, if a chimp is already coming at you with violence, then it might be time to pick a color for your casket. There is one weakness chimps have that might just save you. Because chimpanzees are built like Michelangelo statues, they're relatively low body fat and top-heavy body composition.
Bro.
Chimps can't really swim.
They don't live,
if you happen to be near a body of water, diving into the deep end where a chimp can't follow you might be the only thing that saves you. Now here's a video of a chimp doing exactly what I just said they couldn't. So I guess the real advice here is be an organ donor, because at least whatever they find left of you can go on to benefit someone else. It's not like you're gonna need it. Now let's talk about bears. You've probably heard the popular rhyme for bear safety, and that's if it's black, fight back, if it's brown, get on the ground, and if it's white like a cloud, you're gonna die. But there are some misconceptions with this, and some of those misconceptions could get you put on a shirt. So
it is with a polar bear, bro.
With black bears, you're gonna want to fight back. But that doesn't mean just start throwing hands at the bear, because a bear of any kind is
make it talk big and scream.
But what you want to do is make yourself look like a threat. Stand up tall, talk loud and firmly, and if you have a bag or a jacket or something, raise it over your head to make yourself look bigger. Black bears seem to constantly forget who they are and instead choose to identify as overweight raccoons, so they can be intimidating. Now with brown bears, you're going to want to get on the ground, but not for the reason some people might tell you. Some people say to play dead, since bears don't like to eat prey that's already past tense. Bears will eat literally anything, including other baby bears, so they're not about to miss out on free protein just because the expiration date might be off. But also, bears aren't stupid. You see, playing possum works for possums because they're not playing. They actually pass out and go into a panic coma where no amount of pushing or prodding wakes them up. Also, they'll drool and release a foul smell to really sell the bit. So unless you plan on committing to the role that hard, it's not going to help you. Why you actually get on the ground is to look as unintimidating and non-threatening as possible. So basically, none of the things you do with a black bear.
Never show your teeth as well.
Clasp your hands around your neck.
No eye contact as well.
Harder to flip you over. But the most important thing, and I cannot stress this enough, do not run. A bear can keep pace with a horse over a short distance.
Look
so
at
all
that.
it does is guarantee you get made into a member sooner. Especially since
it's
bears
mad,
are the largest terrestrial
crazy
predators on the planet, while also having the endurance of a CrossFit junkie. And sometimes the bear will test their instincts by charging. Most charges, however, are bluffs, and the worst thing
a mama with 4 cubs.
Race with a
You don't want that smoke,
also,
boy.
whoever said bears can't run downhill was actively trying to sell the human race. Yes, they can, and thinking they can't will be your downfall. But the best way to survive a bear attack is to avoid one in the first
Bear's
place. So if you're ever
huge.
hiking in bear country, you're actually going to want to make noise, which sounds counterintuitive, but making a lot of noise actually tells the bear where you are and allows it to avoid conflict in the first place. Also, since bears have a hypersensitive nose and sense of smell, carrying bear spray can be the difference between going home in peace and resting there in pieces. Bear spray is said to save people from serious injury in bear encounters 98% of the time.
Wow.
God bless you.
I didn't know that.
10%. There is a catch though. Everything I just said applies
Get
to
that
territorial
scratching,
encounters
boy.
with bears. If a bear comes at you on predatory timing, then my only advice is to make peace with the higher being of your choosing. Predatory bear attacks on humans are rare, but when they do happen, someone gets put on the news. And that's why if the bear in your presence is a polar bear, then it's up. And by it, I mean your time on Earth. Polar bears are hyper carnivores, so while
They
polar
just
bears are
eat
omnivorous,
meats. They
polar
don't
bears
eat
are
nothing
omnivores all
else.
the time. And since polar bears can
You don't
smell
got a
energy
shot
from
with a
an area
polar
far
bear,
away,
bro.
by the time you see him, just know he's been plotting on you.
Yep.
There is one tip that says polar bears have ADHD, and undressing and tossing articles of clothing will distract it long enough for you to escape. But unless you have like an unlocked car or a bear-proof house, all you've done is guarantee that you now die naked and cold. And if the bear somehow doesn't get you, whoever finds your body gets to see exactly how your life ended. Now, half the reason I work out is so that if I ever suffer an untimely death, then I can leave behind a respectable corpse. But considering this is probably happening in the ice-chilled Arctic, they'd probably just assume I was compensating for something.
Yep.
If you know, you know.
If you know, you
If
know.
it's black, fight back. If it's brown, you better hug the ground. And if it's white like nose powder, then it's finna be your final hour. And speaking of final hour, here's how to survive a hippo attack. No, you're not going to.
You
If
don't.
you're disappointed by that, then that's a failure of your own
You don't.
expectations.
It's a
And
hippo,
considering
bro.
We're like halfway through
You
the video.
don't.
If you click genuinely looking for hippo advice, then I'm
Size of that
from
bastard,
God's
bro.
data plan. Hippos are the heaviest things on four legs without a trunk or a horn. They divide crocodiles without a calculator and subtract an estimated
Bro, they
5
don't care.
from the population.
They
of the earth.
don't
For being
care.
honest, it's probably
They're
higher.
menacing,
Show me
bro.
someone who survived a hippo attack, and I'll show you someone you should get lottery numbers from. So my only advice to surviving this whale Karen throwing a fit is to uninstall yourself so he doesn't get credit for the kill. Unless you're exercising the right to bear absolute heat, in which case I hope he likes seafood because he finna eat some shells. Then again, since hippos are as close as you can get to being bulletproof, self-deletion might be the easiest way out.
Oh my
Ironically,
God.
in this entire video, the cougar might be the most
By the way, hippos kill more people in Africa than lions. Let that sink in.
survivable out of any animal here. The rules for survival
You're not surviving,
are
bro.
pretty simple. Try to travel in groups, avoid being out at dawn or dusk, and if one tries to offer you a drink, just remember nothing in this life is free. Now when surviving the actual cats, the rules are a little different. You see, cougars are actually naturally wary of people and are perfectly happy avoiding humans. So if a puma ever presses you like in this video, it's likely you accidentally stumbled into some cubs and now you gotta see the mama about it. Back away slowly. All running does is tell the cougar that you're something worth chasing. Also,
Don't turn your
as
back.
hunters, the worst
Never.
thing you can do when a cat confronts you is turn your back to it, because that makes it more likely to pounce. You're gonna want to stand up tall and back away slowly while speaking in a loud, firm voice.
Yep.
It doesn't matter what you say. You can recite the entire script for the B movie, as long as it's loud enough for the cougar to hear you. In tiger country, it's often advised to wear a backwards mask to convince the ambushing big cat that it's already lost
Or
in the
glasses on the back of your
When
head as
tiger
well.
attacks on the rise, it's likely the striped demons are calling the bluff. Bluffing's probably your only option against a kangaroo.
Come on, kangaroo, bro. You're not as shredded, bro. Come on. That boy's big. That boy was big.
And you do that by avoiding eye
So
contact
cute.
and not facing a macropod directly. And if a kangaroo starts
Get in the
playing
hands,
balls on you,
what?
you're gonna want to curl into a ball, take the hits, and pray.
Show
'Cause
him
if
the
a
hands.
kangaroo hauls off and kicks you, you're probably not getting back up.
That
If you want a
hurts.
kangaroo cheat code, lower your head, keep your hands close to your body, and cough.
They're
A
so
deep
sick.
cough is similar to the sound weaker
Show 'em
males
the
make
hands.
to submit to a bigger, stronger alpha roo. It's basically giving the kangaroo the right of way. As you can see, this woman failed to cough and now
Ooh,
she's
that
coughing.
woman got the
So I guess with
mean
kangaroos, you
right,
have two
bro.
choices.
Come
You
on.
can either have a coughing fit or be fit in a coffin.
Mother.
But you don't have options when you're dealing with the most dangerous animal humanity's ever seen. And that's because it's humanity itself.
Oh, yeah,
so if
yeah,
you ever
yeah.
happen to wake up and
That's
find that
facts.
you're a wild
That's a
animal,
fact.
here's how to survive a human attack. First is to understand that you are likely screwed, and any outcome that doesn't end in one less of you likely will end in something worse. And the sooner you can accept that, the sooner you can be at peace. Now,
Reach,
humans
my
may
boy.
look like the light work of the great ape group, being significantly weaker than orangutans, gorillas, and chimps. But they make up for it. The same way that bullied kid makes up for years of torment with a suspiciously shaped duffel bag and the intent of lighting up the school like a Christmas tree. You can try to run, but the Homo sapien race used to literally chase their prey into heat stroke, since they're able to sweat and cool down while actively running you into the ground. Of course, that's when they hunted with spears. Now they use their father's boomstick to blow you off the senses, while
Yep.
still being too far for you to
Now they cheat like
Make no mistake,
pussies
without claws,
because they're too
venom,
much
or a strong life
cowards
force, an
to
unarmed
go
human
with
might
the
seem like
spear
an easy W.
up to
Until you
the
realize that
animal.
humans work as a massive monkey mafia, where
Yep.
if you hurt or murder
True.
one of their own, they
Oh,
exterminate your
this is
entire
true, man.
family. And honestly,
People
that's
suck.
the nicest thing they'll do. Because the other option involves being captured and taken as a spectacle in their society.
I hate it.
Where they will imprison you,
Oh,
break you
man.
down,
It's
and punish you for
disgusting.
being yourself. Just like high school.
I can't even watch, man.
When the deuces
it's so disgusting. It's
they'll blame you for being what you've always been. They'll slaughter hundreds of millions of your kind and then gaslight you to convince themselves that you're the problem. All while actively destroying the natural order that existed billions of years before them. Because humans aren't God, but they sure love to play it. So the only way to survive a human attack is to readjust your goals and just enjoy the show before a hairless oppression monkey with a superiority complex comes by and cancels. But that's going to do it for this video. For more consistent content, be sure to follow my Instagram and TikTok. I try to post daily on both. And if you haven't already, be sure to check out my
bro.
100
Come
deadly
on.
animals that can RSVP your place in the
That book looks sick.
If you'd like to support this channel beyond just subscribing, my Patreon's also going to
get the bag, my boy.
Other than
You
that,
deserve
drink
it, bro.
water, hug your mother, and
Good
be
boy.
safe out there.
Hug your mom and
There's
drink
only
water.
more of a
Come
menace
on.
than the animal behind the cage is the one outside it.
Oh, yeah. The one outside of the cage is the worst one, by far. Yeah, man, nothing but facts in this video. We literally kidnap animals from their natural places to put them in cages and pens and aquariums the size of this room with a giant animal, and we say, yeah, man, I hope you enjoy it. Now you are people's amusement. It's so disgusting, man. Since I saw the Chimp Empire, the documentary, bro, I realized how much they travel. They travel all the time. They go in patrols to the borders of the territory, man. They travel a lot, and there they are closed down on a small space. Like, for zoos have a purpose, I get it. Besides people's amusement, is to protect endangered species of animals. That's why when pandas and everything have to be in the zoo, it's the only way they can reproduce sometimes. And I get it. Endangered animals, I fully understand it. But don't put orcas in aquariums. Don't put dolphins in aquariums. Don't put chimps in cages. Come on, man. Use your brain, yeah. But yeah, guys. Thank you so much for watching the video, man. Hope you guys enjoyed it as much as I did. If you're here, you know what to do, man. Like the video, subscribe to the channel. My name is Gonzii, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Goodbye.
I've been through this, been through that, reminiscing on my past. I found bliss in the way that I carry on my back. Let my soul sing my song. It goes, ooh, na, 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 na.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the channel. My name is Gonzii, and today we're going to be reacting to a new Casual Geographic video called When Stupidity Goes Viral, with a wholesome twist at the end. So yeah, man, let's go. And man's fresh, bro.
Come on, look at the trim, big man.
That's my barber, bro. Let's go. Okay. Yeah, boy.
I tell you about it, right?
Monkey strong.
I did say if something like this ever flips a switch, it's gonna be a bad time for everyone. No. But it took this ginger gorilla getting his lick back on camera for y'all to believe me.
Yep.
But like all jokes aside, orangutans aren't aggressive, like at all.
They're really friendly, actually.
Design them for that because it would be terrifying. But orangutans almost never choose violence, not even with each other. The only time you'll see an orangutan get active is if a male runs into another adult male, and even then it's a bunch of bluffing and displaying and just being loud to prove a point. Hands rarely get thrown. In fact, there are no recorded cases of a wild orangutan killing a human. They're just plus-size pacifists. So one of two things happened here. One, that's an orangutan trying to play. Or two, and I'm willing to bet money this is what actually happened. The man was provoking the orangutan like an idiot and getting in his face, but the person behind the camera didn't hit record until the orangutan decided he had enough.
For sure.
And in situations like this, I'm always going to look at the guy outside the cage before I look at the animal in it.
Yes.
And also just personally, I don't love any article of clothing that much. I would have just negotiated my shirt, but you know, that's
take your shirt off, bro. Look at the strength of these animals,
bro. To the whole orangutan debacle. Turns out I was right. Turns out this man, well, 19-year-old, hopped the enclosure fence and started taunting the big ape, literally for clout. Bro wanted to go viral, and the orangutan said, yeah, I can show you the way. Almost cost him an arm and a leg, but mans did numbers on Twitter. Not to mention the orangutan was on recruit difficulty, because I watched that whole video, and I counted at least 3 times where he could have gotten his folded. Jokes aside, this pissed me off for a lot of reasons. First of all, if that orangutan would have killed him, not even, if he would have broken his arm, what do you think the headlines would have been? Probably something like, vicious orangutan goes crazy and brutally kills
man, it's so disgusting.
When it really should be, wannabe influencer gets exactly what he asked for as wild animal goes wild animal. Exactly. Not to mention, if it got to that point, the zoo 100% would have taken out the orang to save the guy. Even though orangutans are endangered and dumbasses on the internet are kind of overpopulating. And I just know Harambe was watching from the beyond like, ain't that some bullshit? It takes years for keepers to gain the trust of an animal like that, and this man managed to destroy it all in less than 10 seconds. I'll say one thing though, he chose the right ape to try this with. If you would have tried the gimmicks with a gorilla,
try that with a gorilla with chimp, bro. See how it goes.
Yeah, none of us would have seen
Idiot, man. Take
or at
that,
least
bro.
not without a Tor browser, because this would have turned into
Poor
a
animal, man.
Now, what if I told you someone managed to do something even stupider than this?
I believe you,
Warning,
bro.
this will piss you off. Meet this woman whose name I'm not going to say because I don't want to get sued. And she didn't just get too close to an enclosure. Nah, she decided to walk up in it like she paid rent.
Whoa!
So, two things. One, this was in Texas, so Florida, you can
Of course.
And two, those are spider monkeys. This is a spider monkey. I don't know what kind of game she thinks she's playing, but she could have lost badly. One wrong move and they could have her looking like she could unlock Voldemort's phone. And if that weren't enough, which it obviously was, she even decided to feed the monkeys Cheetos. Not even like the original ones. Nah, she went flaming hot. I don't think I need to tell you why that's bad. Then again, someone like her is able to vote, so... Yeah, they tell you not to feed wild animals because the food we eat can make them violently sick, especially if it's flaming hot. The woman was kicked out of the zoo and allegedly charged with criminal trespass. She also lost her job at a law firm, which at first made me happy, but then made me seriously question just how she got that far.
Yep.
And I think about it, that's probably where she got her lawyers from. You know who this she is, I don't gotta say her name. And after going viral, she swiftly received the online spanking that comes with it. After all the backlash, she finally released a statement where she was actually apologetic and really seemed to understand the gravity of, you know I'm lying, right? Nah, instead this woman who somehow survived 20
Of course you did nothing wrong, you fucking bitch.
In her words,
fuck off,
nobody
man.
got hurt.
Idiot.
I'm sure the monkeys wish they could have that one back. But she did learn at least one valuable lesson. To keep her Cheetos to herself. My mom doesn't like when I curse on the internet, so I'm gonna end it right there.
Oh
if you've
my
seen
God.
this tiger before,
Idiot.
you've probably been lied to. This tiger went viral a few years ago for having Down syndrome, which caused obvious facial deformities. People love this pug-faced predator so much that they used him to spread awareness. Except, he never had it, and the truth was actually way worse.
Humans,
See, the
bro.
thing is, white tigers are rare, like 1 in 10,000 type rare, and most don't survive longer than a year in the wild because if you can't camouflage, you're probably gonna starve. White tigers are also really popular for animal traffickers selling them on the very much illegal exotic pet market. Yeah, screw those guys, by the way.
Yep,
So the easiest
fuck
way to
those.
breed white tigers is to have 2 white tigers hook up so their recessive genes can produce another white tiger. The problem is, well, there's a lot of problems actually, but the biggest one is that because Caucasian carnivores are so rare, the ones they breed are often related, which is how they get more inbred than a family reunion. Kenny the tiger didn't have Down syndrome. He was a twin-cest baby whose parents were siblings, and most of his actual siblings became past tense the moment they were born. The guy that bred him tried to lie and say he looked like that from smashing his face into a wall a bunch of times.
Yeah, sure, man.
Yeah. Kenny was rescued
Idiot.
and taken to an animal sanctuary in Arkansas, along with his brother who was cross-eyed, because that's exactly the kind of thing that happens when you have an aunt, mom, and an uncle, dad. The sanctuary took care of Kenny for as long as they could until he eventually passed away at the age of 10 to melanoma. It's a sad story, but it could have been worse. R.I.P. Kenny, you deserved way better than you got.
R.I.P. Kenny. I'm getting chills, man. Rest in peace, Kenny.
A lot of people sent me this, so I just wanted to point out 2 things. So I'm gonna play it
That's
back and
a
try and see if
sick
you can
animal,
notice
bro.
what it is.
Bring it back to me. Hit the dance floor. I don't want to hate.
So
Oh,
that slow
look.
blink is actually the universal sign that a cat is relaxed and at ease. We've seen this
Oh,
with bigger
okay.
cats like lions and tigers.
The
but
chef,
even
right?
Cats will use this as a gesture of trust. To the point where a lot of animal shelters will decide whether a cat's safe to handle based on whether it slow blinks or not. And it works both ways. You can pretty much slow blink at your pet cat and it's like their version of a smile. And the second thing is right at the end the jaguar rolled over on her back. The underbelly is the most vulnerable part of a cat, so them exposing it like that is the ultimate sign of
That
trust.
cat trusts
It doesn't
him,
always mean
alright.
they want you to touch them, it's more them trying to tell you that they're comfortable around you. I don't know what you did, but keep doing it, because that cat loves you. So
Yep.
King Julian would actually be a queen. And not in like a yassified
Oh.
way, but in real life, ringtail lemur society is female dominated.
Mhm.
Lady lemurs assert
Alright.
their dominance by bullying the low-ranking males at every opportunity. And they usually do this by chasing them around, grabbing them, and biting them. But their favorite way to flex on the males is by straight up snatching any food out of their hands. Or in this case, a stick. And they don't even have to be hungry, sometimes they'll go out of their
They're
way
cute,
to do it
man.
just for the
They are really
feminism of it
cute.
all. Also, lemurs smell so bad that they managed to weaponize it. As in
Oh,
they'll
wow.
rub their scent glands all over their tails as a way to build their ammo, and then pretty much just throw their body odor around. Also, they're much more homicidal than the movie wants you to believe. There was a study done on 1,000 animals to see which one was more likely to kill their own kind. Meerkats were number 1, since about
Yep.
19% of meerkat deaths were caused by another meerkat.
Yeah, I knew
Lemurs
that
were
one.
not far behind, with up to 17% of lemur obituaries being co-signed by their own kind. And a lot of it comes from females kidnapping and abandoning babies and males straight up aborting them.
Oh.
Moral of this video,
Damn,
King
bro.
Julian was a hyper-homicidal, child-endangering, BO-blasting drag queen. So you
Yep.
probably know the story of Harambe, but not
Oh,
enough people know the
Harambe.
story of Jumbo. So this goes all the way back to 1986. 5-year-old Levin Merritt was excited to go to the zoo with his family. But when he got to the gorilla pen, bro got a little too excited. While leaning over to get a better look, he lost his balance and fell 20 feet straight down, breaking his arm, fracturing his skull, and knocking himself out cold. When Levin regained consciousness, he awoke to Jumbo, a 400-pound silverback gorilla looming over him. The kid understandably screamed, and that momentarily freaked out Jumbo, and witnesses thought this was going to end in the worst way possible. Jumbo protectively stood over the child and had been gently stroking his back as he was unconscious. Jumbo even kept other gorillas away when they got curious and tried approaching the boy. It became clear to everyone that Jumbo was protecting Levin like he was one of his 20
Oh my
kids.
god, I'm getting chills,
yeah, Jumbo
man.
was like that. When Levin started crying, Jumbo calmly led the other
Jesus.
gorillas to a small hut in the other corner of the pen, which was when paramedics were able to rescue the boy, who ended up making a full recovery. But the funny thing is, this incident might have saved gorillas in general, because back then people were terrified of and even hated gorillas. King Kong didn't help. But after the video of Jumbo looking after the fallen boy went viral, and this was back in the 80s, viral was a big deal. The public perception of gorillas did a full 180. Now you're probably wondering, what was the difference between this and Harambe? And the answer is actually depressing. With Harambe, people were screaming, throwing objects to distract them, when all they were doing was freaking the big ape out even more. Harambe got agitated, and that's why they ended up doing what they did. Had the people not screamed at him, Harambe wouldn't have gotten so agitated, he'd still be alive, and the pandemic never would have happened. So I actually have a lot of thoughts on the Harambe situation. And
Shout out Jumbo, bro. I'm getting chills, man. Fair play, Jumbo, bro. And people stop being assholes around animals, bro.
Probably not gonna like him. So if you don't know about Harambe, give the phone back to your mom. TikTok's no place for a 5-year-old. The Spark Notes version: kid fell into gorilla pen, gorilla goes up to the kid, gorilla starts getting agitated, zoo officials got a rifle and ended him. The gorilla, not the... Yeah. And the big question is, should they have murked Harambe, especially when he didn't seem like an immediate threat to the child? Here's the thing. They could have tranquilized him, but that easily could have backfired. Think about it. It's already a stressful environment. You got people screaming and throwing things at you, and that's after a child-shaped object just got airdropped into your living room. Getting shot with a tranq would only amp him up even more. I want y'all to watch this video.
Oh no, oh no.
Animals don't understand what a tranquilizer is. As far as they're concerned, you just tried them. And in the 5 minutes
you just shot at them,
Harambe could have raised absolute hell. And if a 400-pound Harambe seriously injured or even deleted the kid, that zoo is done for. Because technically the kid shouldn't have been able to get into the gorilla enclosure in the first place. It's stupid, but it's like a balcony. You shouldn't have to tell a fully functional human being not to jump off a balcony. But if one does and there are no rails, the owner of that building is still getting slapped with a violation. So if a 3-year-old managed to get into the gorilla pen and then got deleted while there are armed zoo officials present, that zoo is finished. The zoo would get sued to oblivion and all the animals would get relocated and have to find a new place. And as an animal with a human body count, Harambe would almost certainly get turned into a hashtag anyway. It sounds like I'm taking the zoo side here. I'm not. In a situation that messed up, there is no right answer. Someone was gonna lose. Just sucks that the someone had to be the animal whose only crime was literally just being an animal. But yeah, glad I didn't pull the trigger. You're absolutely right, and I was saving this story for last on purpose. This is Binti Jwa. She's a western lowland gorilla, which actually happens to be critically endangered. Also, she's the niece of this gorilla Coco. Didn't know that before. This story goes all the way back to 1996 in the Brookfield Zoo just outside Chicago. A small child was excited to see the gorillas and as a result, fell into the enclosure 25 feet straight down. How so many fetuses end up in gorilla pens is beyond me. The 3-year-old broke his hand, was knocked out, and was bleeding heavily out the side of his face. And while all the other gorillas seemed confused and unsure of what to do, Binti went right up to the fallen boy. To everyone's shock, Binti, who was already a mother at this point, cradled the injured boy in her arms and even seemed like she was looking around for someone to help. Then, with her own 17-month-old hanging on her back, Binti carried him across the enclosure over to a door where zookeepers could get to him and gently laid him down. But here's the part a lot of people don't realize. As a new mother, Binti had learned to hand off her newborn daughter over to zookeepers so they could get her examined by vets. Binti did the same exact thing here, treating this boy she'd never met before like he was one of her own. But there might be another reason why she did this. You see, Binti was actually abandoned by her own mother when she was born and had to be hand-raised by humans. And when Binti became a mom, it was those same people that taught her how to care for her baby by using dolls. This story didn't just go viral, it went mid-90s viral, and it almost single-handedly changed the way a lot of people see gorillas. And in case you were wondering, Binti is still very much alive in the same Brookfield Zoo where she turned 34 in March. As for the baby gorilla on her back while she saved the little boy, that was her daughter Kula, who's 25 now and has a baby of her own, which makes Binti a grandmother. God bless you, Binti.
God bless you, Binti. Jesus. Bro, Dav, I don't know if you can see. I think you can't. Bro, I'm full of chills in my legs and everything. Jesus. But yeah, guys, thank you so much for watching the video, man. Hope you guys enjoyed it. as much as I did, man. Another Casual Geographic banger. It's just incredible. Bro is awesome. And the last week's one, it's going crazy, bro. It's like 150 views on something like that, bro. It's crazy right now. Thank you a lot so much out there, man. I love you guys. It's been incredible, the support, man. Like I've said before, I'm enjoying the journey more than I ever thought I would before I got my life together, bro. I was just focused on the destination, like how am I getting there? How? And now that I'm more laid back on life, I'm enjoying my life a whole lot more. Like it's not even comparable. I just love the way I am, the person that I am right now. I love my life. Oh man, it's just phenomenal stuff. All glory to God for being here and to allowing me to experience this change in my life. And thank you guys out there as well, man, because when I see a video go nuts like last week's videos, it's phenomenal whether they go or not. I can distance myself from that, but when they go nuts, I get even more happier than I was. So yeah, man, thank you guys so much. I love you guys. And if you're here, you know what to do, man. Like the video, subscribe to the channel. My name is Gonzii. Have a phenomenal week, and I love you, and goodbye.
I've been through this, been through that, reminiscing on my past. I found bliss in the way that I carry on my back. Let my soul sing my song. It goes, ooh, na 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 na.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the channel. My name is Gonzii and today we're going to be reacting to a new Casual Geographic video called Should We Let Nature Finally Delete Pandas? No, pandas are sick. But yeah, let's see what Casual Geographic has to say. The GOAT! So man, let's go. Shout out! Oh no! Hey, Melly.
Are you coming up to chill?
What's
the plan, bro? Everything is awesome when you're a panda.
There are some animals whose entire existence proves that nature isn't about survival of the fittest. It's survival of just barely being good enough. If life was a class, it wouldn't be about passing with straight A's. It'd be about passing off your DNA before you become an F in the chat. And some animals are universally recognized as the remedial students of nature. Cheetahs are the red-headed stepchild of the cat world. Sloths are basically free calories served on a moss plate. And roasting koalas is considered low-hanging fruit only because they happen to share the same IQ. And also because they put the mid in chlamydia. And it seems that everyone can agree that pandas are egregiously bad at pandaing and that we as a society need to stop being this biracial Winnie the Pooh's crutch and just let nature finish what it's clearly started. But are pandas really that bad? Man. Did we successfully gaslight the barcode bears of the world? Or do pandas really profit off the most OP pretty privileged genjutsu nature's ever seen? To find out, first we gotta lay out all the factors that make the Try to Panda challenge virtually impossible. But before that, this video was sponsored by absolutely no one. Let's get it. You probably already know that the panda's biggest problem revolves around it being a bamboo sink. 99% of the things that meets this oversized equality hamster's gullet is bamboo. Despite clearly being designed with carnivore software. It's the koala problem of building your entire meal plan around something that gives you
just sleep, bro.
Which is why pandas can spend up to 16 hours a day eating something they can only digest 17% of. The very definition of injustice is that when you Google sloth bear, this monochromatic try-hard vegan doesn't show up, since their diet of scarfing bamboo often leaves them with very little energy for anything else. So to accommodate this
they should be eating meat, but they eat bamboo for some reason.
Relatively smaller sized organs, including, you guessed it, their brains. And something else, but we'll get to that. But yeah, being a bimbo for bamboo might have literally nerfed their intelligence in the process. And some of you may have asked yourselves why the breathing bamboo purses don't just hibernate, since hibernation is basically power save mode for animals, and if anyone needs to save energy, it's pandas. Well, one, bears technically aren't even true hibernators. But two, even if they were, eating like the vegan teachers now,
eating good, bro.
Are physically incapable of putting on the fat reserves required to hibernate for months at a time without also getting perma-slept to starvation. But honestly, the problems with their diet have low-key been overblown. If being a bamboo junkie was their only issue, they wouldn't be as chronically down bad. At their core, animals have two main goals: food, and another F word my mom doesn't like me to say. We see how they handle their meal prep, but it's their love life that really screws pandas over. Pandas
it is, man. It's a problem.
Absurdly bad at making more pandas. Off rip, their window to reproduce isn't even really a window. It's more like a hairline crack in the windshield. Female pandas ovulate 1 to 3 days out of the entire year. That's only 24 to 72 hours are open for business out of a possible 8,760. And since being bent on bamboo means they eat, sleep, and socialize like a stereotypical Reddit user, finding a possible partner is often equally as difficult for them. Even if he does manage to track a female down, he still has a high risk of fumbling the opportunity because males are apparently illiterate at reading signs. Male pandas often struggle to interpret the signs that a female actually wants to mate. Word. And when you only have hours on the clock, mistakes like that ensure that the only thing getting screwed is the future of your progeny. And even if the female's 100% with it, it's still not a...
Bro, what more do you need? Like, come on, bro. She's literally in your face. That's the definition of in your face, bro. And my boy just eating his bamboo, bro. Damn, bro.
Sure thing.
That's
partly
tough.
because male pandas struggle through the process of procreation in a way that is almost impressive, but also partly due to the panda's reportedly disproportionately tiny penis. Which is why panda coitus is a lot like trying to get a 1/4-inch USB into a port blind, while also wearing a 200-pound fat suit. Oh, and try without using thumbs. Nature did this obese oppression raccoon 0 favors. Their mating habits are a big reason why the double-stuffed Ursus Oreos are where they're at. Pandas in breeding programs in captivity often show so little interest in their literal only job that researchers have resorted to showing them videos of pandas mating. Apart from pulling videos from Panda Hub, researchers have also resorted to giving them actual Viagra. Although you'd need a magnifying glass to see if it's working, because again, the P in panda does not stand for packing. And even though most pandas rely on the grace of God as a wingman, somehow the jihad of life doesn't end once they add new names to the roster. Pandas are some of the worst parents on the planet. You've probably heard that if a panda has twins, one of them is a guaranteed loss, since the mother panda will abandon half her litter and leave that one twin to die.
Bro.
Which is even worse when you consider that grizzly bears will allegedly disown their cubs, but they only do it when there's one, since they'd rather start over with 2 to 4 cubs than put all their hopes and stock in one. The chosen panda cub doesn't get off scot-free either, since the yin-yang colored chonk bears of China have the highest mother-to-baby size ratio of any mammal. To put it in perspective, humans are typically 20 times bigger than their babies. Mother African elephants are typically 45 times heavier. A mama panda is approximately 900 times the size of her newborn baby. And since they don't have pouches like marsupials, that puts the panda at a legitimate risk of being turned into a chalk outline by its own oblivious mother. Just another way nature set this glorified cow gerbil up for failure. It's not even like domestication is an option. A good reason is cause, despite what the black and white bane of bamboo might tell you, it's still a bear, and a bear is a bear is a bear. And the black sheep of the bear brotherhood is still liable to absolutely fool any human.
Yeah, man.
Especially since the one plus of constantly crushing bamboo is a bite force comparable to big cats like lions. In case you thought this plus-size Oreo was sweet, one man nearly lost his whole leg after a giant panda walked onto his land and crushed his leg like celery. Then there's the fact that a high-volume, low-efficient diet means the one-man bamboo processing plant known as a panda can poop a healthy 40 times a day. And of course, living in the chilly, mountainous forests of Asia, pandas figured out that they can stay warm by rolling around and covering themselves in fresh manure. So if you want to add a biting, eating, pooping, sewer-smelling dependent to your family, like I always say, you're better off having children. Because there are no tax credits for providing for pandas. In fact, the opposite. Pandas quite literally cost millions of dollars just to keep alive. But mostly that's because giant pandas are leased by the Chinese government at approximately a fat million a year. And if one of those pandas gets knocked up, that'll set you back a cub tax of about 400,000. Which is why, currently, only 3 zoos in the US have a biracial, bamboo-munching beanbag of a bear on display. One of those zoos used to be San Diego. I say used to because one of the consequences of renting pandas is that gives China the ammunition to be petty. I'm not a political channel, I'll never be a political channel. I'm not implying any type of affiliation or bias. I'm just listing 2 things that happened. In 2019, Trump may or may not have fueled a trade war against China. And come May 2019, a mother panda and her son were recalled and sent back to China. Now you could argue the trade war had nothing to do with it, and this was just the natural end of a panda loan. But 10 years earlier in 2009, Taishan the panda was deported not long after Obama met with the Dalai Lama. The Dalai Lama is, as far as China is concerned, an op. So my working theory is China uses pandas for diplomacy, but also as a vehicle of petty punishment. That's not really the pandas' fault, but at this point we might as well hold it against them too. We didn't even mention the fact that pandas aren't even really pandas. When zoologist Frédéric Cuvier first used the word panda in 1825, he was describing the red-headed raccoon we call the red panda. The furry orca known as the giant panda wasn't named until much later, and it only got its name because at the time they thought it had a lot in common with the red panda. Turns out, they're not even close to being related. Meaning this overgrown zebra yogi isn't even the original panda. And the fact that its monochrome mugshot shows up first when you type panda and not live action sheep is one of the biggest injustices of nature. This is the OG panda, but the newspaper-flavored cloud-guzzling frauds took up just enough space to convince the world otherwise. So obviously pandas have their problems, and you can argue that their best trait is being a luck merchant. There is no other animal that gets carried harder by pretty privilege than the endgame of a sloth bear raccoon orgy.
They have pretty privilege, bro.
Black and white privilege. Because the reason giant pandas are the mascot of the World Wildlife Fund is literally because having a mascot with the same color patterns as 1940s TV saves you a lot of money on ink. Yo, that sounds like a joke, but I'm not even kidding. If pandas were black and yellow or black and brown, they might not have gotten the job. But that aside, consensus is that pandas are so bad at pandaing that we should just let the flex of China fade into oblivion the way nature intended. But is that really true, or have we just been doing giant pandas incredibly dirty this entire time? First thing to mention is that they're a specialist species, with that specialty being in binging bamboo. Being a specialist rather than a generalist means you can typically tap into a niche nobody else can. But that means they can adapt to changes in their environment, and that also means that they're only a couple things going wrong away from getting evicted from reality. Having a very particular set of skills might be great if you're Liam Neeson, but it can severely handicap you as a species. And the funny thing is, for all the crap pandas get, the biggest and arguably most intimidating land predator on the planet is a specialist. Polar bears depend almost entirely on sea ice to hunt, and if that goes away, then it's bye-bye ice bear. But for some reason, we don't on the polar bear nearly as much for being dependent on ice as we lampoon pandas for their life choices. Especially since it's habitat destruction and fragmentation that really had giant pandas down bad. You see, it's believed the panda bear once had more variety in his diet and was more omnivorous. But likely because there was just so much bamboo everywhere and virtually zero competition for it, eventually they shifted into primarily eating bamboo.
Makes sense.
It also
as well.
turns out that the bamboo they eat is high in protein but low in carbs. So despite seeming like that one person that would bring a veggie burger to a cookout, weirdly enough, the giant panda's protein intake is actually close to that of wolves. They're also particular about the part of bamboo they like to eat and when. According to studies on radio-collared pandas, in the summer and spring they prefer to eat the protein-packed shoots found at higher altitudes. But during autumn and winter they migrate down into the valley and shift more towards eating bamboo leaves, which are high in vitamin C along with roots. And they just move from high to low to high again year in and year out. Something that's clearly worked for them since they've been just fine like this for thousands of years. So much so that the umami taste receptor, i.e. the one that lets you experience the savory taste of meat, yeah, theirs got turned off. And they even evolved a false thumb for no other reason than to help them hold bamboo. So clearly pandas had a process that worked. The problem is when you fragment the habitat they spent thousands of years in and separate them from the food, the result is less pandas. We love to say pandas are bad at life, but by receding their habitat like a middle-aged hairline, we haven't made living any easier. Also, the whole point I made about pandas being bad at making whoopee, turns out that might just be propaganda, because in a twist, the giant panda's reproductive rate really isn't that much worse than that of American black bears. And black bears, they're doing just fine. In fact, everything I said about pandas having negative riz really only applies to those in captivity. In the wild, female pandas do have a small window for baby making, but that's often after a selection process that involves at least 2 males running fades for her honor. In a process that can last up to and over a week. And we now believe that this process might just be what stimulates ovulation. You can't really replicate that in a zoo, and between that and a constant flow of people, that's probably the biggest reason why pandas in captivity become celibate.
Makes sense as well.
If you were forced into an arranged marriage and had to have an audience watch you consummate it, you'd be a little awkward too.
Yep.
There is no bigger indictment than the fact that a zoo in Hong Kong had been trying to hook up 2 pandas for the better part of 10 years. And it wasn't until a certain beer virus of 2020 shut down the zoo to the public that the 2 bears finally got it on. Roommates for 10 years, and all it took was a couple months of privacy for them to fornicate. But even with all this slander, pandas are actually in pretty good shape. And that is a problem. With about 2,000 pandas alive today, pandas were recently demoted off the endangered species list.
Nice.
Yet giant pandas still finesse a bulk of conservation.
That's good, man.
Simply because they're cute. Think about it for a second. Pandas have big eyes, big foreheads, and chonk physique. If they didn't remind us of babies, we wouldn't be this invested in their future.
They do.
There's like 400 blobfish left in the entire world. You probably didn't know that because, real talk, nobody's buying their child a plushie that looks like a deflated sunfish fetus. Not to mention the animals that could legitimately destroy entire ecosystems if they go ghost, like bees or certain types of plants. They become an afterthought because, yeah, pretty gets priority. It's like that one gym teacher that ignores actually struggling students to help the attractive girls in class that don't need or ask for it. That's right.
True.
Pandas are hot girls. Side note, why does it always seem like the gym teacher's on felonious timing? Pandas aren't perfect.
Exactly, bro. They were weird,
at the end
man.
of the day, we've done far more to them than for them. But that's gonna do it for this video. Be sure to check out my book for 100 animals that can absolutely
check it out, man.
Share a link in description. Drink
Go
water,
check it out.
Eat that stuff. Hug your mother. Tell Pops you appreciate him.
Yep.
Might have to make a Father's Day video in the name of equality. But until then, I'ma see y'all in the next one. Now for y'all to watch till the end, here's some panda ASMR.
Let's go. Oi, eat that bamboo, boy. Come on, man. That's cute, man. I could literally watch hours of pandas eating bamboo, bro. Yeah, I'm still watching. Yeah. That's cute, man. That's cute. Yeah. But yeah, guys, as usual, man, Casual Geographic with the bangers. And I didn't know a lot of this stuff. I learned a lot today, which is amazing. It's the amazing part of his videos is that he teaches you a lot. And this channel is phenomenal, as always. And like he said, drink water, go hug your mom and your dad, yeah, tell them you love them, and Praise to the Lord as always. And if you're here, you know what to do, man. Like the video, subscribe to the channel. My name is Gonzii, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Goodbye.
I've been through this, been through that, reminiscing on my past. I found bliss in the way that I carry on my back. Let my soul sing my song. It goes, ooh, na 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 na.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the channel. My name is Gonzii, and today we're going to be reacting to a new casual geographic video called Why You Should Avoid Dead Elephants. So yeah man, let's go. Let's check this out. Why? Let's go.
If you can't see it in 3 seconds, you're already dead.
I can't see it.
Time's up. Did you find it?
No.
Oh, not the lion. I meant the hyena inside.
Oh, I didn't see that, bro.
Is that lions actually steal from hyenas more than hyenas do to them. And lions hate hyenas so much that males will chase them down, snap their spines, paralyze them, and then just leave them to die. And in return, hyenas turn any lion cubs they find into chalk outlines.
They do.
Lions and hyenas are like a Mormon couple before marriage. They do not with each other. So when one hyena was feeding on an elephant corpse and 7 male lions pulled up, he did the only thing you can really do. The hyena buried itself inside the dead elephant's carcass with 7 of his ops just inches away. And it hid there while the lions ate. And when the lions weren't looking, the hyena made a break for it as the lions chased him and made a break for his neck. Even though it was 1 on 7, the hyena managed to escape and hand the entire team an L. But if you're from Detroit, that's nothing new.
Hey bro, come on man, they are good, they will be good this year.
The most dangerous time to be around a pride of lions is during a storm, since lions are more likely to hunt when it's darker out. Lions are basically serial killers with night vision, and they know it gives them an advantage, so as ambush hunters, they'd much rather try to catch a body when they know they have the cover of darkness to hide under. On a similar note, man-eating lions are really rare. But a lion's most likely to turn you into a news article after a full moon, because that's when they're typically at their hungriest. Because the light of the full moon eliminates their element of surprise, they experience a lower hunting success rate, which is why a lot of documented predatory attacks on humans took place after a full moon when they're at their most desperate. Lions are typically more selfish than tigers, because where tigers in the wild are often more willing to share if 2 of them come across a meal, lions are much more cutthroat and will occasionally even snatch leftovers from cubs. Lions don't always have manes, but sometimes females do. In 2016, researchers observed 5 lionesses that grew manes and started acting like males, even going as far as to start mounting other females. They would also frequently roar and mark their territory, 2 things that are more associated with lions rather than lionesses. And the reason was believed to be because of hormonal defects causing excessive levels of testosterone in the females. Oftentimes after a successful hunt, lions will leave the immediate area to give their prey a chance to let their guard down again, which increases their success rate for the next hunt. Researchers tracking African lions noticed that more than 80% of the time, the lions would travel more than 3 miles from the kill site. Basically, lions give their victims time to process and recover from the trauma just to give it to them again. Now that's tough. Here's the biggest lie you've been told about lions. The king of the jungle is really a queen, because a lion pride is actually led by females, not the male. Lionesses are the ones that own a territory and will defend it together, while males typically leave after 2 to 3 years. Which means the females are the landlords while the males are just on leases. Sometimes that lease gets cancelled along with the male, because sometimes lionesses will gang up on elderly males and end both their time as leader and time on earth if they feel like they're unfit to lead the pride. This male was jumped out by at least 10 of his women with what had to be considered homicidal intent. Safari workers did break it up with a fire extinguisher, but they were 100% going for blood. It doesn't get any better in zoos, in fact sometimes it's worse. In 2018, a lioness named Zuri murdered the father of her 3 cubs, and zookeepers never really figured out why. When Lion King had Nala put Simba on his back, they weren't too far off. Lionesses are all a sisterhood, and they'll even get pregnant and give birth around the same time just so they can take turns babysitting each other's kids. It also means if you mess around and piss one sister off, you'll have to see them all. Moral of this video, turns out we've been spelling it wrong. It's actually Lion King, because Simba acting like he ran the show was nothing but cat. Did you know lions are kind of racist? Lions with darker manes are considered more attractive in lion society. It's because darker manes correlate to higher levels of testosterone and better overall health.
So true.
Basically, lion beauty standards mean Scar would have gotten more than he would know what to do. And according to research done in South Africa, lions with black manes reportedly healed better from injuries and survived longer than lighter manes. Really? Yeah, they got that part right. But it also means blonde and light manes.
Come on, not Mufasa, bro.
And that's the problem. Lighter manes are less attractive to females, meaning it nerfs their chances of having cubs of their own. And because higher testosterone makes better fighters, light manes are more likely to get bodied and vibe checked by darker manes. But dark manes don't got it easy either. Long dark hair might attract more females, but it also attracts more heat to the lion. Which is why lions with black manes are more likely to have defective sperm. Remember, the reason most animals have their baby factory hanging outside is because too much heat can handicap you. So because nature's a sick joke, the same thing that helps the lion get laid can also be the same reason they can't have cubs. They can spread the seed, but there's a chance nothing will grow. The more you know. Here's why trusting this monkey can get you murdered.
Baboon, bro.
This is a yellow baboon, and he's probably the biggest sellout in nature. Baboons have these alarm calls they'll make to warn others of danger. So if one baboon sees like a lion, it'll make the call and all the others will rush into the safety of the trees. And it turns out other animals like the antelope and the kudu have actually figured out the baboon's alarm system. So whenever they hear it and see the monkeys climbing into the trees, they take that as a sign to peace out too. Now there's two problems with this. The baboons know that the antelope rely on them to not get killed, but they also know that the safest lion is one that's already been fed. So now these baboons will play lookout, but instead of warning the others when they see lions hunting, not only will they stay quiet, but sometimes they'll even leave the tree and wander on the ground like nothing's wrong. That makes the antelope think they're safe. That's how they end up on Mufasa's meal prep. And just to make it worse, sometimes the baboons will actually sit and watch the animals that thought they can trust them fall into the trap and get hunted down. And as long as they keep sacrificing other animals, the baboons know the lions won't come after them.
Nah,
it's like being
bro, imagine you were a gazelle, bro, or antelope, yeah? And you see the monkeys just walking around, you're like, yeah, cool here, right? Those guys usually make sound if the lions are coming. We cool, yeah, we Gucci, bro. And then you see Bob, bro, get eaten right in front of you, bro. And like, come on, bro. I thought we are all on the same page here. It's childish from the baboons, bro. Childish.
When the police show up so you don't end up in cuffs. And since baboons historically hate big cats like lions and leopards, to the point where they'll kidnap and abort cubs because they're afraid of what they'll grow into, it's literally the animal version of working with the feds. Moral of this video. Y'all called him a rat when you really could have just called him a baboon buffalo. They can weigh 1,300 pounds, they delete about 200 people a year, and they're so homicidal they've been nicknamed Black Death.
Yeah, they are, bro. They are mad.
I want you to remember that number. And that's because Cape buffalo are one of the very few animals that will actively
yeeted him, bro.
Others. When a Cape buffalo is wounded by a hunter, its first response is to retreat and hide in tall grasses or brush. If you're dumb enough to follow it, then 1,300 pounds of malicious intent will ambush you and knock you to the ground. Then they'll back up and then they just wait. Because if you manage to get back on your feet, then this black Air Force Oppa will charge and gore you again. And they'll keep this up until you just stop moving. It gets really bad when you piss off a whole herd, because then they'll form a circle around you and completely erase the option of escape. They'll keep you in that circle until one sees an opening and attempts to impale you. And the same rules apply. If you're still moving, then their job's not finished until you are. Which is why one of the most vicious animals you can hunt is an African cow from the trenches. Which is why it has another nickname, Widowmaker. Because the fastest way to get out of a marriage is to tell your husband to go hunt one in the morning, because then you'll go to bed one human being lighter and one life insurance policy richer.
Stop hunting them.
Joe Exotic before Joe Exotic.
Idiots.
This is Mr. Antoine Yates. And in 2001, Yates was 31, he was a construction worker, and he was the owner of an 8-week-old kitten that he kept in his Harlem housing project. As a kid, he was obsessed with animals. Sounds familiar. And when he was 3, he got his first pet, which was a hamster. It only escalated from there. Fast forward to 2003, Harlem police were called to his apartment to follow up on a complaint. The complaint being that Yates had a 6-foot pet alligator named Al that he kept in a tank. But when police used the periscope to look inside his apartment, this is what they saw.
My guy had a tiger, bro.
It was actually a Bengal tiger cub that grew into a 450-pound assault weapon. His name was Ming, by the way. Antoine bought him from an animal park and was feeding him with raw chicken that he bought from a supermarket. And people didn't even start finding out about it until Yates went to a hospital with bite and claw marks and tried to say his pet pit bull did it. Here's where the story gets interesting. Apparently, Antoine had roommates in his 5-bedroom apartment that at first didn't know they were also rooming with a whole tiger. One woman said she was terrified at first, but eventually got used to having her life in danger every time she came home from work. When Yates eventually got busted, his mom got charged as well. Why? Well, it turns out she had been babysitting in the apartment at the same time that Shere Khan was still a tenant. And when his neighbors were questioned, they said he had had bear cubs, rabbits, monkeys, hyenas, snakes, 1 llama, weird that he only had 1, and even a lion cub.
Wow.
This started with a fucking hamster. Ming the tiger was tranquilized and sent to Noah's Lost Ark in Ohio, where he lived until 2019. And Yates went on to sue the state of New York for the loss of his pets, only for a judge to curse him out of court. Moral of the story, no matter what Florida does, New York is never too far behind.
Never.
Okay, we're gonna
New
do
York
this
is
one
crazy,
last time,
bro.
then I will never speak about this again. The Black Panther, not an animal. Like,
nope.
It ain't real. Because panther can be any one of these right here.
Yeah,
because the word
that's true.
panther refers to panthera, which is a starting lineup of cats that includes lions, tigers, jaguars, leopards, and snow leopards. We good so far?
Snow leopards are so sick,
any one of these
bro.
cats can be called a panther. Now, black panther is just a word for any one of these cats that has a mutation that causes melanism, but it only affects 2 of them. So when you say black panther, you're really just talking about a dark-skinned leopard or jaguar, and it's probably a jaguar. Because the gene that causes these charcoal cats is
they're so sick in all black, bro.
But technically, if a lion, tiger, or snow leopard got this mutation,
ooh, an old black tiger as well.
Black panthers too. Because I already know I'm finna get that one smart-ass comment. Yes, some people call this a panther. But mountain lions aren't part of the Panthera genus. In fact, they don't even qualify as big cats. Cougars are actually closer to your pet cat than they are to lions or tigers.
They are?
So yeah, what you call a black panther is really just an emo jaguar. And if you're close enough, you'll see that even though they're black, they still have the same spot patterns that the normal ones have.
Yeah.
If you're close enough to see that, you're probably gonna see nothing but black next. I'm actually glad you said that because fun fact, pink panthers do exist. This leopard has a super rare mutation that causes the coat to appear strawberry flavored, instead of the normal brownish orange with black spots. Remember the rule, if it's any one of these cats, it can be called a panther.
It can.
Now, this pink panther has a mutation called erythrism. And because it's so rare, we don't really know that much about it, but it's believed that it causes the body to produce extra red or pink pigments. This also happens in animals like raccoons and coyotes. Before an animal like a
cotton candy, bro.
Depends on being able to hide. It's even rarer, and he's right there, by the way. Though it doesn't really look pink, but it's like a pinkish hue. But since leopards qualify as panthers, that's your pink panther right there. Also, we got white panthers too. Not like a colonizer's response to Wakanda, but like an actual cat. This lion has a mutation called leucism, which causes partial pigment
loss. White.
To be confused with being albino, which is total pigment loss. One last time, because y'all keep making me say it, since they're one of these cats, you can call this a white panther and be factually correct. Then you have this white cougar that was found in a national park in Brazil in 2013. When I say rare, it was recorded 8 years ago and never seen again.
Wow.
But mountain lions aren't part of the Panthera genus, so they have to sit at the little cat lunch table with cheetahs, ocelots, bobcats, and even pet cats. The more you know.
The more you know.
Listen, did you know that a polar bear's skin is black and their fur is...
Yeah, polar bear black skin, got it. Hey, go follow that guy, he's pretty cool. But listen, did you know that lions will roar as a pride to mark their territory? And these roars can last up to 40 seconds and travel for 5 miles. And since they do it together, cubs will try to join in even when they aren't old enough to roar yet.
That's cute.
It sounds something like this.
Like Simba, bro, in a movie trying to scream in an elephant graveyard, bro.
Yeah, you kind of have to have a good day after seeing that.
Actually, it was sick. Actually, it was really, really cute. Guys, thank you so much for watching the video, man. Hope you guys enjoyed it. Hope you guys had a great weekend. And yeah, man, some of you are already on vacation, bro, from school and stuff. So that's pretty neat. You can watch more videos now. And yeah, man, I hope you guys enjoyed your vacations. If you're still at work, bro, keep grinding, big man. Keep grinding. You got this. And yeah, man, another great video by Casual Geographic, bro. Bro's awesome. It is what it is, man. But yeah, guys, if you're here, you know what to do, man. Like the video, subscribe to the channel. My name is Gonzii, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Goodbye. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the channel. My name is Gonzii, and today we're going to be reacting to another Casual Geographic video called Even the Babies Have No Respect, bro. Let's go and check this out, man. Let's go. I'm excited. Bro, what is he doing?
No, if disrespect were a sport, hippos would be Hall of Fame. Because a fetus hippo can treat a grown crocodile and get away with it because they both know the croc won't do anything about it.
Nothing, he won't do anything.
Will groom and lick the tails of homicide in the form of a crocodile like a teething toddler. Baby hippos have no fear or respect for an animal that could probably one-shot them with those jaws. And that's because crocodiles might have a brain the size of a walnut, but even they're smart enough not to give a mother hippo a reason to catch a body. Because this is how that movie ends. So instead of turning the baby into past tense, the crocodile just has to sit there and take it. There's actually a reason hippos do this.
The salt in it.
I just don't know what it is. I've known about this since I was 7, but I never found out why they go out of their way to violate them like this. My best guess is that hippos like the taste of the salt on a crocodile's tail and they just help themselves. Either that or hippos are so disrespectful that they don't even acknowledge crocodiles as living things. But normally crocodiles and hippos will tolerate each other's existence. And sometimes crocodiles will
say that's sick.
African homicide horse. The crocs never get too out of line because again, this is the end game. Moral of this video. When your mama's big enough, you can get away with anything under the sun.
That's true. Hey, what's that, bro?
At this point, I'm not even gonna apologize. You know what you signed up for. And if my eyes have to bear witness, I'm bringing everyone else down with me.
Nah, that looks disgusting.
But you probably heard them also be called fairy slippers. Those fairy slippers are a rubbery covering that goes over the hooves of a baby horse to protect its mother from the sharp edges while it's still inside her. It's like a pair of house slippers that the baby horse wears until it finally joins the outside. And if you've never seen this before, it's because as soon as the epinecium touches air, it starts to dry and fall off, especially once the foal starts walking. And sometimes the mother horse will pull the rubber boots off the baby with her teeth. And of course, none of it's painful for the foal, it's only painful to look at.
It looks hideous though.
For 24 hours, most of the horse feathers are already gone. It looks bad, but it's actually for a really good reason. Baby horses have to be able to stand and walk as soon as possible, since the smell of a horse being born can attract predators. But having fully formed hooves could put the mother in a pack if one of the sharp edges cuts her and causes internal bleeding.
That's
Moral of
true.
this video, this is what compromise looks like.
What's that, bro?
I'm gonna hold you, that does look bad, but don't worry. It's worse than you think.
No.
Now, I could be wrong, I might be wrong, but if I had to guess, that is some type of eel, especially a snaggletooth snake eel. You can find this demonic fire hose in the Pacific Ocean.
Bro.
Apparently the biggest ones can grow to 3.5 feet. And I'm gonna go ahead and
That
guess that
dude's
those
so
animals
ugly,
live at the
bro.
bottom of the ocean, so when you bring them up to the surface,
Nah.
they're deformed creations belonging to Satan. Which is probably why it looks like a possessed balloon animal, as a result
That's
of bleeding
ugh, bro.
after death.
No.
And with those needles for teeth, we can guess that it eats small fish, crustaceans, and maybe even squid, and those teeth keep the struggling prey from escaping. And if that acid trip of a rough draft is anything like the moray eel, then they have a second set of pharyngeal jaws in its throat to make sure whatever goes in doesn't come out.
Nah,
but having
bro.
a throat with a child lock does backfire when you choke yourself into an obituary. And I know I said snaggletooth before, but it could also be a fangtooth snake eel, especially since they're found deeper down. And as much as I genuinely love freaking y'all out, they're pretty much harmless and probably wouldn't bite you unless you did something to deserve it.
Nice.
So this thing's probably dead. But this is proof that nature has rough drafts, and its trash bin is the bottom of the ocean.
Those are bones, yeah.
You see these bones? You want to know what made these bones? You don't want to know what made these bones.
I want to know.
This graveyard was found in a nest of one of the most homicidal things in the Amazon. Harpy eagle is a paralysis demon.
Oh, yeah, bro.
Not only are they one of the largest murder tweeters in the world,
They are
have
beautiful,
talons that are as big as
though.
the claws of a grizzly bear.
Look at that,
Harpies
bro.
use those vice grips to crush the bones of their prey on the way back
RP
to the
eagles
nest.
are different,
There's one
Gravy.
important thing about them that makes them a
Different.
special type of menace. The worst thing about this eagle are those wings.
Mhm.
Nature gave harpy eagles short wings, meaning not only can they fly through the jungle to catch prey, it means no name on the census is safe. Which is why this steroid hell pigeon has one of the most disrespectful KDs out there.
Thank God
Just in
it,
this
bro.
picture, you can see monkeys, sloths, armadillos, and lizards that never made it home because this Air Bundy caught him slipping. That is literally how they hunt. They'll sit in a tree for hours just waiting for a chance to activate someone's life insurance. Yeah, Buckbeak don't be playing. Because
No,
you said please,
he
here's
don't
5
play.
things you might not know about this black Air Force ferret. One of their main
Bro,
defenses involves flipping their
definition
anus
of
inside out and
don't
assaulting
giving
your
a
senses with the smell.
fuck,
Honey
lad.
badgers are cousins with
Honey
skulls,
badgers
and
don't
they seem
care.
just as ripe. Their reversible booty hole
They
is
want
so
all the
cold, it
smoke,
apparently
bro.
stuns bees and stops them from attacking.
Damn.
Which brings us to number 2. Honey badgers are not immune to bee stings. They are resistant, so they probably would last longer than you, but if enough bees get under a dome, they could end up being a pack. But since these hood weasels don't value life, not even their own, sometimes they'll actually sit there and keep eating while actively being stung by hundreds of bees. And because they are the way they are, sometimes they'll keep eating until they eventually get stung to death. Number
Damn.
3, it's believed that cheetah cubs evolved to look like honey badgers so they could avoid getting harassed by other animals. Meaning this
Huh.
African bush ferret is such a case
Oh,
that
yeah, they
really
look
big cats
as
impersonate them just to make
very
them effect. Number 4, in some
samey.
parts of central India, they're called a name that translates to grave badger because apparently the honey badger has a reputation for digging out human graves and eating the corpses. And number 5, honey badgers aren't real badgers. Those are true badgers, and the honey badgers all the way over there.
Huh.
So when you hear me call this a steroid felony weasel, I'm only half kidding.
That each other exist.
What, don't know they exist?
That meant
Sharks have no fucking clue that camels exist. And
Oh boy, do I have a story for you. So like fun fact, actually mildly disturbing fact, camels are one of those animals that have no business swimming but do it anyway, and they're unnecessarily good at it. And an animal whose home address is the desert being able to pull up on you in the ocean.
what's he doing?
You, I do what I want moves from nature. There's a type of dromedary camel called karai that are so comfortable with water that they'll cross rivers and even shallow stretches of the ocean as they look for food. And that's
Damn.
because these overgrown water donkeys love eating mangroves on islands offshore, so much that they'll travel for hours to get it. There's actually a pretty good chance that at least one shark has seen one of these sand-loving hump jockeys out in the ocean. He told his friends. They did not believe him. Moral of this video. If you're ever on
True.
a boat off the coast of a country like Algeria, you better be prepared to say what's up to a camel. This is a picture of an alligator riding on top of a manatee in Florida. I've already explained how gators are.
Florida is so different, you know.
Oftentimes, the same reptile that would tear your arm completely off gives manatees the right of way in the water. But apparently, these two hang out as friends. Kind of. There's a couple reasons why this might be happening. Alligators are cold-blooded, so they love chilling in sunny spots. I guess it figured an aquatic breathing beanbag chair was as good as any rock or log, since manatees are basically the capybara of the water. Oh seriously, different animal but same vibes. Either the
Capybaras
manatee has a
are
mind or
so
they simply
sick,
just
bro.
want
They
to
pull up. They
To
pull up.
somehow
Bro.
make it even more wholesome, alligators and crocodiles often give each other piggyback
Yeah,
rides.
that's
I don't really
sick.
know why exactly they do this, but since it doesn't do anything for them,
'Cause
in
it's
terms of survival,
fun, man.
You can assume they do it just because it's fun.
Yeah.
Probably a stretch, but there's a small chance that this is an alligator's way of playing with the manatee, and the manatee's just too unproblematic to stop him. Probably the first thing, but for the sake of my mental health, I'm gonna go with the playing. Let me tell you why this bird is the biggest menace to society.
Oh, he's a menace,
This is
bro.
a southern giant petrel. His nickname is a stinker
What
because they have the same...
The war crimes on penguins is different from this dude,
This
man.
dumpster tweety takes all kinds of meat. Rotting, decaying, disease. It don't matter, they don't
Bro, the war crimes on penguins,
when
though.
This overgrown corpse pigeon finds a carcass, it starts eating it ass first. They also delete and eat penguin chicks, and they've even been known to drown gannet chicks by holding them underwater until their soul gets evicted. Basically performing a baptism and an abortion for the price of one. Also, the giant in her name is because the biggest ones can have a wingspan of nearly 7 feet. Meaning you're probably shorter than the length of its wings. It's not even the worst thing about them. If the petrol thinks you're too close, it'll projectile vomit the contents of whatever disrespect was marinating in its garbage disposal of a stomach. As if getting sprayed with half-eaten seal wasn't enough, it's actually so acidic that it can eat at the waterproof coating of seabirds' feathers. Some of the seabirds that get hit can't swim. Since they have sea literally in their name, that's a dick move. Also, the red face is because they spend so much time violating the corpses of other animals. They're basically seagulls on crack.
Oh my god.
So the eyes of a bird that will never see heaven. Yeah, cheetahs aren't big cats, and you're right, I probably should have explained that. So when you talk about wildcats, you have 2 flavors of
cheetahs are cats that can cat, bro.
And you got Team Feline. Now, the Panther genus has lions, tigers, jaguars, leopards, and snow leopards.
Yeah.
They all have one thing in common, it's that they can all roar. Except the snow leopard, but they're so cool they get in strictly off clout. And these are what people call big cats, but you'll probably notice there's 2 big names missing. And that's because mountain lions and cheetahs can't roar, so they don't qualify as big cats, meaning they belong to the second group of cats. Which also includes ocelots, caracals, lynxes, and even the pet cat watching you watch this. Instead of roaring, these guys purr. Apparently, if you're a cheetah, you also chirp like a bird because of course they do. Also, the name big cat doesn't really refer to their size because the smallest big cat is outweighed by the biggest little cat. Basically, it comes down to if you can roar, you sit at the big cat lunch table. If you purr, you ride the little cat bus. And if you're a cheetah, you sit alone because honestly, what is this?
Bro, it's so weird, man. Thank you so much for watching the video, man. Another phenomenal video from our boy Casual Geographic, man. Dude's just incredible. I've already said this. I just gotta say thank you guys so much for the support on the channel. But let's pretend the FNAF movie trailer doesn't exist, yeah? Thank you guys so much for the support, man. It's been overwhelming and it's been incredible. As always, you guys are phenomenal. I hope you had a phenomenal weekend, man. I hope you have a great week. You know how it is, man. Some weeks are great, some weeks are awful, some weeks are just fine. And I hope you have a good one. If you don't have a good one, just remember, keep your head up, keep going, and don't ever quit. And yeah, man, I'm here for you like you are here for me, and I love you guys so much. But for now, if you're here, you know what to do, man. Like the video, subscribe to the channel. My name is Gonzii, and see you guys tomorrow. Goodbye.
I've been through this, been through that, reminiscing on my past. I found bliss in the way that I carry on my back. Let my soul sing my song. It goes, ooh, na 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 na.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the channel. My name is Gonzii and today we're going to be reacting to another Casual Geographic video called The Biggest Mistake a Lion Can Make. So yeah, man, let's go! I just gotta tell you, 95% of you guys are not subscribed to the channel. So do it! Just click it, bro. It's just a button. It's red, bro. It's right there. Click that. Thank you. Love you. Get it.
You know what? Before I tell you, I'm just gonna show you.
Oh, damn. Oh! What the heck,
Explain
bro?
every way that lioness f***ed up. The average male murder horse can tip the scales at 3,500 to 5,000 pounds.
That's a lot of weight.
Come in at 9,000 pounds. Or 4,082 kilograms for the non-Americans watching this. Hippos have a bite force of close to 2,000 pounds, strong enough to divide a crocodile in half. It's not an exaggeration, it's actually happened. And hippos are one of the most homicidal things to ever have a heartbeat. And for something that most people think is a vegetarian, I've seen them take antelopes off the census for no reason other than malicious intent. Not to mention, every year they turn at least 500 people into a tiny section in
They kill more people than lions,
Put it all
bro.
together and you get a freight truck with an overbite and roid rage that could literally outrun Usain freaking Bolt and turn Simba into an orphan even faster. The only times you'll ever see a lion run a fade with a hippo is if the lion is starving and desperate, or if the hippo is injured, sick, or a light breeze away from becoming just a body. Other than that, a lion wanting smoke with a literal tank with teeth is just a Hannah Baker mission. Also, graphic warning, if you have a sensitive stomach, this is your cue to hide in the comments. This lion tried to test the hippo's hood and got her jaw snatched instead. And if you're a lion and you hunt other animals for a living, getting crippled by
that hippo snatched his jaw, bro.
If you can't hunt, it's really up for you. Moral of this video: hippos are like STDs. Nobody should be f***ing with them.
That's a fact.
Oh, I have officially.
A leopard seal is a menace,
that
bro.
actually reminded me of a really messed up fact. You know the leopard seal, right? The op with happy feet? The biggest threat to a penguin's way of life. Ask them where they want to eat, they'll say Popeyes. Yes, they eat penguins, but we already knew that. But you want to know what else they eat? You'll never guess it. Seriously, I'll give you time to comment, but you won't get it. Apparently, leopard seals have been known to hunt and eat platypus. The ones in Australia have been recorded catching and murking live-action Perries. That is a crossover I am just not
Bro, not the Perries,
Honestly,
bro.
It's bad enough that this is probably the first time a lot of people are hearing that this thing's found in Australia. Some of these steroid seals end up wandering all the way up to Tasmania and Heron Island.
Damn.
It's an island in the southern part of the Great Barrier Reef, which is how the leopard seal can end up in the same area code as this duck rabbit. Also, they can grow to 12 feet long, weigh 1,300 pounds, and one ended a person's life after mauling her and dragging her underwater. Leopard seals are a menace that nobody has the balls to really acknowledge.
Bro, leopards, the war crimes the leopard seals commit on penguins is different, bro.
That wasn't edited. That's really what they sound like.
Damn.
This is a muntjac, but for obvious reasons, most people know it as the barking deer. This barking Bambi is found in Asia and countries like India,
bro.
Sri Lanka, Vietnam, and the forests of Indonesian islands. Muntjacs will scream when they're scared or to tell other deer where they are in case they lose them in a dense forest. It's like if you lost your mom at a store and just screamed like a banshee until she found you. They'll also stomp on the ground while barking in order to look more intimidating, which, you know, probably would work if they weren't like 2 feet tall. But like any
they're so tiny, bro.
And this deer will cut you. Muntjacs have fangs sharp enough to shank anybody who underestimates just what a deer with short person complex can do. They've even been known to run fades with dogs and send them to the vet.
Yeah, beautiful
also, like,
though.
Surprisingly, most deer, the muntjac isn't a herbivore. They'll eat grasses, herbs, and berries, but they'll also hunt and eat small animals and bird eggs. Also, fun fact, actually really, I don't know how this is possible fact, muntjac has less chromosomes than a fruit fly, with males having 7 and females having only 6.
Damn.
Friendly reminder, we have 46. So, we have a 2-foot-tall vampire of a deer that barks like Clifford, has less chromosomes than a fly, and the same attitude as any girl under 5 feet. This is nature's drunk text. This bird has a penis for a tongue, and I'm not even kidding. And it's all because of the way they eat. Flamingos filter out algae and shrimp from the water, and they do it upside down. They use their tongue to squeeze out the water and trap the food. But we found out while they do that, a bunch of erectile tissue in its mouth fills with blood and stiffens just like, well, you know.
The more you know.
Being bricked up in the mouth helps the flamingo keep its head
they
stable.
get bricked up,
in the
bro.
water and eats upside down. All that erectile tissue sits at the bottom of its mouth and runs down both sides of its tongue. So whenever a flamingo eats, on command the blood rushes to the tissue and anchors the bird's head. It also makes the tongue harder than a man watching an Olympic long jump compilation on YouTube. We've all gotten those recommendeds, and we've all clicked on them. Moral of this video.
She got cake, bro. Jesus Christ.
Also, those aren't its knees. It's bending its ankles. There used to be a nearly 20-foot bulletproof serial killer whose victims included humans and hippos. Gustav was a Nile crocodile from Burundi, and scientists
Gustav was a menace, bro.
Well over 2,000 pounds. And with a bite force of 3,700 pounds, getting attacked by him was like getting assaulted by a sledgehammer with teeth.
Yeah.
Because Gustav was too big to hunt the usual victims like zebra and antelope, he instead put wildebeest and yes, even hippos on t-shirts. He also likely resorted to cannibalism if he was ever low on groceries. And he didn't stop there, because this overgrown Bundy gecko allegedly had a body count of about 300 people. And apparently Gustav would tear his victim to pieces and not even eat the mutilated corpse. Bro was real-life stat padding. And wouldn't you know, the bastard was bulletproof, since one of Gustav's defining traits was that he had 3 bullet scars on his body. But the scariest thing about him is how he would have gone about taking your life. Like all crocodiles and alligators, Gustav would have slowly creeped on you in the water with only his eyes visible. The rest of his body would be hidden in the murky water. Then he would have slammed his jaws on you with the force of a car, strong enough to tear muscle and break bone, and at this point you'd be 50 shades of With about 60 teeth buried into your flesh, 2,000 Gustav would have dragged you underwater and death
fucked up, man.
Lived would depend on where he got you. If he managed to get a hold of your arm, he would have effectively ripped it right out of the socket. If he got your midsection, he would have disemboweled you, meaning if you didn't straight up drown, you would have bled out. And if you messed around and let him grab your neck,
arm is finished.
Remember how I said he turned 300 people into hashtags? Considering how violently crocodiles kill their prey, it could be more, we just haven't found the bodies yet. Scientist Patrice Fay spent months trying to capture him, but somehow a nearly 20-foot assault weapon managed to avoid them every time. Gustav allegedly died in 2019, but we don't know how, why, or who did it, and we don't know how many lives he took with him. Here's a fact you didn't know you needed to hear.
Gustav was a menace, bro.
Security coconut to use as extra protection.
I knew that already.
Octopuses are one of the smartest things in the ocean.
They are.
The intelligence of a 3-year-old human. It's high-key crazy to think about. But they have no shell or armor, so some species will carry around 2 halves of a coconut to use as a travel-sized panic room to avoid predators or social interaction in general.
That's
this
just smart, bro.
said nothing, yet somehow I completely understand. Some will even camp inside coconuts just so they can catch crabs slipping.
Damn.
You know, crabs really do be getting hoed by everyone. Might be funny to us, but that's low-key a messed up way to die. Coconuts aren't the only tools that these undersea aliens use. I remember this guy? That is the highly venomous man-o-war, which is toxic enough to put both fish and people in a pack. which is why the blanket octopus will steal the venomous tentacles of the man of war to use as like a melee weapon to defend himself.
I never saw that one
longer
before.
than a year or two, they could probably do a lot of damage. Moral of this video: if you ever see an octopus carrying coconuts like it's luggage, you know why. No, we probably should be scared of how smart these guys are.
They are really smart, bro.
Used to live in an aquarium in New Zealand.
Inky.
And I say used to because Inky actually escaped by slipping out of his tank when no one was looking. Apparently, he noticed a small gap at the top of his tank and Shawshanked his way out. Then he slithered across the floor until he found a 6-inch drain hole, which he, of course, managed to squeeze through. Fun fact, octopus have no bones or swim bladders, meaning a 600-pound octopus
just impressive, bro.
The size of a quarter. Inky crawled to freedom through a 164-foot pipe of nastiness I don't even want to imagine. That's almost half the length of a football field until he reached the ocean. And nobody ever saw him again. The next day, workers noticed that the octopus was missing, and I like to think it went something like this. Only reason they even found out what happened was because Inky left a trail leading to the drain pipe, but when they searched it, he was gone. Bro watched that one scene Finding Nemo and decided he had enough of the gimmicks. Now, I'm not saying we should be afraid of them.
Look how tiny the gap is.
You can't tell me to say some ET shit. I can personally guarantee you're not ready for how big this animal actually is.
Jesus. Damn! That tortoise is massive,
that is an
bro.
Aldabra giant tortoise. The Aldabra part is because they're only found on islands on the Aldabra Atoll in Seychelles off the east coast of Africa. Giant part is because they're built like a legs. The biggest ones weigh well over 500 pounds and some run into the neighborhood of my 600-pound life. This breathing tank eats mostly grasses, leaves, and woody plant stems. They've also been known to feed on the corpses of other dead tortoises because of course they do. Some even started learning how to catch and eat birds like the lesser naughty. To be fair, if you can literally fly but get game overed by a boulder with cankles,
you deserve to die. Yeah,
overgrown shell jockey is such a powerhouse that they basically have the same job as elephants. Because while looking for food, Aldabra tortoises will often knock over small trees and shrubs, creating pathways for small animals the same way elephants do. Also, they basically never die. The oldest one was a tortoise named Adwaita who allegedly lived to 255 years old. Most people believe he was born in 1750, but nobody knows for sure because he just kept outliving the people taking care of him. Which means he was alive to witness some of the worst events in human history and said nothing, because if minding your business was a person, this would be his profile picture.
Nice.
A lot of y'all want to know how I know so much about animals and why I care so much, so in honor of us hitting 10 million, here's 10 reasons why I am the way I am. For one, zoo books. 90s kids might remember this commercial.
Your child can visit steamy jungles, grassy plains, and the dark depths
bro,
of the
I had all.
Seriously, call me Ash. God, I really did catch them all.
I had so many books of animals and stuff, bro, as well, and DVDs.
Number two, this show was basically my Bible because I watched it religiously. I wasn't allowed to watch TV on weekdays, but since this was technically educational, I could get away with it. And if you watch this show and watch my videos, you can definitely see where I get a lot of it from. Number three, this was the first game I've ever gotten. Basically, you just build a zoo, and for some reason, 5-year-old me couldn't get enough of it. Also used to set the lions free and then watch them violate the guests, so yeah. I might have been a psychopath at one point. Number four, I think I was like 7 when I got this book. I had like hundreds of animal books, but for some reason this one was my favorite. I actually lost it for like a year and a half in somebody's house in another state, and my 7-year-old mind did not know peace until I got it back. Number five, this thing. Wonder if it still works.
That's sick, bro. Bro, I was the same, man. I had everything. Like I had like a 24 collection with books and DVDs just of animals, bro. It was mad.
I couldn't tell my left from right, but I could tell you how to check for tuberculosis in a camel or how to treat diarrhea in a chimp. Number 7, y'all already know who this is.
Yeah.
Number 8,
all the dogs as well.
Geographics for kids that I would get every month. Number 9, I once went to the Bronx Zoo when I was 4, and when I came back home, I told my mom I wanted to be a zookeeper when I grew up. And number 10, I really don't know. It's like, I didn't like animals because I had all those things. I had all those things because I already liked animals. I don't know where it came from. I was in these little animal books full of drawings when I was 3 years old, and I have no idea what made me do it. I think I was just a weird-ass kid, and some things just don't change. Thank you all for 10 million. I hope all your pillows are cold at night.
Thank you, bro. I appreciate that, my boy. I remember growing up, obviously, every kid that's normal loves dinosaurs, right? Every kid. Every boy, nobody knows why. Nobody has been able to tell me why. But every kid, every boy at some point just is fascinated by dinosaurs, right? And I think that's where my love for animals came from. It's like, oh, this was the dinosaurs was the animals of the past. I want to know more about the animals now. And then I started getting all the books, all the DVDs. Every Sunday I would watch wildlife on Channel 3 here in Portugal, for the despair of my brother and my sisters, because they hate those type of things. But being the oldest, bro, I get to choose one thing. I'm watching that, and unless it was bugs and birds, bro. Bugs and birds were never my thing. I loved the crocodiles, bro, because they were the more dinosaur-y like. Basically, if your animal had teeth and ate meat, I loved it, bro. Pause. But yeah, guys, another phenomenal video by Casual Geographic, man. Bro is a goat, man. It is what it is. I hope you had a phenomenal weekend, man, and I hope you achieve something this week. If you don't forget, you always have next week, man. Go a day at a time, focus on you, get better with yourself, and things will start falling in place. Don't worry about it. But never forget, keep God first, drink water, go hug your mom and your dad, tell them you love them. And if you're here, you know what to do, man. Like the video, subscribe to the channel. My name is Gonzii, and see you guys tomorrow. Goodbye.
I've been through this, been through that, reminiscing on my past. I found bliss in the way that I carry on my back. Let my soul sing my song. It goes, ooh, na, 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 na.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the channel. My name is Gonzii, and today we're going to be reacting to a new Casual Geographic video called How a Camel's Bad Habit Can Put You in a Coffin. So yeah, man, let's get it. I just gotta tell you, 95% of you guys are not subscribed to the channel. So do it. Just click it, bro. It's just a button. It's red, bro. It's right there. Click that. Thank you. Bye. We love Casual Geographic. So yeah, let's go.
Right, I'll just check the counter, yeah?
Oh man, I fucking hate these people. Trophy hunters, man. You are scumbags. Yeah. Go get him, boy.
You know, they say
I know it's CGI, but still.
183,671 people are added to God's recently deleted folder every day. Some of those people retired from life in some of the most outrageous ways possible. For example, vending machines and coconuts sell more real estate in cemeteries than the headliner of Jaws. But what if a can of soda was responsible for ending your way of life without you ever even drinking it? Well, Richard Molesky was the owner of the Tulum Monkey Sanctuary in Mexico, and yes, a can of carbonated diabetes is why I said was. Chicago-born Molesky was a natural animal lover who worked at the sanctuary for well over a decade, where he would become close with a lot of the animals, but especially a male dromedary camel whose name was never released to the public. And every morning while doing rounds, Richard would greet the hump jockey with a can of Coca-Cola. Like clockwork, Richard would show up and the camel would enjoy his favorite soft drink. Well, one day Molesky didn't have it, and from the way the camel reacted, you would think we were talking about a different kind of Coke. The camel proceeded to maul him and even sat on him, which likely suffocated him. It took a rope tied to a pickup truck to pull the steroid llama off of him, but as you can guess, by the time they did, he was, well, a was. Of course, we'll never know exactly what went down because it was between someone who can't talk and someone who won't. But there's a good chance a Coca-Coked out camel can demand over some sugar water. And I believe it because camels 100% beyond that kind of timing. Like they're chill 90% of the time, it's just that 10% where someone ends a day on the newspaper. Like one time in Rajasthan, India, a man was entertaining guests in his home when he realized he parked his camel outside in a brutal 110-degree heat. That's 43 degrees Celsius for the rest of the world. Well, apparently 6 hours of sun only breeds homicidal intent because as the man tried to untie the camel suplexed him and slammed him into the ground. The camel then proceeded to divorce the man's head from his body using his teeth. It took about 25 people and several hours just to get the camel to stop ravaging his own.
Got decapitated by a camel, bro.
That chews on cactuses like candy. Because some animals are very much capable of seeking revenge, and camels are very much on that list. Which shouldn't really be a surprise since high intelligence means some animals have the capacity to experience every human emotion. Which includes putting the dick in vindictive. Even something like an ant can have as much of a revenge arc as a human. Kidnapping and slavery aren't foreign concepts to ants, as some species will regularly invade the nests of others, slaughter the workers, and abduct the larvae of the enemy. These captive ants are forced to bring food to their masters, care for the brood, and even defend the nest of the very ants that kidnap them. Well, in many cases, these slave ants grow up and proceed to destroy as many of the colony's babies as possible. Pretty much they Django a daycare's worth of the pupae of the ants that stole them. In some cases, up to 2/3 of the colony were relieved from life by the former slave ants. It's like I've always said, if ants had nukes, they'd end the entire world in a weekend. And if they were human-sized, our president would have 6 legs. And honestly, Ant Society is just a video of its own. We are talking about an animal that has a species that'll turn itself into a tactical just to stop the ops from succeeding. Ant Society is something out of a simulation. And with a game like the Ants Underground Kingdom, you get a chance to experience it firsthand without the added risk of kamikaze.
Hey,
it's actually the world's first ant-themed
go get your bug, bro.
Millions of
go get him.
Executing acts of revenge. Like you probably already know that crows can remember faces and carry grudges for up to and sometimes over 5 years. But they'll also pass down their prejudices to their children. So you could really catch a feathery fade over something you did to his crow father. The flip side is that crows crows also remember those who did right by them. So if I ever happen to get arrested, it'll likely be for using Wendy's fries to weaponize crows. But I'd advise you not to underestimate the carnage that comes with beefing with the Black Air Force of the sky. Once upon a time, a man named Shiva Kawat attempted to save a baby bird he found near his home. Despite his best efforts, the chick didn't make it. And even though his intentions were good, all the neighboring crows saw was a past tense baby crow in his hands, and that's when violence was selected. For the next 3 years, he'd get air jumped every time he left his house by a homicide of crows. Like to the point where he has scars and has to travel with a stick to protect himself against the aerial onslaught. So basically, if he would have let that baby crow expire, his quality of life would probably be higher.
Bro, 3 years of getting attacked every time you step outside your house? And there's still people out there, yeah, will tell me that dies by accident. It's so stupid, man. It's the classic humankind to think that we are the smartest ever, that we are... man, it's so disgustingly annoying, man.
Exploration of life is the only conclusion when you beef with a buffalo. I'm gonna keep this brief because I've talked about them before, but basically the Cape buffalo is a 1,200-pound jaundice.
Menaces, man.
Not only will injured buffalo literally die trying to drag you down with him, just like crows, the Cape buffalo will ride for theirs. In 2020, trophy hunter Claude Clay Hunts took down a massive male Cape buffalo. But as he and his crew started loading the soul-evacuated buffalo onto his truck, another buffalo from the same herd pulled up and gored him, in the groin no less.
You deserve that.
His femoral artery and sealed his fate. There have been reports of these trench cows chasing hunters into trees and then camping under the trees just waiting to cut them from Earth's roster. And like I said, it's not just humans getting hunted. Since Cape buffalo have been known to Uno reverse lions by waiting for the adults to go off on hunts just so they can turn the unsupervised lion cubs into wet spots. If elephants don't forget, then the Cape Menace doesn't forgive. And you'd be surprised at just how many animals are smart enough to pay you what you're owed. Like, I bet you weren't expecting octopus to be in a video like this. Well, roll the tape.
Oh yeah, the fish punch, bro.
It turns out octopus and some fish will work together to hunt, and the Squidwards of the sea will occasionally uppercut their co-workers to keep them from cheating them out of food. It's also believed that the octopi that have been exploited in the past are more trigger-happy with their tentacles. Of course, there's also a good chance that octopi might Tyson fish purely out of spite, but punishing someone for someone else's crime technically still counts as revenge. Also, cephalopods can be just as spiteful with each other. Like here, where a female octopus got tired of a male trying to mate with her, so she proceeded to throw silt on his face. And octopus are more than smart enough to aim their malice at people. As researchers will tell you, sometimes octopus will purposely take aim and squirt ink at the very scientists studying.
Wow.
Not only that, but they'll often have specific people that they like to pick on. One octopus in an aquarium in Dorset, England, got into the habit of super soaking anyone who would walk past his tank. Another octopus in a Santa Monica Pier aquarium flooded the place after she disassembled a valve in her tank, sending 200 gallons of water rushing onto the exhibit and office floors. And Otto the octopus
she can't build skyscrapers though, so she's dumb.
A nearby spotlight, short-circuiting the entire aquarium's electrical system. Workers would fix it in the morning, but since Otto would do it at night when no one was around, it took a while for him to be found out. And of course, there was that time a YouTuber tried to live stream herself being an octopus, but the only thing he fed her was an L. So yeah, octopus have the intelligence to be on timing, but at least with
they're so strong as well.
Damage or a suction cup to the face. Things get a lot worse when you piss off the next animal, because tigers are by far the most vengeful animals on the planet. Like the lengths they'll go to get even is what movies are written about. Like in 1997 when poacher Vladimir Markov shot a tiger and then stole part of its kill. His mistake was leaving the tiger with a pulse. That tiger would get him back, but it wasn't in the heat of passion like the camel. Nah, this John was premeditated. The tiger would stake out Markov's cabin and destroy anything that had the hunter's scent on it. About a day or two later, Markov would return to his cabin where he would be ambushed by the same big cat. That story ended around the same time Markov did, after he was dragged into the bushes and never came out.
Son of a bitch.
In another story, a poacher named Baby got put in the dirt by a male tiger.
Keep sending me these poachers that, bro. Come on, keep sending them. Don't give a shit,
he had
man.
murked the female tiger in the same area, leading many to believe that the tiger that packed him up was actually the mate of the cat he had killed. And if you need more proof that a tiger taking it personal leads to cuts on the census, the Tigris of Champawat literally subtracted 436 people after one hunter severely injured her. But all of these stories only happen in Asia. On Christmas Day 2007 in the San Francisco Zoo.
Oh wait, it just clocked on my head, bro. So 100 people injured this tiger, and he went back and said, "You did that, yeah? Have this," and killed 400 plus people.
In the San Francisco Zoo, 3 men effed around and 2 found out. As for the third, well, you can't get a life lesson if you don't have a life. The 3 men had decided to taunt Tatiana, a 400-pound female Siberian tiger. Well, they learned 2 things that day. One is that a motivated tiger can jump well over 12 feet.
How can you kill these animals?
Wasn't to keep the tiger in, but to keep people out. because apparently out was always an option for Tatiana, who Super Mario jumped out of the enclosure and put the beats on all three men, maiming two of them and turning the third into a chalk outline. So yeah, a wild tiger might be the last
round and find
out with in India, but a close second might be monkeys. Especially since monkeys and dogs have seemingly gone to war against each other. War is debatable because allegedly the monkeys massacred the dogs. According to residents, some monkeys even took to snatching puppies, carrying them up to a roof, and then letting gravity catch the body. And if you believe this story, then you believe that this all started after a pack of stray dogs mauled a baby monkey and the monkey mafia took it very personally. But we actually don't know for sure what caused this mass puppy homicide. Primates will often feed on the ticks living on animals of different species. So it's possible the monkeys weren't trying to get revenge, but were only after the ticks on the dog's fur. But there's also a chance that Cloudy with a Chance of Puppy was 100% intentional, especially since that seems to be a signature move for them. Earlier this year in India, a troop of monkeys jumped a family and snatched their 4-month-old son, who they proceeded to throw off a 3-story building. In a separate attack, monkeys broke into a home and dragged away a 2-month-old who had been sleeping next to his grandfather. The same monkeys ended up drowning him in a water tank. Yeah, monkeys can be malicious when they want to be, but anyone in Japan will tell you that, because right now, a Japanese city is currently under attack by a gang of Japanese macaques. Since July, nearly 60 people have been attacked and injured in the city of Yamaguchi, and the monkeys tend to go after babies, small children, and the elderly, you know, the light work of the population. And the thing is, the traps they set aren't working because the monkeys don't seem to be after food. They're just doing it. And yeah, while this could be a coincidence, there's also a good chance this is revenge. See, monkeys and really primates in general have a sense of fairness and will lash out when they feel like they've been wronged. In experiments with capuchin monkeys, scientists found that when given unequal portions of food, the monkeys would seem to target and punish the individual that got the unfair share. It actually makes sense for a social animal to actively discourage inequity in the group. But when a monkey feels cheated, it becomes a much more dangerous monkey. In another experiment, one capuchin was given a grape while another was given a cucumber. Despite previously being happy with the cucumber, the monkey seemed to get offended when he saw his peer get it and refused to take the cucumber. He even started to become aggressive with his handlers, so yeah, primates don't like feeling slighted. If you don't believe me, jealousy and a birthday cake got this man mutilated.
Oh yeah, man.
So I can't tell you exactly what started the...
That man right there gave a birthday cake to a chimpanzee that he had as his pet, but he got too big. He was trying to take over the house, as a chimpanzee does. They gave the chimp to a sanctuary. So they went to give him a birthday cake, and the other chimps saw that this one chimp got a birthday cake. They didn't have one, so they escaped and mauled the dude. Don't Google that. I'm telling you, it's bad, bro. It's bad.
Monkey war in Japan, but I can't tell you that you probably have a
just
reason.
Because of a cake.
Of reason, yeah, I kind of had to talk about
it. Bro, this was mad, you know.
An elephant traveled over 100 miles from a sanctuary and trampled a 70-year-old woman collecting water, only for that same elephant to show up to her funeral and further desecrate her corpse, and this time in front of her entire grieving family.
I know I say this a lot on this channel,
it's become one of my popular phrases, but this time someone literally got turned into a hashtag. Now, a lot of people have claimed that this woman was involved in poaching and this was just the elephant playing equalizer. I don't want to say that because we don't know for sure, and there's a good chance the woman was just at a worse place at an even worse time for the elephant. But here's what we do know. Asian elephants often come into close contact with people, especially farmers, and conflicts often get them.
He knew what he was doing. He knew it.
Asian elephants often get exploited for logging, entertainment, and poaching.
So
they have a reason to hate anything human. And we know an elephant doesn't forget.
Never.
And it wasn't too long ago when an elephant in Thailand ripped a grown man in half and stood over the soul evacuated body for hours after that same man forced him to haul logs in the intense heat. So we know elephants ain't quick to forgive either. So with this story, we'll never know for sure if there was cause or coincidence, but let me put it this way. 100 miles and a guest appearance at a funeral is one hell of a coincidence. But that's gonna do it for this video. For more consistent content, be sure to follow my TikTok and Instagram. I try to post daily on both. And to watch videos before I post, kindly consider becoming a patron on Patreon. Also be sure to check out my book, 100 Animals That Can Effing End You. The title kind of speaks for itself. But other than that, drink water, hug your mother, and you know what? Actually, your father too. He might not say it, but he'll appreciate it. Don't cross an elephant because he might just traumatize your entire family. And I'll see you in the next one.
Yeah, brother. See, this is the thing that I mean. Why do we need to say, oh, maybe there was a natural motive, maybe it was a coincidence? So you're basically telling me that this elephant, went to the trouble of getting away from his herd that protects him, that can be used as a weapon against predators and poachers, to go all the way 124 miles from his home, to kill a woman, then to go again to her funeral days later to trample her body again just for a coincidence. How stupid does that sound? Come on, man. We do it. Why can't they do it? We need to stop thinking like all animals are dumb because they don't build skyscrapers. and then don't talk English, bro. They are way smarter than we are, bro. I don't see rats building mousetraps. I saw us build nukes, though. So you tell me, man. But yeah, guys, thank you so much for watching the video, man. Again, the Casual Geographic, the GOAT. It is what it is, man. Dude's incredible. Keep God first as always, man. Drink water. Go tell your parents you love them. And if you're here, you know what to do, man. Like the video, subscribe to the channel. My name is Gonzii, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Goodbye.
I've been through this, been through that, reminiscing on my past. I found bliss in the way that I carry on my back. Let my soul sing my song. It goes, ooh, na 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 na.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the channel. My name is Gonzii, and today we're going to be reacting to a new Casual Geographic video called How One Animal Glitched the System. Let's go.
Sponsored by absolutely no one.
Nobody gave my boy the bag, man. Come on. A tape here, bro.
Okay, so quick question and then we'll get right into it.
What
do a hyena, a bat, and a giant anteater all have in common? And no, it's not just that they're all mammals. It's that not only do all three have the ability to swim, they're pretty good at it. Giant anteaters are waterproof feather dusters that have been seen crossing rivers. Hyenas have been seen holding their breath and diving to feed on carcasses decomposing at the bottom of watering holes, and I cannot believe that it's a factual sentence. Even bats are able to Phelps their way across small bodies of water. Because apparently being able to fly for free just wasn't enough. But the truth is, this really shouldn't be surprising, because almost any mammal you can think of can probably swim and swim well. Pigs, yeah, they can swim.
They can.
Horses, indubitably so. What about moose? They'll easily dive 20 feet to feed on aquatic plants and will even swim through inlets or between islands as they go grocery shopping, which can ironically get them put on Big Willie's meal prep. Even sloths have no issue in the water. In fact, they move 3 times faster in water than they do on land. Which I guess isn't really saying that much, because any number that close to 0 times 3 still isn't that impressive. But because sloths can slow their heart rate, this moss blanket can actually hold its breath longer than dolphins, being able to